young man unexpectedly acquired the shake system. Every day, he could shake a dice to reset his attributes, yet he had shaken it for 11 years straight. Each time, his attributes were either that of a millennium's worth of trash or of 10 millenniums worth of rubbish. Now, he has become numb to the daily routine of shaking. He swore to only start cultivating after shaking an exceptional attribute. Today, as usual, he shook and got the spiritual root of a millennium's worth of trash again. Frustrated, he spat out a mouthful of blood. With a sense of resignation, he began to shake his innate destiny. Suddenly, a streak of golden light flashed by. He actually shook out a super-grade innate destiny with 4 attributes: top-level charm, top-level swordsmanship aptitude, top-level agility. After the game of life begins, he will obtain an unparalleled cultivation technique and 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. He was completely stunned. Then, he lay on the ground, laughing madly. From now on, I just need to focus on shaking for a high-quality spiritual root qualification, now that I have this superior destiny. Even if I shake until I'm 40, so what? In the not-too-distant future, there will definitely be a place for me in this cultivation world. The young man is named Hanju. His parents, who were servants of Old Tai, an alchemist of the Jade Pure Sect's outer sect, usually planted elixirs for him, but in the year he turned 6, his parents abandoned Hanju and ran away. Thus, Hanju took over his parents' job. One day, 2 cultivators from the Jade Pure Sect's inner sect suddenly arrived at this Medicine Valley. It turned out that Old Tai was out on business, and the sect specifically asked them to guard this place. Just like that, another 2 years passed, and Hanju hadn't shaken a single high-quality spiritual root. My luck is really too bad. I'm afraid I might die shaking without ever getting a superior spiritual root. Just then, Old Tai came back and called for everyone to assemble. Old Tai first praised everyone. You all did well while I was away. No problems occurred, and I am very pleased. Everyone looked deeply moved. This is what we should do. It's our honor to relieve our master of worries. Hanju, however, looked unimpressed. Pfft, a bunch of bootlickers. No matter how sweet your words, this old man won't give you any real benefits. At that moment, Old Tai suddenly called Hanju and 3 others over to him for a spiritual root qualification check. Hanju thought, hasn't he always forbidden servants from cultivating? Wait, there's blood on his clothes. Old Tai is injured? Fortunately, Hanju had never shaken a good spiritual root. Then another chubby kid was found to have a spiritual root, and Old Tai immediately said, I wish to take you as my disciple and take you outside the valley to cultivate. Would you like that? The chubby kid was ecstatic. I would love to. Only Hanju knew, this chubby kid might never come back. This world is too dangerous. I need to hurry up and shake out a spiritual root for cultivation. 3 years passed just like that. Suddenly, a loud pig-like laughter came from Hanju's room. Hanju was so excited that he rolled around on the ground, for he had shaken out a top-level spiritual root containing 6 attributes. Hanju was about to start cultivating with the help of the system, but then he suddenly thought of Old Tai, that old geezer. That chubby kid has never been seen again since he was taken away, probably dead by now. It would be dangerous if he found out I was cultivating. At that moment, the system suddenly popped up a notification. You can choose a small place, and the system will help create a barrier. Cultivators outside the barrier will not be able to detect any changes inside. Hanju was overjoyed. A barrier could be created. In that case, today, I, Hanju, will officially step onto the path of cultivation. System, begin. The next moment, he appeared in the system space. Options floated before his eyes. Now that you have unexpectedly awakened the inheritance of the immortal emperor and obtained an unparalleled technique, 6 realms of reincarnation, and set forth on the path of cultivation, please choose your main cultivation path. Hanju thought the 6 realms of reincarnation must involve cultivating all 6 types of spiritual roots together. He immediately decided to choose Sword Cultivator as his main cultivation path. Then, he watched as all the surrounding spiritual energy was absorbed into his body. Hanju instantly felt powerful and discovered an added relationship panel. Upon opening it, he found his relationship with Old Tai was marked as hatred. Hanju couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. Damn it, Old Tai, you bastard. I've been toiling away at planting grass for you, and you still hate me? Wait, Old Tai's pettiness probably stems from my parents running away, but he hasn't done anything to me. He has been gone somewhere in the recent years, so I can cultivate in peace. Immediately, Hanju calmed his mind and began to cultivate peacefully. Hanju felt the spiritual energy of wind, earth, wood, and water around him, but there was no fire and thunder's spiritual energy. Without further thought, he decided to first cultivate these 4 types of spiritual energy well. Just then, the system popped up again with 2 options. First, obtain an energy cultivation realm magical tool. Second, unlock the ability to hide one's cultivation level and spiritual root. Hanju felt, to be able to hide one's cultivation level and spiritual root, this system is really thoughtful. Without hesitation, he chose the second option. Time flew by, and 2 years passed. Hanju's 4 types of spiritual energy had now been cultivated to the 7th level of the energy cultivation realm. However, just when Hanju thought he could continue to cultivate peacefully, trouble came knocking. As Hanju was about to return, an inner sect disciple named Xing Hongxian found him and directly asked him to follow her to a small forest. Hanju was puzzled. I don't know her. Why would she suddenly ask me to go to a small forest? Immediately, he opened the relationship list and found that Xing Hongxian had 2 stars of goodwill towards Hanju. Could she be wanting to dual cultivate with me? Should I comply or comply? Just when Hanju was slightly excited, Xing Hongxian said, help me get Old Tai's pill recipe, and I'll take you away from the Jade Pure sect to join the demon cult. If your aptitude is good and you achieve some level of cultivation, I might even consider becoming your cultivation partner. Hanju was instantly petrified. Damn, this woman is a demon cultivator. Hanju immediately felt despair. Offending the Jade Pure sect would get me chased to the ends of the earth, but if I refuse, this witch will definitely kill me to silence me. Although she and I are both at the 7th level of the energy cultivation realm, I haven't learned any spells. I must not confront her directly. Hanju immediately said, I don't know where the item is, and there's also your fellow sect member guarding the attic. But Xing Hongxian pressed him down. The item is in the attic. As for the other person, I will take care of luring them away. Then she took out a black pill, just in case. This pill can help you activate your spiritual root. Without waiting for any reaction from Hanju, she stuffed it into his mouth and forced him to swallow. As soon as Hanju returned to his room, he had the system help him expel the elixir. While Hanju was considering whether to follow Xing Hongshuan's orders, the system popped up. First, steal the pill recipe, win Xing Hongshuan's favor, and earn a 5-star hatred from the Jade Pure sect. Second, absolutely refuse, prevent Xing Hongxian from getting the pill recipe to acquire the sword technique, Supreme Finger Divine Sword. Looking at the 2 options provided by the system, Hanju didn't hesitate to choose the second one. That night, while Hanju was cultivating in his room, Xing Hongxian suddenly appeared outside his window. I have found out that the pill recipe is in the study. I will lure the guard on Old Tai's attic away in a moment. You go in and search. Remember, there is a formation in the attic. If anything goes wrong, Old Tai will rush back immediately. You don't have much time, so be quick. Soon, Hanju arrived at the attic, and indeed, everyone had been lured away. Hanju went into the study, pretending to search. He pretended to look around casually, and then started to slack off. What a joke. The storeroom is so big. How can I possibly find it? This witch could have sneaked in herself to find the pill recipe much more easily, yet she insists on making such a big fuss. Is she out of her mind? People really are different. Even the pens Old Tai uses are made of gold, while we, the medicine slaves, can only scrape by on the bare minimum. The damned rich landlords. Xing Hongxian suddenly appeared behind Hanju. What are you mumbling about? Did you find the pill recipe? Seeing that Hanju wasn't really looking for the pill recipe, Xing Hongxian was about to kill him. Hanju, scared, bumped into a cabinet, and a vase fell from the cabinet. The pill recipe then appeared before them both. Hanju was completely numb. No, Old Tai, this is not how you hide things. It's over. Now that she has the pill recipe, she'll definitely kill to silence me. Just as Xing Hongxian lunged at him, unexpectedly, Xing Hongxian excitedly hugged Hanju. You really are my lucky charm. I never expected the honest you to create such romance. Watching Xing Hongshuan's excited demeanor, Hanju thought to himself, I must not let her get the pill recipe, or my Supreme Finger Divine Sword technique will be gone. He picked up a brick, ready to stealthily knock her out, when suddenly an attack hit them both. Hanju was blasted away, and the pill recipe flew into the hands of the newcomer, who was none other than Old Tai. Daring to covet the pill recipe, you are truly audacious. Seeing she was no match for Old Tai, Xing Hongxian didn't hesitate to run away. When Hanju, lying on the ground, woke up and saw Old Tai, he immediately said, Lord, you've finally come. I almost lost my life trying to stall that witch. Afterward, Old Tai asked Hanju to explain the situation clearly. Once Hanju had told everything to Old Tai, he didn't make things difficult for him. Seeing that he had successfully bluffed his way through, Hanju quickly scurried away. At this moment, the system also sent a notification. Mission completed. Successfully obtained Supreme Finger Divine Sword. Another 2 years passed. Hanju had cultivated all 4 types of spiritual root to the 9th level of the energy cultivation realm. He was only short of cultivating the lightning and fire spiritual roots to the 9th level to break through to the foundation establishment realm. It was also time for him to leave this place. Taking advantage of the twilight, he took his bag and left the place he had lived in for 20 years. He directly arrived at the gate of the Jade Pure sect. My name is Hanju, a rogue cultivator at the 9th level of the energy cultivation realm, wishing to join the Jade Pure sect. May I know if there's a way in? The gatekeeper was about to report it when he happened upon the outer sect steward, Yang Luo. He immediately had Hanju demonstrate his spiritual energy. Hanju casually executed a move of the Supreme Finger Divine Sword, slicing off the top of a mountain. This move directly stunned the 3 of them. Without another word, Yang Luo took Hanju to register. On the way, Hanju asked, does the Jade Pure sect have a place for cultivating lightning and fire spiritual energy? Yang Luo was startled upon hearing this. Could this person be a lightning spiritual root? Then he said, the inner sect might have such places, but the qualification to enter the inner sect is reaching the foundation establishment stage. However, if you are a lightning spiritual root, you might be an exception and be allowed to join the inner sect directly. Hearing this, Hanju immediately showed his lightning spiritual root. Then, Yang Yang Luo took Hanju to see an elder, and Hanju casually displayed 3 of his spiritual roots. Just like that, Hanju easily joined the inner sect, and even received a luxurious welcome package. The elder and Yang Luo told him to rest well, and said they would take him to the inner sect once the great elder returned. Hanju sighed lightly. I accidentally became a key figure to be looked after, but he soon discovered there was fire spiritual energy here, and without a second thought, he started cultivating it. Half a year later, the great elder returned. Yang Luo immediately came to inform Hanju. Upon opening the door, Yang Luo was surprised to find that Hanju had been cultivating all this half year. When Hanju opened his eyes, he had already cultivated his fire spiritual root to the 4th level of the energy cultivation realm. Then, he went with Yang Luo to meet the great elder. The great elder directly said to Hanju, the sect has 18 peaks, which means there are 18 teaching elders. If someone takes a liking to you, you can directly become an inner sect disciple. Otherwise, you will have to reach foundation establishment as soon as possible to participate in the sect's minor competition. Then, the great elder took Hanju on a flying gourd towards the inner sect. On the way, the great elder introduced the various elders of the inner sect to Hanju. Each peak has its own atmosphere due to the character of the teaching elder. Some are low-key and focus on hard cultivation, while others are often out on missions. So, what kind of cultivation atmosphere do you wish to join? Hanju thought for a moment. I'll choose the low-key and hard cultivation path. I don't like bustle, and I don't like being high-profile. The great elder looked at Hanju with a meaningful glance, then chuckled. Jade Seclusion Peak suits you very well. You will definitely like it there. Upon entering the inner sect, they were stunned by the scenery before them. Hanju had thought the Jade Pure sect was just a small sect, but it turned out to be so vast. The great elder flew around, introducing the various places of the inner sect to Hanju. When they arrived at Jade Seclusion Peak, the entire mountain seemed quiet and serene. The great elder said, the teaching elder of Jade Seclusion Peak is Shishuan Fairy. Her cultivation is profound and inscrutable, and she likes to cultivate in seclusion, making Jade Seclusion Peak quiet. Moreover, she does not allow her disciples to have romantic entanglements, so Jade Seclusion Peak is mainly composed of hard cultivators. Hearing this, Hanju's eyes lit up. This place is simply my heaven. Upon entering the main hall, the great elder introduced Hanju to Shishuan Fairy. Shishuan Fairy asked, Hanju, are you willing to focus solely on cultivation without concerning yourself with worldly matters? Just as Hanju was about to answer, he heard a voice. Finally, Jade Seclusion Peak has got a decent junior brother. A girl approached. Hanju immediately opened the relationship list and found that Chan Yuer had 2 hearts of goodwill towards him, but Hanju immediately replied, Shishuan Fairy, unless ordered, I can stay in seclusion for 100 years without stepping outside. Upon hearing this, Chan Yuer's goodwill immediately dropped to 1 star. Then, Shishuan Fairy asked Hanju to launch an attack on her. Immediately, Hanju gathered all his strength into a sword energy, rushing towards Shishuan Fairy like lightning. But just as it was about to hit Shishuan Fairy, the sword energy vanished into thin air. Shishuan Fairy asked lightly, is this the only move you know? Hanju honestly admitted it. Shishuan Fairy then said, this sword technique is not bad. From now on, stay at Jade Seclusion Peak. The great elder left Hanju a meaningful smile before leaving, but Hanju noticed Shishuan Fairy staring intently at him. Just as he was puzzled about the situation, Chan Yuer quickly hinted, she's telling you to pay your respects as a disciple. Only then did Hanju realize, and he quickly knelt in front of Shishuan Fairy. Disciple Hanju pays respects to Master. May Master live forever. Shishuan Fairy was rendered speechless by Hanju's actions. Do you think your master is an empress? Well, Yuer, take your junior brother to register at the inner sect and help him arrange for a cave dwelling. Chan Yuer immediately dragged Hanju away with joy. On the way, Chan Yuer heartily told Hanju to come to her if he needed anything. Chan Yuer's direct gaze made Hanju dare not look her in the eye. He hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare to trouble senior sister. If senior sister needs anything, feel free to instruct your junior brother. This made Chan Yuer extremely happy. I've been at Jade Seclusion Peak for 5 years, and finally, a good-looking junior brother with an attitude and personality that suits my taste has arrived. I can't let him run away. Hanju, observing his senior sister's expression, filled with a greedy ferocity like that of a wolf, couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. This Jade Seclusion Peak doesn't live up to its name. Why are all the female disciples like wolves and tigers? Soon, Chan Yuer had arranged Hanju's cave dwelling, even placing him next to her own dwelling. After the senior sister left, Hanju took a good look at his cave dwelling, once again marveling at the luxury of the inner sect. Then he remembered that his master's realm was at the 3rd level of the nascent soul realm in the relationship list. This is the strongest cultivator I've come into contact with so far. I must cling to such a powerful figure. The known levels of cultivation from low to high are respectively Energy Cultivation Realm, Foundation Establishment Realm, Golden Core Realm, Nascent Soul Realm. In the entire Jade Pure set, only the Founding Ancestors Realm has reached beyond the Nascent Soul Realm, yet he has been away for many years and has not returned. Just as he was preparing to start cultivating, the system suddenly popped up and gave Hanju 2 options. First, earn earn reputation, and lead Jade Seclusion Peak to become the most powerful peak. The reward for the mission is an unparalleled magical tool, but it would offend Sichuan Fairy. Second, cultivate in a low-profile manner and gain recognition from Sichuan Fairy, which would reward a secret manual for agility. Upon seeing the first option, Hanju was instantly speechless. Earning reputation and leading Jade Seclusion Peak to become the most powerful peak sounds like a good thing, doesn't it? Why would it offend Sichuan Fairy? This master is a bit strange. Before he knew it, another 3 years had passed. Hanju had cultivated all but his lightning spiritual root to the 9th level of the energy cultivation realm. He immediately sought out his master. Master, I have now cultivated both the wind and fire spiritual roots to the 9th level of the energy cultivation realm. Could master guide me to where I can cultivate lightning spiritual energy? Sichuan Fairy looked at Hanju in surprise. Are you aiming for a foundation establishment with 3 types of spiritual power? But Sichuan Fairy immediately threw cold water on Hanju's plans. Specializing in just one type of spiritual energy is already extremely difficult, and you're planning to specialize in 3? Not to mention the heavenly tribulation will be stronger later on. The time lost in cultivation is also a loss. Hanju understood. Indeed, there is a reason. Having these spiritual roots must come with a price. It's just that master probably didn't expect that I have my own methods. He then stated, disciple will spend all his time on cultivation. Seeing this, Sichuan Fairy's mouth slightly curved up. The inner sect has a teleportation array leading to the Thunder Spirit Pool. Soon, Hanju arrived at the Thunder Spirit Pool and was again astonished by the grandeur of the Jade Pure Sect. I originally thought the so-called Thunder Spirit Pool was just a small pond. It seems I was looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. At this moment, he noticed that the vast Thunder Spirit Pool had only one person cultivating. While he was dazed, suddenly, a tree trunk with a human face appeared behind Hanju. Do not wander around inside the Thunder Spirit Pool. You can only cultivate by the poolside. Otherwise, if you're struck by lightning and die, it's your own fault. Immediately, a wretched scream echoed throughout the entire Thunder Spirit Pool. It took Hanju a moment to realize, to actually encounter a tree demon, the Jade Pure Sect has really invested heavily. Even a tree demon is present, which is known as a cultivation catalyst. Though it looks a bit sinister, cultivating near it will definitely double the efficiency. I've really come to the right place. He then excitedly shouted, I must cultivate to the 9th level within a year. The other person cultivating at the Thunder Spirit Pool, upon hearing this, couldn't help but be speechless. Are these even human words? That's too arrogant. However, a year later, he was thoroughly proven wrong. Hanju actually managed to cultivate his lightning spiritual energy from 0 to the 9th level within a year. By this time, Hanju had finally reached the great perfection in all 6 types of energy cultivation, purple electricity continuously wrapping around his body. He then decided to go straight for foundation establishment. The blue-haired young man in the field suddenly looked up at the sky, only to see a large amount of purple electricity gathering above. The might of this thunder tribulation shocked him. Then, the tree demon appeared behind the young man. Foundation establishment thunder tribulation. Damn, he really picked the place. Triggering the thunder tribulation in this Thunder Spirit Pool will at least double its power. You better get out of here to avoid being affected. It's too late for him to save himself. The tribulation clouds have already formed. In their eyes, Hanju was undoubtedly going to die this time. Others prepare thoroughly before facing their tribulation, but Hanju was directly undergoing his tribulation in the Thunder Spirit Pool, doubling the power of the Thunder Tribulation. What was even more terrifying was that he directly absorbed the heavenly tribulation, turning it into his power for foundation establishment. 2 years later, his realm had reached the 3rd level of the foundation establishment realm, and his lifespan was almost 200 years. Hanju cultivated because he feared death. While he was secretly pleased, the system popped up 2 options again. First, become famous in the Jade Pure Sect, which would grant the 9 Nether Thunder technique and earn the hatred of Sichuan Fairy. Second, quietly cultivate to form the Golden Core early, which would reward a supreme magical sword. Hanju was speechless again at the first option. How much does my master dislike fame? Then, the blue-haired young man cultivating at the Thunder Spirit Pool came up behind Hanju. My name is Mafuchu of Thunder Peak. May I have your name? Hanju also politely introduced himself. Upon learning that Hanju was from Jade Seclusion Peak, Mafuchu immediately tried to recruit him. A junior brother of Jade Seclusion Peak? With your talent, it's a waste to join Jade Seclusion Peak. Why not come to my Thunder Peak? My master is a thunder cultivator. Hanju didn't even think before politely declining. I have already taken Sichuan Fairy as my master. A master for a day is a father for life. How can I casually change allegiances? Thank you for your kindness, brother Mo. But then, the system suddenly popped up a notification. Hanju glanced at it and was shocked. The system displayed several statuses of Xing Hongxian. Your friend Xing Hongxian has been heavily injured and narrowly escaped death from being hunted down by the Jade Pure Sect. Your friend Xing Hongxian has been hunted down by fellow sect members, but luckily managed to counterkill. Your friend Xing Hongxian has betrayed the Azure Nether Demon Sect and is being hunted down. Your friend Xing Hongxuan's goodwill towards you has increased. Current goodwill is 4 stars. Hanju was speechless. After so many years, this woman is still alive? But we haven't even seen each other. Where did this goodwill come from? Is she okay? Meanwhile, Xing Hongxian was continuously dodging pursuers. Breathing a sigh of relief, finally got rid of the demon cult. As she was confused about where to go next, she suddenly thought of Hanju. When Hanju was about to hit her with a brick, coincidentally blocking most of Old Tai's attack, Xing Hongxian mistakenly thought Hanju was protecting her. This was the first time in her life someone had stood up for her. Xing Hongxian had firmly come to regard Hanju as her husband in her heart. As Hanju returned to his cave dwelling and was about to start cultivating, he heard the sound of bells. When Hanju came out of his dwelling, he encountered Chan Yuer and learned that this was the signal for the master to assemble all disciples. The two then flew on their swords towards the main hall. Upon Hanju's arrival in the hall, it was already filled with a large number of disciples. Hanju's appearance also caused quite a stir among the disciples. At this moment, Shishuan Fairy, seeing that everyone had arrived, directly said, following the sect leader's order, from now on, in the 18 peaks battles, the last 3 peaks will send disciples to participate in the fight against the Azure Nether Demon sect. In recent years, the Azure Nether Demon sect has repeatedly sent spies to plot against the Jade Pure sect. The sect leader has declared that we should prepare to retaliate. Hanju was speechless, sending the bottom 3 peaks. Isn't this just delivering them on a platter? At this time, the eldest disciple, Lu Sanqin, stated, although our Jade Seclusion peak has always been low profile, we also want to serve the sect. Master, the sect has recently launched an outstanding disciple training program, selecting the most outstanding disciples from each peak for cultivation to be the foundation of the next generation of the sect. Isn't this tailor-made for me? Unexpectedly, Shishuan Fairy chose Hanju. Lu Sanqin and Hanju, upon hearing this, were both shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Hanju quickly refused. I am honored by Master's high regard, but I only wish to quietly cultivate at Jade Seclusion Peak. Please give this opportunity to my fellow brothers and sisters. Hanju also guessed, Master values me this much? Could it be she suspects me of being a demon sect spy? Better safe than sorry. I'll still refuse. Seeing Hanju so resolute, Shishuan Fairy didn't say much more. Really? Then, Lu Sanqin, you go. You are the eldest disciple of Jade Seclusion Peak. You must not cause trouble. Afterward, Lu Sanqin specially came to Hanju to express his thanks. Junior brother, I have to thank you for speaking well of me to the master. If you encounter any trouble in the future, feel free to tell your elder brother. Hanju smiled. Then, I wish elder brother smooth sailing. At this moment, Chan Yuer hurriedly came over. Elder brother, I can take care of the junior brother. The elder brother immediately understood Chan Yuer's intention and, before leaving, gave Hanju a meaningful smile. Then Chan Yuer said, speaking of which, junior brother, you've been cultivating for so long and haven't done any sect missions, right? Want me to take you? Doing sect missions can earn a lot of cultivation resources. No need, senior sister. I still have enough spirit stone resources. Chan Yuer then added, the contribution points from doing missions can be exchanged for elixirs, to which Hanju responded, I'm afraid of death, so forget it. Chan Yuer became angry. How can we cultivators be afraid of death? If we're not afraid of death, then why bother cultivating for immortality? This left Chan Yuer unable to retort. Shishuan Fairy, overhearing Hanju's astonishing statement, was also left speechless for a moment. It seems Hanju is indeed not a spy from the demon sect, but a rogue cultivator without a lack of resources and with superior talent. Still, we should observe a bit longer. Just like that, another 10 years passed. Hanju once again came to the Thunder Spirit Pool. As soon as Hanju arrived, the tree demon started causing trouble. I thought you were a genius before, but so many years have passed, and you're still at the Foundation Establishment 3rd level? Hanju nonchalantly scratched his head. Well, who can say for sure with cultivation? He was only showing his lightning spiritual root. His other 5 types of spiritual roots had already reached the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment. At this moment, Mafuchu also walked over, followed by a girl. Mafuchu introduced her to Hanju. This is my sister, Maju. Upon seeing Hanju, Maju immediately asked, why are you still at the Foundation Establishment 3rd level? My brother said you might be at the 6th level by now. Hanju just chuckled, taking it step by step. Then he sat down cross-legged, ready to start cultivating. I'll start cultivating now. Staying here costs quite a few spirit stones. Just a heads up, if you want to cultivate, please stay a bit away from me. As soon as he finished speaking, he began absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy into himself. Mafuchu, seeing this, was shocked. This absorption speed of spiritual energy is even more terrifying than mine. How is this possible? I'm at the Foundation Establishment 9th level. This person must have a way to suppress his cultivation level. His real cultivation level must not be below mine. Hanju has been cultivating like this for 8 years, finally cultivating his lightning power to the 9th level to perfection. As Hanju prepared to leave, the tree demon said, I have an opportunity here that can provide many cultivation resources. Would you be interested? Is it dangerous? Opportunities always come with risks. Hearing there were risks, Hanju didn't even think before turning around to leave. Just as Hanju was collecting his salary for the past few years, Maju suddenly approached him. him. I have a favor to ask of Hanju. It's a great opportunity. Upon hearing about the opportunity, Hanju couldn't hold back any longer and refused without a second thought. Sorry, I need to go back to Cultivate, and then disappeared in front of Maju. Suddenly, Hanju overheard passers-by talking about the intersect competition. He was struck as if by lightning. I've cultivated too intensely and forgot about such an important event. Master might skin me alive for this. Hanju immediately went to find Shishuan Fairy and confessed his mistake. Fortunately, Shishuan Fairy did not blame him. However, seeing that Hanju's cultivation level was still at the Foundation Establishment 3rd level, she couldn't help but show a puzzled face. Hanju explained, I am actually at the Foundation Establishment 9th level. I just wanted to keep a low profile by hiding my cultivation level. This move significantly increased Shishuan Fairy's favorable impression of him. At this moment, the system also notified Hanju that the task of cultivating low-key and gaining Shishuan Fairy's recognition was completed. He received a secret technique, 7-fold illusion step. It was then Hanju noticed that the master had taken a new disciple. Turning his head, he saw it was none other than Old Tai. Old Tai also looked up at Hanju at the same moment. The two of them stared at each other, shouting out each other's names simultaneously in surprise. Chan Yuer looked curious. So you two know each other? At that moment, Shishuan Fairy said to Hanju, this is a new disciple who has just joined Jade Seclusion Peak. You can call him Tai Junior Brother. Little did she know, the expressions on their faces were as colorful as they could be. Then, Shishuan Fairy brought up a serious matter. Hanju, since you like cultivating so much, I have a mission for you. Guard the Myriad Demon Realm of the Jade Pure Sect. Hanju, hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat. This Myriad Demon Realm sounds impressive, but also seems very dangerous. However, Chan Yuer got excited. That's where the Jade Pure Sect keeps its demon pets. Let me accompany Han Junior Brother. Master, Shishuan Fairy directly refused Chan Yuer. It's very dangerous there. There are often rampages of demons, and there have been instances of disciples being brutally killed. Already worried, Hanju was even more scared upon hearing this. Isn't this setting your disciple up for failure? It's not even being concealed. But looking at Shishuan Fairy's expression, it seems I have no chance to refuse. This should be similar to being a zoo security guard. I'll just have to slack off when the time comes. He respectfully agreed to follow the arrangement and then went back to pack his things. Seeing the two leaving, Shishuan Fairy suddenly said to Old Tai, I don't want to dwell on your past with Hanju. From now on, you are brothers. Getting along with him will only benefit you. As long as there's no deep hatred, try to resolve it. From what I know of him, he won't scheme against you. In the future, Hanju will be a direct disciple of Jade Seclusion Peak. Speaking of which, Hanju had been in the Myriad Demon Realm for a year and a half, spending his days in nothing but cultivation. Browsing through the system's social feed out of boredom one day, he suddenly received several messages about Maju. Your friend Maju was attacked by a demon cultivator and nearly severely injured. Your friend Maju was attacked by a disciple of the Jade Pure Sect, hanging on for dear life, fell off a cliff. He couldn't help but sigh. Opportunities really never bring anything good. Miss Imo better just take care of herself. Then, stretching lazily, he went out to patrol. He made regular patrols to prevent any disturbances from the demons. Stepping outside, he found a cute little cat perched on a tree branch, looking harmless. He turned to walk away, but the little cat suddenly transformed into a big cat and launched a sneak attack on Hanju. In an instant, its sharp claws tore through Hanju, but the next second, Hanju turned into a wisp of smoke and vanished, with the real Hanju already on the rooftop. He had just used the 7-fold illusion step technique. This technique allows each level to split into one afterimage, and at its peak at the 7th level, it can split into 7 afterimages. Hanju split into 7 afterimages and charged at the demon beast from all directions, surrounding it. All figures simultaneously executed the Supreme Finger Divine Sword, shooting numerous sword energies towards the demon beast. Although only the real body could inflict damage, the demon beast couldn't discern which was real and which was fake. In an instant, it was severely injured by Hanju and immediately ran away. Hanju didn't pursue it. He noticed that the demon disturbances had become more apparent recently and decided to report this situation. After the sect's higher-ups were informed of the situation, they immediately convened a meeting. They speculated that there must be a traitor within the sect's upper echelons. With the sect leader missing, they had no choice but to send more people to thoroughly investigate the matter. 2 years later, Hanju was sitting within a forbidden formation in the Myriad Demon Realm. He discovered that this formation was a treasure. Inside the formation, even those at the Golden Core Realm couldn't enter, and its soundproofing was top-notch. It was perfect for both cultivation and rest. Just as he was pleased with himself, suddenly a voice came from behind. Young friend, are you using the Myriad Demon Realm as a place for cultivation? Hanju casually responded, what else? But the next second, he realized something and turned around in shock, only to find a fat man standing behind him. This person is unaffected by the restrictions, then his strength must be above the Golden Core level. The fat man said, I am also a Jade Pure Sect disciple sent to guard the Myriad Demon Realm. You seem to be at the Foundation Establishment Realm 3rd level, but judging by your actual breathing rate, you're at the Foundation Establishment Realm 9th level. right? You don't need to be nervous. Did you come here on your own, or did your master send you? My master, Sichuan Fairy, sent me here. Hearing this, the fat man leaned in closer. Did your master assign you any tasks? Even if she did, why would I tell you? Oh, can't tell others? Interesting. Junior sister. Alright, kid, you've already gotten yourself into big trouble. For your master's sake, I can help you solve it. At this moment, Hanju was startled by the relationship list that popped up from the system. It turns out this person was the Jade Pure Sex sect leader, Li Qingzi, who admired Sichuan Fairy. Li Qingzi then explained, the demon beasts here are showing signs of unrest, and these beasts are under Demon King Tiger Heart White Dragon. You must know that Tiger Heart White Dragon holds grudges and seeks revenge for even the slightest slights. This time, commanding so many demon beasts to lurk here in preparation for an uprising. Be honest with me, what did you do before to provoke Tiger Heart White Dragon? However, at this moment, Hanju was not interested in listening to him. His mind was filled with images of Li Qingzi and his master, Sichuan Fairy, together, feeling extremely angry inside. This fat man is not worthy of my master. Junior friend, I'm asking you a question. Hanju then recounted the previous events to Li Qingzi. After hearing the story, Li Qingzi mused, how strange. The demon beast uprising happened earlier than expected. It seems it wasn't your doing. Most likely, the demon cult is causing trouble behind the scenes. Your encounter with Tiger Heart White Dragon was just a side episode. You're really lucky. The Demon King must have been trapped into expending too much energy. Otherwise, you would have been doomed. What kind of movement technique did you use to outpace Tiger Heart White Dragon? Hanju casually responded, just a technique I picked up on the road. It's normal for it to be faster. This frustrated Li Qingzi immensely. That's a Demon King. Even Golden Core Realm experts would struggle with its speed. Right now, we need to prioritize dealing with the potential beast uprising and start from the root. Do you mean to kill it, senior? Kill it? That Demon King has immense potential. If it's killed, will you compensate? Perhaps this is an opportunity. Your master sending you to the Myriad Demon Realm must have been intended for you to make a name for yourself. Plus, your movement technique is extraordinary. Having faced Tiger Heart White Dragon and come out unscathed, you must have some tricks up your sleeve. I suggest you go and subdue it. Without hesitation, Hanju turned around and left. Senior, please find someone else. I just want to cultivate in peace. Li Qingzi hurriedly called out to stop Hanju. I will set up a formation to trap them here, relieving you of the pressure. If you can subdue Tiger Heart White Dragon, I will teach you the Jade Pure Sex Supreme Technique, the Jade Purity Art. At that moment, the system popped up a choice. 1. Accept the mission. Strive to subdue Tiger Heart White Dragon and receive the secret technique reward from Li Qingzi, the hatred of the Demon King, and the attention of the Azure Nether Demon Sect. 2. Refuse the mission. Return to continue cultivating and receive a sword technique manual with a decrease in Li Qingzi's favorability. Seeing that subduing the Demon King would bring the Demon King's hatred and the Azure Nether Demon Sect's attention, Hanju decisively said, sorry for the disturbance. Farewell, and then turned around to leave. This left Li Qingzi stomping his feet in frustration. How did my junior sister end up with such a disciple? Sighing helplessly, he ultimately took on the burden alone. You see, I was right, Demon King. It's truly you, easily sensing this place. Immediately, Li Qingzi engaged in a fierce battle with the Demon King. Several days after the Demon Beast uprising, Chan Yuer suddenly arrived in the Myriad Demon Realm, accompanied by the 7th senior brother of Jade Seclusion Peak, Meng Yi. It turns out that Sichuan Fairy sent them to assist Hanju. Meng Yi then went alone to scout the surroundings. Chan Yuer told Hanju, this time we came because Master feared for your safety. It's said that spies from the demon cult have infiltrated the Myriad Demon Realm. We must be extra cautious. Hearing this, Hanju immediately suggested leaving the Myriad Demon Realm. Just as Chan Yuer was about to refuse, Meng Yi returned, wounded all over. I saw a group of demon beasts trapped by a formation near a cliff a few miles away. I was on my way back when I encountered a golden core level demon beast. Hanju quickly took out an elixir to heal Meng Yi, while thinking to himself, indeed, one cannot be reckless when outside. The fate of my senior brother proves it. At that moment, they were horrified to discover a horde of demon beasts charging towards them. Hanju was ready to flee, but Chan Yuer said, this area is under the jurisdiction of our Jade Seclusion Peak. Wouldn't leaving be considered desertion? Hanju, devoid of any sense of martial honor, retorted, then you can stay here and wait for death. I'll sing praises of your bravery to Master. Meng Yi also ceased to insist. Hanju, your brother is right. Each of the 18 peaks has its own area to manage in the Myriad Demon Realm. The beast tide is attacking not just us. As long as we survive, there's no fear of losing the battle. Let's move, right now. No sooner had they stepped out of the house than the attic was demolished by the demon beast army. Seeing the demon beasts not stopping and continuing to charge forward, they deduced that the demon cult must be up to something. Suddenly, Hanju sensed a strong demonic aura and saw a huge eagle with its mouth wide open biting towards them. Fortunately, Hanju reacted in time, grabbing Chan Yuer and dodging, while Meng Yi seized the chance to escape alone. Hanju couldn't help but curse in his heart. Damn it, that coward just abandoned us and ran for his life. Chan Yuer suddenly cried out in fear, noticing a golden Golden Core level demon beast and 6 Foundation Establishment Pinnacle level demon beasts circling above them. As the demon beasts charged towards them, Chan Yuer closed her eyes in despair, thinking they were doomed. Yet, Hanju's mouth curved into a slight smile. Around him appeared 3 sword shadows of different colors, the peerless sword technique he acquired by refusing Li Qingzi, the 3 pure shadows sword. With just a gentle utterance of the word slash from Hanju, the 7 demon beasts were instantly annihilated. Chan Yuer was utterly stunned. Had she not seen it with her own eyes, she would have never believed it. Remembering the look in Hanju's eyes at that moment, she couldn't help but blush and feel her heart flutter. But then, she saw Hanju packing up the corpses of the demon beasts. What a haul today. These demon beasts are treasures all over. I heard they can be exchanged for spirit stones. Let's go. Chan Yuer was rendered speechless again. Bring back my junior brother from just now. When the two arrived at the Myriad Demon Realm's teleportation array, Meng He excitedly rushed towards them upon seeing them alive. Junior brother, junior sister, you're still alive. This is wonderful, only to be met with a kick to the face from Chan Yuer. Why weren't you eaten by the demon beasts? After they emerged, Hanju's first course of action was to exchange the demon beasts' corpses for spirit stones. Looking at a big bag full of spirit stones, Hanju was so excited he considered going back for another round against the demon beasts. Chan Yuer, noticing Hanju's thoughts, said, "The Myriad Demon Realm is a small world specially created by the sect for cultivating demon beasts. Each one is extremely valuable. Under normal circumstances, disciples are not allowed to hunt the demon beasts inside. This time was an exception, so we might not be held accountable." While saying this, she continued to beat Meng He. Hearing this, Hanju had no choice but to give up the idea. I better just continue to cultivate quietly and save up spirit stones gradually. The amount I have left should be enough to attempt reaching the Golden Core. Then, the 3 of them went to see Shishuan Fairy and reported the events within the Myriad Demon Realm. Shishuan Fairy didn't say much after hearing it and asked Chan Yuer and the others to leave, keeping Hanju behind. At this point, Hanju was extremely anxious. Is she going to settle scores with me alone? Is Master still suspicious of me? When will this ever end? Shishuan Fairy suddenly asked. Hanju, what is the purpose of your cultivation? Only for immortality. Hearing this response, Shishuan Fairy was speechless for a moment. If you keep secluding yourself for cultivation without seeking opportunities, you cannot achieve immortality. I understand, Master, but I wish to strengthen my cultivation first. Once I have enough strength, I'll seek opportunities. Hanju thought to himself, with my unparalleled talent and fortune, what need do I have for opportunities? Shishuan Fairy, clearly exasperated by his attitude, massaged her temples and said, I have arranged an opportunity for you. If you had made contributions in the Myriad Demon Realm, becoming a core disciple would have been within easy reach. Unfortunately, you gave it up. Moreover, even I cannot see through the grade of the cultivation technique you practice. I can't help you with your cultivation technique, but how about this? Would you like to have your own innate spiritual energy cave dwelling? Aside from lightning's spiritual energy, it contains other types of spiritual energy as well. Upon hearing this, Hanju excitedly asked, where is it? It's near the Jade Pure Sect. However, you need to rank in the top 3 in the inner sect competition to get it. Hearing about the competition, Hanju started to have second thoughts. The inner sect competition. It won't be dangerous, right? Seeing his timid appearance, Shishuan Fairy was so annoyed she felt like punching him. Are you afraid of a mere competition? It won't kill you. Hanju then asked, Master, will there be Golden Core or above participants in the competition? Shishuan Fairy replied irritably, do you think Golden Core realm cultivators are as common as cabbages? Those who reach that level either become core disciples or elders, stewards. Hearing that no one above Golden Core would participate, Hanju immediately changed his tune. I'll gladly accept that innate cave dwelling. With 8 years until the inner sect examination, Hanju planned to use this time to cultivate diligently. He immediately went to the Wind Spirit Pool, aiming to bring all 6 types of spiritual roots to the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment stage before the examination. Just then, he noticed a group of people bullying someone nearby. Eating his melon, Hanju thought, I better just focus on my cultivation. But suddenly, the system sent a notification. Innate Destiny detected. Would you like to view their origin? Hanju was startled. The Innate Destiny individual was the one being bullied. His name is Zhou Fan, a reincarnation of a great vehicle cultivator born in a mundane town. He and his childhood friend were discovered by the Jade Pure Sect to have spiritual roots. Deep within his soul, he harbors a spiritual treasure that was severely damaged while protecting him. Now, to repair itself, the spiritual treasure unconsciously absorbs spiritual energy during Zhou Fan's cultivation, resulting in his extremely slow cultivation speed. Currently, the spiritual treasure is about to be successfully repaired. Hanju was dumbfounded. Great vehicle realm, that's really something. This would make him the protagonist in a novel. He was conflicted. He's destined to be the main character. Helping him would surely lift me to great heights. No, how many side characters have been doomed by growing main characters? Better not stir trouble. He then dismissed the idea of helping. Becoming stronger through my own cultivation is the true path. Zhou Fan, trust in your destiny. Time flew, and 8 years passed. Except for his water Fire and Earth spiritual roots, which were at the 8th level. All others had reached the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage. Just after leaving the spirit pool, he saw Zhou Fan, who was confessing to a girl but unsurprisingly got friend-zoned. Hanju was about to walk past when Zhou Fan stopped him. I am Zhou Fan from Thunder Peak. I've often heard Mo's senior brother mention you, saying you will surely become a great cultivator of the Jade Pure sect in the future. I've always wanted to meet you. Just when Hanju thought Zhou Fan was about to challenge him to a duel, Zhou Fan suddenly knelt down. I've heard you're quite popular with the ladies. How should I pursue the one I love? Hanju was completely baffled and then said, Brother Zhou, you should let go of everything. How can a cultivator be mired in romantic affairs? What are women in comparison to the great Tao? If you attain the Tao, everything will gravitate towards you and you will naturally get whatever you desire. Have you ever seen me getting close to women? This step requires your own understanding of your heart and nature. Zhou Fan, looking at Hanju as if he were a deity, felt a slight stir in his heart and immediately his goodwill towards Hanju increased to 1 star. Hanju thought to himself, fool, the most important thing is appearance. Can your looks compare to mine? When Hanju returned to Jade Seclusion Peak and heard the bell summoning all disciples again, he met the eldest brother on his way to the main hall. The eldest brother suddenly asked, Hanju, do you know a woman named Xinghongshan? Hanju was shocked. How does he know about her? The eldest brother continued, in these years, I followed the sect leader, lurking in the myriad demon realm, engaged in open and covert battles with the demon cult. We've always had intelligence provided by a traitor from the demon cult. It was this intelligence that made the sect leader pretend to leave the Jade Pure sect when, in reality, he was ambushing in the myriad demon realm. This traitor from the demon cult is Xinghongshan. As a child, she was forced to take poison and threatened to act as a spy in the Jade Pure sect. She has always harbored hatred towards the demon cult and even attempted to find an antidote in the outer sect. Later, Xinghongshan was saved by the sect leader, who exceptionally allowed her to become an inner sect disciple. Now, Xinghongshan is at the main peak, cultivating under Master Jingxiu, the sect leader's junior sister. We encountered Miss Xing earlier, and she was inquiring about someone named Hanju, a servant who is an alchemist. It just so happens that we have a disciple named Hanju in our Jade Seclusion Peak. Junior brother, what a coincidence, right? Hanju felt awkward, unsure of how to respond. That past, although unpleasant, had to be acknowledged reluctantly. I am the Hanju she knows. I had no choice at the time. To Hanju's surprise, the eldest brother warmly grasped him. Don't worry, I understand. I just didn't expect your talent to be so exceptional. Hanju finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he opened Xinghongshan's panel. I don't deserve so much goodwill, just for being devoted. I wish you a future free of hardships. When everyone gathered in the Great Hall, Sichuan Fairy announced, the inner sect examination is about to begin. Each peak must send at least 10 people. Who wishes to participate? Immediately, almost everyone eagerly volunteered. Seeing almost everyone sign up, Hanju thought, with everyone so enthusiastic, I should show some support to avoid seeming out of place. However, Sichuan Fairy chose Hanju first, causing everyone to look at him in surprise. Hanju panicked. No, not, Master. I didn't actually raise my hand, but Sichuan Fairy didn't even look at him, continuing to select other disciples for the competition. After the selection was completed, Sichuan Fairy once again kept Hanju behind alone. Your cultivation has improved again. I really underestimated you. Even with cultivating 3 types of spiritual roots, your breakthrough speed remains the fastest in the Jade Pure sect. Hanju modestly responded, it's all thanks to the Master's excellent guidance. Master is the impressive one. I don't recall teaching you anything. Your cultivation technique and swordsmanship are excellent, but are not the supreme techniques of the Jade Pure sect. You must have had another master before. I've observed you since you joined the sect. You've been diligently cultivating without any intention to harm the sect. Others have testified that you were born in the outer sect, which indicates you encountered an opportunity in your youth. Everyone has their own fortunes, and I'm not one to pry. I mention this only to let you know that you can be at ease during the inner sect examination. No one will trouble you over these matters. To avoid unnecessary complications, from today onwards, you are my direct disciple. Hanju was startled, but at this moment, the system awarded him for becoming a direct disciple with the 9 Dragons Demon Subduing Seal. Overjoyed, Hanju said, thank you, Master. Long live the Master. After returning to his cave dwelling, Hanju began to learn the 9 Dragons Demon Subduing Seal. This third magical technique, akin to a palm technique, could produce different effects with different attributes of spiritual power, adding another ace to Hanju's hand. However, he soon began to worry about the great destructive power of these techniques. Then, Chan Yuer came to Hanju's cave and took him to see the announcement board. The examination tomorrow will involve one-on-one battles across the peaks until the top 10 are decided. Then, the battles will move to the inner sect city for the final showdown, with the whole sect watching. Hanju was relieved to learn that not many would watch the fights until the top 10 were decided. I don't want to attract too much attention. As Hanju was about to leave, Xinghongshan suddenly appeared behind him. Husband, Hanju hastily took a step back. Miss, you can't just call someone that. Xinghongshan covered her mouth and chuckled. Didn't we agree on this back in the outer sect? Hanju was speechless. That was was just acting to avoid conflict. If I refused you, I was afraid you would kill me. It's okay, I took it seriously. Xing Hongxian laughed, pulling out a bottle of elixir. This is the Jade Purity Pill. I don't really use it much. It's perfect for you. Without allowing Hanju to refuse, Xing Hongxian placed the elixir in his hand. Just accept it. I get these elixirs regularly. My talents are average, but if you need anything later, husband, I will do my best to help you. After speaking, she flew away on her sword. Hanju held the elixir in his hand, standing there dazed for a long time. The scene shifts to a dark hall, where Xing Hongxian is sitting opposite Master Jingxiu. You gave that young man the Jade Purity Pill. Do you have any regrets? I don't regret it. I've fallen hard. Foolish. Just because he has a pretty face? Isn't that enough? I don't see the value in providing such strong support. His talent is also exceptional. When I met him, he hadn't begun cultivating yet. According to the sect leader, he's now at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. How strange. With such talent, why haven't I heard of him over the years? The sect leader said he's very low profile, always busy with closed-door cultivation. The sect leader even wanted to offer him opportunities, but he refused, citing fear of death. Hearing this, Master Jingxiu smiled slightly. Interesting. It seems I also need to pay more attention to him. On the day of the competition, when Hanju arrived at the venue, he was stunned. I didn't expect so many spectators. How am I supposed to act now? Then the system presented Hanju with two options. The Jade Pure Sect Inner Sect examination is about to begin. You have the following options. 1. Win conspicuously, becoming famous throughout the Jade Pure Sect and receive 1,000 high-quality spirit stones. 2. Win the top 3 positions in a low-key manner, minimizing impact, and receive 1 spiritual treasure. Seeing the second option offering a spiritual treasure as a reward, Hanju immediately chose it with joy, simultaneously thinking to himself, this system really gets me. It seems like there's always a low-key option for every mission, probably related to the path of development I chose initially. He was confident. With this approach, I can remain undefeated in the world. Soon the competition began. Mafuchu and his sister also came to watch Hanju's match. However, on the stage, Hanju was clumsily dodging the opponent's attacks, while his opponent from Heavenly Execution Peak became more excited as the fight progressed. The audience found the fight dull and started leaving for other matches. Only Mafuchu knew Hanju was feigning weakness. Noticing that the spectator stands were nearly empty and the judges were dozing off, Hanju thought, my chance has arrived. With a sly smile, Hanju moved behind his opponent, and in the next second, his opponent was sent flying out of the ring. The loud impact woke the judges, who then realized the fight was over, with Hanju as the victor. Afterward, Hanju used the same tactic, waiting until there were almost no spectators before swiftly defeating his opponents, successfully entering the top 10. While cultivating one day, Hanju sensed something was amiss. The leaves weren't rustling, but he could hear the wind. Suddenly, streaks of dark energy appear out of nowhere, flying towards him. Without a word, Hanju responded with a 9 Dragons Demon Subduing Seal. Seeing the dark energy trying to flee, Hanju, as if the 9 Dragons Demon Subduing Seal cost him nothing, chased the dark shadow, relentlessly attacking. Suddenly, a wail came from the shadow. Wait, stop, halt! I am a Supreme Elder of the Jade Pure Sect. How can the Jade Pure Sect have someone like you who disrespects their elders so blatantly? Hanju was stunned for a moment, seeing the old man continue to rage. I was just passing by, and you greet me with your most powerful attacks. Hanju was speechless. Senior, in the dead of night, your actions are suspicious. What are you trying to do? The divine ability I cultivate naturally acts this way. Soul projection. Do you understand? However, the old man was visibly frightened. What in the world was that spell you used? It almost annihilated my spirit. Are inner sect disciples these days also intense? Hanju was about to report the incident to his master when the old man hurriedly stopped him. Don't tell her. I apologize. Actually, your master is my disciple, and so is the current sect leader. He then gave a sly smile. Young man, you have an extraordinary physique. How about inheriting my mantle? The unparalleled technique, heavenly strong golden body. Only I and the sect leader in the entire Jade Pure Sect know it. Upon seeing the old man's secret manual, Hanju didn't think twice before refusing. I almost killed the old man just now. How could he suddenly be so benevolent? He must be trying to trick me. Afterwards, Hanju told Sichuan Fairy about the incident. Sichuan Fairy was speechless. That old troublemaker is at it again. By the way, master, is the heavenly strong golden body powerful? That senior wanted to teach it to me. Sichuan Fairy's face turned red. It's very powerful, arguably the strongest technique in the Jade Pure Sect. But before practicing it, one must sever the human root. What's the human root? The essence of a man. Hearing this, Hanju was speechless. Does that mean the sect leader and the Supreme Elder are? Sichuan Fairy coughed lightly. This matter must not be spread. Leaving the meeting, Hanju was still in shock for a long time. Those are some extreme measures. Soon, it was the day of the inner sect examination for the top 10. Looking at the surging crowd, Hanju thought to himself, it's going to be hard to play it down this time. Should I just go for a quick victory? At that moment, Chan Yuer also came over with an entire cheerleading squad to support Hanju. Suddenly, Hanju felt a gaze on him. Turning around, he saw Zhou Fan staring at him intently, his eyes filled with with a fighting spirit. Just then, Maju also came over to cheer for Hanju. "Brother Han, I believe in you. You'll definitely take first place." Chan Yuer immediately became wary of Maju. "Who are you? None of your business. I suggest you grow up a bit more, or Han Jr. brother might end up in jail." A strong tension instantly erupted between the two women. Then, Xing Hongxian also approached. "Husband." This was like a spark hitting the earth. "How dare you call him husband?" "I'm happy to." The air thickened with tension among the three women. This is a disaster. Finally, the examination officially began. The first match was Hanju against Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan angrily asked, "Hanju, you said you never got close to women." Hanju helplessly replied, "I can't help it. What else can I do? I'm also desperate." At that moment, Zhou Fan raised his left hand, revealing a black small bell in his palm, ominously mysterious. It was indeed Zhou Fan's innate spiritual treasure. "Brother Han, go all out, please. Don't hold back." "Brother Han, you first." Seeing Zhou Fan so confident, Hanju took the match seriously. Three sword energies appeared around him. Zhou Fan's eyes flashed purple, and spiritual energy enveloped him, showcasing the skill granted by his spiritual treasure, absolute defense. Hanju wasted no words. His sword energies shot towards Zhou Fan like lightning. To everyone's shock, Zhou Fan's prized skill was shattered by Hanju's strike, sending him flying like a kite without a string. Everyone was bewildered. Is it over already? Soon the top 5 were decided. The next step was to draw lots for the matchups, with the red lot getting a bye directly into the top 3. Hanju casually drew a lot and ended up with the bye. "I have to say, this supreme luck of mine is no joke." At this moment, Hanju remembered that being in the top 3 meant he could choose an innate cave dwelling. "Now that I'm already in the top 3, doesn't that mean I can't?" After a series of intense battles, the top 3 were finally decided. Just as an elder was about to announce the rules for the final round, Hanju immediately conceded. "I exhausted my spiritual power to win quickly in the previous match and have it recovered. I'm willing to take third place." The elder looked deeply at Hanju, then announced that Hanju had secured the third place. At this moment, Hanju also received his system reward, the Golden Cicada Mystical God Robe, a 7th grade spiritual treasure that could automatically defend against an enemy's attack, withstanding a strike from a spirit transformation cultivator at its maximum. If spiritual power is injected into it, its defensive power will be enhanced. Hanju was immediately thrilled to the point of drooling. When the examination ended, the Daolei elder took the top 3 to the main peak hall. At that time, true person Jing Su came in front of them, saying, "As a reward, the 3 innate cave mansions will be chosen by the first place first." With a stretch of her right hand, 3 light spheres flew out immediately, each innate cave mansion landing on the edge of the mountains outside Jade Creek's 18 peaks. These light spheres from the cave mansions will guide and lead you. After the first 2 made their selections, a white light sphere remained. The energy attribute of this mansion is quite mixed, but its concentration of spiritual energy is comparable to a spirit pool. Hanju saw this and could hardly contain his joy. "This is most suitable for my cultivation with 6 spiritual roots." Soon, Hanju followed the light sphere to his cave mansion. He couldn't wait to take out the Golden Cicada Mystical God Robe and immediately put it on. Once worn, it was like the Emperor's new clothes, completely invisible, but Hanju felt a sense of security like never before. Half a month passed in this manner. One day, Zhou Fan and Mafuchu came to the outside of Hanju's cave mansion. Zhou Fan couldn't help but wonder, is this really Hanju's mansion? Mafuchu pointed to a few large characters outside the cave. A moment of patience leads to a vast sky and ocean. This was undoubtedly Hanju's mansion at a glance. When Hanju inside heard Mafuchu's voice, he immediately came to the entrance. "What brings my 2 brothers here?" Mafuchu expressed. "Recently, the sect issued many missions regarding the Azure Nether Demon sect. Are you interested in joining us to take down a branch of the Azure Nether Demon sect? I've already investigated. That branch has many spiritual pills and wonderful medicines, sure to aid in your cultivation." However, Hanju directly refused without a second thought. "Thank you for your kindness, but I do not wish to leave at the moment. I need to go into seclusion to break through. I wish you both a future as splendid as brocade." Hearing this, Mafuchu immediately said, "If you do the mission with us, the tribulation crossing pill we obtain will be given to you first." Hanju suddenly stopped in his tracks. Mafuchu thought this had moved him. Indeed, to invite Hanju, we must speak of cultivation. Cultivation not only requires opportunities, but also a stepping stone. Without a stepping stone, one cannot go far. He is not reconciled. The look in his eyes says it all. However, he was actually looking at the choices given to him by the system. "You have received an invitation from your fellow disciples. Facing fame and gain, you have the following choices. 1. Agree with them, go together to achieve merits, and obtain a low-grade spirit stone. 2. Refuse them, cultivate low-key, and obtain a magical tool." Seeing these options, Hanju was speechless. Is there even a choice? He immediately refused their invitation. 2 years later, Hanju finally perfected his 6 series spiritual power and began to break through to the golden core. It is said that only 2 or 3 out of every 10 foundation establishment cultivators succeed in breaking through, not because the heavenly tribulation is terribly frightening, but because of the inner demons. It is rumored that inner demons are so terrifying that even a mortals fear them. But when the inner demon encountered Hanju, it regretted being born. It kept tempting Hanju. You are already strong enough. No need to hide anymore. Show the world your strength. Whether you aspire to be utterly benevolent and reach sainthood, or to overturn all beings and make unilateral decisions for all ages, it depends on your single thought. Who knew that? After hearing this, Hanju actually asked, "Is that all?" Then, with a wave of his hand, he eliminated the inner demon. Next, he just needed to concentrate on facing the heavenly tribulation. 7 days later, Hanju successfully entered the Golden Core realm. The system rewarded Hanju with a supreme magical sword, the Qilin sword. This sword, made from the sinews and bones of a Qilin, contains the soul of a Qilin and has the effect of driving away evil. He also obtained a divine ability, 6-path soul absorption. However, what made Hanju happiest was that his lifespan had increased again. He immediately set a small goal for himself, to break through to the nascent soul within 100 years. He then decided to relax and check his friend's circle, only to be shocked by what he saw. He found out that sect leader Li Qingzi had been attacked by demon cultivators multiple times. The sect leader has been attacked by the demon cult so many times, staying in the Jade Pure sect might not be safe. Could it be that the Azure Nether demon sect has attacked the Jade Pure sect? I wonder how my master is doing. It's best to go and reassure her. So, he immediately set off towards the Great Hall of Jade Seclusion Peak. However, along the way, the Jade Pure sect was in turmoil, with smoke signals of distress everywhere, and countless injured. Hanju hurriedly went to the Great Hall to pay respects to Shishuan Fairy. Shishuan Fairy narrowed her eyes. "You still know to come back? I thought you had already betrayed the sect." Hanju was embarrassed. Just as he was about to explain, Shishuan Fairy continued, "The Jade Pure sect is about to face an unprecedented disaster. I will give you a chance. You can leave the Jade Pure sect directly." Hearing this, Hanju was shocked. At the same time, he received a choice from the system. The sect leader of the Jade Pure sect is in danger, with life and death uncertain. You have the following choices. 1. Leave the Jade Pure sect and wander the world of cultivation, and receive an energy gathering pill. 2. Stay in the Jade Pure sect until it is destroyed, or the Azure Nether demon sect gives up targeting the Jade Pure sect, and receive a magical tool and a spell manual. He subconsciously wanted to choose the first option, then slowly asked, "What about you, master?" Shishuan Fairy remained calm. "I will live or die together with the Jade Pure sect. In that case, then I, as your disciple, will also live or die with my master." At this moment, Shishuan Fairy's favorability towards Hanju increased to 3 stars. Hanju suddenly had a thought. Wouldn't it be possible to develop into a cultivation partner if this goes up by another star? Shishuan Fairy was taken aback. "Aren't you afraid of death? Everyone dies, either as light as a feather or as heavy as mount. I pursue immortality, but I don't want to abandon my master." Meanwhile, he thought to himself, "Unless I encounter an irresistible enemy, I would definitely prioritize my own life. But I haven't taught you much. You don't need to do this." "No, although you haven't taught me directly, your kindness is profound. Master has fought for opportunities for me several times and helped me solve some potential troubles. I keep all these in my heart." These words were truly from Hanju's heart. "In this life, Shishuan Fairy is the person who has been the kindest to me." Seeing Hanju's heartfelt words, Shishuan Fairy couldn't help but smile. Then she asked, "Have you encountered any difficulties in your cultivation recently? You can cultivate with me like Chang Yuer." Hanju weakly replied, "No, there's no need to trouble master." Hearing this, Shishuan Fairy was speechless. "Stinky boy, you actually don't want my guidance." After Hanju left, Shishuan Fairy handed a storage bag to Chang Yuer. "Help your junior brother as I instructed. Everything is in this storage pouch." When Hanju returned to his cave mansion, he found Chang Yuer there. It turned out Shishuan Fairy had asked her to help arrange Hanju's cave mansion. A formation was set up at the entrance to conceal the cave mouth. If someone tries to forcefully enter, they will be trapped in an illusion and unable to extricate themselves. Also, spiritual herbs were planted inside the cave to amplify the surrounding spiritual energy. Hanju was so excited that he quickly thanked his senior sister and master. "No need for thanks. How about I move in after a while to keep you company?" Hanju immediately swallowed nervously and cautiously said, "Senior sister, are you planning to mooch off the spiritual energy in my cave mansion?" Chang Yuer immediately became so angry that she trembled all over. "Cultivation. All you know is cultivation. Get lost." Thus, Hanju holed up in his cave mansion for another 5 years. Now at the 3rd level of the Golden Core realm, one day, he was scrolling through his friend's circle and noticed that Mafuchu and Zhou Fan had also made it to the list. Your friends Mafuchu and Zhou Fan were attacked by demon cultivators. He once again felt fortunate that he had not joined them back then. Just then, the system suddenly alerted, detected an innate destiny individual. Hanju immediately checked the history. This person, named Chen Santian, was a born demon embryo, now a main core disciple of the Azure Nether demon sect. At this moment, outside Hanju's cave mansion, a man in black looked at the inscription by Hanju. "A moment of patience leads to a vast sky and ocean." Shh, ridiculous. People of the Jade Pure sect really are cowards. He wondered, how can there be such big characters in this wilderness? Could it be a cave mansion? But he couldn't find any door. At that moment, Hanju, at the entrance of the cave cave mansion, heard Chen Santian calling him a coward, furious, veins popping on his body. After confirming that the visitor was alone, he sternly said, "Good, you're done," as Chen Santian suddenly sensed a murderous aura. Before he could react, 3 sword energies, like lightning, pierced through Chen Santian's body, sending him flying dozens of meters away like a sandbag. With 3 more sword shadows hovering above his head, terrified, Chen Santian screamed, "Elder, please stop. What are you doing at the Jade Pure sect? It's all a misunderstanding, Elder. I was just passing by here." Chen Santian was panicking internally. I had investigated and found no such powerful sword cultivator elder in the Jade Pure sect. Could this person be the Jade Pure sect's supreme elder? Han Ju, appearing behind Chen Santian at some unknown time, said, "Chen Santian, innate demon embryo, a major disciple of the Azure Nether Demon sect. If I hand you over to the Jade Pure sect, what do you think your fate would be?" Chen Santian's heart was in turmoil. How does he know my background? Chen Santian quickly turned around to beg Han Ju for mercy, but when he saw Han Ju was so young and only at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, could it be he is the disciple of the elder? Han Ju was hesitating whether to kill him or capture him. If the sect leader has been captured, could I use him as a bargaining chip for exchange? Unbeknownst to him, Chen Santian suddenly darted behind Han Ju, putting a knife to Han Ju's neck, and shouted back towards the cave mansion, "Elder, let me leave. Otherwise, I will kill your disciple." Han Ju was instantly speechless. "Well, just to interrupt, I don't have any disciples." Chen Santian immediately dropped the sword in his hand and knelt down abruptly, sweating profusely. "Elder, I was just joking." Meanwhile, cursing in his heart, "Elder at the 9th layer of the Foundation establishment realm. Who would believe that? It must be a trick to deceive the eyes, to be able to suppress me directly, and even know my background. This elder must be a highly skilled person. Escaping is impossible." Han Ju, speechless, a major disciple of the demon cult. Is this it? Is he too weak, or is the 3 pure shadow sword too strong? Then, Han Ju walked towards the cave. "You, come with me." Han Ju originally wanted to hand him over to his master, knowing that he would surely try to escape desperately. "But I only know how to kill. I don't have the power to suppress him." Thinking this, Han Ju suddenly asked Chen Santian to strike him with all his might with a sword. Chen Santian immediately trembled. "This elder isn't looking for a reason to kill me, is he?" Terrified to the point of deformation. "Elder, I know I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake. Come on, give it a try. It'll prevent you from always thinking about ambushing me." Chen Santian was scared to tears, convinced it was another trap set for him. Han Ju, speechless. "Am I that scary? This major disciple of the demon cult is really too cowardly." He then instructed, "Fine, from today on, you'll stay here. You'll plant spiritual herbs and clean for me. Of course, you can also cultivate." A year passed, and Chen Santian saw that Han Ju was always cultivating and never left. He thought, the elder is too devoted to cultivation, never leaving. It's been a year staying here. Continuing like this will delay the transmission of information. As the main core disciple, not returning for so long, the elders and my master in the sect must be worried. What should I do? Should I betray him? Immediately, he gathered spiritual energy in his hand and launched a sneak attack on Han Ju. Han Ju sensed something off and simply turned his head to look. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed. Chen Santian hurriedly explained, "Sorry for the disturbance. There was a mosquito. I'll go clean the cave now. The elder should get more sunlight." The system alerted that Chen Santian's hatred for Han Ju had grown to 4 stars. Han Ju was speechless. "I've never tortured him in this past year, and now the hatred has even escalated to a point of no return. This is really troublesome." Meanwhile, Chen Santian was thinking, "Once I escape, I must avenge the debts of this year." Suddenly, he widened his eyes in shock. A hole the size of a human head appeared in Chen Santian's chest. "The work of Han Ju's attack. I gave you a chance, and you wasted it. Being obedient at least had the value of being a bargaining chip. Now, it's unnecessary." Han Ju also started to feel a headache, thinking about the cliche in novels, kill the minion, and the boss comes. Kill the boss, and an even bigger boss comes. Sure enough, a dark energy slowly drifted out from Chen Santian's body, and a figure emerged from the dark energy. "Very well. You killed my beloved disciple. You all will die. Do you dare to state your name? I'm Loki. And you? Azure Nether Demon Sect. Zhang Kunmo. Loki, I will remember you. Wait for your death." After saying this, he dissipated into thin air. At this moment, the system alerted. "Zhang Kunmo has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred level, 5 stars. Han Ju was internally panicking. 5 stars? Damn, that's high. Then, Han Ju opened the relationship list. Nascent Soul Realm level 8. Not yet at Spirit Transformation. I should still be able to handle him. Still, better contact the sect to send someone over to clean up. 8 years after Han Ju killed Chen Santian, Xing Hongxian came to Han Ju's cave dwelling one day. "Is my husband here?" When Han Ju saw Xing Hongxian, he was so frightened that he twisted all over. Forget about the senior sister. How could she too? Is the formation just for show? "Miss Xing, what brings you here?" Soon, Xing Hongxian made her purpose clear, taking out dozens of jade purity pills and generously said, "These are the jade purity pills I've saved up over the years. Feel free to use them." Han Ju's expression softened. "You should take them back. I don't need them anymore." Xing Hongxian's smile froze, and then her expression changed drastically. "Could it be that you've already?" Han Ju seriously said, "Don't spread the word about about my breakthrough. Miss Xing, if you want to be my cultivation partner, you must cultivate diligently. Otherwise, centuries later, I will become an immortal, and you will turn into bones. Your deep affection will then be a punishment to me. Upon hearing this, Xing Hongxian couldn't help but calm down. You're right, I can't be a drag on you, my husband. Focus on your cultivation. I will go and get you elixirs suitable for the Golden Core realm. Han Ju was dumbfounded upon hearing this. That's not what I meant. At this time, in a dark hall within the headquarters of the Azure Nether Demon sect, the sect leader Duan Tongtian was discussing with 7 elders about attacking the Jade Pure sect. They had been contending with Li Qingzi for decades. Li Qingzi intentionally did not return to the Jade Pure sect, drawing most of their attention. Someone suggested attacking the Jade Pure sect directly, and immediately everyone agreed, except Duan Tongtian, who did not speak for a long time. After everyone quieted down, he slowly said, I am about to undergo spirit transformation. If successful, attacking the Jade Pure sect will almost be guaranteed. Upon hearing this, all the elders looked at him in shock. Do you have confidence, sect leader? For this, I have prepared for decades. I am 90% confident. Just wait another 30 years. Hearing this, everyone burst into excited cheers. Another 10 years passed, and Han Ju had cultivated his thunder and wind spiritual roots to the 9th level of the Golden Core. He seemed to see the nascent soul stage beckoning him, completely immersed in this joyous time, unable to extricate himself. Suddenly, Chan Yuer appeared beside Han Ju out of nowhere, scaring him with her ability to come and go without a trace. Senior sister, please, give my cave some face. The formation was set up by me. Naturally, I know how to get in. Chan Yuer explained, I came to bring you some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Planting them by the pond can make the spiritual energy in your cave dwelling even richer. It might even become the cave dwelling with the best spiritual energy in the Jade Pure sect. Han Ju immediately expressed his gratitude to his senior sister. Chan Yuer smiled and said, don't thank me. These were rewards from our master. I'm just doing some physical work. Han Ju couldn't help but exclaim, Master, you're the best. At this time, Chan Yuer started chatting with Han Ju about the things that had happened at Jade Seclusion Peak over the years. In the past few years, several new disciples have joined Jade Seclusion Peak. The disciple ranked after you, Brother Tai, passed away 2 years ago. He died a natural death. Upon learning that old Tai had passed away 2 years ago, Han Ju was momentarily stunned. Old Tai is gone? This disciple Tai had poor aptitude and died when his lifespan ran out. According to his servant, he wanted to see you before he died, but what for? We'll never know. Hearing this news, Han Ju's expression became complicated. In the past, he quite disliked old Tai, but looking back now, old Tai had never harmed him and could even be said to have taken care of him. Now, that dislike has vanished, replaced with a touch of melancholy. Senior sister, you must control your cultivation well. If one day you're not here, I really wouldn't know what to do. Upon hearing this, Chan Yuer smiled brightly. Silly junior brother, I thought you didn't care about me at all in your heart. After chatting for a while, Chan Yuer said, the spiritual herbs are all set up. It's time for your senior sister to go back to her cultivation. I'll strive to accompany my junior brother on the path of cultivation for a longer journey. Although Chan Yuer was joking, these words sounded like heartfelt truths to Han Ju. He remained silent for a long time, then wrote 2 characters on the cave wall. Old Tai, I hope you're born into a good family in your next life. Another decade or so passed, and Han Ju had reached the 9th level of the Golden Core in all but his earth and wood spiritual roots. On his 100th birthday, the system unlocked a new feature for him. Congratulations on reaching 100 years old. The simulation trial function has been opened. You can set the cultivation level and strength tier of your opponent for simulated combat. It's also possible to scan all beings within 100 miles and copy their strength for battle. The results of the battle won't affect your physical body or mental state in reality. Han Ju was overjoyed. This is simply divine. I've always been unclear about my own strength. Now I can finally test it. Immediately, Han Ju carried out a simulation trial. The next second, he was in a space and soon heard the system's voice. You can choose someone from your interpersonal relationships as the model for your opponent's strength. He immediately chose the strongest person he knew, sect leader Li Qingzi. The next second, someone who looked exactly like the sect leader appeared before Han Ju. Before Han Ju could react, Li Qingzi launched an attack. Fortunately, Han Ju used the 7-fold illusion step in time to dodge. Then he went all out and used the 3 pure shadows sword technique against Li Qingzi. However, when the smoke cleared, Li Qingzi was unharmed and covered in a golden color, using the unique skill, Heavenly Strong Golden Body. Han Ju marveled at how powerful this skill was. As Li Qingzi attacked again, Han Ju threw a 9 Dragons Demon Subduing Seal at him, which Li Qingzi broke with a punch. Han Ju kept switching among 6 types of spiritual power, hitting Li Qingzi with 1 9 Dragons Demon Subduing Seal after another. Soon, Li Qingzi was sent flying by the seals. Han Ju was quite surprised. The 9 Dragons Demon Subduing Seal is indeed not simple. It pushed the sect leader to this extent. Currently, I'm barely managing against the 8th level of the nascent soul realm. I can only repel, not defeat. Just then, the system popped up a prompt. Do you want to adjust the opponent's strength? Han Ju looked looked at the adjustable range. This simulation trial is getting more and more interesting. At this time, inside the main hall of the Jade Pure Sect's main peak, the sect leader and all the elders were gathered. Every person's face showed a grave expression. Li Qingzi spoke in a deep voice. Duan Tongtian successfully underwent tribulation crossing last month and has been consolidating his spirit transformation cultivation level. Meanwhile, I have already sought help from the various factions of the righteous path, but none have responded. It would be great if Ancestor were here. He is at the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm, but he has been away for many years and cannot be found. So, it will be up to me and the Supreme Elder to deal with Duan Tongtian. Upon hearing this, the elders tried to dissuade him. Brother, don't, Li Qingzi said firmly. There's no other way. With your current levels of cultivation, none of you would make a difference. Not to mention Duan Tongtian, you can't even break through my heavenly strong golden body, and you are very aware of this. The Supreme Elder and I will confront Duan Tongtian. My heavenly strong golden body, as the strongest technique of the Jade Pure Sect, I hope can withstand a battle against him. Meanwhile, after Hanju's continuous attempts, he was now able to break through Li Qingzi's heavenly strong golden body at the nascent soul 5th level. However, to an outsider, Hanju appeared to be dozing off. Another 10 years passed, and Hanju finally cultivated all his spiritual roots to the 9th level of the golden core, reaching great perfection. Today, he officially began his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Just as Hanju started his tribulation crossing, Chang Yuer was running towards him in a panic. It turned out that an invasion by the demonic sect was imminent. She wanted to inform Hanju and take him to the inner sect for temporary shelter, but from afar, she saw that Hanju was undergoing tribulation crossing, mistakenly thinking that he was breaking through to the golden core stage. She then thought, if the Azure Nether Demon sect attacks from this direction, wouldn't that interrupt his tribulation crossing? Forcibly interrupting it is a major taboo of tribulation crossing. My junior brother could be backlash and harmed. No, as his senior sister, I must protect him. With my strength, it's difficult to protect my junior brother. So, when junior brother wakes up, I'll immediately take him back to the inner sect to hide. Who made me fall for you? I'll protect you for now. 10 days later, the demonic sect's army finally attacked the Jade Pure Sect. Chan Yuer discovered they were attacking from a different direction. They just happened to avoid junior brother's cave dwelling. If I were to take him to the inner sect now, it would actually harm him. This is for the best. As long as junior brother stays in his cave dwelling, he will be safe. Sorry, I have to go ahead to assist our master and swear to share life and death. Junior brother, don't come back. After an unknown amount of time, Hanju finally broke through to the nascent soul realm. He discovered that even the 6 realms of reincarnation technique had undergone a transformation. All spiritual roots merged, and the 6 types of spiritual power unified into a new and powerful spiritual energy. The 6 paths spiritual power could now directly absorb spiritual power from the heavens and earth, without the need to absorb specific spiritual power from corresponding spiritual roots for cultivation. Cultivating solely with the 6 paths spiritual power became more efficient than before. The system also sent a prompt, congratulations on your breakthrough to the nascent soul realm and receiving a divine ability reward. However, what excited Hanju the most was that his lifespan had increased to 998 years. You have chosen the path of a sword cultivator. Congratulations on obtaining the Sword Dao divine ability, Heaven Punishing Demon God Sword. But that wasn't the end. The system sent another prompt. Your sect, Jade Pure Sect, is currently under attack by the Azure Nether Demon Sect. The strongest in the Jade Pure Sect, Azure Nether Demon Sect leader Duan Tongtian, Spirit Transformation Realm Level 1, has been detected. Would you like to start the simulation trial immediately? Hanju was about to refuse instinctively, but then calmed down. I could kill nascent soul cultivators when I was at the Golden Core Realm. Now, I should have the strength to fight against spirit transformation. He then started the simulation trial. At this time, on the main peak of the Jade Pure Sect, a demonic sect elder, Zhang Kunmo, was continuously shouting the name Loki. Loki, come out and face your death. Not showing yourself? Have you run away early? Ha, the people of the Jade Pure Sect are indeed a bunch of trash. All disciples, hear my command. Burn everything, kill everyone, loot everything. If we can't find Loki, we'll use the Jade Pure Sect disciples to commemorate the spirit of my disciple in heaven. On the other side, just 1 minute had passed, and Hanju successfully finished the trial. He was dumbfounded. Duan Tongtian, that's it? On the main peak of the Jade Pure Sect, Li Qingzi and the Supreme Elder were already at their limit under Duan Tongtian's oppressive force, but for the sake of the Jade Pure Sect, they had to fight. Duan Tongtian looked down on them, laughing wildly. Just kneel and beg for mercy, and maybe I'll let you suffer less. Li Qingzi responded with hatred. The disciples of the Jade Pure Sect would rather die than submit to the demon path. After saying that, he mustered his last bit of strength to attack Duan Tongtian, but was sent flying back like a cannonball the next second. The Supreme Elder sighed. It's no use. The skull behind him is an innate black magnet. Our spiritual power is absorbed by it and directly neutralized. With that treasure, this demon can exhaust us to death. Not far away, Shishuan Fairy sighed. The Jade Pure Sect is finished after all. Shishuan Fairy couldn't help but think of Hanju. That brat is probably probably still in seclusion. I hope no one finds his cave dwelling. And Chang Yuer, I'm sorry. As your master, I can't protect you. I have to go ahead of you. At that moment, by the cliff's edge, Maju was cornered by members of the demonic sect. To preserve her innocence, she resolutely jumped off the cliff. Her spiritual power had already been depleted, and she couldn't even manage to fly with her sword. She slowly closed her eyes, and the last thing she thought about was that man. If I had cultivated as diligently as him, I wouldn't be in this situation now. I wonder if I'll meet him again in my next life. But just then, a familiar voice sounded in her ears. She suddenly opened her eyes and found that the man she had been thinking of was holding her, while those from the demonic sect behind them had all been turned into mincemeat. Maju was puzzled. Are we dead? Did we go to heaven? Soon, Hanju found Mafuchu and directly handed Maju over to him before flying towards the main peak. Along the way, he instantly killed 3 golden core cultivators who were attacking Mafuchu. Hanju could feel the powerful oppression coming from the main peak. I hope I can still make it in time. At that moment, he detected Chang Yuer's presence. Chang Yuer and others were being surrounded by a group of demon cultivators. Just as they were preparing to fight to the death, suddenly, 3 flashes flew from afar. The next second, the demon cultivators were split in half like fruit and Fruit Ninja. Chang Yuer and the others were stunned. Hanju didn't stay for a moment longer and continued flying towards the main peak. Meanwhile, in a forest, a one-eyed man was pressuring Xing Hongxian. Become my cultivation partner. Come back with me to the Azure Nether Demon sect, and I'll spare your life. How could Xing Hongxian ever agree? Pa, Duan Tongtian killed my parents. Even if I die, I won't go back. Just as the one-eyed man was about to make his move, Xing Hongxian suddenly exclaimed with joy, my husband. The one-eyed man thought Xing Hongxian had given in. Ha, you agree just like that? Good, you're quite obedient. I knew it. Without applying some pressure, how could you have submitted? Hanju had already appeared behind him with eyes red, resolving the second disciple of the demonic sect with just one move. After instructing Xing Hongxian to find a place to hide, he continued rushing towards the main peak. At this time, the system indicated that Xing Hongxuan's favorability towards him had risen to 6 stars. Hanju couldn't help but give a bitter smile. My damn charm and strength. At this moment, atop the main peak, Li Qingzi, the Supreme Elder, and Xishuan Fairy, among others, were all heavily injured. Li Qingzi and the Supreme Elder were in the worst condition. Duan Tongtian looked down on everyone from above, and the next second, he appeared in front of Xishuan Fairy. Is this all the strength the Jade Pure sect has? Back in the day, my demonic sect only killed some people for our goo cultivation, and yet, we've been targeted for 100 years. Now that I am in the spirit transformation stage, who dares to block us? Using the cultivators of your entire sect for our goo cultivation will surely increase our sect's strength significantly. Then, the #1 sect in the Great Swallow Dynasty will be ours. Ha ha ha. Xishuan Fairy, aren't you going to give up yet? Guess how many people from the Jade Pure sect are still alive? After saying this, he raised his hand to deliver a fatal blow to Xishuan Fairy. At this critical moment, Hanju timely appeared and rescued Xishuan Fairy. It was the first time he saw her in such a sorry state. He asked with concern, Master, are you alright? Xishuan Fairy, upon seeing Hanju, also widened her eyes, but the next second, she punched him in the face. What are you doing here? Run. Listen to me. Flee as far as you can. From now on, you are no longer a disciple of the Jade Pure sect. Duan Tongtian felt ignored, which made him furiously embarrassed. Kid, you've got guts. If you kneel and kowtow 3 times, I'll spare your life and even give you a chance to join the Azure Nether Demon sect. At this time, the system also popped up 2 options. However, Hanju was not influenced by these choices. The reason he came here was that he had already made up his mind. He stepped closer to Duan Tongtian, his blood boiling. Even a survivor cultivator has his own passion. Just then, a voice suddenly said, Loki, so you are here. Zhang Kunmo fiercely appeared behind Hanju. Duan Tongtian laughed. There's no need for me to make a move. With Elder Zhang Kunmo's strength, he alone could crush you all. However, as soon as his words fell, Zhang Kunmo was sent flying out like a cannonball. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. Hanju, however, smiled at Duan Tongtian. Are you ready? It's time to send you on your way. Meanwhile, the blasted Zhang Kunmo struggled up from the ground, furiously roaring, Loki, I'll kill you, abyssal demon lamp. With your souls, I shall pay homage to my disciple, Chinsantian. Disciple, do you see? I am avenging you. He summoned his most powerful magical treasure and charged at Hanju. Hanju, however, slowly raised his left hand, extending just his index finger. 3 pure shadow sword. In just an instant, the once invincible elder of the Azure Nether Demon sect had his head exploded by Hanju's attack. Everyone was frightened by this strike. At this moment, Duan Tongtian was wearing a mocking smile. To be so young and yet able to slay an elder of my sect with a sword, why not join our demonic sect? Wealth, partners, methods, and territory, I can give them all to you. Before he could finish speaking, 3 sword shadows had already arrived in front of Duan Tongtian. But the next second, a red shield appeared in front of him, blocking the 3 sword shadows. Seeing his 3 pure shadow sword blocked so easily, Hanju was puzzled. What exactly is behind him? Behind me is the innate black magnet. This treasure can absorb spiritual power and is immune to most attacks. Unless your spiritual power is stronger than mine, you cannot touch me. I have already given you a chance. Blame your own presumption. Do you really think I would cherish talent? The world does not lack geniuses. Why are true geniuses so rare in this world? It's because they survive on their own abilities. The rest perish halfway, just like you will. As he spoke, Duan Tongtian suddenly released the terrifying pressure of the spirit transformation stage, enveloping the entire Jade Pure sect. In an instant, all the fighting disciples of the Jade Pure sect were shocked and looked towards the main peak. I will let all members of the Jade Pure sect die before your eyes. I want to see how you plan to protect the Jade Pure sect. At this moment, Hanju had already drawn his sword. Enough talk. Are you done? Do you have any last words? As he spoke, Hanju raised the sword in his hand, preparing to unleash a divine ability. Duan Tongtian laughed wildly. Last words? Save them for yourself. But suddenly, he could no longer laugh. As Hanju released his divine ability, Duan Tongtian realized he was locked onto, unable to move even a fraction. This divine ability was Hanju's heaven-punishing demon god sword. As the sword energy swept over, Duan Tongtian evaporated as if under intense heat, dissipating between heaven and earth. Everyone was scared out of their wits, not knowing how many times today alone. Nascent soul-slaying spirit transformation. That's truly badass. However, at this moment, Hanju sensed that Duan Tongtian's primordial spirit had escaped. This hidden danger must not remain. He immediately pursued the primordial spirit. At this moment, atop a pile of ruins, Duan Tongtian's primordial spirit was trembling incessantly. Lucky I ran fast. Who exactly is this person? Loki! This voice suddenly scared Duan Tongtian tremendously. Hanju had appeared behind Duan Tongtian without him knowing when. The 100-year struggle between the Jade Pure sect and the Azure Nether Demon sect ends today. He raised his left hand and used the divine ability of the 6 realms of reincarnation, 6 paths soul absorption. Duan Tongtian immediately began to scream in agony. Loki, I won't let you off even as a ghost. The monster-taming demon sect won't let you off. After a few shouts, his primordial spirit was refined by Hanju. Hanju was puzzled. What the heck is the monster-taming demon sect? 2 system notifications were heard. You have successfully killed a spirit transformation cultivator and obtained a spirit controlling pill. Xiao has developed hatred towards you, with a current hatred level of 5 stars. Hanju was baffled. Who is Xiao? He immediately opened the relationship list and found that Xiao was at the 2nd level of the Fusion Void realm. Hanju was speechless. I knew there would be older ones coming to cause trouble. At this moment, everyone suddenly noticed that the innate black magnet left by Duan Tongtian was emitting an anomaly. A thick smoke emerged from the innate black magnet, and shortly after, a figure appeared from within the smoke. Fellow Taoist, truly a splendid divine ability. Nascent soul-slaying spirit transformation has broadened my horizons. Hanju was about to strike with his sword, but the other party said, it's futile. I am a great cultivator of the Fusion Void realm. Your divine ability cannot slay spirits like ours. If only Duan Tongtian had bought a bit more time, I would never covered just this much. Hearing this, Master Jingxu was shocked. Fusion Void? Who are you? I am Xiao, an elder of the monster-taming demon sect from the northern province. My sect has planned for many years, but did not account for your variable. I'll remember this debt. Are you saying that Duan Tongtian was merely stalling for time, actually for your sake? Of course, that waste told me no one in the Jade Pure sect was his match, allowing me to. At this point, Xiao realized, kid, are you trying to trick information out of me? Seeing that your primordial spirit is different from ordinary ones, could it be that your physical body has been damaged or even destroyed, right? Xiao scoffed. You're not qualified to know. I simply disdain to bully the younger generation. That's all. I've already sent the message back to the demon sect. Wait for the monster-taming demon sect's retaliation. With that, Xiao disappeared. Only then did Li Qingzi understand. No wonder the Azure Nether Demon sect plotted against the Myriad Demon realm. It was all arranged by the monster-taming demon sect. The top priority now is to eradicate all the demon cultivators within the sect. Hanju, I need your help. While speaking, Li Qingzi realized that Hanju was completely ignoring him and went straight to Sichuan Fairy to heal her wounds. Li Qingzi was speechless. Han, your master's injuries aren't that serious. Hearing Li Qingzi ask him to eradicate the demonic sect, Hanju immediately refused without a second thought. No way, my master is the most important. If you want to go, you go. Joking aside, if I were to take down the entire demonic sect, wouldn't that make me too famous? Fame is something I'd like to avoid. Sichuan Fairy's lips curved slightly upon hearing this. At this moment, the other elders present cast envious glances toward Sichuan Fairy. Elder Dao Lei then asked Hanju, fellow Taoist, what is your background? With your abilities, you surely can't be a disciple cultivated by our Jade Pure sect alone. A chance encounter doesn't necessarily mean we've met before. You only need to know that I am now a disciple of the Jade Pure sect, and I will not harm the Jade Pure sect, Hanju replied. As they were talking, other elders from the demonic sect rushed over, but they couldn't find Duan Tongtian anywhere. Instead, they found Zhang Kunmo's body. Li Qingzi then utilized all his spiritual energy, his voice echoing throughout the entire Jade Pure sect. The leader of the demonic sect, Duan Tongtian, is dead. Disciples of the Jade Pure sect, hear my command. Exterminate all demon demon cultivators within the sect. Upon hearing that their leader was dead, the members of the demonic sect were so frightened that they fled in all directions. The disciples of the Jade Pure sect were greatly encouraged and chased after the fleeing demonic cultivators, beating them like stray dogs. Seeing the demon cultivators scattering, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Li Qingzi then turned to Hanju with a fervent look in his eyes. Fellow elders, I believe everyone present has seen Hanju's strength. Given his performance today, from now on, Hanju will be the vice sect leader of the Jade Pure sect. As for me, my cultivation can no longer make any breakthroughs. The future of the Jade Pure sect will depend on the younger generation. Hanju has great potential and fully qualifies for this position. I suppose there are no objections. Suddenly, a voice rang out. I object. The voice came from Hanju himself. I only wish to cultivate in peace. Being a vice sect leader is so tiresome. Where would I find the time to cultivate? Hearing this, Li Qingzi couldn't help feeling conflicted. In the end, it was the Supreme Elder who suggested, then let him be a nominal elder. He will enjoy the same stipend as the sect leader, and unless the sect is in trouble, no one is allowed to disturb him on ordinary days. Upon hearing this, Hanju immediately nodded in satisfaction. This is exactly what I like. Speaking of which, that person was at the Fusion Void Realm, could he not? It's alright. As you guessed earlier, he indeed only has his primordial spirit left. Duan Tongtian probably promised to help him recover his physical body in exchange for a breakthrough opportunity. The reason for the delay might have been to use some secret method to absorb the spiritual energy and vitality of the Jade Pure sect. Moreover, the northern province is as far from us as the ends of the earth. Even if he comes over, our allies of the righteous path won't let him cause chaos. Yet, Hanju still felt insecure. Better to continue my secluded cultivation and surpass the Fusion Void Realm as soon as possible. After the battle between the Jade Pure sect and the Azure Nether Demon sect concluded, tales of a mysterious powerful being quietly spread within the Jade Pure sect. In this moment of crisis for the Jade Pure sect, we were fortunate to have our god-slaying elder. With a single sword strike, he vanquished a spirit transformation, turning peril into safety. Hearing what Shishuan Fairy had said, a wave of fanboys and fangirls for the god-slaying elder immediately emerged among the audience. Our sect actually hides a spirit transformation realm powerhouse. Starting today, the god-slaying elder is my idol. Any sisters interested in joining the god-slaying fan group? I heard he's super handsome. After letting everyone leave, Shishuan Fairy kept Hanju behind. After a moment of silence between them, Shishuan Fairy spoke softly. Don't you have anything to say? Hanju was puzzled. What should I say? Tell me who you really are. What is your purpose in the Jade Pure sect? Li Qingzi might not care, but as your master, I need to understand clearly. No wonder you never needed my teachings. Should I call you fellow Taoist Han from now on? Hanju was speechless. You should have already understood my background from Brother Tai. Do you not believe in my talent? Shishuan Fairy narrowed her eyes slightly. Even if you have exceptional talent, where did you get those techniques from? Hanju then realized, nascent soul-slaying spirit transformation is too outrageous. No one would believe it if I told them. Plus, I've always kept a low profile but managed to acquire top-notch resources. Even a fool would see something's amiss. Eventually, Hanju thought of a suitable excuse and thus began his story. Once upon a time, there was a child who loved drinking beast milk and lived carefree every day. One day, under a charred old willow tree struck by lightning, he found a ring, intent on turning it over to the local constable. As he picked up the ring without greed, suddenly, an immortal popped out from it. The immortal took one look at him and wanted to take him as a disciple. Seeing your extraordinary bones, you must be a rare genius. Our meeting is fated. Here, I have a yellow rank technique to give to you. Since then, the immortal would often teach me techniques through dreams, saying that I was destined to become a celestial being. But fate is filled with hardships, so I secluded myself daily, daring not to cause trouble. As he fabricated this, Hanju thought, the more I make up, the more outrageous it becomes. Master probably won't believe it, right? To his surprise, Shishuan Fairy actually believed it. So that's how it is. There have indeed been such precedents. Given that, why did you step forward at that time? The Jade Pure sect hasn't treated you well, and I believe you don't really consider the Jade Pure sect as your home. Indeed, I've lived for 100 years, and there aren't many people I care about. By chance, they are all in the Jade Pure sect. The most important person among them wanted to live and die together with the Jade Pure sect. At that moment, the system sent a notification. Shishuan Fairy's favorability towards you has increased to 3.5 stars. Even Shishuan Fairy was pleasantly moved by that statement. She quickly changed the subject. So, what are your plans moving forward? Continue with your seclusion? Yes. Who knows when that Fusion Void Realm demon will come to attack? I need to strengthen myself as fast as I can. With that, Shishuan Fairy allowed Hanju to leave. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Hanju thought about the difference in the elder's attitudes towards him before and now. Is this what they call showing off? This feeling is really quite delightful. Indeed, strength is respected above all. It seems that my decision to focus on cultivation was correct. I will continue to dedicate myself fully to cultivation. At this moment, Chan Yuer came over again, carrying a pile of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Junior brother, I'm here. The sect has collected quite a few items that can enhance the spiritual energy of your cave dwelling. I'll help you plant them. We also need to set up a spirit gathering array. Hanju was continuously grateful. Thank you so much, senior sister. Joking? You're now the god-slaying elder. Can I still call you my junior brother? Then, the system sent a notification. Your senior sister's favorability has reached 5.5 stars. The next second, Hanju suddenly pinned his senior sister against the wall. As long as senior sister seriously cultivates and doesn't slack off, you'll always be my senior sister. This move instantly made Chan Yuer's face turn bright red. I am cultivating, but I can't compare to junior brother. Hanju then whispered in Chan Yuer's ear, senior sister, I have a request. Without hesitation, Chan Yuer agreed. Tell me, I'll fulfill it. Hanju immediately revealed a cunning smile. Could you please set up another formation for the cave dwelling, fireproof, theft-proof, and senior sister-proof? Thank you. In the following 3 years, the Jade Pure sect relentlessly pursued the remnants of the Azure Nether Demon sect, which had been causing trouble for 100 years, until it was completely eradicated. The entire Great Swallow cultivation world was shocked. The title of the God-slaying elder also spread throughout the cultivation world. Hanju reached the second level of the nascent soul. At this moment, the system suddenly sent a message. A hidden achievement was completed. Duan Tongtian's death and the Azure Nether Demon sect's eradication, an additional reward was triggered. Besides the original reward of the spirit controlling pill, you have obtained a magical tool, the demon binding rope, and a spell manual, Myriad Thunderstorm. One day, thunderclouds suddenly gathered above the inner sect of the Jade Pure sect, terrifying heavenly might enveloping the 18 peaks, causing everyone to feel a chill down their spine. The elders thought another attack from the demonic sect was imminent and prepared for battle. However, the Supreme Elder, with a glint of gold in his eyes, looked towards the clouds and calmly stated, no need to worry. I used the energy observation technique to check. The source is from Hanju's area. Hearing this, the elders relaxed. Then it's nothing to worry about. Everyone, go back to your homes. At this time, over at Hanju's location, the cause of such a commotion was him practicing the newly acquired spell, Myriad Thunderstorm. This thunderous spell could summon the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to unleash a world-ending thunderstorm. Feeling the power of this spell, Hanju was delighted. Finally, I have a skill for widespread damage. Just then, Li Qingzi sought out Hanju, smiling and saying he had something to discuss. When they arrived at Hanju's cave dwelling, Li Qingzi offered, Elder Han, if you have any needs, just speak up. I've already informed all the elders. Your minor issues are major issues for the Jade Pure sect. This cave dwelling is indeed a bit small. How about moving to Main Peak for cultivation? It's spacious and comfortable there. Seeing the ill-intention look in Li Qingzi's eyes, Hanju immediately refused without a second thought. Seeing Hanju's refusal, Li Qingzi did not insist further and even mentioned, as for your innate cave dwelling, the sect will allocate its best resources to remodel it for you. He then revealed his real purpose for the visit. Elder Han, would you be willing to take on a disciple? Hearing this, Hanju was taken aback. This individual has exceptional talent. Elder Han, you only need to provide some guidance when you have the time. Li Qingzi gestured, and a young man walked in from outside. At that moment, the system suddenly notified, innate destiny individual detected. Immediately, all the information about this person appeared before Hanju's eyes. Yang Tiandong, bearing the bloodline of a demonic sage, was born half human, half demon, with unparalleled talent. However, in his youth, he once lost control and transformed into a demon, injuring his fellow sect members. He was imprisoned by the Azure Nether Demon sect and was fortunately rescued by the Jade Pure sect. Upon seeing this, Hanju couldn't help but think, another protagonist template. Reluctantly, Hanju agreed. Taking on a disciple is fine. However, he must be allowed to choose any cultivation technique from the Jade Pure sect. I will only be responsible for teaching spells and divine abilities. Li Qingzi readily agreed and then brought over a large box. These are tokens representing your status as the God-slaying elder. You can give them to your disciples in the future. Seeing this, Hanju was speechless. Is this so I can recruit a whole platoon of disciples? Before Hanju could say anything, Li Qingzi hurriedly left. Hanju then turned to Yang Tiandong. I have already deduced your background. Your name is Yang Tiandong, half human, half demon, and you were imprisoned by the Azure Nether Demon sect, right? Upon hearing this, Yang Tiandong looked up in astonishment, shocked. Li Qingzi had specifically instructed him not to reveal his past to Hanju, but Hanju had directly deduced it. Yang Tiandong was thoroughly impressed with his new master. You could even deduce this. I admire you. At this moment, the system notified that Yang Tiandong's favorability towards me had increased to 3 stars. Hanju was secretly pleased. I have the system. What don't I know? Immediately, Hanju handed him a token. Alright, take good care of this token. Find a place to meditate and cultivate. Unexpectedly, Yang Tiandong suddenly said, Master, I have a request. My father left behind a profound skill that can only be cultivated at the spirit transformation level. With my limited talent, I beg Master to teach me. Then, Yang Tiandong handed over a red feather. Seeing the feather, Hanju was greatly shocked. This is. Upon taking the feather from Yang Tiandong, Hanju discovered that his spiritual sense was blocked by it. It seems that to access the skill inside, one must have the spiritual spiritual sense of the spirit transformation level. He then waved his hand. I will study it first. The path of cultivation requires the will to endure hardship. Cultivate your spiritual power for 10 years, and then I will teach you spells. Yang Tiandong respectfully said, Thank you, master. Wait, 10 years? Nothing. I will begin cultivating. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. During these 10 years, Hanju also reached the 4th level of the nascent soul. When he opened his eyes to look at his soul disciple, he found Yang Tiandong looking at him with a sense of grievance, as if he had grown birds on his head. Master, you're finally awake. I've been sitting motionless for 10 years. I'm about to develop hemorrhoids. Seeing this, Hanju couldn't help but feel embarrassed. However, seeing him progress from the 1st level of foundation establishment to the 6th level in 10 years, he does have some ability. He then asked, Disciple, how do you feel about these 10 years? Replying to Master, the disciple has greatly benefited from the hard cultivation over these 10 years, and has even comprehended many truths. Hanju couldn't help but scoff internally, fooling around. I've been in seclusion for so many years and haven't comprehended any profound truths. Then he stretched lazily. Since that's the case, you should go out and complete some tasks. Hearing he could finally leave, Yang Tiandong was extremely excited. Really? I can go out? That's great. What task? I remember there's a monthly contribution leaderboard at the Sex Mission Tower. Return when you become first on the monthly board. The joy on Yang Tiandong's face instantly turned to despair. What? First on the monthly board? Who knows how long that will take? But before Yang Tiandong could say anything more, Hanju kicked him out of the cave dwelling. After finally sending Yang Tiandong away, Hanju took out the red feather. He decided to start unraveling the feather's seal now. He took out the spirit-controlling pill he had obtained earlier, which was specifically meant to enhance spiritual sense. Hanju immediately consumed all of it. After absorbing it, he felt his spiritual sense had strengthened more than tenfold. He projected his spiritual sense into the feather again. The previous resistance re-emerged, but this time, his spiritual sense collided with it and broke through the barrier in just a few seconds. Suddenly, countless golden symbols engulfed Hanju. At the foot of the Jade Pure Sect mountain, Mafuchu was leading a group of children towards the sect. He was now responsible for recruiting new disciples. Seeing them reminded him of his own early days in the Jade Pure Sect, which brought a smile to his face. Suddenly, a whooshing sound was heard, and a bamboo arrow shot from the shadows towards Mafuchu. He instinctively dodged, but the bamboo arrow exploded not far from him, releasing a cloud of poison. Everyone, back off. We're under attack. Then, a figure clad in a straw raincoat, wielding dual blades, attacked Mafuchu. Mafuchu managed to block the strike and repelled the attacker several meters away. However, another assailant appeared behind him and stabbed Mafuchu's shoulder with a spear. Seeing Mafuchu wounded, everyone was extremely worried. A man in a straw raincoat spoke in a deep voice, Everyone, kneel down and don't move. We're only after Mafuchu. If you interfere, none of you will leave alive. Injured and on the edge of a critical hit, Mafuchu dared not act rashly. Who are you? Heavenly stars and earthly fiends. Raincoat ghost. All we can tell you is that a great calamity is coming for the Jade Pure Sect. At that moment, everyone felt the ground shake. A giant, whose upper body was submerged in the sea of clouds, appeared. It was Hanju. He was using the divine ability he had learned from the feather, as heaven and earth, to forge a physical body from vital energy. When fully mastered, one could have a body tens of thousands of meters tall. He shouted, You dare to capture my Jade Pure Sect's disciples right at our doorstep? The two individuals in straw raincoats were petrified upon seeing the gigantic Hanju. Hanju felt secretly delighted. This is heaven and earth ability is perfect for showing off. It's not just imposing, but also has top-tier destructive power. As Hanju charged towards them, the two were frozen in fear, even attempting to use Mafuchu as a hostage. However, Hanju ignored them completely, swinging his mountainous fist towards them. The other members of the Jade Pure Sect were stunned, crying out, We're on the same side. But just as the fist was about to hit them, it vanished into thin air. Mafuchu saw a figure flash by his side, and the next second, there were two screams. When Mafuchu turned back, the assailants had disappeared, leaving everyone bewildered, not understanding what had happened. By then, Mafuchu knew who the rescuer was. Who else could instantly defeat two golden core experts but him? Realizing this, Mafuchu yelled at the stunned disciples nearby, What are you standing around for? Heal me! At this moment, inside the main hall of the Jade Pure Sect's main peak, the door was suddenly kicked open. Li Qingzi, frightened, hastily attempted to destroy any sensitive documents. The two individuals in straw raincoats were thrown inside. These two tried to capture Mafuchu. I'm leaving them to you. The newcomer was Hanju. When Li Qingzi saw the straw hats and dual blades, his face immediately turned pale. A straw raincoat fades into the distance. Dual blades that could slay the righteous path's immortals. The Supreme Elder emerged out of nowhere. If I'm not mistaken, these should be members of the Raincoat Holy Church. 1,000 years ago, the Raincoat Holy Church once dominated the Great Swallow cultivation world. They were driven into hiding by a coalition of the righteous path for harming various sects' geniuses. Recently, they have resurfaced and captured many talented disciples from the righteous path. They seem to have access to a lot of our information. The disciples they've captured are all all geniuses. We suspect there's a traitor in our sect capable of gathering intelligence, either from the Morning Sun Pavilion or from within our own high ranks. We shouldn't jump to conclusions. This demonic cult has lain low for thousands of years and now suddenly emerges. They surely have significant schemes afoot. At this moment, Hanju asked, what about the strength of the Raincoat Holy Church? Do they have any fusion void realm cultivators? There are definitely spirit transformation level cultivators. As for the fusion void, it's unclear. Hearing this, Hanju immediately thought of fleeing. Elder Han, there's no time to delay. I need to visit other sects with Li Qingzi personally to unite the righteous factions. The safety of the Jade Pure sect during this period is entrusted to you. As soon as the Supreme Elder finished speaking, the system popped up with options. 1. Refuse the request and leave the Jade Pure sect, obtaining a youth-preserving pill. 2. Accept the request, continue cultivating, and defend the Jade Pure sect. Ensure the sect remains safe until the sect leader returns, obtaining a spell manual and a spirit transformation realm cultivation elixir. Upon seeing the system's choices, he immediately chose the second option. As long as I don't have to leave, everything is negotiable. Hearing Hanju actually agreed, both were overjoyed. Thus, 6 more years passed, and Hanju broke through to the 5th level of the nascent soul, extending his lifespan to 1,080 years. Only then did he remember his own disciple. It seems like it's been a long time since I've heard from him. Was asking him to be first on the monthly board too much? He then checked his social circle to see if there were any updates from his disciple. It's all news about attacks by the Raincoat Holy Church. My disciple has also been captured by the Raincoat Holy Church. No wonder there's been no news. Logically, as a master, it's only right for me to rescue him in times of trouble. But Hanju immediately dismissed the idea. Hanju would not take risks. This is definitely a trap. Sorry, my dear disciple, your master is powerless. I can only wish you fend for yourself and have a better life in your next life. Since I'm not going out, then as an elder, I should do something for the sect, at least to justify the sect's investment in me. At that moment, Hanju suddenly thought Li Qingzi had suspected there was a spy among the elders. Could there be members of the Raincoat Holy Church inside the Jade Pure sect? Just as he thought this, the system suddenly popped up with a red character relationship. Looking up, it's Dao Lei. So the traitor is him, a secret steward for the Raincoat Holy Church, at the 7th level of the nascent soul realm. He's been hiding deep. No wonder after saving the Jade Pure sect that day, he was the only high-ranking member who didn't show any fondness for me. I thought he was just being aloof, but he turned out to be a spy. However, both the sect leader and the Supreme Elder away from the sect, the only one I can trust now is my master. Immediately, Hanju went to see Sichuan Fairy. I have discovered that there's a spy from the Raincoat Holy Church among the elders. How should we resolve this? Sichuan Fairy directly asked. Who is it? Dao Lei from Thunder Peak. Hanju was thinking about how to convince his master when Sichuan Fairy simply said 2 words, kill him. Hearing this, Hanju was bewildered. They must have some personal grudge. She's decided on execution without even asking for evidence. I've long noticed something wrong with him. Since even you say so, it must be true. There's no need to inform the other elders. Let's go directly to Thunder Peak. Soon, the two arrived at Thunder Peak. Dao Lei was preparing to greet them, but before he could speak, the 3 pure shadow sword pierced through Dao Lei's chest, pinning him to the wall of the main hall. Dao Lei was extremely frightened. What does this mean? Hanju appeared emotionlessly in front of Dao Lei. Someone has accused you of being a secret steward for the Raincoat Holy Church. The recent incidents involving our disciples cannot be disconnected from you. Today, I shall eliminate the menace for the Jade Pure sect and avenge those missing talented disciples. Dao Lei was shocked. He immediately detonated himself, transforming into lightning in an attempt to flee the Grand Hall. However, Hanju simply raised his right hand and cast Myriad Thunderstorm. Instantly, countless bolts of lightning filled the entire hall. When the smoke cleared, only Dao Lei's primordial spirit remained, as his physical body had been destroyed. He hastily pleaded for mercy from Hanju. Han, Elder Han, please spare me. I confess. I'll confess everything. Hanju wouldn't leave himself a future threat. He ended him with a 9 dragons demon subduing seal. The cleanup was left to Sichuan Fairy. As the disciples of Thunder Peak noticed the commotion and rushed over, Sichuan Fairy calmly told them, after investigation by the god-slaying elder, it has been found that Thunder Peak's elder Dao Lei was a secret steward for the Raincoat Holy Church. He has been executed, but the disciples simply couldn't believe it. When other elders heard about this, they also questioned Sichuan Fairy. He has been diligent for so many years, and he's a traitor. Is there any evidence? However, when Sichuan Fairy presented Dao Lei's storage ring, and everyone saw the correspondence between him and the Raincoat Holy Church, the elders finally realized the truth. They were also terrified by Hanju's formidable abilities. At this time, Hanju was lying on a large tree, reviewing his relationship list. Fortunately, only Dao Lei among the elders was a spy, but at the steward level, it's a whole different story. Aside from the Raincoat Holy Church, there are spies from both righteous and demonic paths, as well as some cultivation families. Hanju was dumbfounded. It's like a sieve. To avoid alarming them, I'll just memorize the names for now and deal with them later. Just then, the system suddenly notified him of an innate destiny individual. Hanju was astonished when he saw the information about this person. Compared to this, my disciple's bloodline is trash. He was also shocked. Do these individuals really exist? The next second, Hanju approached an old man pulling a cart, blocking his path. Old man, could you give me one of those chicks? However, the old man stated, this is to be delivered to the inner sect. At this point, Hanju presented his token as the God-slaying elder. It's fine. I am the Jade Pure Sect's God-slaying elder. If they ask, just say I took one of your chicks. The old man was surprised and quickly let Hanju choose as he pleased. Opening the chicken cage, Hanju's eyes immediately spotted the distinct little black chicken. This chicken was the innate destiny individual, the Dark Prison Chicken, a reincarnation of a demonic saint from the upper realms. Originally the Dark Prison Phoenix, having killed countless beings and offended the heavens, it was executed by the celestial court. Its soul entered the cycle of reincarnation and was reborn in the mortal world. Its soul will continually transform its body until it fully turns back into the Dark Prison Phoenix. Currently, it's in the form of a chick with the intelligence of a 2-year-old child. Hanju became excited. This chick, I'll take it. When the sect leader and the Supreme Elder returned, Sichuan Fairy couldn't help but laugh upon seeing them. Master, senior brother, you finally returned. You both look quite happy. Was the journey smooth? The two thought Sichuan Fairy was showing concern for them, which made them quite happy. Then, Sichuan Fairy informed them about the incident with Dao Lei. They were so angry that they wished they could whip his corpse. With the successful return of Li Qingzi and the sect leader, Hanju also received rewards from the system. The Wind God Technique, a wind element spell allowing one to ride the winds and even transform one's body into wind, and 12 spirit transformation spirit concentration pills, superior cultivation elixirs for the spirit transformation realm. After bringing the little black chicken back to his cave dwelling, Hanju made a considerable effort to teach it how to absorb energy. It took a great deal of effort to teach it and to have it use energy absorption to alleviate hunger. Hanju was relieved. Otherwise, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in his cave dwelling would have been devoured by it sooner or later. Xing Hongxian also mentioned, my husband, you needn't worry. I've obtained quite a few heavenly materials and earthly treasures during my travels, all of which I've planted for you. Not only these, but I also have a big gift for you. Guess what it is? Without thinking, Hanju guessed it was a storage ring, and surprisingly, he guessed correctly. Last month, when she and her fellow disciples went out for experience, they encountered a battle between righteous and demonic factions. After defeating the demonic cult together, they conveniently took a storage ring. Finding it contained many treasures, she immediately decided to bring it to Hanju. See, going out for cultivation experience isn't without rewards. With your strength, you'll definitely thrive. However, Hanju refused. Forget it. You keep the storage ring for yourself. I just want to live a peaceful life. Face reality. The Jade Pure Sect can't protect you forever. There are countless sects stronger than the Jade Pure Sect beyond your imagination. So, where does the Jade Pure Sect rank in the Great Swallow cultivation world? The Great Swallow cultivation world has over 20 sects. Among the righteous path, there are 12. The Jade Pure Sect could be considered in the top 5. Hearing this, Hanju thought, only the top 5? No wonder the Jade Pure Sect has so many enemies. Xing Hongxian continued, actually, the difference in strength among most sects isn't significant, mainly because there's no martial competition to determine the real rankings. By the way, a prominent figure has recently emerged in the Vermilion Bird sect, named Huang Jihao. He killed a nascent soul-old monster when he was only at the Golden Core realm. Now, he's likely achieved spirit transformation. It's said he wants to challenge all the sects in the Great Swallow cultivation world. What if he really comes to our Jade Pure Sect? You can't possibly not take action, right, God-slaying elder? Hearing this, Hanju was utterly speechless inside. What does the God-slaying elder's business have to do with me? Hanju, why is there always such a battle-crazed fanatic wherever I go? He then asked, has Huang Jihao killed anyone? No, he hasn't. After all, the Vermilion Bird sect is also a righteous sect. Hearing this, Hanju immediately relaxed. Let him come then. I, Han, am always ready to welcome him. A year later, in a forest a few miles away from the Jade Pure sect, Yi San Lang, a steward of the Raincoat Holy Church, was waiting for Dao Lei. Puzzled, he thought, I've been waiting for over a month. Why hasn't he arrived? Rumors had it that the Jade Pure sect's God-slaying elder was extremely fierce, slapping even dogs he encountered. Yet, other rumors described him as exceedingly cautious, and he had never been seen. If it weren't for him guarding the Jade Pure sect, Yi San Lang would have ventured into the Jade Pure sect long ago. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared behind Yi San Lang. Are you Steward Yi of the Raincoat Holy Church? The newcomer was Hanju. Thanks to periodically using the system to detect strong individuals nearby, he had discovered Yi San Lang. He told Yi San Lang, I am a direct disciple of Dao Lei. Recently, Dao Lei has been targeted by the sect leader and couldn't get away, so he specially sent me to take over. However, Yi San Lang suddenly struck Hanju's chest with a palm. Our secret signal isn't that. Secondly, including the spy himself, no one knows his identity. To Yi San Lang's surprise, not only was Hanju unharmed by his palm strike, but Yi San Lang himself was also repelled by the force. Yi San Lang was shocked. What's going on? I couldn't breach his defense. I was repelled with just one exchange. This level of power I've only seen in our leader. You're clearly only at the 9th level of the Foundation establishment realm. How can you be so strong? Suddenly, he thought of someone at the 9th level of the Foundation establishment. Could it be? His face turned pale with fear, and he turned to flee. This is trouble. To deal with the God-slaying elder, we'd need to mobilize half of our high-level forces at all costs. The information must be sent, but before he could get far, Hanju eliminated him with a heaven-punishing demon god sword. His primordial spirit barely had a chance to escape before it was locked down by Hanju using Myriad Thunderstorm. Speak. What exactly is the Raincoat Holy Church planning? It turned out that their plan, before swallowing up sects, was to capture the geniuses within those sects and bring them to concentration camps. Once a sect was destroyed, these geniuses, having nowhere else to go, would have no choice but to join them. At that moment, Hanju coldly asked, "Are you targeting only the Jade Pure sect or the entire cultivation world?" "The entire cultivation world." Hanju continued, "You're quite bold. Does the Raincoat Holy Church have any cultivators in the spirit transformation or fusion void realm?" "There are those in the spirit transformation realm, but as for the fusion void realm, I don't know. With the Raincoat Holy Church being so strong, why stay hidden? Where are all the geniuses from various sects being held?" Yisan Lang, looking miserable, responded, "I'm just an ordinary steward. I don't know these things. A nascent soul 7th level cultivator is just an ordinary steward? This church is terrifying." At this point, Yisan Lang, trembling, pleaded, "Senior, I won't dare anymore. Please spare me." But at that moment, Hanju suddenly received a system notification. Yisan Lang's hatred towards you has reached 6 stars. Hanju sighed internally. "You've chosen a dead-end path." He then spoke indifferently, "You may leave." Yisan Lang was overjoyed upon hearing this, but the next second, his primordial spirit was directly extinguished by Hanju. Not far away, Xing Hongxian unexpectedly found another storage ring. "Wow, I found another storage ring. I'll take it back to my husband." 2 years later, Li Qingzi came to Hanju's cave dwelling. "I have a favor to ask of Elder Han. We've located where the Raincoat Holy Church is holding the geniuses. The terrain is easy to defend, but hard to attack. We will handle the frontal assault while you cut in to take their heads." However, Hanju refused without a second thought. "I think it's inappropriate. What if it's a ploy to draw the tiger away from the mountain? What if the Raincoat Holy Church sends a spirit transformation cultivator to attack the Jade Pure sect while I'm away? Can you hold them off? Remember, a nascent soul 7th level cultivator is only a steward in the Raincoat Holy Church." Li Qingzi, realizing Hanju's reasoning was sound, said, "Indeed, then I'll handle it myself. The safety of the Jade Pure sect will be in your hands, Elder Han." Hanju immediately stated, "Unless faced with a fusion void realm powerhouse, no one can think of attacking the Jade Pure sect." With Hanju's assurance, Li Qingzi left contentedly. After Li Qingzi departed, Hanju entered the simulation battlefield to test his limits. He chose Duan Tongtian as his opponent, setting his cultivation level to the 9th layer of spirit transformation. After the battle, Hanju exited the simulation, but his expression was grim. "A draw against the 9th layer spirit transformation realm, facing a fusion void realm, I'd be dead for sure. It seems I need to go into seclusion for cultivation immediately." He then checked his social circle to see updates, finding his poor disciple still getting beaten, silently praying, "Hold on, my disciple. I'll come to rescue you once I'm confident in my strength." Meanwhile, in a dark, dilapidated house, 4 individuals in straw raincoats were sitting together. They had been waiting for Yisan Lang's return for a long time and began to speculate if something had happened to him. Just then, the door was kicked open. As the straw raincoat individuals prepared to attack, the intruder mocked, "This is your level? I can't even be bothered to draw my sword." The few straw raincoat individuals were startled. "Who are you?" "I am Huang Jihao from the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. I'm here to challenge the Raincoat Holy Church. Tell me, where's your headquarters?" Upon realizing the visitor was Huang Jihao, the faces of the individuals changed drastically. In a moment of quick thinking, one of them said, "Our leader is currently in seclusion and won't be out anytime soon. Why don't you first challenge the Jade Pure sect? If you defeat that person, we will disclose the location of our holy church's main entrance to you." Huang Jihao was momentarily stunned. Challenge the Jade Pure sect? That declining sect poses no challenge. It's different now. Recently, the Jade Pure sect has produced a formidable individual known as the God-slaying Elder. He has slain a spirit transformation powerhouse with a single sword strike. His strength is unfathomable. However, Huang Jihao responded, "I have crossed swords with the sect leader and supreme elder of the Jade Pure sect. Their strength was mediocre, and I've never heard of any God-slaying elder." The members of the Raincoat sect hastily assured him, "Just ask around, and you'll know. We would never dare to deceive you. First, tell me the location of the Raincoat sect. I'll challenge the Jade Pure sect first, then head to the Raincoat sect." Upon hearing this, the members were stunned. They thought they could avoid a disaster, but to save their lives, they ultimately decided to compromise. The scene shifts to Hanju's cave dwelling. Chan Yuer came to visit again that day. When she saw the chick, she was instantly charmed and rushed towards the chick, now nearly as tall as a person. Hanju warned Chan Yuer not to mess it up. "This is my precious mount." Chan Yuer laughed. Using using a chicken as a mount. You're really something. I must say, every time I see your face, it's a pleasure. And with your talents, I'm curious about your parents. They must be extraordinary, right? Hanju replied calmly. They were just ordinary people. Over 100 years have passed. They're probably long gone. The moment they abandoned me, we no longer had any familial bonds. Even old Tai showed more responsibility than them. He then swiftly changed the subject. If there's something you want to say, just say it. Junior brother Han, do you know about Elder Guan? He's our master's third senior brother. Hanju responded, I don't know him. 300 years ago, he had to leave for refuge because he offended someone. Recently, there have been rumors that he's coming back. Haven't the elders told you? Hanju casually cleaned his ears. Anyway, it's none of my business. It's said that Elder Guan's return is to vie for the position of sect leader. That's also sect leader Li's problem. Let him worry about it. Elder Guan is said to be quite fond of our master. Maybe he will become our master's cultivation partner. Hearing this, Hanju's expression changed immediately. So, what's Elder Guan's strength like? It's said that he gained fortune outside the Great Swallow and has achieved spirit transformation. Finally, the sect has such a powerful figure coming. The elders are celebrating with fireworks. Hearing this, Hanju said, I got it. Sister, you can go back first. Chan Yuer sensed that something was off with Hanju and hurriedly left. Watching Chan Yuer's departing figure, Hanju said, please relay a message to sect leader Li. I will ensure his position as sect leader remains secure. His gaze became complex. A battle with Elder Guan seems inevitable, but right now, the most troublesome is Huang Jihao, with his profound comprehension of the sword path. It turned out that the system had just detected an innate destiny individual nearby, who was Huang Jihao. At this moment, Hanju also felt a headache coming on, triggering a system quest that could reward a spiritual treasure. Hanju decided to engage in a simulation trial first. However, after 5 minutes, Hanju defeated the target. Attempting again, it took only 2 minutes this time. Hanju became distressed. I can't defeat him instantly, as expected of someone with an innate sword heart, to last 2 minutes against me. It seems difficult to avoid making a big scene this time. It's already too late. I have to intercept him halfway. Otherwise, it'll be hard to act low-key once he reaches the sect. At the base of the Jade Pure sect, Huang Jihao was slowly making his way. Suddenly, he discovered a person leaning against a large tree. Foundation Establishment Realm 9th level? I didn't sense him. This young man is interesting. As he looked at Hanju, under the system's curse charm boost, Huang Jihao almost swayed, delicate and attractive, graceful and slim, with soft, tender lips that seem breakable by a blow, and hair that dances with the hormones of youth. Truly, he looks remarkably handsome. Just then, Hanju suddenly received a system notification. Huang Jihao's favorability towards you has risen to 2 stars. He immediately felt goosebumps all over. What the hell is this? I haven't done anything. How did he suddenly start liking me? At that moment, Huang Jihao spoke up. Kid, I've taken a liking to you. How about you become my disciple? Achieving nascent soul will be no difficult feat for you in the future. Hanju was instantly creeped out, feeling goosebumps. Did my ultimate charm get misused? Why does it always attract them? Hanju then asked in a serious tone, who are you, and why have you come to the Jade Pure sect? I am Huang Jihao of the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. Have you heard of me? I've come to the Jade Pure sect naturally to challenge your God-slaying elder. Why only challenge the God-slaying elder? What about the others in the Jade Pure sect? Your sect leader and the former sect leader have already been defeated by my hand. Originally, I couldn't be bothered with your sect, but the Raincoat Holy Church insisted I deal with your God-slaying elder before they would disclose their headquarters location to me. Hearing this, Hanju's hatred for the Raincoat Holy Church instantly escalated to 6 stars. Yet, Hanju continued to inquire, so, how strong is their leader? It seems like the God-slaying elder might not be a match for him. Their leader is very mysterious. I'm not clear on his strength. Do you have confidence in your abilities? Huang Jihao became impatient at this point. What's the use of asking so many questions? Are you going to become my disciple or not? Seeing Huang Jihao getting anxious, Hanju was amused. The fish has bitten the bait. Becoming your disciple is not a problem, but you must first catch my sword strike. If you do, I'll become your disciple. Hearing this, Huang Jihao laughed. You must not have heard of my reputation. I'll take your sword strike. If you can injure me in the slightest, I'll turn around, leave, and never bother the Jade Pure sect again in my life. Hearing this, Hanju was delighted. Then don't blame me for not holding back. When Hanju brought out the heaven-punishing demon god sword, Huang Jihao was immediately startled. This sword is no ordinary weapon. Instantly, the 6 types of spiritual power within Hanju erupted like a volcano. Huang Jihao's pupils dilated. This spiritual power. I've been duped. He immediately mobilized his spiritual power to form protective shields in front of him, but the black sword energy from Hanju's heaven-punishing demon god sword was already upon him. Huang Jihao couldn't hold it back. The protective shields shattered instantly. In a critical moment, he leaped to barely dodge the strike. The sword energy swept across, carving a massive trench in the ground. Huang Jihao was stunned. What kind of sword technique is this? No, this must be a divine ability. As Huang Jihao landed, Hanju couldn't help but tease. You really are exceptional in your reactions. The renowned Huang Jihao wouldn't go back on his word, right? Are you tricking me? Huang Jihao was shaking with anger, but soon calmed down. Even if that strike like wasn't a sneak attack. I couldn't have blocked it. Who exactly are you? You come looking for me and then ask who I am? Huang Jihao was taken aback, then closed his eyes to calm himself down. I said I wouldn't come back to the Jade Pure sect. That's true, but once you leave the Jade Pure sect, I will come to challenge you. After dropping these words, Huang Jihao left. Hanju couldn't help but sneer playfully. Wait for me to leave the Jade Pure sect? Can you afford to wait? As Huang Jihao walked away, fuming, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Suddenly, someone blocked his path. May I ask who you are? Why are you coming from the direction of the Jade Pure sect, acting all sneaky? You must be a heretic from an external sect. Huang Jihao was not in the mood to deal with him kindly. The man then said, catching you and bringing you back will surely earn me some merit. The elders will think more highly of me. Heh, who do you think you are? Frustrated and looking for an outlet, Huang Jihao, holding his sword, went on the attack. On the other hand, after defeating Huang Jihao, Hanju received a system reward, a 6th grade spiritual treasure, the Burn Evil Bell, capable of defending against all attacks below the Fusion Void realm. When infused with spiritual power, the bell's weight increases with the amount of power injected, until it becomes as heavy as a massive mountain. Hanju was instantly excited, wearing the mystical god robe, cloaked with the Burn Evil Bell. I am unmatched under the heavens. Just then, the voice of Sichuan Fairy came from outside the cave dwelling. Hanju hurriedly welcomed his master into the dwelling. This was the first time Sichuan Fairy had proactively sought out Hanju. Sichuan Fairy then took the initiative to speak to Hanju. Yuer has told you about my senior brother, Guan Yu Gang, right? I've heard a bit about him. He returned yesterday, but he encountered Huang Jihao near the Jade Pure sect and ended up severely injured. Hanju was speechless upon hearing this. That's so like you, old Huang. But in front of Sichuan Fairy, all he could do was sigh. Guan Yu Gang is truly unfortunate. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, so weak. Sichuan Fairy continued. He was defeated by Huang Jihao even when Huang was injured. Also, a nearby forest seems to have been destroyed by sword energy. It must have been Huang Jihao coming to challenge our Jade Pure sect, but he was repelled by you, right? Hanju immediately panicked. Yes, master, you're not here to blame me, are you? Seeing Hanju admit it, Sichuan Fairy actually smiled. Why would I? I just didn't expect that the renowned Huang Jihao would be defeated by a junior like you. I came here hoping you could help me suppress senior brother Guan. Hanju was immediately confused. Suppress Guyugang? Sect leader might not be as powerful as senior brother Guan, but he has dedicated himself to the Jade Pure sect, even at the cost of his own cultivation progress. It would be disheartening to remove him from his position as sect leader now. Once his injuries are healed, I'll have him challenge you first. If he can defeat you, he can take the position of sect leader. What do you think? Faced with his master's request, Hanju immediately agreed. That's possible, but it's best if this battle is kept quiet. Of course, it's also to save face for senior brother Guan. At that moment, Sichuan Fairy noticed the chick on the side. You're raising a chicken? This one looks quite extraordinary. Hanju quickly explained with a smile. Cultivation can be quite dull sometimes. Having it for company isn't so bad. Sichuan Fairy was amused by Hanju's words. You find it boring too? Speaking of which, the once-in-a-century Immortal Realm Conference is about to begin. There, you can exchange equivalent resources for treasures, elixirs, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and even secret cultivation manuals. Would you like to go? Hanju immediately refused without a second thought. I just want to focus on my cultivation in seclusion. I don't need to take risks by going out for now. Meanwhile, within the Vermilion Bird Sword sect, Huang Jihao reported everything that had happened at the Jade Pure sect to the sect leader. The sect leader was clearly startled by the news. This is serious. You are the highest combat power in our sect aside from myself. His spiritual power is extremely dominant. It was my first encounter with such a force. Also, this person is extremely handsome. No one in our Vermilion Bird Sword sect can match his appearance. At this point, Huang Jihao's cheeks turned red with embarrassment. The master of the Vermilion Bird Sword sect had a deadpan expression. Is that important? Huang Jihao quickly added awkwardly. Well, no, it's not that important. Upon this, Huang Jihao stated, once I recover from my injuries, I plan to challenge the Raincoat Holy Church. Sect Master Tang Han couldn't help but frown. Them again. Although they have been in decline for 1,000 years, a camel that's starved to death is still bigger than a horse. The Supreme Elder from the Jade Pure sect approached me before, hoping that the Righteous Path could join forces against the Raincoat Holy Church. I didn't agree, because as long as that person lives, the Raincoat Holy Church won't perish. The leader of the Raincoat Holy Church was as spirited as you in his youth. He fell into the demon path by chance and became the leader of the Raincoat Holy Church. This would be a good opportunity to test his strength, but don't be reckless. If you're not a match, retreat immediately. Don't worry, I may be bold, but I'm not foolish. 7 years later, Hanju was looking at his social circle again. After my disciple and Zhou Fan were captured, their cultivation levels actually increased, but their status hasn't changed. It seems they're just pretending to compromise. As for Sect Leader Li, he's either being beaten up or on his way to be beaten up. At this moment, the chick suddenly asked Hanju, what's the outside world like? I want to see what's beyond the mountain. Now, the chick's strength is equivalent to an energy cultivation realm 8th layer cultivator. cultivator. Not even all humans could achieve such speed, but its intellect is growing, and it's becoming increasingly curious about the outside world. It seems I have to brainwash him, Hanju thought. So he said, the outside world is very dangerous. Many people want to eat you. You see, these are your forbidden zones. Remember, you can't go there. You must become absolutely invincible before you venture out. Otherwise, you'll surely die. Even I dare not recklessly venture out. The chick was immediately scared. Master, stop. I won't go out. Hanju smirked. Brainwashing successful. Just then, Li Qingzi hurried over. Elder Han, there's trouble. Maple Valley has been destroyed by the Raincoat Holy Church. The Valley Master sent a message before his death, saying that within the Raincoat Holy Church, there are 10 spirit transformation cultivators powerful enough to sweep through the Great Swallow cultivation world. Their next target might very well be our Jade Pure sect. As soon as the words were spoken, Hanju quickly packed his bags. Seeing this, Li Qingzi sincerely exclaimed, you act swiftly in a crisis, reliable and steady. I indeed wasn't wrong about you. However, after packing, Hanju said, then shouldn't we run away quickly? Li Qingzi was petrified on the spot, then clutched at his legs. Listen to yourself. Is that something you should say? Besides, where can we disciples flee to? Even if we did run, there would be no place for us to stand. Those sects would only swallow us up. The Jade Pure sect would still be doomed. Hanju was about to say, it doesn't matter if the Jade Pure sect is gone, as long as the people are still alive. When the system presented him with choices, faced with the annihilation of the Jade Pure sect, you have the following options. 1. Run away immediately, be pursued by the Raincoat Holy Church, wander the world, and receive a magical tool. 2. Defend the sect. In life, one cannot always retreat. After repelling the Raincoat Holy Church, receive a spiritual treasure, a sword technique manual, and a destiny beast egg. Faced with the choices presented by the system, Hanju fell into silence. Indeed, where could I flee? Constantly running and wandering the world is not the life I aspire to. Perhaps I could join them if we can't beat them, but that wouldn't be laying low anymore. It would be cowardice. Hanju then asked, Li Qingzi, when will they come to attack? Li Qingzi replied, the Raincoat Holy Church still needs time to clean up the aftermath at Maple Valley. We probably have about 10 years. At this moment, Hanju placed his hand on Li Qingzi's shoulder. Sect leader, why has our Jade Pure sect been targeted continuously? I used to think the Jade Pure sect was very strong. It seems like you've brought the Jade Pure sect to heights it doesn't belong to. Li Qingzi awkwardly admitted, actually, the Jade Pure sect is very powerful. It's just that the strongest among us, our founding ancestor, has been gone without a trace for 500 years. If he were here, the Raincoat Holy Church wouldn't dare to touch us. 1,000 years ago, he utterly defeated the Raincoat Holy Church, making their leader so traumatized that he became reclusive. Hanju immediately understood. So the Raincoat Holy Church is seeking revenge on us? Li Qingzi became somewhat embarrassed. I and Master have already used the messaging treasure left by the ancestor. As long as the ancestor returns, the Raincoat Holy Church will no longer be a threat. He then held Hanju's hand with deep emotion. We must get through this crisis. As long as we do, you can continue your cultivation in peace without threats. Reluctantly, Hanju could only agree, but the next second, he kicked Li Qingzi away. But let's make it clear first, if we can't beat them, I'll run away immediately. Li Qingzi immediately reassured him, of course, that's understood. Then Hanju asked, does the sect have any elixirs suitable for the nascent soul realm? Li Qingzi admitted, our sect is in dire need of alchemists. You'll have to figure that out yourself. Without saying another word, Hanju turned and walked away. Farewell. Li Qingzi, in a panic, shouted from behind, hey, we just agreed. You're sticking with Jade Pure sect, remember? However, Hanju clarified, just kidding. I'm going to buy a beast control bag to make it convenient for me to run away when the time comes. On the way, Hanju didn't forget to speak to the chick. Little chick, see, it really is dangerous. Even if we don't provoke trouble, there are enemies who want to kill us. Ah, master, why don't we quietly run away? The chick suggested. Hearing this, Hanju felt reassured. Indeed, you've truly learned from me. Soon after purchasing the beast control bag, Hanju was ready to return when the system alerted him to the presence of an innate destiny individual. Surprised, Hanju thought, another innate destiny individual? Jade Pure sect really is a place of great fortune. He then opened the profile to check the information about the person of fate, Xian Qingjun. She was at the Foundation Establishment Realm 3rd layer, but her true identity was that of a demon lord's mortal body, with innate Dao heart and exceptional talent. 800 years ago, the demon lord wanted to break through and ascend, hence creating a mortal body. The original self was sealed deep within the primordial spirit. The mortal body traveled the human world, experiencing all aspects of life to solidify the Dao heart, leaving her footprints across all the heavens and lands. 3 years ago, she joined Jade Pure sect and has been lying low ever since. After seeing the detailed information about this individual, Hanju immediately panicked. An innate Dao heart demon lord who was about to ascend. At the very least, this was a great vehicle cultivator. At this moment, he noticed the only woman nearby, presuming her to be demon lord Xian Qingjun. Just as Hanju planned to sneak away quietly, he was noticed by Xian Qingjun. When the system informed him that Xian Qingjun's favorability towards him had reached 1 star, his expression drastically changed, cursing his unfortunate charm. As he instinctively looked back, his gaze met Xian Qingjun's in the air, causing her favorability towards Hanju to increase to 2 stars. Terrified, Hanju immediately activated the Wind God technique to make his escape, with the chick also expressing fear. Master, that woman's gaze, is she going to eat you? The outside world is indeed dangerous. Upon returning to his cave abode, it wasn't long before Xian Qingjun arrived at the entrance. Observing the words Hanju had written on the door, a moment of patience leads to a vast ocean and sky. Xian Qingjun pondered and actually found some truth in them, growing even more interested in Hanju. I'm becoming more and more interested in you. I like to save the tasty ones for last. I'll visit again next time, she said before turning to leave. Watching Xian Qingjun's departing figure, Hanju finally breathed a sigh of relief. It must have been the formation that kept her from finding the entrance. However, he was immensely troubled at this moment. Setting aside Raincoat Holy Church, now I've attracted a demon lord. Although she appears to be at the Foundation establishment realm, she possesses at least great vehicle strength. Who can withstand that? I hope she forgets about me. After that, Hanju continued his seclusion for another 7 years, reaching the 8th layer of the nascent soul realm. However, he still felt his progress was too slow. I must break through to the spirit transformation before Raincoat Holy Church attacks, he thought. Hanju then checked the recent updates in his friend's circle and discovered that Li Qingzi had been seriously injured in an attack by a fellow sect member. Hanju was puzzled. I thought I had checked for traitors. Suddenly, he remembered Guan Yugang and realized what had happened. After checking his master's updates and seeing nothing significant had happened, he breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, a voice came from outside. Fellow Taoist, may I visit you? The visitor was Xian Qingjun, who had attempted to visit twice in the past 7 years without success. She hasn't tried to force her way in, so it seems she means no harm, but 3 times is too much. If I ignore her again, she might just tear down my place. Upon seeing Hanju come out, Xian Qingjun smiled. You finally showed up. At this moment, the chick was terrified and began to cry, begging Xian Qingjun, no, please, I beg you, don't eat my master. This left Xian Qingjun completely bewildered. Hanju quickly punched the chick, sending it flying. I am Hanju. May I ask why fellow Taoist visits my humble abode? I am Xian Qingjun, a disciple from Jade Bamboo Peak. I encountered you in the inner sect years ago and was struck by what it means to be stunningly peerless. Since then, your image has been imprinted in my heart. Your handsomeness is truly unmatched in this world. Hearing such lavish praise, Hanju didn't know how to respond and after a moment, said softly, thank you for the compliments. If there's nothing else, may I leave? However, Xian Qingjun stopped Hanju, taking out a card. I wish to offer a treasure and hope you will not refuse. This is the Heavenly Immortal Mansion order. The Heavenly Immortal Mansion is a sacred place for cultivation in the cultivation world. Possessing this card grants access to the sacred land. One who leaves there, even at their worst, can achieve nascent soul. Kid, I don't believe you're not tempted. With your splendid appearance, I'm determined to have you. Yet Hanju said, I don't wish to leave the Jade Pure sect. I plan to cultivate here for the rest of my life. Xian Qingjun was stunned for a moment before she turned around and continued to rummage for something. You don't fancy it, elder brother? No worries, I have more. Here is a Earth Spirit Sword, capable of easily slaying Golden Core Realm experts. Seeing Hanju remain unmoved, Xian Qingjun pulled out a bottle of elixir. Then, I'll gift you a bottle of elixir for breaking through to the Golden Core Realm. But Hanju was still indifferent. I'll also give you a body refining technique, plus 3 spell manuals, and more. Watching Xian Qingjun continuously pulling out items, Hanju hastily stopped her and then revealed his true cultivation level. Actually, I am already at the nascent soul realm. Seeing Hanju's cultivation, Xian Qingjun immediately guessed that Hanju was the god-slaying elder. At that moment, Hanju also received a prompt from the system indicating that Xian Qingjun's fondness for him had increased to 4 stars. Knowing Hanju's identity made Xian Qingjun even happier. She took out a bottle of elixir. This is a first-grade nascent soul pill, which can help you break through to the spirit transformation realm. Is 1 bottle enough? If not, I can give you another. Hanju couldn't resist any longer. Cautiously, he asked, Junior sister, what exactly is your background? Xian Qingjun, smiling, said, my identity isn't important, but I would like to become cultivation partners with senior brother. Would you be willing? Hanju was stunned by the proposal and then said, you're able to offer so many treasures, surely you're no ordinary person. Could you possibly help us fight against the Raincoat Holy Church? Xian Qingjun outright refused. No, I'm only interested in senior brother. Figures, mobilizing a demon lord was never going to be easy. After a moment, Hanju cautiously asked, if I agree, what would be the cost? Xian Qingjun covered her mouth and giggled. The cost would be to cultivate and become stronger together. Would you like that? Immediately after her words, the system prompt appeared. Xian Qingjun wants to become your cultivation partner. You have the following choices. 1. Refuse. How can a male cultivator be threatened by a woman? You will gain the enmity of a demon lord and receive a Sword Dao divine ability inheritance. 2. Accept. Become cultivation partners and be entwined in fate and fortune, gaining gaining the favor of a demon lord and a divine ability inheritance. Seeing these choices, Hanju was speechless. Is the system doing this on purpose? Even the font size is so different. Meanwhile, inside the Raincoat sect, members were repeatedly beating Yang Tiandong and Zhou Fan until they grew tired and stopped. These two from the Jade Pure sect are really stubborn. It's bad enough they try to escape every year, but even after being captured and beaten, they still don't give up. However, to unite the people, the sect leader won't allow us to kill the prisoners, they lamented before deciding to go out for a drink to relax. As they left, Zhou Fan made a vow: if I ever achieve great power, I will ensure that the Raincoat sect is utterly destroyed. Lying on the ground, Yang Tiandong clenched his teeth and said, "So this was your plan? We got caught before we could even make it out." Zhou Fan felt incredibly wrong. Who knew there would be someone training a giant lizard on the roof? With a sigh, Yang Tiandong said, "Brother Zhou, let's not struggle anymore. Let's wait for my master to come." Zhou Fan replied irritably, "Your master, the Slayer Elder? Sorry, but he won't come." Hearing this, Yang Tiandong became agitated. "Nonsense. My master is so powerful that no one in the Jade Pure sect can match him. If he doesn't come, who will? Your master indeed possesses the greatest talent I have ever seen, and his strength is a fact. But he fears death." This last sentence he only dared to mutter to himself in his mind. Hearing Zhou Fan's affirmation, Yang Tiandong's face lit up with admiration. Right, my master is just that awesome. He must have come already. Maybe he's watching me from the shadows, wanting to see if I can endure hardships and if my Dao heart is stable enough. Zhou Fan rolled his eyes. This kid must be delusional. Better not to say anything and leave this poor child with some hope. Meanwhile, inside Hanju's cave, just after reluctantly agreeing to become Xian Qingjuan's cultivation partner under her threats and inducements, Hanju received the system reward of the divine ability Somersault Cloud. He also received 3 bottles of nascent soul elixir from Xian Qingjun. No choice, she just offered too much. The chicken watched Hanju, asking, "Master, will she eat you?" Hanju immediately shut its mouth with a kick and poured an elixir into his mouth. "Don't speak ill of my cultivation partner." After swallowing the elixir, he instantly felt his 6 spiritual powers cleansed and transparent, with the efficiency of absorption accelerated once again after many years. The medicine's effect was indeed potent. 2 years later, with the help of the elixir, Hanju successfully reached the peak of the nascent soul 9th layer. He habitually used the system to check for the strongest nearby individuals, and upon confirming there was no one else, he could finally prepare for his breakthrough with peace of mind. Just as he was about to go to the Myriad Demon Realm for the breakthrough, Li Qingzi came running excitedly, shouting, "Good news! Huang Jihao was captured by the Raincoat Holy Church after challenging them, which angered the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. They are preparing to join us in attacking the Raincoat Holy Church. The situation is turning around." Hearing this, Hanju also got excited. "I really love Huang Jihao now. He really knows how to stir things up, and this time he did it right." But Li Qingzi immediately continued, "So I plan to invite this time." Hanju suddenly had a bad feeling and quickly interrupted Li Qingzi. "I understand what you mean. You want to take one elder away and are worried about the impact on the sect, right? That's not what I meant. Send all the elders if you must. With me alone, Jade Pure sect is well defended." Li Qingzi immediately became so frustrated that his nose turned red. "You really are a survivor." But then Hanju added another sentence. "I am about to break through to the spirit transformation. I need some time." Li Qingzi was suddenly stunned, but the next second, the situation changed dramatically. "Good. You focus on your breakthrough. Leave the task of dealing with Raincoat Holy Church to us." After Li Qingzi left, Hanju went to the Myriad Demon Realm. As he released his aura, a terrifying heavenly might enveloped this small world. The demons and beasts of the Myriad Demon Realm were so frightened that they scattered. Moments later, a huge purple lightning engulfed Hanju. On the other hand, Li Qingzi, disguised as a member of Raincoat Holy Church, arrived at their sect. When the gatekeeper asked for a token, Li Qingzi accidentally showed Jade Pure sect leader's token. The gatekeeper was stunned to see it. Realizing his mistake, Li Qingzi quickly took back the token and replaced it with a Raincoat Holy Church's steward token, along with a cherished edition of a very special issue. The gatekeeper immediately let Li Qingzi pass and was delighted to start looking through the fairy special. Li Qingzi smirked coldly. Kid, everything is ready. Just need to set up the teleportation formation." Soon, all members of Raincoat Holy Church received an order to rush to the sect entrance. Zhou Fan, seeing that almost all the guards had left the prison, sensed that something must have happened. Yang Tiandong suddenly got excited. "Could it be that master is coming to save me?" Zhou Fan also got excited. With so many people mobilized, it must be the sect engaging in a group battle. This is a rare opportunity. Should we try to escape again? But this time, Yang Tiandong refused to participate in any plan. "Let's just forget it and wait for them to come save us." While the two were arguing, suddenly, a crack appeared in the ceiling, and a huge object fell down from above. Amidst the dust, a voice proclaimed, "All trapped disciples of Jade Pure sect, I've come to save you." Seeing the newcomer was Li Qingzi excited Yang Tiandong and Zhou Fan tremendously. On the side of Jade Pure sect, Hanju successfully advanced to the spirit transformation realm, earning a divine ability from the system as a reward. 10,000 Sword Divine Sect. This ability summons the shadows of ancient swords from the river of history, with the number summoned related to one's own spiritual power. What thrilled Hanju the most was that after breaking through to spirit transformation, his lifespan reached 3,000 years, finally bringing the hope of longevity within reach. Seeing Hanju return, the chicken finally relaxed. "Master, you're finally back. I thought that woman had eaten you." Hanju, speechless, tapped on its head. "What are you always thinking about in that chicken brain of yours?" The chicken immediately responded with a grievance. "Master, am I not a phoenix? But you are a chicken now. Only through diligent cultivation can you become a phoenix. Alright, how long does diligent cultivation take?" Then, Hanju checked his social feed. "Your friend Guan Yugang was heavily injured in an attack by Raincoat Holy Church. Your friend Li Qingzi was heavily injured in an attack by Raincoat Holy Church. Your friend Zhou Fan has escaped from Raincoat Holy Church. Your disciple Yang Tiandong has escaped from the Raincoat people." He silently cheered for them in his heart. Suddenly, Xian Qingjun appeared behind Hanju. "I heard our Godslayer elder has made a breakthrough." Hanju was startled. "You, what brings you here?" Seeing Xian Qingjun leaning towards him, Hanju suddenly thought, "She's not going to force me to do that, right?" Hanju nervously looked at Xian Qingjun, only to hear her say, "I've come to say goodbye. I'm preparing to leave." Hanju was taken aback. "Leave? It might be many years before we meet again, so I wanted to see you one last time. Before I go, if there's anything you want, I'll try to fulfill it." Hanju's face lit up with joy, but he feigned concern. "Can you not leave? Without you, my days will be lonely." Xian Qingjun, seeing Hanju's reaction, wanted to hit him out of frustration. "Your face seems all too eager. Dream on. I will need you, but not now. Don't expect me to spend all day with you in discussion. The time hasn't come yet." After pondering for a moment, Hanju said, "Then, do you have any elixir that can improve the cultivation of spirit transformation realm?" Xian Qingjun immediately took out 4 bottles of elixir from her sleeve. "These are spirit transformation spirit enhancing pills. I only have these 4 bottles on me. I'll give them all to you." Hanju quickly expressed his thanks. "How can I accept this? Thank you so much." Xian Qingjun lifted Hanju's chin with her hand. "I won't see this face of yours for many years, and I really will miss it. Although you're at spirit transformation now, you're not invincible. Stay in Jade Pure Sect and cultivate well. Don't wander around. The cultivation world is very dangerous. My pretty boy, I'm leaving." After saying this, Xian Qingjun walked away. Seeing Xian Qingjun leave, Hanju finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she was just passing through Jade Pure Sect and is now going somewhere else to seek the Tao. The chicken was also very happy. "Finally, I don't have to worry about the master being eaten by her. He. At this moment, at the headquarters of the Raincoat Holy Church, the sect leader is discussing the war with the elders. Vermilion Bird Sword Sect now wants to fight to the death with us. What do you elders think? In my opinion, why not just kill Huang Jihao to shock them?" As soon as this was mentioned, all the elders echoed in agreement. However, the sect leader's face was full of worries. "But they are so bold. Could it be that they have the support of other forces in secret?" As soon as this was mentioned, all the elders became restless upon hearing this. This seemed too timid. One by one, they passionately persuaded the sect leader not to hesitate. Seeing everyone's emotions running high, the sect leader said helplessly, "It's not about hesitating. I'm just considering the worst possible outcomes." Finally, the Grand Elder could not stand it any longer. "Sect leader, you are too cautious. No, too timid. Our plans have been delayed over and over again. We can't delay any further. If you are not at ease, I have a compromise. A few of us elders will launch a surprise attack on their main camp. Their main force is entangled with ours, so their sect will definitely be vulnerable." Hearing the plan to sneak attack, all the other elders got excited. The sect leader hesitantly asked, "Must we fight?" As soon as this was mentioned, all the elders looked at him with fiery eyes. The sect leader, Huang Zuntian, could only say, "Alright, then I will personally take action this time. I will go to the Vermilion Bird Sword Sect and the Jade Pure Sect with Master Shan Kuei. Does this satisfy you?" The elders and others immediately burst into cheers. Sect leader is wise. After so many years, finally, at this moment, the Grand Elder looked helplessly at Master Shan Kuei. "Master Shan Kuei, please be firm when the time comes. I'm worried the sect leader will delay again. I would love nothing more." Meanwhile, after Hanju's continuous hard cultivation, he had advanced his 6 realms of reincarnation technique to the 5th level, and also comprehended an advanced version of the 6 paths soul absorption new divine ability. It allows the absorption of souls to be stored deep within one's primordial spirit, not only protecting the souls, but also imprisoning them, and it can mark the souls with 6 path marks. These 6 path marks will last forever, and no matter how many times the person reincarnates, as long as the marks remain, one can pursue them across reincarnations. But Hanju still felt his cultivation was not enough. Even if the threat from the Raincoat Holy Church was not significant, there was still the great enemy, the monster-taming demon sect. Previously, Xiaoa, who was just an elder, had the cultivation of the fusion void realm. The foundation of this demon sect is ridiculously deep. While Hanju was pondering, Chan Yuer suddenly came to visit. "Master has asked me to invite you to Jade Seclusion Peak for a visit. This matter is very important. It's rare for Sichuan Fairy to invite Hanju, so naturally, Finally, he had to give face. Upon arriving at the hall, most of the disciples were present. The eldest disciple, Lu Sanqin, had already graduated to become a core disciple. The current eldest disciple was the former 7th senior brother, Meng He. Soon, everyone was shocked to discover that Han Ju was sitting directly next to Xishuan Ferry. The disciples were initially puzzled, but quickly guessed the truth. Could this person be the god-slaying elder? When Meng He first learned of this, he was shocked for several days. But Meng He also immediately instructed everyone, "Listen well, everyone. The identity of Elder Han must not be disclosed. Whoever dares to spread it will be expelled from the sect. Understand?" Han Ju was also full of doubts about this matter. What is Master planning to do? Could it be that she wants to pass her position to me? How should I refuse? While he was troubled, Xishuan Fairy slowly began to speak. Recently, I hope that everyone will not enter into closed-door cultivation and will patrol the outer sect of Jade Pure Sect instead. The sect leader has sent back a message. In the letter, he mentioned that they are currently joining forces with Vermilion Bird Sword Sect to attack the Raincoat Holy Church, and the imprisoned disciples have been successively rescued. However, he is worried about the Raincoat Holy Church attacking our sect because they have only encountered 5 spirit transformation experts. The other 5 must have other arrangements. Among the 18 Peaks disciples, only our Jade Seclusion Peak has contributed the least, not only because we have fewer people but also because of the sect leader's partiality towards us. Do you understand? All the disciples were instantly ignited. Years of hard cultivation. It's time to draw the sword. At this time, Xishuan Fairy looked towards Han Ju. "Elder Han, do you have confidence in defending against a surprise attack by the strong ones from the Raincoat Holy Church?" Only then did Han Ju understand why he was called here. It was to serve as a reassurance. With no choice, Han Ju responded, "I do have some experience in dealing with strong opponents." Hearing Han Ju's humble reply, the disciples thought to themselves that they were in good hands. Then, Xishuan Fairy secretly transmitted a message to Han Ju. "How far has your cultivation progressed?" Han Ju, however, said, "Level 1. How could your cultivation have not advanced after so many years of seclusion?" Following that, Han Ju said, "It's spirit transformation level 1. Xishuan Fairy was immediately stunned. He broke through the nascent soul realm only a few years ago, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the spirit transformation realm. You wanted to see me fail? It seems you no longer see me as your master. Well, that's alright. As a master, I haven't really taught you anything. Anyway, you can ask for anything you need. Your grace towards the Jade Pure Sect far exceeds what the Jade Pure Sect has done for you. There's no need to be polite." Han Ju thought for a moment and said, "I need elixirs for the spirit transformation realm." Xishuan Fairy said, "We actually don't have those." "Then try your best to enhance the spiritual energy in my dwelling. I will find another way." Xishuan Fairy thought to herself, Han Ju is growing too fast. Soon, this small temple won't be able to contain this great Buddha. She turned to ask Han Ju, "How much longer can you stay in Jade Pure Sect? People aim for higher places, and water flows to lower ones. You are growing quickly, and perhaps one day, Jade Pure Sect will become a hindrance to you." Hearing his master's concerns, Han Ju solemnly said, "Master, rest assured, if I wanted to leave, I would have done so a long time ago. Besides, even if there were other places to go, the troubles that should come would still not be avoided. Rather than hiding here and there, it's better to cultivate peacefully here." Xishuan Fairy asked with some doubt, "The cultivation world has many sects stronger than Jade Pure Sect. Aren't you afraid that constantly cultivating here will make it difficult for your realm to advance?" Han Ju then stated, "Master, you can trust my aptitude and character. If there ever comes a day when I wish to leave, I will certainly inform you in advance." Meanwhile, he thought to himself, "Go to a broader world to pursue the Tao? Nonsense. I'd rather be a big fish in a small pond than a small fish in a vast ocean. Isn't living a peaceful life wonderful?" While they were speaking, the system alerted Han Ju. A powerful individual has intruded into the Jade Pure Sect. At this moment, Huang Zuntian and Master Shan Kuei had arrived outside the mountain gate, peering at the Jade Pure Sect from the mountaintop. "Jade Pure Sect seems so weak. Could it be a trick?" Shan Kuei stated, "There are no spirit transformation realm experts in the entire Jade Pure Sect, not even more than 10 nascent souls." However, Huang Zuntian's sixth sense told him something was amiss. Master Shan Kuei urged Huang Zuntian to make a move quickly. Opportunities like this are fleeting. However, Huang Zuntian hesitated again and decided to observe further. Seeing the sect leader's indecisive appearance, Shan Kuei could only curse inwardly. "If it weren't for the fact that I can't beat you, I would have taken the position of sect leader from you long ago." As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Watching the two men in front of him, Han Ju didn't dare to approach rashly. He first used a simulation trial in the system to test their strength. Unexpectedly, their abilities were not as formidable as he thought, which is why he dared to come over. While Huang Zuntian and Shan Kuei were still arguing about whether to attack or not, they heard someone behind them asking, "Did the Raincoat Holy Church only send you two?" Huang Zuntian was greatly surprised. "I didn't even notice his presence. Jade Pure Sect really is full of tricks." Not knowing the strength of the newcomer, Huang Zuntian took a few steps back. However, Shan Kuei, seeing that there was only one person, angrily shouted, "Boy, you're quite arrogant. I'd like to see for myself how capable you are." With that, Shan Kuei Kuei formed the six-direction sky-devouring seal, aiming to strike at Hanju. Huang Zuntian wanted to intervene, but it was too late. Seeing that Shan Kuei wanted to act rather than talk, Hanju asked solemnly, "I heard that the leader of the holy sect does not like to kill. Why then are you targeting the Jade Pure sect?" Huang Zuntian was momentarily at a loss for words and couldn't respond. Meanwhile, Shan Kuei had already formed a seal and smashed it towards Hanju, only to see Hanju activate the three pure shadow sword, a flash of golden light, and before Shan Kuei could react, he was turned into a mist of blood with a puff. Seeing his subordinate, who had the strength of the 7th level of spirit transformation, being killed by a sword strike from this young man in front of him, Huang Zuntian trembled and said, "Indeed, there was deceit." The primordial spirit of Shan Kuei, shivering, finally understood why their leader had always been so cautious. Indeed, in the cultivation world, there are heavens beyond our heaven. Just as he thought of escaping, his primordial spirit was also crushed into oblivion by Hanju with 2 fingers. Huang Zuntian wanted to intervene, but it was too late. Even as a 9th level spirit transformation realm expert, he still couldn't see through Hanju's true strength. This person must be beyond spirit transformation, probably having broken through the fusion void realm. Huang Zuntian, in powerless fury, threw out a threat. "You wait. Our raincoat holy church will not rest until we are dead." Turning around, he took to his heels, leaving Hanju momentarily speechless. Huang Zuntian, employing every trick in the book to flee like lightning while muttering, "My sixth sense was indeed correct. Jade Pure sect actually harbors such a being. Shan Kuei, oh Shan Kuei, when my cultivation progresses, I will surely avenge you." At this moment, Hanju, riding the somersault cloud, chased after him. Pointing his sword at Huang Zuntian, he said, "I do not plan to let you go. To eliminate the weeds, you must remove the roots. Do you understand?" By then, Huang Zuntian had no choice but to beg for mercy. "Actually, I didn't want to fight either, but as the sect leader, I must take responsibility for the entire sect. Besides, if it weren't for me holding them back, who knows how many Jade Pure sect disciples would have died. Look at them now. They are all alive and well. As long as you let me go, I will definitely order my followers not to attack Jade Pure sect again. From now on, we will stay out of each other's way." Really? For a moment, Huang Zuntian thought there was a chance for mercy, but then, a sword light flashed, and the heaven-punishing demon god sword instantly came slashing down. Hanju shook his sword and said to Huang Zuntian's primordial spirit, "Previously, you couldn't stop the war between the two sects. What makes you think you can do so after you return?" At that moment, the system sent a notification. "Huang Zuntian has developed a 2-star enmity towards you." Hanju chuckled coldly, able to revive from death? No. Is it an illusion? A substitute? Wait, this talisman, could it be a life substitute talisman? I've heard it's quite valuable. You really went all out, huh? At this time, with only his primordial spirit remaining, Huang Zuntian, using the last of his spiritual energy, had already activated the teleportation treasure to return to the Raincoat Holy Church. As long as I escape back, there's still hope. Unless there's a spell that can launch hundreds of attacks instantaneously to prevent the teleportation formation. Huang Zuntian did not believe Hanju had such power. Yet, Hanju pointed his sword to the sky, and countless golden lights surged upwards, turning into sword energies that shot down like a Gatling gun in rapid succession. 10,000 swords returned to origin. At this moment, Huang Zuntian had no thoughts of resistance left, only managing to scream out his deepest fear with the last of his energy. This unusual surge of spiritual power attracted the Jade Pure sect's guardian cultivators. The crowd arrived only to be stunned by the scene before them. The mountain at the main entrance had been flattened, and without a doubt, everyone knew who was responsible. Back in his cave dwelling, Hanju had tied up Huang Zuntian's last wisp of primordial spirit like a hairy crab. In fear, Huang Zuntian asked Hanju, "Who exactly are you? Why can you use that mysterious sect's secret technique?" 10,000 swords returned to origin. A chicken nearby was sizing up whether this thing could be eaten, only to hear Hanju pompously introduce himself as Loki. Both the chicken and Huang Zuntian were baffled. Seeing their dumbfounded looks, Hanju urged him to quickly spill all the details about the Raincoat Holy Church. "Does your Raincoat Holy Church have something like a supreme elder?" "Yes, but he has already left the Great Swallow." "How did you become the sect leader?" "I have my own unique skills, which I keep secret." After learning that the Raincoat Holy Church no longer had any notable elder experts, Hanju lost interest in Huang Zuntian. Fearing his primordial spirit might be crushed, Huang Zuntian pleaded with Hanju for mercy. "Sir, can you spare me? I can join the Jade Pure sect and redeem myself through good deeds." Hanju didn't want to destroy him just yet, so he employed the 6-path soul absorption to imprison Huang Zuntian's primordial spirit deep within his own primordial spirit. Now that Huang Zuntian was captured, the remnants of the Raincoat Holy Church were no longer a concern. The chicken contemplated, "The master finally doesn't have to run away." Meanwhile, Huang Zuntian cursed in his heart, "Those damn elders, if I get out alive, I'll kill you all." Just as Hanju had dealt with the strongest force of the Raincoat Holy Church, the allied forces of the Jade Pure sect and Vermilion Birdsword sect were fiercely battling at the Raincoat Holy Church's stronghold. Unable to contact their sect leader, the Raincoat sect disciples were considering began retreating into the sect to regroup when they encountered a man chasing after them on a sword. Last time, you people ganged up on me without any martial honor. Today, if you don't explain where your sect leader is, don't blame me, Huang Jihao, for being ruthless. The Raincoat sect disciples, having no desire to fight, were thinking of fleeing but were then blocked by Li Qingzi and others from the Jade Pure sect. The Jade Pure sect had already taken down the Raincoat Holy Church's sign and informed the Raincoat sect disciples, your sect leader, on his way to sneak attack the Jade Pure sect, encountered our god-slaying elder. Now, our Jade Pure sect is safe and sound, while your sect leader has yet to return. I suppose there's no need for us to say more. Upon receiving this devastating news, the disciples of the Raincoat sect completely fell apart, directly raising the white flag to negotiate peace and surrender. After the situation calmed down, Hanju resumed his low-profile lifestyle. The elixirs given by Xian Qingjun were also consumed, and his cultivation speed became increasingly slower. His cultivation level stagnated at the third level of the spirit transformation realm. Just as Hanju was contemplating settling for this, the voice of sect leader Li came from outside the cave. It turned out he had rescued Hanju's unfortunate disciple. Upon seeing his master again, Yang Tiandong cried tears of joy. Do you know how much suffering I've endured these years? I always believed that, master, you would come to save me. It was this belief that kept me going. Hanju didn't dare to admit that he was afraid to venture out due to fear of death. To his surprise, Yang Tiandong hugged Hanju, weeping with gratitude. The sect leader told me everything. If it weren't for you standing guard over the Jade Pure sect, he wouldn't have dared to make a move to rescue us. You are my god, master. Patting his foolish disciple's head, Hanju felt a twinge of guilt. You've done well. From now on, I will impart all my knowledge to you. At this moment, the system also notified that Yang Tiandong's favorability towards Hanju had increased to 5 stars. Li Qingzi, witnessing the reunion of master and disciple, said, "Congratulations. All the Jade Pure sect disciples who were kidnapped have been safely rescued. However, there's still an issue I'd like to discuss with Elder Han. My insider in the Raincoat Holy Church reported that sect leader Huang Zuntian disappeared near the Jade Pure sect. Just after returning to the sect, we also discovered that a hill near the north gate was missing. Was this your doing?" Hanju nodded in acknowledgement. Learning that Huang Zuntian had been eliminated, Li Qingzi was overjoyed. Like a 500-pound fat man, you are the greatest hero of this battle. Thanks to you taking care of Huang Zuntian, we were able to destroy the Raincoat Holy Church's den smoothly. Now everything is great. The leader of the Raincoat Holy Church is dead. They are no longer a threat. For Jade Pure sect to produce a person of your caliber, it's truly heaven sent. Seeing him dancing with joy, Hanju advised, well, now that this matter is settled, sect leader, you should also stop wandering around. Focus on your cultivation and avoid getting beaten up again. At that moment, Li Qingzi remembered something important. That's right. In half a year, our ancestral master will return to the Jade Pure sect, and in 5 more years, it will be the 1000-year anniversary of the founding of the Jade Pure sect. We will invite heroes from all sects to attend. I will promote you. Let them all know of your feat in slaying Huang Zuntian, and make your name known throughout the cultivation world. Hearing this, Hanju immediately spoke out to stop him. No, you must not let them know that the leader of the Raincoat Holy Church fell by my hand. I don't want to be in the limelight. I just want to cultivate in peace. Seeing Hanju trying to evade, Li Qingzi also shared his thoughts, but this way, they will hesitate because of you and will no longer target Jade Pure sect. Hanju then said, I have already taken on quite a bit of karma for Jade Pure sect. If they join forces and come after us, I can easily flee. But what about Jade Pure sect? Will you be able to withstand it then? Hearing Hanju say this, Li Qingzi could no longer insist. In that case, I will add more spiritual energy to your cave dwelling to aid your cultivation. Once the ancestral master returns with heavenly treasures, surely they will help you make further progress. As Li Qingzi took his leave from Hanju, he muttered, Ancestor, you must return soon. We can't afford this little ancestor. After successfully eliminating the Raincoat Holy Church, the system once again rewarded Hanju. He was awarded the 5-rank spiritual treasure, 9 stars spirit stepping boots, which not only allows one to tread on spiritual energy and absorb it, but also enhances teleportation, divine ability, and movement speed. This was exactly what Hanju wanted, practically a tool perfect for escaping. He also received a manual for the Heartless Flying Sword technique. This sword technique, which continuously diminishes desires and passions, has tremendous killing power. Hanju thought it would be best to leave this sword technique for Yang Tiandong. Unexpectedly, the system rewarded a divine beast egg, containing a chaotic heavenly dog that can eat the moon. However, Hanju was puzzled why the dog was hatched from an egg and wondered how to incubate it. At this moment, to Yang Tiandong and the chicken, it seemed as if Hanju was conjuring heavenly treasures out of thin air. Could Master be wholesaling treasures? Looking at the heavenly dog egg and then at the chicken, an excellent idea occurred to Hanju. Little chicken, I need a favor from you. Master, I'm a male, you know. Half a year later, the day finally arrived for the founding ancestor to return to the Jade Pure sect. All the disciples gathered, standing in solemn preparation to welcome him. Soon, the disciples pointed to the sky in shock, seeing a huge void vortex appear. With an elderly elderly man holding a massive monster slowly walking out of it. The elder laughed heartily upon seeing the disciples of the Jade Pure sect, even his laughter exuding a pressure far surpassing that of Duan Tongtian. The Supreme Elder shouted, "Form the array!" As the ground's formation lit up with golden light, everyone unfurled a welcome banner for the Jade Pure sect ancestor. The Supreme Elder asked the elder in the sky with a cutesy tone, "Master, do you like it? Is it grand enough?" Pleased with such a grand welcome ceremony, the Nine Cauldrons sage expressed his satisfaction. "It's much more grand than when I left. This fusion void realm monster was just something I killed along the way. Take it down for alchemy and to reward the disciples." The people on the ground unanimously praised the ancestor's wisdom. The Nine Cauldrons sage then asked Li Qingzi and the others, "Has there been any outstanding disciple in the sect during my absence? As a reward, I can personally transmit some skills to him for a period of time." The Supreme Elder and Li Qingzi began to recount the various deeds of Hanju. Nine Cauldrons sage said, "Where's this outstanding disciple? I would like to meet him." Li Qingzi replied, "Elder Han has always been cultivating in his cave dwelling and seldom comes out." Nine Cauldrons sage was not upset. "No hurry, I will personally visit him in a few days." Since the hatching of the heavenly dog egg, Hanju's cave dwelling had become lively, best described by the chaos of chickens flying and dogs jumping, rendering the place anything but peaceful. Although the dog was hatched by the chicken, it was naturally arrogant and did not acknowledge the chicken as its mother. The two fools spent their days fighting each other. "Elder Han, your two demonic pets are quite extraordinary. Where did you get them?" Hanju turned to see the question came from an elderly man he had not seen before. "Who are you?" "I am the founding ancestor, Nine Cauldrons sage." Seeing the ancestor had arrived, Hanju immediately got up and respectfully greeted him with a fist and palm salute. In fact, he had simulated battles against the ancestor many times in the system, but facing the ancestor's fusion void realm level 8 strength, Hanju had no chance of winning. Nine Cauldrons sage thanked Hanju. "I must thank you, young friend, for stepping forward during the crisis of the Jade Pure sect. As a token of gratitude, I offer you an opportunity. Are you willing to take it? 1,000 years ago, I left the great swallow cultivation world to seek the land immortal, eventually reaching overseas. After years of adventure, I've become the deputy sect master of a dominant sect. I plan to bring some talents there for cultivation. This opportunity comes only once. Are you interested?" Nine Cauldrons sage was quite pleased with himself. Humph, such an opportunity would tempt anyone. Hanju, however, looked grim. "Deputy sect master overseas? My home was nearly stolen, and you were out there enjoying yourself?" At this moment, the system also popped up with a prompt. "You have the following choices. 1. Follow Nine Cauldrons sage overseas to receive a bottle of cultivation elixir, a magical tool, and a spiritual treasure. 2. Continue to stay in the Jade Pure sect, cultivate low-key, strive for stability, and receive a divine ability inheritance." Hanju noticed this option seems different from the previous ones. The first one appears to offer more rewards. Hanju asked, "Is your sect considered invincible overseas?" Nine Cauldrons sage replied, "While not invincible, we are indeed one of the overlords." Hanju expressed his concerns. "Overlord? So, there are opponents then?" "Of course, but our sect has many fusion void realm experts. Outsiders would not easily shake us." Seeing Hanju's hesitation, Li Qingzi hurriedly suggested that Hanju could consider it further before deciding. "Elder Han, if you find it difficult, this matter can be set aside for now. The ancestor will be staying in the Jade Pure sect for a while, so there's no rush to decide." Li Qingzi had his calculations. If Elder Han leaves with Nine Cauldrons sage, what will Jade Pure sect do if we encounter danger again? Nine Cauldrons sage stated, "Correct. I will stay for at least 50 years before leaving. We plan to transform the Jade Pure sect into a sacred place of the great swallow cultivation world. During this time, you can think it over." To everyone's surprise, Hanju answered decisively, "Thank you, ancestor, for your generous offer. I've decided to stay in the Jade Pure sect. I wish to contribute to the development of the Jade Pure sect. Just as you ventured out for many years for the sake of the Jade Pure sect, I have my own way of protecting the sect and witnessing its growth and prosperity. This is my path of cultivation." Hearing Hanju's response, Nine Cauldrons sage didn't want to press further. He instructed Li Qingzi, "I've heard that you prefer quiet and hard cultivation. From now on, this entire mountain is yours. You won't need to rely on the spiritual energy from the cave dwelling anymore. This spirit vein will be sufficient for you. Li Qingzi, you arrange for the disciples in the other cave dwellings on this mountain. From now on, this mountain belongs only to Elder Han." Li Qingzi and Hanju were both startled. Hanju immediately thanked the ancestor for his generosity. This was much better than risking going overseas. After leaving Hanju's cave dwelling, Li Qingzi asked, "Ancestor, were you just testing Elder Han's loyalty to the sect?" You could say that I've confirmed it now. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures I've collected over the years have all been placed in the treasure vault. You can take some for him. Also, you need to set up a spirit gathering array for the entire mountain to concentrate the spiritual energy. As for the other disciples in the cave dwellings, you should know how to settle them." The ancestor asked Li Qingzi, "Are you worried that after he leaves with me, there will be no one to protect the Jade Pure sect?" Li Qingzi admitted, "Indeed, I have such concerns. Moreover, Elder Han Han is cautious and probably would not want to go. Cautious? I see it as fear. It's the first time I've heard fear described in such a refreshing and refined manner. I certainly wasn't like him back in my day. Li Qingzi thought to himself, here goes the old man bragging about the past again. At this time, in the cave dwelling, Han Ju received another system prompt. You choose to continue staying in the Jade Pure sect and receive a divine ability inheritance. Congratulations, you have obtained the divine ability, Buddha's Curse. It's a Buddhist divine ability that can transcend souls and suppress evil cults. Buddhist divine ability? System, are you trying to make me become a monk? On this day, Xing Hongxian came to Han Ju in high spirits, saying she had found another treasure at the market auction. This is a piece of innate spirit gathering jade, extremely rare. It can automatically gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to produce spirit gathering pills. Therefore, she wanted to give it to Han Ju. Upon activating his spiritual sense, Han Ju discovered that the object was dangerously evil. Please, don't just pick up anything. This thing is sealed with a malicious spirit. If you use it for cultivation, it will backfire on your physical body and soul. But I clearly checked it with my spiritual sense. How could this be? This thing has disguised its malevolent energy as spiritual energy. Only a nascent soul spiritual sense can see through it. I'm so sorry. I almost harmed my husband. I'll throw it away right now. I can purify it. Give it here. Thus, Han Ju used the 6-path soul absorption technique to extract all the evil spirits from it. Han Ju returned the purified treasure to Xing Hongxian. Keep it. The malicious spirit inside has been removed by me. You'll need this treasure when you break through to the golden core. Xing Hongxian praised Han Ju. That was close. It's all thanks to my husband's high realm for seeing through this evil object. How should I repay you? How about offering myself to you? However, Han Ju, being quite straightforward, said, your cultivation is too low. At this rate, you can't become my cultivation partner. Discovering she was rejected by Han Ju again, Xing Hongxian felt somewhat unhappy. Realizing he might have spoken improperly, Han Ju took out a storage ring. Inside are all the treasures you've given me in the past. I've kept them safe for you. Now, I'm returning them to you. Additionally, the spiritual energy here is rich. You should move nearby to cultivate. Hearing this, Xing Hongxian was both shocked and pleasantly surprised. Could it be that Han Ju wants us to live together? Noticing Xing Hongxian's flushed face, Han Ju immediately clarified, I'm suggesting you move here for cultivation, not what you're thinking. Also, you must not reveal our relationship for now. I fear that my enemies might use you to threaten me. Xing Hongxian quickly agreed, thinking to herself, he really does care about me. Hearing Han Ju's words, the chicken and the dog couldn't help but imagine a melodramatic saga of betrayal. A year and a half later, through the personal efforts of the real 9 cauldrons, the spiritual energy of Jade Pure Sect's 18 peaks and the inner Sect's pond saw a significant increase. Numerous beasts, comparable to the nascent soul realm, were tamed to protect the sect and the myriad demon realm. As the Jade Pure Sect continued to grow, the Millennium Celebration was about to begin. Cultivation World's various righteous path sects sent representatives to offer their congratulations, making the Jade Pure Sect especially lively. However, Han Ju had no interest in the Millennium Celebration. Cultivation was his life. As the chicken and the dog grew larger, Han Ju built them a shelter outside his cave dwelling. If you grow any bigger, you won't fit through the cave entrance. Live outside for now, but remember not to go down the mountain and show off. At this moment, the system sent another notification. Another innate destiny individual detected. This person, named Su Qi, is the reincarnation of the heavens broom star, born with bad luck and destined to bring misfortune to those around him. His fate is extremely tough, often causing those close to him to suffer misfortune or even death, yet he always manages to turn danger into safety. Hearing that the Jade Pure Sect is the strongest sect in the Great Swallow, he wishes to join the Jade Pure Sect to learn their teachings. Special note, because you have the luck of an immortal emperor's descendant, you are not affected by the broom star's bad luck. Additionally, do not kill the broom star, as his overwhelming bad luck cannot be blocked even by the luck of an immortal emperor. Han Ju was frightened. System, why didn't you tell me earlier? Where is he? I can't let him get close to the Jade Pure Sect. At this time, Su Qi arrived outside the mountain gate, finally reaching the Jade Pure Sect. Su Qi, from now on, you must work hard in your cultivation. You will surely be the best. The first step in cultivation may be small, but it's a big step in life. Han Ju arrived just in time, swooshing over. Why have you, a mere mortal, come to the Jade Pure Sect? Seeing Han Ju's immortal aura, Su Qi asked, are you an immortal of the Jade Pure Sect? My name is Su Qi. I want to join the Jade Pure Sect for cultivation. Can I directly enter the inner sect? My talent will not disappoint you. Han Ju thought to himself, let you join the Jade Pure Sect and then get dragged down by your bad luck? Han Ju then tried to dissuade him, saying, you're too old and have missed the best time to start cultivating. How about I teach you a method to gather energy, and you look elsewhere for a master? Su Qi, seeing him trying to block his way, doubted. No, I insist on joining the Jade Pure Sect. Wait, are you not from the Jade Pure Sect? I've heard that many other sects have come for the Jade Pure Sect's Millennium Celebration. You must be here to steal disciples, right? Han Ju retorted, have some shame. How does a kid like you know so much? What a hassle. So, you really won't leave? Trying to deceive me? Not happening. After saying that, Han Ju grabbed grabbed Su-chi by the collar and flew up. Su-chi, thinking Hanju was going to harm him, screamed in terror, "Don't kill me." "Kill you? Are you kidding? I can't withstand that overwhelming bad luck either." Su-chi demanded of Hanju, "Who exactly are you? You don't need to know who I am. Since you don't want to leave, you'll stay with me for the rest of your life and forget about going anywhere else." At this moment, the system notified, "Su-chi's enmity towards you has reached 2 stars. Hanju thought to himself, "Not good. This kid is emanating a terrifying aura. Could it be he's about to unleash some kind of misfortune technique?" Unexpectedly, Su-chi collapsed with a thud, his stomach rumbling loudly. It turned out that on his way to the Jade Pure sect, he hadn't eaten a single meal. Every restaurant he approached either suddenly closed down or was raided by bandits. Hanju thought, "You really are a jinx." Before long, Hanju ordered a full table of takeout for Su-chi, who didn't hesitate to start eating voraciously. The system then notified, "Su-chi's favorability towards you has increased to 3 stars. Watching Su-chi wolf down the food, Hanju realized Su-chi didn't know that the bad luck was inherent to him. "Poor kid. How's the taste? This will be your last meal." Su-chi startled. However, Hanju told him, "You'll start cultivating tomorrow. After learning the method of energy absorption, you won't need to eat anymore." Only then did Su-chi realize Hanju brought him here for cultivation. Instantly, the system notified, Su-chi's favorability towards Hanju had increased to 5 stars. Hanju thought, "This kid is easy to handle." And so, as the seasons changed, 13 years passed in a blink. Hanju had broken through to the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm, and Su-chi had grown into a teenager, reaching the 2nd level of the foundation establishment realm. Suddenly hearing joyous voices throughout the set, Hanju asked Su-chi, "What's today?" Su-chi replied, "Today is the day the disciples who were taken overseas by the ancestor have returned." 10 years had flown by. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded outside the cave dwelling. It was his senior sister, returning from overseas to visit Hanju. She said, "Compared to the fighting and killing overseas, this place is practically heaven." At the same time, she informed Hanju, on the way back, the ancestor led all the disciples and thoroughly eradicated the remnants of the Raincoat Holy Church, even plundering their entire fortune. Hanju thought to himself, "That's great. Now I can focus on my cultivation in seclusion." Watching the two chatting eagerly in the distance, the chicken and the dog began to imagine melodramatic scenarios again. "Brother Chicken, who is that woman? She seems to like our master a lot. Do not be deceived by what you see. That is greed. She wants to eat the master." At this moment, the system notified, "Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by a demon cultivator, and your cultivation partner Xian Qingjun was killed, but has been resurrected." Xian Qingjun was killed. Despite her high cultivation level, she was slain. It seems the cultivation world is extremely dangerous, but it's good she was resurrected. I'll have to ask her about this resurrection technique when we meet next. After their chat, the senior sister also said goodbye to Hanju to pay respects to their master. Seeing that the senior sister wasn't affected by Su-chi's bad luck that afternoon, Hanju deduced that bad luck might also relate to the duration of contact. At that moment, Hanju heard a familiar voice saying, "I'm back." Turning towards the voice, he saw it was the ancestor himself visiting, with Su-chi currently massaging his shoulders. The ancestor looked quite pleased. "I've just returned from overseas and brought back many treasures to enhance the spiritual energy of the cave dwelling. I'll instruct the disciples to plant them later. Your disciple has excellent potential. How about I take him overseas next time for some experience? What do you think?" Hanju was speechless, walking around with a jinx. "Ancestor, you're really courting death." Nine Cauldrons sage turned and asked, "Kid, what do you think? Would you like to accompany this old master overseas for cultivation?" His intention was to alleviate the burden of Hanju being a teacher, unaware of how severe Su-chi's jinx nature was. Hanju helplessly informed the ancestor, "This kid has secrets that cannot be disclosed. You really can't take him away." Su-chi, quite clever, seeing the ancestor actually wanted to take a junior disciple and needed Hanju's approval, realized Hanju's status within the sect was not simple. One shouldn't easily switch thighs to hug. It's better to cling to this great thigh of my master and concentrate on cultivation. Therefore, Su-chi thanked the ancestor for his kindness but expressed, "I wish to continue my cultivation with my master and protect the Jade Pure sect." The ancestor laughed, "Like master, like disciple. Well, then," Hanju thought to himself, "I'm saving your life here." Nine Cauldrons sage stated, "I've already scoped out the entirety of the Great Swallow cultivation world. Now, there are no sects daring to target the Jade Pure sect. You can cultivate in peace. On this trip, I discovered an ancient forbidden area with abundant resources. This place was discovered not long ago and might contain many treasures. Would you like to check it out?" Hanju thought to himself, "Ancient forbidden land? Just hearing it doesn't sound like a place for sightseeing. Wait, isn't that the forbidden land Zhou Fan fell into?" Since then, there has been no news of Zhou Fan, so he declined the ancestor's offer. "Never mind, let other disciples have this opportunity instead." The ancestor slowly said, "I knew you would say that. There's another matter. In no more than 20 years, I will have to leave for the opening of the Heavenly Immortal Mansion. I plan to enter the mansion in pursuit of the Tao. Would you like to come with me? Let me tell you, this Heavenly Immortal Mansion is extraordinary. It appears every 100 100 years and as disciples who ascend to immortality. To Han Ju's surprise, the ancestor produced the heavenly immortal mansion order, the very same one Xian Qingjun had wanted to give him. I didn't realize the heavenly immortal mansion was so prestigious. Even an integration realm level 8 powerhouse wants to join. However, since Han Ju's ambition lay elsewhere, he declined the ancestor's generous offer. As he bid farewell to the ancestor, Han Ju thought, after being served by Su Qi for half a day, I'm afraid you won't be able to avoid the bad luck. 10 years later, the ancestor's bad luck indeed arrived. He was attacked by inner demons during his cultivation, reducing his cultivation by 100 years, while Zhou Fan died, but was revived by a powerful being, with his body remade. By this time, Han Ju, who had reached the 6th level of the spirit transformation realm, could now fight the ancestor in the system for half an hour. With Su Qi cultivating in the cave, his bad luck seemed to grow stronger. Fortunately, the chaotic heavenly dog, being a creature of good fortune, managed to keep the chicken safe. The family within the cave dwelling lived harmoniously. Hearing that Xing Hongxian had also returned to the set, Han Ju wanted to see her. Upon knocking on Xing Hongshuan's door, Han Ju was greeted with a refreshing sight. Seeing Han Ju, Xing Hongxian took his arm, eager to show him a great treasure. Inside the cave dwelling, Xing Hongxian showed Han Ju a collection of items obtained from the ancient Forbidden Land. A few years ago, I visited the ancient Forbidden Land and got quite a few treasures from there. Pick whatever you like. Han Ju thought, I appreciate Xing Hongshuan's intentions, but these treasures seem rather ordinary. Well, it's to be expected. With her cultivation level, it would be difficult to obtain high-grade treasures. Suddenly, Han Ju's spiritual sense detected a weak divine consciousness emanating from an item resembling a spirit tablet. He began to study it more closely. Indeed, a man engrossed in serious work is most attractive. At this moment, Xing Hongxian found herself desiring Han Ju's body. Suddenly, Han Ju's spiritual sense was drawn in. He saw a towering divine soul standing before him. The divine soul told Han Ju, secret technique, heavenly puppet. A heavenly puppet is created from spiritual power. Its strength depends on the creator's cultivation level. The heavenly puppet does not fight automatically. It requires the creator to control it with a strand of soul consciousness. If the heavenly puppet is destroyed, it will not affect the creator. However, the downside is that the heavenly puppet is not durable. Once its spiritual power is exhausted, it will become inactive until the next time spiritual power is infused, restoring its mobility. This is just a creation from pure spiritual power. If heavenly materials and earthly treasures are added in the making, its endurance will increase, and its strength will far exceed that of the creator. Since it does not need to breathe, you can make a fixed number of heavenly puppets and store them in a storage ring for backup. Han Ju thought, isn't this like having a bunch of clone fighters? Then, the divine soul told Han Ju again, using the world's top materials and supreme spiritual power to refine the ultimate heavenly puppet, its power can contend with an immortal emperor. As the voice faded, the appearance of the giant divine soul became clearer. Han Ju was shocked. The demon god looked remarkably similar to a Gundam. In an instant, Han Ju's spiritual sense was transmitted back to reality. Opening his eyes, he saw Xing Hongxian straddling him, having removed much of his clothing. Han Ju sprang up from the bed as if he had been the one taken advantage of, thinking to himself, lucky my reactions were quick, or else my centuries of celibacy would have been ruined. After straightening his clothes, Han Ju said to Xing Hongxian, I'll take this tablet to study it further. I'll come over another day. Hearing that Han Ju would return, Xing Hongxian understood that her earlier actions hadn't displeased him. It seems there's hope for us to become cultivation partners after all. Back in his cave dwelling, Han Ju continued to delve into the method of creating puppets. It was truly a technique from the ancient Forbidden Land. The heavenly puppet technique was indeed extraordinary. Under normal circumstances, it's difficult for spiritual power to materialize, let alone create a puppet. Yet, the heavenly puppet technique could achieve this. The secret technique for splitting one's soul consciousness was also quite rare, essentially like having an extra pair of eyes, allowing for shared vision with the puppet. Thinking this over, he considered, I could make one for each of them. In case they encounter danger outside, the heavenly puppet could save their lives. Even if the puppet couldn't overcome the threat, sharing its location could allow for timely rescue. Thinking of this, Han Ju immediately shouted excitedly, I want to make 10. However, Han Ju underestimated the difficulty of crafting heavenly puppets. Although not hard to make, it was too cumbersome, requiring a lot of time like meticulous model crafting. 2 years later, Han Ju finally crafted the first puppet. He teleported to Xing Hongshuan's cave dwelling. She was still cultivating and was startled by Han Ju's sudden appearance. But upon seeing it was Han Ju, her face lit up with joy again. Han Ju directly took out the heavenly puppet. Miss Xing, this puppet is for you. It can be stored in a storage ring. You must take it wherever you go. In critical moments, it can save your life. Xing Hongxian was delighted and looked over the heavenly puppet with satisfaction. Wow, it looks like my husband. In the following year, Han Ju created 2 more heavenly puppets. Han Ju gave the 2 heavenly puppets to Chan Yuer and Shishuan Fairy, respectively. Since the heavenly puppet was almost like cheating, Han Ju once thought about creating an army, but Han Ju found that controlling the puppets with his soul required splitting his soul, which greatly affected his cultivation. Drained, Hanju lay there listlessly. Forget it. Cutting too much will cause problems. I'm not making a soul artifact. Besides, I haven't cultivated for 2 years because of this. I can't delay my cultivation any longer. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. Hanju suddenly received a system notification. You are now 200 years old. You chose to cultivate in low profile and obtained a spiritual treasure, the 4th grade Frost Lord's glazed crown. It can reflect all attacks below the integration realm, excluding special divine abilities, and effectively defend against soul and spiritual sense impacts. Another defensive spiritual treasure. The system knows my heart well. From now on, Hanju from head to toe is all spiritual treasures, armed to the extreme. The spirit transformation realm can't possibly harm me. Another 5 years passed. The 9 Cauldrons sage took a group of disciples and left for overseas. Before leaving, Chang Yuer came to say goodbye. Wu, my junior brother, without you, how can I live? It took Hanju a good half day to send off this weeping senior sister. After the departure of the 9 Cauldrons sage, Hanju, bored, used the simulation trial to check the highest cultivation level within the Jade Pure sect besides himself. The system notified that the current strongest person in the sect is Li Qianlong at the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm, the heir to the Poison King. Hanju had a peculiar expression, thinking that the name Li Qianlong sounded very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Over 100 years ago, Maju invited him to search for opportunities, and it seemed that they were looking for the cave dwelling of Li Qianlong, who was supposed to be dead by then. However, having the cultivation of the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm in the Great Swallow cultivation world is considered extremely high. If he were truly still alive, it would definitely cause a significant commotion, but Hanju had never heard his own people mention him, indicating that Li Qianlong had infiltrated the Jade Pure sect. Hanju immediately searched for Li Qianlong's location. Li Qianlong was actually at the main peak. At this moment, Master Jingshu had gathered all disciples of the main peak to announce the departure of the 9 Cauldrons sage. Li Qianlong had an ordinary appearance, and his aura was suppressed at the 1st level of the Golden Core realm, looking very honest. Who would have thought he was the heir to the Poison King? Li Qianlong was overjoyed upon learning that the 9 Cauldrons sage had left for overseas, feeling that he finally had his chance. With the 9 Cauldrons sage present, he dared not act rashly. Now that the 9 Cauldrons sage had left, he finally felt like the clouds were parting to reveal the sun. Stay calm. There's still someone who can hinder me. The most mysterious person in the Jade Pure sect, the God-slaying elder. Meanwhile, in the ancient Forbidden Land, Zhou Fan knelt on the ground, refusing to rise. Zhou Fan, must I accept my fate as such? No, my fate is mine to control, not destined by the heavens. And so, 5 years passed. Hanju broke through to the 7th layer of the spirit transformation realm, drawing ever closer to the fusion void realm. Hanju checked the interpersonal relationships section of his mail. Your cultivation partner Xin Qingjun has had a life epiphany and comprehended a divine ability. Your friend Mafuchu has fallen into the demon path. Your friend, the 9 Cauldrons sage, was attacked by a demon king and was seriously injured. Your friend, the 9 Cauldrons sage, was so angered that his Dao heart was damaged. Your friend Zhou Fan has achieved a powerful body, shocking the world. Hanju was stunned. So much has happened in these 5 years. Mafuchu has actually fallen into the demon path. What did he encounter? The 9 Cauldrons sage is truly miserable, but he deserves it for always courting disaster. And Zhou Fan, well done. Hanju took a deep breath, feeling that he could not slack off. My cultivation level in the Great Swallow cultivation world might already be at the ceiling, but that doesn't mean it will stay that way in the future. I still need to diligently cultivate. Thus, Hanju decided to go all out towards the fusion void realm. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. Hanju's cultivation level reached the 8th layer of the spirit transformation realm. One day, Li Qingzi came to visit. To prevent Su Qi from passing bad luck to Li Qingzi, Hanju stepped out of his cave dwelling. Sect leader, please stop. Let's catch up somewhere else. Li Qingzi greeted him warmly. Elder Han, long time no see. How is your cultivation going? Now, he was radiant with success. With the help of the 9 Cauldrons sage, his cultivation level had reached the nascent soul realm. Besides his cultivation, he was also the leader of the righteous path in the Great Swallow cultivation world. Over the years, Hanju had not seen him attacked by anyone. Hanju asked with a smile, Sect Leaderly, what brings you here? Sect Leaderly said, the cultivation conference organized by the righteous path is about to start. This time, the conference will be held in the capital of the Great Swallow dynasty. Participating can gain human race's luck, which is beneficial for cultivation. Elder Han, will you go? Cultivation conference? It sounds like trouble waiting to happen. I won't. After all, with the departure of our ancestor, other forces must be aware by now. You understand what I mean. I knew you would say that. You're missing out on a great opportunity. Wait till I bring back that luck. You'll be envious. Hanju asked. By the way, Sect Leader, what's your view on Li Qianlong? Sect Leader sighed. How did you come to know about this scourge? Li Qianlong was once my junior brother, a rare genius in the Jade Pure sect for 100 years. However, he and Guyugang both fancied Sichuan fairy. The two once fought a life-and-death battle, forcing our master to intervene. But Li Qianlong, unconvinced, dared to attack our master stealthily. Fortunately, I intervened in time to prevent a major mistake. He was punished, his meridians were severed, and he was locked in the reflection cliff for introspection, but he escaped. Before leaving, he left a letter saying he would return one day to overturn the Jade Pure sect. Han Ju remarked, "Master is indeed a woman with heavy karma. No wonder the master forbids disciples of Jade Seclusion Peak from falling in love." Li Qingzi asked, "But why do you suddenly bring him up?" Han Ju said, "Some time ago, I encountered someone in the inner city claiming to be Li Qianlong's disciple, recruiting people. I was also invited, but recently when I wanted to find him, he disappeared." Li Qingzi exclaimed, "What? He's already here? What's he planning with the recruitment?" Han Ju recalled, "He said he caught a fish and found a note in its stomach, something about Great Chu Rising, Old Chen or something like that. I didn't pay much attention afterward, but it seemed like he was hinting at something." Li Qingzi guessed, "Great Chu Rising. He wants to overturn the Jade Pure sect." Li Qingzi advised, "Elder Han, you must catch him, and be careful with your strength. Don't kill him. I need to inform the other brothers and sisters to be more vigilant." After Li Qingzi left, the system once again popped up a notification. "Congratulations on obtaining the exceptional spiritual treasure, the Book of Misfortune." The exceptional Book of Misfortune is an exceptional spiritual treasure. It can curse beings to bring misfortune to them without their notice. Upon seeing this, Han Ju was shocked. Has summoning a treasure ever been such a big deal? Han Ju returned to his cave dwelling, took out the Book of Misfortune, and said, "True to its name, one look and you know this isn't a lucky charm. All these seals on it. Is it stacking murder on top of a curse? Creepy. Can it really spread misfortune and curse others like Su Qi did?" Su Qi looked at the Book of Misfortune in Han Ju's hands. "This feels strangely familiar." "What did you say?" "Nothing, nothing. My apologies. I didn't mean to disturb the senior." "Do misfortunes sense each other? Interesting. If it's from the system, it must be a fine product. Wouldn't the Book of Misfortune curse enemies to death? Should I experiment with it? Let's start by binding it with my blood." As the blood dropped and the seal was lifted, a strong aura of misfortune spread out. Han Ju thought, "Whom to try it on? Xiaoa is a prime enemy, but no, he's more powerful than I am. It might not have any effect." Despite the system claiming the curse will not be noticed by others, it seems unreliable. Han Ju thought, "Let's target him then. At the same level he can't beat me, especially since he's attempting to overthrow the Jade Pure sect." He remembered Li Qianlong. "Li Qianlong, he. If not for you, our Jade Seclusion Peak might have been a place for love and affection." On the other side, Li Qianlong was kneeling at the entrance of a bamboo house, saying solemnly, "Master, please come out of retirement." A voice from inside the bamboo house responded, "I have already left the mortal world and no longer involve myself in the disputes of the cultivation world. You must seek your own revenge. I have already passed on all my teachings to you. Do not be greedy." Li Qianlong, not willing to give up, pleaded, "Then please pass the poison god pill to me." The voice replied, "No, what if you use it to poison me? Wouldn't I be wrong?" Li Qianlong thought to himself, "This damn thing, he's holding back. The Nine Cauldrons sage had already sensed the existence of me, so I cannot rashly offend him. However, if you are determined to seek revenge, you can go to the Great Swallow Wei family. The Wei family has wide connections in the Great Swallow cultivation world. Do you understand what I mean?" Li Qianlong said, "Understood. Thank you, master." In his heart, Li Qianlong resented, "This old man, I've been your guinea pig for so many years, promised to be the sole heir of the Poison King, yet he still doesn't fully impart his skills to me. Just you wait. When the time comes." A bolt of lightning struck Li Qianlong, and he cursed, "How sinister." Meanwhile, Han Ju was studying the Book of Misfortune. "I've been cursing for so long, and there seems to be no reaction. It couldn't be a fake, could it?" A month later, Yang Tiandong returned and said to Han Ju, "Master, I have lived up to your expectations. I've become a core disciple. The heartless sword technique you taught me is truly powerful. Many couldn't withstand even one move. Master, I plan to attend the cultivation conference to represent the Jade Pure sect in the martial arts competition. Could you teach me another move?" Su Qi crowded around. "Could you be the senior brother Yang Tiandong that the predecessor mentioned? Pleased to meet you." Han Ju quickly kicked Yang Tiandong away. Yang Tiandong was on the verge of tears. "Is master opposing me going to the cultivation conference?" Han Ju thought to himself, "I'm afraid you'll be infected by misfortune." 5 years later, Han Ju broke through to the full completion of the spirit transformation realm and thought, "It's about time for a breakthrough. Once I enter the integration realm, the efficiency of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will at least triple. However, this means that others in the cave will not be able to absorb spiritual energy, which is unfair to Su Qi. But the problem is, apart from staying in the cave, there's nowhere else to accommodate him. Keeping him in the cave all the time is not a long-term solution. What should he do in the future?" Han Ju called Su Qi over and said, "Su Qi, come here. I have something to tell you." Su Qi asked, "Senior, what is it?" Han Ju said, "You've been in the Jade Pure sect for quite a few years and have started on the path of cultivation. I have a task for you. If you can complete it, I will take you as my direct disciple." Su Qi joyfully said, "Senior, what is the task?" "Su Qi will not let you down. I want you to go to the northern province and join the monster taming demon sect. Just focus on covertly cultivating. Once the internal support is ready, I will destroy their sect and get you out. Su Chi exclaimed in shock. To destroy a sect? What realm is senior in? So powerful. The disciple will definitely complete the task. Hanju instructed. This is a secret mission. Do not speak of it to anyone in the Jade Pure sect. Off you go. After leaving the innate cave, the sunlight shone on Su Chi. He couldn't help feeling as if he was in a different world. After so many years, I didn't expect the senior to actually let me out. It feels so unreal. I thought I had to surpass the senior in cultivation to leave, and was prepared to never leave in my lifetime. I must complete the master's test. Suddenly, Su Chi remembered. Wait, where's the northern province? 2 years later, Hanju's cultivation finally reached the full completion of the spirit transformation realm. He excitedly opened the system's interpersonal relations panel to see what had happened in these 2 years. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by a demon king and severely injured. Your disciple Yang Tiandong obtained an opportunity and awakened the demon saint bloodline. Your divine pet chaotic heavenly dog made a mistake in its cultivation, resulting in a regression of 20 years in its cultivation journey. Your friend Mafuchu was attacked by righteous path cultivators 104 times. Your friend Chan Yuer accidentally obtained an opportunity and her cultivation greatly increased. Your disciple Su Chi was attacked by demon cultivators 27 times. Your disciple Su Chi was captured by the Azure Ghost sect. Your disciple Su Chi spread bad luck, leading the Azure Ghost sect to encounter a once in hundreds of years heavenly tribulation, resulting in the sect's destruction. Hanju was stunned by what he read, exclaiming in his mind, awesome, truly the scourge of the heavenly court, absolutely a nuclear bomb. A few days later, outside the demonic beast pavilion, Master Jingshu told dozens of disciples, from today onwards, all disciples are forbidden from entering the myriad demon realm until further notice. A main peak disciple couldn't help asking, Master, what happened in the myriad demon realm? The disciples were all curious. Hanju turned his head to express his gratitude to true person Jingshu. Thank you, Master Jingshu. I don't know how long I'll need to stay in the myriad demon realm. Hanju activated teleportation and headed straight for the myriad demon realm. Tribulation crossing? His spirit transformation was only 100 years ago, and he's achieved the fusion void realm at just over 200 years old. Even the Nine Cauldrons sage, who was once hailed as the #1 genius of the Great Swallow cultivation world, took over 1,000 years to reach the fusion void realm. A disciple asked, Master, what's happening in the myriad demon realm? The god-slaying elder is crossing the tribulation in the myriad demon realm. This matter must not be disclosed. Just say the myriad demon realm is facing a natural disaster. Hearing that the god-slaying elder was inside, the disciples discussed it non-stop, very excited. On the other side, within the myriad demon realm, a mighty heavenly tribulation shook the entire myriad demon realm. As the last thunder tribulation struck down, Hanju finally endured the heavenly tribulation and advanced to the fusion void realm as a great cultivator. Congratulations on breaking through to the fusion void realm, obtaining a congenital spiritual treasure. The congenital spiritual treasure will fuse with your soul and recognize you for life. As you become stronger, the congenital spiritual treasure will also grow stronger. You have the following choices for the congenital spiritual treasure. 1. Sword. 2. Defensive treasure. Hanju, already possessing defensive type spiritual treasures, naturally chose the sword, since he is a sword cultivator. The system again prompted, congratulations on obtaining the primordial judgment sword. Primordial judgment sword, because you were not reincarnated in the conventional manner, but traveled through the primordial chaos to come into this world. The primordial energy on your body has been refined into your congenital spiritual treasure. Hanju was stunned. Primordial chaos? Is it the primordial chaos from the prehistoric novels? The system didn't answer him. Hanju opened the attribute panel and found that his lifespan had skyrocketed to 8,940 years. Hanju also noticed the addition of mortal shedding stage to his human identity. Is this a hint towards becoming an immortal? Hanju was experiencing the fusion void realm, feeling a world of difference compared to the spirit transformation realm. His divine sense could extend to 100 miles. Why is Elder Guan here? At this moment, Gu Yugang was tracking Hanju's aura. The aftermath of the thunder tribulation hasn't dissipated. I wonder where the god-slaying elder is consolidating his cultivation. Hanju suddenly appeared behind Gu Yugang on a tree. Who are you looking for? Gu Yugang turned his head, his face slightly reddened upon seeing Hanju's peerless visage. Is this the god-slaying elder? So handsome. Hanju's face darkened. You're looking for me? Exactly. God-slaying elder. I am Gu Yugang. We had an agreement. I challenge you. If I win, I will be the Jade Pure sect leader. Have you forgotten? God-slaying elder? Hanju suddenly remembered his master's instructions. I came to find you hoping you could help me suppress Elder Guan. Hanju was furious. Of all times, you choose now to come. Gu Yugang stepped forward briskly. So, you've agreed? Good. God-slaying elder. My divine ability is very powerful. Bear with it. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, I'll use my newly comprehended divine ability to finish him in a second. Then, Sister Shixian might see me in a new light. He unleashed a peerless divine ability, which inherently causes true damage, has a devastating effect, and can shatter shatter both soul and body upon impact. Hanju thought to himself, it's been a while since I've used that move, Supreme Finger Divine Sword. In an instant, a sword energy 100 times larger than Guyugan's divine ability exploded forth. Guyugang was petrified with shock. What? It's so huge. Then he was sent flying. I couldn't even take one of his swords. If he hadn't changed the direction of the sword energy, I would have been reduced to dust. This is too monstrous. No wonder the junior sister is fixated on him. My heart aches. It hurts so much. And to think I had hoped to defeat him with one move. Hanju smiled slightly. Elder Guan, you're actually very strong. It's just that you picked the wrong opponent. In the Jade Pure Sect now, you're the only one worth my effort. Don't be disheartened. With you, the Jade Pure Sect has a future. Upon hearing this, Guyugang's face flushed with emotion. Just how strong are you? At that moment, the system chimed in. Guyugang's favorability towards you. Hanju immediately interrupted. Shut up. 3 years later, Hanju returned to his own peak and suddenly had an idea. He raised his right hand, and the earth rose, quickly solidifying into a stone tablet. Using his finger as a pen, Hanju inscribed 4 characters on the tablet. Cultivation leads to immortality. This will be the name of this mountain from now on. The chicken and the dog also noticed that their master's aura was stronger than before. Master's aura is so strong. Has he made another breakthrough? Of course. Who do you think our master is? Hearing this, Hanju was overjoyed. Truly the spirit pets I've raised, so in tune with my heart. You're right about the breakthrough. Just now, in the simulation trial, I finally defeated the 9 Cauldron Sage, thanks to the primordial judgment sword unleashing its divine might. Even though it took a long time, I can defeat the 9 Cauldron Sage at the 8th level of the integration realm, so Xiaoa at the 2nd level of the integration realm is even less of a concern. At this moment, the system again popped up with a relationship list. Your disciple Su Qi was attacked by ghost cultivators 12 times. Your disciple Su Qi has cumulatively killed tens of thousands of beings, increasing his karma. Your friendly Qingzi was attacked by demon cultivators 58 times. Your friendly Qingzi was attacked by righteous path cultivators 44 times. Your friendly Qingzi is severely injured and on the brink of death. Your cultivation partner Xian Qingjun has left the mortal world. Your friend Mafuchu has slaughtered many, accumulating immense karma. Your friend Xinghong Xian has accidentally entered an ancient great cultivator's secret realm, her life and death unknown. Hanju mused. The cultivation world has been quite lively lately, with the 9 Cauldron Sage backing the Jade Pure Sect. We don't have to be as stifled as before. What about the other sects? Could there be other ancestors in existence? No, the integration realm is still not enough. I must continue to cultivate and step into the union realm as soon as possible. 2 years later, Li Qingzi came to visit, once again looking as miserable as he often did decades ago. Hanju sighed. Sect leader, can't you just cultivate peacefully for a few hundred years? Li Qingzi said awkwardly. Elder Han, we're in big trouble. The righteous and demonic paths of the Great Swallow are joining forces to attack our Jade Pure Sect. Those bastards claim that one of our core disciples has fallen into the demon path. I went to apologize personally, but they attacked me. The disciple they're talking about is Mafuchu, whom you know. I suspect someone is framing the Jade Pure Sect, trying to take advantage of the situation. What exactly happened with Mafuchu? Mafuchu's family was originally a cultivation family, and his name wasn't Mafuchu back then. But not long after, someone in his family colluded with the demon path, and the entire family was annihilated by the righteous path, leaving only Mafuchu and Maju alive. The siblings relied on each other and wandered the mortal realm for years until they came to the Jade Pure Sect, where Taoist Lei took them in as disciples and gave him his name. From now on, your name is Mafuchu, hoping you can forget your hatred and start anew. However, he couldn't let go. Once, during an outing, he encountered his old enemies, killed many disciples of that sect, and then went on to attack disciples of other righteous path sects involved in the incident, resulting in more than 5 sects hunting him. Driven to desperation, Mafuchu had to use his family's divine ability, which contained demonic thoughts, leading him directly into the demon path. Relying on this divine ability, he killed more and more, completely becoming a demon, unable to turn back. Hanju frowned, but Mafuchu isn't that kind of person. He's humble and wouldn't take extreme actions. Li Qingzi said, I thought so too. The whole thing is too suspicious. These sects didn't even inquire with us and directly pursued Mafuchu. What if he was being manipulated? I intended to mediate, but they attacked me instead. Clearly, they were looking for an excuse to start a war. Have you ever seen a junior's issue escalate to involve sect leaders? Now with the righteous and demonic paths besieging us, plus the ancestors' departure, we could have resisted with you and Guyugang. But Guyugang is seriously injured for some reason and hasn't recovered. It looks like we have no choice but to flee. Hanju advised Li Qingzi not to panic and asked, do the righteous and demonic paths have any cultivators at the integration realm or union realm? Li Qingzi answered, impossible. Previously, Huang Zuntian had the strength of the 9th layer of the spirit transformation realm and was already domineering in the Great Swallow. If they had cultivators at that level, they would have wiped out the Raincoat Holy Church long ago. Hanju then asked, is there anyone like the ancestor of the Jade Pure Sect who went out to cultivate and seek opportunities? Li Qingzi replied, I'm not very clear about that. When our ancestor went door to door back then, each of them was as meek as a grandchild. At least, I haven't heard of any integration realm existences in the Great Swallow. Han Ju smiled upon hearing this, feeling reassured. Li Qingzi said, Elder Han, please prepare yourself. In at most 3 days, I will lead the Jade Pure sect to seek refuge overseas with our ancestor. Han Ju responded with a smile. Why run? I haven't thought about running. Why are you? With full confidence, Han Ju declared, let them come. They will realize that the most fearsome aspect of the Jade Pure sect might not necessarily be the ancestor. Understanding Han Ju's implication, Li Qingzi excitedly asked, what realm are you in now? Han Ju casually answered, at least not inferior to the ancestor. A year later, outside the Jade Pure sect, 2 disciples were discussing the 19th root sect's approach and contemplating whether to flee. One disciple pointed at an approaching figure and said, that's Huang Jihao from the Vermilion Birdsword sect. The other disciple exclaimed, the Vermilion Birdsword sect is attacking? Run! Without further thought, the 2 turned and ran, leaving Huang Jihao baffled. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Why are you here again? Wasn't the last beating enough? Recognizing the voice of the god-slaying elder, Huang Jihao quickly said, fellow Taoist, please don't be hasty. I'm just here to visit, and I have no ill intentions towards the Jade Pure sect. Huang Jihao explained, recently, some people want to unite the righteous and demonic paths to deal with the Jade Pure sect. The Vermilion Birdsword sect sent me to ask if the Jade Pure sect needs any help. Han Ju coldly responded, no need. No matter how many of you come, you will all die. Huang Jihao was shocked by Han Ju's reply. Such arrogance, truly befitting the god-slaying elder. Han Ju changed the subject, suggesting the situation was suspicious and possibly instigated by someone. If you can find out who's behind this, I wouldn't mind forming an alliance with your sect leader. Hearing Han Ju's willingness to form an alliance, Huang Jihao was both shocked and pleased. The god-slaying elder is willing to face the 19th root sect alone, coming here to inform the Jade Pure sect, even at the risk of offending the 19th root sect alliance, was indeed worth it. The system notified, Huang Jihao's favorability towards you has increased to 4 stars. Han Ju thought to himself, does this guy have inappropriate thoughts about me? In a landscape of mountains and rivers, a pavilion stands in the middle of a lake. Wei family's Li Qianlong knelt at the entrance, inviting a powerful individual to come forward. Whatever conditions you have, Li will satisfy them. A person walked out slowly, smiling. Oh, anything is possible. Agreed. Meanwhile, in an ancient secret realm, Xing Hongxian was admiring the ancient secret techniques on the wall, thinking, if I copy these back from my husband, he will be very happy. She looked affectionately at a puppet of Han Ju, sighing to herself, I wonder if my husband can hear my thoughts. As she was playing with the puppet, suddenly she heard footsteps behind her. Xing Hongxian turned around alertly. Who's there? A withered old cultivator slowly approached. Seeing Xing Hongxuan's nervousness, he quickly reassured, young friend, no need to be cautious. I'm just here to comprehend the techniques. The gray-robed elder ignored Xing Hongxian and sat down in front of the wall, staring at the characters and pondering deeply. Xing Hongxian revealed confusion. He doesn't seem like it's his first time here. Could it be that he discovered this wall before I did? The atmosphere in the cave tensed, both parties not noticing the puppet's eyes flickering with light. Inside his innate cave dwelling, Han Ju hesitated. Should I have the heavenly puppet intervene? But the gray-robed elder seems harmless. It seems Xing Hongxuan's safety isn't a concern for now, but it's better to be cautious. With that thought, Han Ju continued his cultivation. Suddenly, Han Ju unexpectedly received a message. Is this a sound transmission jade slip? He looked at the jade slip, puzzled. Shoot, I've never used this before. How does it work? Then, a voice from the jade slip spoke. It was Huang Jihao, god-slaying elder. I've found out why the 19th root sect is attacking the Jade Pure sect. It's related to the Wei family. I'm being pursued. I'll update you later. Han Ju immediately sought out Li Qingzi to inquire. Sect leader, do you know about the Wei family? Hearing it was the Wei family, Li Qingzi was somewhat puzzled. The Great Swallow Wei family isn't too famous. They only have one nascent soul cultivator, but the Wei family is known for producing beautiful women, forming marriages everywhere, and even doing business outside of the Great Swallow. Their connections might be the widest. Elder Han, are you also interested in a woman? Han Ju seriously suggested. Is it possible that the Wei family is the mastermind behind this incident? Li Qingzi was astonished. Ah, that's unlikely. The Wei family doesn't have that kind of capability, and besides, they have been on good terms with the Jade Pure sect for generations. Han Ju chuckled. It's just a speculation. Having wide connections indeed makes many things possible. Another question. Who is the current head of the Wei family? Li Qingzi answered. I heard there has been a change in leadership, but the details are not clear. Han Ju nodded. That's all right, sect leader. Take good care of yourself. If enemies approach, I am here. Li Qingzi gratefully said. Thank you, Elder Han. Han Ju lamented. Old grudges not yet settled. New enmities arise. When will it all end? Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune, thinking, if only I knew who the mastermind was, it would be easy to deal with. Now I can't even curse them. Well, I'll just vent on these 2 for now. I cursed Xiao last week, so it's his turn now. Li Qianlong, I really look forward to the system delivering your good news. At this moment, Xiao was meditating in a secret chamber, preparing for a breakthrough breakthrough, unaware that the curse had quietly returned. He was looking forward to it. I'm about to break through. If I succeed, my chances of success will be even greater. Suddenly, he felt his energy going in reverse, his inner demons overwhelming him, and without warning, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He instantly became dispirited. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Why is there another problem? At this rate, when will I be able to overthrow the Jade Pure sect? He had no choice but to give up on the breakthrough. Enough. It's about time anyway. Let's proceed with the plan. In a luxurious palace, dozens of cultivators were seated, mingling. Li Qianlong slowly walked in. Seeing Li Qianlong joining, the crowd exchanged a few words of greeting. Brotherly, how goes your cultivation? Why don't you join us for some fun? These individuals were sect leaders or deputy leaders from both the righteous and demonic paths, gathered to discuss the attack on the Jade Pure sect. Li Qianlong stated, since all the sect leaders are gathered, I'll get straight to the point. This time, the Wei family and I have paid a great price to invite an Integration Realm cultivator to help us eradicate the Jade Pure sect. Integration Realm? Everyone exclaimed. I've already investigated. The Jade Pure sect's ancestor, the Nine Cauldrons sage, has traveled far overseas. Now, their strongest is only this so-called god-slaying elder. If you join me, the Jade Pure sect is doomed. Li Qianlong's words made the cultivators look at each other, wondering if they would become the next Jade Pure sect after it falls. Seeing their hesitation, Li Qianlong reassured, don't worry, that predecessor has his own sect and will leave after the job is done. The Wei family only wants the Jade Pure sect's secret realms and will not partake in further conflicts. With these words, the mood among the sect leaders eased, and they agreed one after another. Li Qianlong thought to himself, idiots, once the Jade Pure sect is destroyed, I'll invite the predecessor again to wipe you all out. Just then, the spiritual power inside Li Qianlong suddenly surged, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Ugh, who is messing with me? On the other side, Hanju thought the curse had failed again. Still no feedback. Did I just curse in vain? In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. Hanju's cultivation had reached the second layer of the fusion void realm. Hanju checked his relationships and emails to see what interesting events had occurred in the past 3 years. Your disciple Yang Tiandong has become a demon king. Your friend Zhou Fan has fallen into the demon path. Hanju couldn't help but sigh upon reading this. How did Zhou Fan also fall into the demon path? What's going on with Thunder Peak? It can't be that betrayal is Thunder Peak's traditional skill. The Peak Master is not doing well, and the disciples are suffering too. Indeed, Jade Seclusion Peak is the best. While Hanju was pondering, he suddenly sensed the aura of the chaotic heavenly dog. The plump dog was squatting nearby, looking like it had something to say, but hesitating. The dog said nervously, Master, I really can't hold it in any longer. May I go out for a trial? Hanju replied, you are a divine beast. If people discover your identity, it will easily attract their covetousness. It would be difficult for me to save you if you're not in the Jade Pure sect. The chaotic heavenly dog, by nature, found it hard to suppress its longing for the outside world. Master, I always feel like there's some opportunity waiting for me out there. Hanju asked, have you really thought it through? Once you go out, whether you encounter attacks from the righteous path or the demon path, I won't intervene to save you. The chaotic heavenly dog carefully answered, Master, I think the ones who should be worried are them. Hanju looked up and exclaimed in surprise, damn, this thing has grown bigger than a bear. Hanju thought to himself, I've been too absorbed in cultivation these years and neglected the changes around me. Hearing Hanju's agreement, the chaotic heavenly dog immediately grabbed Hanju and licked him. In its paws, Hanju looked just like a small bone. Since that's the case, then go. It might actually be good for you to go out and experience the world. The chaotic heavenly dog barked joyfully and dashed out of the cave, fearing Hanju might change his mind. Hanju wanted to give it some last words of advice, but the dog had already run down the mountain. Hanju thought to himself, oh, doggy, you don't know how good you have it. Just wait until society gives you a hard time. Not long after, the dark prison chicken came. Hanju said somewhat irritably, what? You want to go out too? The dark prison chicken shivered with fear and quickly said, how could I? Going out means getting turned into KFC. I came to ask Master if you could teach me how to cultivate, or at least some survival skills. Hanju thought to himself, the dark prison chicken has its own life cultivation technique, but lacks spells and divine abilities. It's time to teach it something. Since that's the case, I'll teach you as heaven and earth. It's a good opportunity to prove that hard cultivation is no worse than encountering fortunes outside. The little chicken had its own plans. You fat dog, bet you didn't see this coming. The moment you left, I'm learning divine abilities from Master. Next time, I'll give you a good thrashing. In a bustling city, Su Chi was walking on a street lined with stalls on both sides. The people coming and going were cultivators. He looked more mature, his face devoid of smiles, giving off a sense of having experienced the vicissitudes of life. As he walked, Su Chi pondered the events of the past few years. Is it bad luck or fortune? A young lady once coveted my beauty, but then her family was struck by a plague, and only I was spared. I've been chased by demon cultivators, from the second ring all the way to the sixth, and not even on a direct route. In a desperate moment, I stumbled into the lair of a legendary beast, Godzilla, and the demon cultivator was done for. Fortune seems to always always accompany me. Wherever I go there's a life and death trial waiting for me, yet I always manage to escape danger. But others aren't as lucky as me. Plague, earthquakes, floods, famine. I've witnessed too much suffering among the people, feeling increasingly powerless, eventually adding only to my size. Facing this world, we are truly fragile. Perhaps the outcome of the mission isn't important. What matters is the process. Only by enduring the hardships of the human world can one understand the Tao. Su Chi had an epiphany. Master, I finally understand what you meant. As he spoke, Su Chi, not paying attention, bumped into a female cultivator. You wretch, harboring lewd thoughts about me. The female cultivator scolded angrily. Su Chi hastily apologized. I'm so sorry. I was distracted and didn't see you. The female cultivator became even angrier. What's the use of apologizing? I've been violated like this. Who would want me now? I really didn't mean it that way. Su Chi defended. Go to hell. The female cultivator drew her long sword and stabbed at Su Chi. At this critical moment, an invisible force suddenly repelled the female cultivator, causing her to fall heavily to the ground. Indeed, it must be Master helping me from the shadows. Otherwise, how could I explain such fortunate coincidences along my journey? After the chaotic heavenly dog left, within less than a year, the 19th Root Sect, led by Li Qianlong and Wei Yuan, finally prepared to attack the Jade Pure Sect. Wei Yuan walked in the air, his sleeves fluttering with the wind, exuding an immortal aura. He scanned the Jade Pure Sect with his spiritual sense and frowned slightly. There's only one spirit transformation realm cultivator in the Jade Pure Sect, and his aura is unstable, seeming still in recovery. He looked dissatisfiedly at Li Qianlong, his gaze as if saying, "You brought me here just to deal with such a sect?" Hearing this, Li Qianlong was pleasantly surprised. The God-slaying elder is injured? That's great. With a call from Li Qianlong, "Gentlemen, fortune and the law of the land await us. Follow me into the Jade Pure Sect, and the first one to break through will be handsomely rewarded." The attacking force charged towards the Jade Pure Sect, battle cries shaking the heavens. Meanwhile, inside the innate cave dwelling, Hanju received a prompt. The Jade Pure Sect is under attack by the 19th Root Sect from both the righteous and demonic paths. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately flee to avoid trouble and receive a spiritual treasure. Or 2. Kill the enemies and protect the Jade Pure Sect and receive a spell manual. Without hesitation, Hanju chose the latter option, confident in his ability to cut down enemies like harvesting crops. Adopting a know-your-enemy strategy, Hanju checked for the strongest nearby and initiated a simulation trial. Wei Yuan, first level of the integration realm, deputy sect master of the Nine Dragons sect. 3 seconds later, the trial concluded. Target defeated in 3 seconds. That's it. At this time, news of the 19th Root Sect's attack quickly spread throughout the Jade Pure Sect. Report: the 19th Root Sect is attacking. The Eastern Gate's defense needs reinforcement. The Southern Gate's protective formation needs new parts. However, Li Qingzi was not panicked. He ordered the 18 Peaks Elder and the Outer Sect Elder to stabilize the troops, activate the protective formations first, and forbade all disciples from going out to meet the attack. Although he was calm, the elders were anxious. Sect leader brother, at such a critical moment, how can you be so calm? Even if we don't flee, we should at least send disciples to defend key positions, right? Li Qingzi was full of confidence. What's there to panic about? It's just a small situation. Could it be that God-slaying elder? Exactly. The God-slaying elder has decided to take on the 19th Root Sect alone. Firstly, to reduce the casualties of our disciples, and secondly, the 19th Root Sect hasn't split up their forces, probably fearing sneak attacks. It's the perfect opportunity for the God-slaying elder to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Is he confident? Rest assured, the God-slaying elder said he's now capable of contending with the ancestor. If he makes such a promise, it means he's completely confident. This is a godsend opportunity. Hearing that the God-slaying elder himself would take action, what was supposed to be a tense and serious preparation meeting instantly turned into a session of extravagant flattery. What a move! Taking them all out in one go. This wave is stable. Little sister's training is effective. Outside the innate cave dwelling, Hanju was preparing to leave. After such a long period of intense cultivation, he wanted to stretch his limbs a bit. Too much cultivation. I've got a bit of shoulder pain. Just as he was about to perform a spell, the dark prison chicken arrived. Master, you're finally coming out. Let's run away quickly. I've packed everything. The dark prison chicken asked in rapid succession, its tone anxious. Hanju thought to himself, this one really has learned a bit from me. Hanju simply bypassed it, leaving behind the words, don't worry, they're just a bunch of dogs and chickens. Why bother running? With those words, Hanju turned into a breeze and left. The dark prison chicken looked admiringly in the direction he left, then suddenly realized, wait, was the master insulting me just now? Feeling slighted, the dark prison chicken thought to itself, I am a phoenix, not a chicken. The insult was meant for that fat dog. This realization made the dark prison chicken happy again. Hanju flew on his sword, heading straight for the 19th Root Sect's allied forces. The cultivators of the 19th Root Sect were both nervous and excited. Ahead is the Jade Pure Sect. The Jade Pure Sect is doomed. They even protected Zhou Fan and Mafuchu, truly a disgrace to the righteous path. Is that Wei Yuan Sr. really a great cultivator of the integration realm? Quiet. Such a powerful person is not for us to discuss. Wei Yuan was full of confidence, not taking the Jade Pure sect seriously at all. Li Qianlong sensed someone from the Jade Pure sect approaching. Senior, someone from the Jade Pure sect is coming. Wei Yuan's spiritual sense landed on Hanju. Foundation Establishment Realm Level 9. Weakling, suddenly sensing something amiss. Wei Yuan widened his eyes. What the heck? Full of spiritual treasures? That's nonsense. I only have one spiritual treasure, and I obtained it by risking my life. Is this person really not the Nine Cauldrons Sage? Li Qianlong suggested. Maybe it's a peace envoy. The Nine Cauldrons Sage is far overseas, and couldn't possibly return so quickly. No wonder he's equipped with all defensive treasures, probably fearing that we'll take our anger out on him. The moment the visitor arrived, Li Qianlong still thought of Hanju as just cannon fodder. The Jade Pure sect sent only you? How arrogant. Hanju calmly asked. You are Li Qianlong, right? The mastermind behind the Wei family? Such oppressive force. How does he know? I've kept that information well protected. Li Qianlong communicated through a secret message. Something's wrong. Senior, please make your move and capture this person. Wei Yuan communicated through a secret message. He actually ignored my pressure. His strength is definitely not below mine. Li Qianlong said. This person is most likely the God-slaying elder. It's said that he's the youngest elder in the history of the Jade Pure sect, apparently born in the outer sect of the Jade Pure sect, and is not yet 300 years old. Not yet 300 years old? Then at best, he's just entered the spirit transformation realm. He probably resisted my pressure with those spiritual treasures he has. Since that's the case, God-slaying elder, do you dare to fight me? As Wei Yuan spoke, Hanju suddenly charged at him with extreme speed. Where does this confidence come from? Never mind, I'll just finish this quickly. Wei Yuan didn't even have time to lift his magical tool. He's not abiding by the rules of engagement to launch a sneak attack. Such speed. Hanju's palm emitted 6 types of glows, rapidly spinning to form a seal that struck Wei Yuan's forehead. Since stepping into the integration realm, I've comprehended a new divine ability, 6 Paths Ultimate Seal, which can suppress the enemy's primordial spirit and can be used as a finishing move. When the bright light dissipated, everyone saw Wei Yuan's body suddenly fall to the ground. The body remains, but the primordial spirit is gone. Li Qianlong shouted in terror. Senior Wei Yuan. Hanju coldly said. Your turn. Hanju pointed his right index finger, executing the Supreme Finger Divine Sword. Sword energy pierced through Li Qianlong's chest, and the domineering spiritual power of the 6 paths entered Li Qianlong's body. Hanju recited a spell, disperse the spiritual essence, destroy his golden core, tear apart his nascent soul, and severely damage his primordial spirit. Li Qianlong's spiritual power dissipated instantly. Another instant kill. Li Qianlong fell off the cliff with blood flowing from his 7 orifices. A tragic sight indeed. This all happened too quickly, leaving the thousands of cultivators from the 19th root sect dumbfounded, frozen in shock. A cultivator, sweating profusely, looked at his sect leader and asked with a trembling voice, Sect leader, do we still attack? Upon hearing this, the sect leader cursed. Attack? What attack? Are you a spy? We're here to support the Jade Pure sect. The sect leader laughed a few times. It seems the Jade Pure sect doesn't need our support, so we'll be leaving first. Sorry for the disturbance. Farewell. Hanju didn't trouble the remaining soldiers. It's good that the 19th root sect didn't fight to the death. If they were all killed, the Jade Pure sect would truly become the enemy of the entire Great Swallow cultivation world. Now, a warning is enough. Sect leader, Li Qianlong is handed over to you. The Jade Pure sect disciples were bewildered. It's over just like that? We haven't even finished our meeting. After Hanju crippled Li Qianlong, he threw him into the main peak for Li Qingzi to lead people in dealing with him, then returned to the innate cave dwelling and placed Wei Yuan's body on the ground. With a hand gesture like a sword, a soul emerged from his forehead, revealing itself to be Huang Zuntian, the leader of the Raincoat Holy Sect. Huang Zuntian thought Hanju had released him because it was time for his execution, but Hanju coldly asked him, do you want to be resurrected? Hearing that resurrection was possible, Huang Zuntian immediately became overjoyed. Hanju said, I have a body here whose primordial spirit has been eradicated, but the vitality of the flesh remains. You can resurrect by seizing it. Huang Zuntian knelt down with a slap and swore, after resurrection, I will follow the senior's lead exclusively, otherwise, may the heart devil consume me and my body perish along my path. He also expressed his intention to sever all ties with the Raincoat Holy Sect once he returned. Return to the Raincoat Holy Sect? What are you thinking? The Raincoat Holy Church no longer exists. Hanju found Huang Zuntian's words sincere and his conduct acceptable, but he could not fully trust him yet. Hanju calmly stated, this body belongs to the deputy sect leader of the 9 Dragons sect from the Western Abyss province, a grand cultivator of the Fusion Void realm, whose primordial spirit I have destroyed. I hope you can take his place. A grand cultivator of the Fusion Void realm? Huang Zuntian's eyelids twitched wildly. I did not die in vain, but he was filled with dread inside. Hanju explained, I am not afraid of the 9 Dragons sect, but wish to avoid endless troubles. You just need to stabilize the 9 Dragons sect and conceal this matter. I have left my mark of reincarnation in your soul. If you ever betray me, I can kill you with a single thought. Huang Zuntian quickly nodded nodded and swore, "From now on, I will never be an enemy to the senior." After hearing this, Han Ju instructed Huang Zuntian to hurry and possess the body. 7 days later, Huang Zuntian successfully possessed the body. The system notified, "Huang Zuntian's favorability towards you has increased." Seeing this notification, Han Ju smiled satisfactorily, finding old Huang even more pleasing to the eye. Huang Zuntian took a deep breath, walked up to Han Ju, and bowed respectfully. "I have been calling you the God-slaying elder, which is not proper etiquette. May I ask for your esteemed name or title?" Han Ju still did not want to reveal his name, fearing that there might still be treasures like the Book of Misfortune in this world. So, he named himself after the 6 realms of reincarnation, telling Huang Zuntian, "You can call me Reincarnation." Huang Zuntian thought, "Such a powerful name, I must hold onto these coattails tightly." At this moment, Huang Zuntian sensed that the 9 Dragon sect was calling for him. Han Ju instructed him to set off immediately. Do not arouse suspicion from the 9 Dragon sect. Before leaving, Han Ju advised Huang Zuntian, "Speak less when you return, to avoid giving yourself away." Huang Zuntian, however, had another idea in mind. Han Ju asked, "What idea?" Huang Zuntian said, "To use my expertise." "Senior, do you need me to work my way up to the position of sect leader of the 9 Dragon sect?" Han Ju responded, "If it makes you happy. As long as you do not disturb me and the Jade Pure sect, you are free to develop as you wish." After dealing with Huang Zuntian's matter, the system once again popped up a notification. "You have successfully protected the Jade Pure sect and earned a spell manual. Congratulations on obtaining the Art of Reincarnation. This spell can reveal the true form of all beings." Seeing the system notification now, Han Ju thought, "It seems that being cautious was necessary. The effects of karma are indeed terrifying." A month later, Li Qingzi came to find Han Ju, bringing with him a pile of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Li Qingzi said, "These treasures were sent by the 19th Root sect as an apology. I specifically selected the best ones for Elder Han." Li Qingzi continued, "I have confronted the leaders of various sects, and it turns out that Li Qianlong, the bastard, was behind this. He is now imprisoned by me." From the prison, Li Qianlong cursed, "When I get out, I will kill you all." Li Qingzi added, "However, we have issued wanted orders for Zhou Fan and Mafuchu, but they seem to have vanished from the face of the earth. I'm a bit worried about them." Han Ju consoled, "Don't worry, they are both capable individuals and might have already left the Great Swallow." Li Qingzi mentioned, "Speaking of which, the Wei family has been expelled from the Great Swallow cultivation world by other sects. Without their schemes, the various powers within the Great Swallow are much more peaceful." Han Ju agreed, "That's good. We have no intention of dominating. Only through peaceful cultivation can our sect thrive." One day, Han Ju opened the relationship list and the system showed, "Your friend Mafuchu has accidentally entered an ancient forbidden area and obtained ancient heritage. Your friend Zhou Fan has accidentally entered an ancient forbidden area and obtained ancient heritage." Han Ju imagined for a moment and muttered, "They wouldn't end up together in the future, would they?" Continuing through the list, Han Ju sighed, "Why are these people, especially my disciples, so troublesome?" Suddenly, the system sent a prompt, "Innate destiny individual detected. Do you wish to view their origins?" Han Ju exclaimed in surprise, "No way." Another one, the system displayed that this person was named Sun Chang'an, at the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, and was the reincarnation of a primordial spiritual ginseng. In a previous life, he was nurtured by Buddhists but fell into a love trap with a female demon, angering the gods and Buddhists, who then cast him into the mortal realm. Hearing that the god-slaying elder of the Jade Pure sect was the world's foremost ascetic cultivator, he specifically came to become a disciple, hoping to cultivate with the god-slaying elder and thus forget the secular world. Han Ju scanned with his spiritual sense and saw Sun Chang'an had already arrived at the foot of the ascetic immortal mountain. Han Ju thought to himself, "This guy really is ugly." Sun Chang'an knelt in front of the stele, thinking, "I absolutely cannot continue being a lickspittle. Xiao Mei, no, I must stop thinking about her." He shouted loudly, "I, Sun Chang'an, beg the god-slaying elder to take me as a disciple." After saying this, he began to kowtow. An hour passed with no response. Sun Chang'an thought he wasn't devout enough, so he continued to kneel with his hands clasped together. He firmly believed, "As long as I persist, my sincerity will surely move the senior." Han Ju thought, although a primordial spiritual ginseng is valuable, it could also attract trouble. Let's wait and see a bit longer. Thus, as spring passed and autumn came, the seasons changed in their turn. Sun Chang'an did not receive a reply, but he continued to kneel and worship. Later, Sun Chang'an became known throughout the Jade Pure sect for kneeling day and night at the foot of ascetic immortal mountain. His determination became a topic of interest, with disciples occasionally visiting just to see Sun Chang'an. After initially calling out once, Sun Chang'an did not shout again. He continued to kneel in front of the stele, occasionally kowtowing. This kneeling lasted for 5 years, a full 5 years. One day, Maju came to visit. Having not seen her for decades, Maju had shed her former immaturity and now resembled more of a fairy. Han Ju noticed the complexity in Maju's eyes and smiled, asking, "Miss Imo, are you planning to follow your brother and fall into the demon path?" Maju sighed, "Yes, I plan to find my clan brother and seek revenge together." Han Ju frowned. After so many years, you still can't let go of this grudge? Maju said, I thought I had let go of my hatred, but I've found in my cultivation that it has become my heart demon. If I cannot overcome it, this heart demon will always hinder me, preventing me from reaching the nascent soul stage. Maju took a deep breath and said, I specifically came to bid you farewell. In the entire Jade Pure sect, besides my clan brother, you are the one I care about the most. You are the only one who has moved my heart. Hanju thought to himself, uh-oh, this sounds like a confession. In the midst of speaking, Maju came closer. There are some things I must do, or I'll regret them later. Afterward, Maju's face flushed with embarrassment. Hanju, let's part ways here. Hanju grabbed her hand. Maju froze, waiting expectantly for Hanju to say something. However, Hanju quickly let go. He simply imprinted the Six Paths ultimate seal into her soul. With their cultivation levels so far apart, she didn't notice anything. Since you've made up your mind, be careful on your way, Hanju said emotionlessly. Maju withdrew her arm, cursing inwardly. You big jerk. What was I expecting? She felt like crying as she turned to leave. Parting now. I wonder if we'll ever meet again in this life. Why won't he ask me to stay? Even just a gesture would do. Unable to resign herself, Maju suddenly turned back and loudly said, Hanju, if I return safely, would you be willing to marry me? Hanju was stunned by the question. He didn't answer directly, but said, of course, you'll return safely. This is typically how a scoundrel would respond. Maju cried with joy. Hanju, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. However, the next second, as Maju just stepped out of Hanju's cave, she was caught by Master Jingqiu and Li Qingzi. Hanju pointed at Maju and said, see, I told you you'd be safe. Immediately after, Maju was taken away by Master Jingqiu. When she revealed her intentions, Hanju had immediately notified Li Qingzi with his spiritual sense. Li Qingzi wouldn't dare let Maju defect. The rebels had already caused enough trouble for the Jade Pure sect. Then, Li Qingzi brought up Sun Chanen at the foot of the mountain. If I remember correctly, that monk has been kneeling for 5 years now, right? Hanju thought, oh no, I've been so absorbed in cultivation that I forgot about him. Hanju teleported to the foot of the mountain. Sun Chanen appeared somewhat delirious, his body swaying as he knelt. Even as a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, kneeling for 5 years was taking its toll. Hanju spoke, his tone indifferent. Your perseverance is commendable. I'll take you in. Sun Chanen instinctively looked up at him, his voice trembling. God slaying. Elder, it is I. Hanju replied. This Sun Chanen really is ugly. The visual impact up close is significant. Sun Chanen quickly kowtowed to Hanju. Disciple Sun Chanen greets master. Hanju looked at Sun Chanen and said, by becoming my disciple, you cannot leave this mountain unless you attain immortality. Are you willing? Upon hearing this, Sun Chanen couldn't help but be overjoyed. My only desire is to cultivate in seclusion, far from the secular world, which is why I sought you out. Seeing his determination, Hanju led him back to the cave dwelling. However, Hanju really didn't want to look at his face all the time, so he instructed him to find his own place for cultivation. When you break through to the Golden Core realm, I will teach you more profound techniques. At this moment, a system notification suddenly appeared in front of Hanju. By taking 3 innate destiny individuals as disciples, your fortune has increased and your cultivation path has changed. You have the following choices. 1. The path of the sword immortal. Enter the Tao with the sword. After reaching the great vehicle stage, you can ascend to the immortal realm and become a heavenly sword immortal. 2. The 6 realms of reincarnation. Break the Tao with loss. After reaching the great vehicle stage, you can enter the underworld and become a ghost sword immortal. 3. The reincarnation sword immortal. Cultivate both the Tao of the sword and the Tao of reincarnation. You can transcend the 3 realms and the 5 elements, moving freely. Hanju carefully considered the 3 options. There are such benefits. The path of the sword immortal seems too mundane. The ghost sword immortal and the reincarnation sword immortal seem to originate from the 6 realms of reincarnation technique I practice. Based on the descriptions, the 3rd option is clearly the strongest. So, I'll choose that. You have chosen the reincarnation sword immortal path and obtained a divine ability inheritance. Cultivate both the 6 paths spiritual root and the Tao of the sword to their peaks to enter the next stage. Congratulations, you have acquired the divine ability, Mysterious Yellow Sword Energy. Mysterious Yellow Sword Energy is a divine ability of the sword path. Cultivate a Mysterious Yellow Sword Energy in the Golden Core. When expelled, the sword energy is extremely lethal. Spitting out sword energy. System, you really don't see me as a human. What kind of inheritance is this? Please make sure to pass on more. As time flew by, 12 years passed. Since Sun Chanen joined, the spiritual energy within the cave dwelling indeed increased. Hanju took advantage of this to successfully break through to the 4th level of the Fusion Void realm. Thanks to decades of transformation with heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the Jade Pure sect's spiritual energy significantly increased. The spiritual energy enveloped the peaks like fog, and the cultivation levels of both inner and outer sect disciples improved markedly, bringing benefits to the entire sect. After the Jade Purity art was upgraded, the Elder's cultivation limit increased to the Fusion Void realm. The Jade Pure sect was on its way to becoming the #1 sect in the Great Swallow. One day, with nothing better to do, Hanju decided to check what was happening in his circle of friends. To his surprise, too many people had a favorable impression of him, most of them from the Jade Pure set, making it a dizzying task to catch up. How am I supposed to finish reading all these updates? How am I supposed to cultivate like this? The system, being clever, immediately sent a prompt to Hanju. Actually, by clicking the special attention button under the character's portrait, you won't have to worry about missing any friends' updates. System, you sly thing. I remember this feature wasn't available before. Why didn't you say so earlier? After choosing to pay special attention, the amount of irrelevant content significantly reduced. His friends' situations were lively and varied. The more Hanju read, the more he affirmed his determination. It's safer to stay and cultivate in the Jade Pure sect. Suddenly, the system showed that a friend's status had been updated. Hanju thought, can a status update in real time? The system prompted, your disciple Su-Chi is being pursued and attacked by 7 sects jointly, chasing after the Calamity Star. Which sects are so lucky? Elsewhere, as the sunset dyed the sky blood red and the atmosphere turned desolate, a group of cultivators focused on one direction. There stood a man on the hillside, unmistakably Su-Chi. Su-Chi was covered in blood, with disheveled hair and torn robes, looking extremely wretched. He gritted his teeth as he glared at the enemies surrounding him. The crowd cursed loudly, demon, you must die today. Su-Chi, you fiend, see where you can run to now. Hand over our sect's secret treasure, and you shall not die. The reason Su-Chi was being pursued was that he had too many treasures on him. Over the decades, he had killed countless cultivators, and all their possessions were taken by him. With Su-Chi's current strength, dealing with these individuals one by one wouldn't be difficult. However, even a fierce tiger can't withstand a pack of wolves, and Su-Chi was already overwhelmed. Su-Chi had no choice but to use his most powerful divine ability, looking up to the sky and shouting, Master, save me. Hearing Su-Chi call out, all the cultivators stopped in their tracks, nervously looking around. Su-Chi always managed to escape danger, and those who pursued him met tragic ends, so they suspected Su-Chi had someone powerful backing him. However, no one answered him. The cultivators looked at Su-Chi and saw something was off, realizing they might have been tricked. Thus, they all charged at Su-Chi together. In the chaos of the attack, Su-Chi was forced to retreat, barely able to hold on. Suddenly, thunderclouds gathered, and the sky quickly darkened, turning ominous. Everyone, frightened, looked up. Thunder roared and fierce winds raged, the scene resembling an apocalypse. When the first bolt of lightning struck, the 7 sects realized their nightmare had arrived. The lightning wasn't ordinary, but divine thunder. Master, you've finally come. Except for Su-Chi, everyone else was struck by disaster. Su-Chi looked up with respect. Thank you, Master, for saving me. 1800 years later, during a break from cultivation, Hanju decided to test Sun Chang'an by testing him with the Heart Sword technique. Sun Chang'an claimed, I have mastered the Heartless Sword technique over the years, and will demonstrate it to Master immediately. Drawing his sword and reciting the incantation, he began to display the sword technique. However, as he practiced, Sun Chang'an found himself thinking of Xiao Mei again. Eliminating desires and emotions is indeed as hard as reaching the heavens. Has anyone truly mastered the Heartless Sword technique? Not wanting to disappoint Hanju, Sun Chang'an thrust his sword towards the imaginary Xiao Mei. With a clang, the sword was caught between 2 fingers. The swordsmanship is good, just the cultivation level is a bit low. Hearing this, Sun Chang'an thought, blocked so easily? My swordsmanship really isn't up to par, is it? Sun Chang'an said helplessly, Master, I still can't see through the barrier of emotions. I've disappointed you. Hanju sighed. Let me introduce you. This is your master's wife. Sun Chang'an exclaimed in surprise. What? Master, the Heartless Sword technique you taught must be fake, right? Are you really the world's #1 ascetic cultivator? Hanju kicked Sun Chang'an out and invited Xing Hongxian in. My husband, over these decades, I've had a great opportunity and gained insight into a powerful technique. Would you like to learn it? I can teach you. Xing Hongxian ran excitedly to Hanju, offering it like a treasure. Over the years, Xing Hongxuan's cultivation had soared to the 8th level of the Golden Core due to these opportunities. Hanju shook his head. I've already got a powerful technique. I don't need these. Xing Hongxian, puffing her cheeks, flipped her right hand, revealing a peculiar fruit. This is a miraculous fruit I found in an ancient secret realm. Consuming it can enhance your energy and blood and strengthen your physical body. It's really amazing. I ate one and could shatter a small mountain with a single palm. Hanju took a fruit and immediately ate it. The fruit melted the moment it entered his throat, turning into a scorching hot flow inside Hanju's body. Soon, Hanju felt warm all over, with a noticeable effect. But there's something off about this heat inside. At that moment, Xing Hongxian leaned in and whispered softly, Husband, I heard Maju visited you. Hanju felt uneasy, wondering how she knew. In the midst of their conversation, Xing Hongxian pushed Hanju down. Caught off guard, Hanju fell backward onto the bed. Xing Hongxian, with a flushed face, said, Sometimes, taking the initiative is necessary. What followed is not suitable for description. Let's skip ahead and leave it to the imagination. Several days later, Li Qingzi's urgent call saved Hanju. Elder Han, there's trouble. The Blood Flame Heavenly Gate from the Great Way cultivation world has recruited a powerful guest and announced their intention to unify the surrounding cultivation worlds. Hanju had no energy to care about such matters. Let the destruction happen if it must. He couldn't hold on any longer. Hanju quickly got dressed and went out to see Li Qingzi's worried expression. Hanju knew this was serious. The neighboring Great Way cultivation world has already been unified by the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate. They're preparing to attack us in the Great Swallow, and we're their first target, aiming directly at our Jade Pure sect. Hanju questioned, is this Blood Flame Heavenly Gate strong? Li Qingzi admitted uncertainty. At least Fusion Void Realm, or they couldn't have unified the Great Way cultivation world so quickly. Hanju wasn't afraid, only concerned about the possibility of encountering someone from the Union Realm. Li Qingzi asked, what if there is someone from the Union Realm? Elder Han, what would you do? Hanju didn't lie. That depends on when they decide to attack. If they're coming tomorrow, I might run. Li Qingzi chuckled. It won't be tomorrow. Considering the distance and resistance from sects along the way, it will take them decades or even longer to reach the Jade Pure sect. I just wanted to give you a heads up. He could tell what Hanju meant. Hanju laughed. Well, I might not be able to reach the Union Realm in 10 years either. Li Qingzi was well aware that Hanju's talent was rare in the world, and his cultivation would surely leap greatly in a few decades. Hanju always wondered, why don't cultivators focus on their cultivation, comprehend the true meaning of heaven and earth, and pursue eternal life, instead of fighting over territories like mortals? Li Qingzi's explanation cleared his confusion. The ambition of demon cultivators only grows with their cultivation. Moreover, the more cultivation worlds they occupy, the more cultivation resources they can control. After explaining, Li Qingzi remembered another matter. Elder Han, there's news about your disciple. It turns out that Yang Tiandong's disappearance was related to the last time he followed the Jade Pure sect to a cultivation conference. Li Qingzi said with a strange expression, we found him, but he says he's now a demon king and is living quite well. He doesn't plan to return for the time being. Hanju responded indifferently, with that kid's intelligence, let him be. Before leaving, Li Qingzi mentioned another issue. By the way, Elder Han, there's been a demonic dog wreaking havoc in the cultivation world. According to descriptions from the disciples, it seems to be the one you're raising. Hanju replied, don't worry about it. It insisted on going out to wander. It'll come back once it learns its lesson. Li Qingzi sighed, as expected of you. I need to prepare for the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate matter, so I'll take my leave now. Alright, goodbye. Try not to get beaten up again. When Hanju returned to his cave dwelling, he found that Xing Hongxian had already left. She left a note saying, my husband is busy with many affairs. I shall join you for a joyful union next time. Seeing such provocative words, Hanju couldn't help feeling a sense of emptiness. A joyful union, complementing each other. That might be a good idea. Since the beginning of his cultivation journey, Hanju had relied on system rewards. He had devoted all his energy to cultivation and had never independently realized a divine ability. Maybe I should try it this way. The 3 Pure Shadow Sword is an ultimate offensive technique, currently the strongest single target attack move with a high killing threshold. The 10,000 Sword Divine Sect can summon sword shadows from the river of history, suitable for wide-range attacks. Although the scene is grand, its precision and lethality are still lacking. If the two were combined, how terrifying would that be? Tens of thousands of ultimate sword shadows that can freely slay enemies. Wouldn't I be creating my own Sword Dao divine ability? In the Western Abyss Province, a region without dynasties where demons abound and human dynasties hardly venture, there are many cultivation sects, even more than in the Great Swallow cultivation world. Inside a pavilion of the true martial sect, Huang Jihao was meditating on a bed. Suddenly, the door opened, and a man in blue walked in. This man was handsome, but wore a patch over one eye. The man in blue asked, Huang Jihao, haven't you thought it through yet? Huang Jihao said expressionlessly, I didn't lose to you because my Sword Dao is inadequate. Given another 100 years, I am sure I could defeat you. The Vermilion Bird Sword sect has raised me. I cannot betray them. The man in blue laughed. The true martial sect is stronger than the Vermilion Bird Sword sect, even stronger than the Jade Pure sect of the Great Swallow cultivation world. Join the true martial sect, and I will train you to be the #1 sword cultivator in the world. Huang Jihao smiled bitterly. Is my talent in the Sword Dao really unparalleled in the world? Yet, I've seen others with even more demonic talent in the Sword Dao. The man in blue asked curiously, someone stronger in the Sword Dao than you? Where did you meet them? Surely not in some corner of your Great Swallow? Huang Jihao seriously asked, have you heard of the God-slaying elder from the Jade Pure sect? His strength is comparable to that of Infusion Void Realm Great Cultivator. Wei Yuan of the 9 Dragons sect returned in defeat, not mentioning a word about their encounter, which speaks volumes of the God-slaying elder's power. The man in blue disdainfully said, Wei Yuan, his talent was never up to par, achieving Fusion Void Realm through sheer luck and opportunities. Defeating him is not a difficult task. Just then, the treasured sword on the table suddenly began to tremble. Not just his sword, but Huang Jihao's sword resting by his side also started to tremble. Both were shocked. Huang Jihao grabbing his sword. What's happening? Why is my sword trying to break free? The man in blue also grasped his sword. Is it an earthquake? No, it's not an earthquake. They hurried out of the room to the courtyard, only to see many disciples' swords unsheathing simultaneously, uncontrollably flying into the sky. My sword, why is it flying? No, my ancestral treasure sword. Looking up at the sky, Both were dumbfounded by the sight before them. Thousands of treasured swords were suspended in the air, with all their tips pointing in the same direction, creating a spectacular scene. The man in blue, shocked, murmured, "This is the homage of 10,000 swords, the chorus of sword spirits, the sword Tao of the ages." Huang Jihao, his eyes filled with astonishment, had never before seen all the sect swords fly into the sky, paying homage in the same direction. Most importantly, the direction pointed towards the Great Swallow. Huang Jihao asked, "What is the sword Tao of the ages?" The man in blue took a deep breath and explained, "The sword Tao of the ages is a state of sword Tao divine ability. I never thought that there would be such a genius in the sword Tao in the world today." Huang Jihao was stunned, an image of an unparalleled handsome face emerging in his mind. Could it really be him? Huang Jihao asked through gritted teeth, "If I join the true martial sect, could I possibly realize such a divine ability?" The man in blue earnestly said, "With your talent in the sword Tao, reaching that level is not entirely impossible." But internally he thought, "You really dare to dream? Well, it's a kind lie anyway." Suddenly, an old man burst out, "Who is it? Who has comprehended the sword Tao of the ages? I, with my innate sword heart and 3,000 years of ascetic cultivation, have not found the path. How is this fair?" After hearing this, Huang Jihao questioned, "You just said with my innate sword heart, reaching that level might be possible?" "No, I didn't say that." Meanwhile, above the Jade Pure sect, countless treasured swords were suspended in the air, all trembling, pointing towards the mountain of ascetic cultivation to immortality. But Han Ju was unaware of this, thinking to himself, "It's so noisy outside early in the morning, really annoying. You're disturbing my comprehension of divine ability." Han Ju, annoyed, walked out of his cave dwelling, only to see Little Rooster and Sun Chanen trembling in fear for some reason. Looking up, he saw those swords suspended in the air and was stunned. Who the hell caused this commotion? Little Rooster urged Han Ju to quickly pack up and flee. "There must be a powerful master attacking us." Han Ju ignored it. Looking down at the sword shadow in his palm, he saw golden light radiating and spiritual energy gradually condensing into a golden treasured sword. With a thought, he grasped tightly with his right hand, and the sword shadow dissipated. Subsequently, all the swords suspended in the sky worldwide fell down. Sun Chanen and Little Rooster stared at Han Ju dumbfounded, thinking he had once again instantly resolved the crisis with a single move. At this moment, the system prompted, "Congratulations on comprehending the 10,000 epics grade sword Tao divine ability. Please name it." Han Ju was slightly stunned by the line that appeared before him. 10,000 epics grade? There are grades for divine abilities? After some thought, he decided, "Let's call it 3 Pure Worlds Extermination." Naming successful. Since this is the first time you've comprehended a divine ability, your fortune has increased. You have the following choices. 1. Make a grand appearance with 3 Pure Worlds Extermination, terrifying the world, and receive a spiritual treasure. 2. Cultivate low-key. Continue to grow stronger until you are invincible in the world, and receive a spiritual treasure. Han Ju silently chose the second option. Little Rooster and Sun Chanen watched Han Ju in silence for a while, thinking he had suffered backlash from casting a spell. Little did they know, Han Ju's body suddenly burst with spiritual light, nearly blinding them. The system notified Han Ju, "You have obtained a third-grade spiritual treasure, Earth Emperor's Spirit Banner. This item is a third-grade defensive spiritual treasure, capable of automatically blocking attacks that could harm its owner. Another defensive spiritual treasure, and a third-grade one at that. Awesome. Who can touch me? Who can break my defense?" He suddenly had a bold thought. If I go out and act high-profile now, would the system take back the spiritual treasure? After thinking, he shook his head. "Never mind. I wanted to keep a low profile anyway. The system offered choices based on my preferences. There's no need to test it." The scene shifts to the Western Abyss province. The Nine Dragons sect, where Huang Zuntian, the body snatcher of Wei Yuan, was cultivating in a Taoist temple. Huang Zuntian opened his eyes to see an old Taoist entering the temple. Sitting down in front of Huang Zuntian, the old man chuckled. "Brother Wei, I have come to discuss a matter with you." Huang Zuntian tensed up. "Why has the sect master of the Nine Dragons sect suddenly come to me?" The old Taoist spoke. "Our sect has been in conflict with the true martial sect for a long time, and other resource-rich areas in the Western Abyss province have been almost entirely occupied. I want our disciples to enter the Great Swallow cultivation world. You've been to the Great Swallow before. How about you lead the way?" Upon hearing this, Huang Zuntian frowned. "Invade the Great Swallow? Are we tired of living?" Huang Zuntian hesitated. "Can we not go to the Great Swallow? We could go to other cultivation worlds. The world is vast, and there are better places than the Great Swallow." The old Taoist shook his head. "It is precisely because the Great Swallow is weak that we target them. This matter is settled then. Prepare yourself. I will go select disciples." The old Taoist smiled. "If you handle this matter well, the position of sect master will eventually be yours." Huang Zuntian thought to himself, "I'm not interested in your empty promises." Watching him leave, Huang Zuntian secretly vowed, "Old fox, is this what you call a discussion? Damn it, you're forcing my hand. It seems I have no choice but to take your position as sect master." With Han Ju creating an ancient divine ability, it caused a stir across the world. For a time, every sect felt threatened. However, aside from a certain Taoist with the surname Huang, no one believed that the power behind the ancient sword Tao Jihao could be hidden in the Great Swallow. Huang Jihao was holding a portrait of Han Ju, desperately explaining, "I swear on my integrity, I'm telling the truth. There really is a sword immortal in the Great Swallow." Passers-by disbelieved. The Great Swallow is so weak. How could there possibly be a sword immortal? You need to improve your painting skills. A sword immortal doesn't look like this. Huang Jihao was furious. He really does look like this. Hey! Meanwhile, at ascetic Immortal Mountain, Han Ju was making his own heavenly puppet when the system suddenly prompted, "You have reached 300 years of age. Another 100 years have passed on your cultivation journey. You have the following choices. 1. Come out of seclusion now to show the world your strength and receive a fortune-enhancing divine beast egg. 2. Continue to cultivate in a low-profile manner, hiding your abilities in your name, and receive a spiritual treasure." Han Ju immediately chose the second option without hesitation and obtained another defensive necklace. Excited, he opened the system's relationship panel to see what had happened over the last 2 years. One particular update caught Han Ju's attention. Your disciple Su Qi has been captured by the royal family of the Great Jin Dynasty. Inside the Great Jin Dynasty, Su Qi was thrown into a room, heavily injured and unable to deal with even 2 ordinary guards. The soldiers didn't plan to make things harder for him since the emperor had already decreed that Su Qi was to marry the eldest princess. But until the marriage, Su Qi wasn't allowed to go anywhere. The guards outside whispered, "How is this guy so lucky to marry the eldest princess? But I heard the eldest princess just took another male concubine yesterday." Shush, we shouldn't speak of this. Besides, the national advisor said the fate of the Great Jin Dynasty lies with this lad. Isn't that absurd? Hearing he was detained by a dynasty, Su Qi felt uneasy. This is bad. Being detained by a dynasty means if my master comes to rescue me, it'd be opposing the entire dynasty. "Master, you better not come." Just then, desperate cries for help came from outside, and Su Qi saw through the door flames and smoke rising. People fleeing shouted, "Run! What kind of monster is this? Locusts! All locusts! Locusts! What's there to be afraid of?" So, he looked through the crack of the door towards the distance, and indeed, the sky was filled with locusts larger than houses. Su Qi was stunned, wondering where all these demonic locusts came from. Could it be his master? He cheered, "Thank you for saving me, master. I will make sure to complete the task." Unaware that he himself had brought about this disaster. Soon, Han Ju also received an update from the system. Your disciple Su Qi has spread misfortune, causing the Great Jin Dynasty to suffer from a millennium-level locust plague, floods, and pestilence, bringing the country to the brink of ruin. Above the endless wasteland, as countless locusts had passed, leaving behind a storm of dust, a figure was walking through the storm. It was Su Qi. He thought to himself, "My master's prowess is truly strong, capable of destroying a kingdom with locusts that dare not come near me." Over the years, he had endured many hardships but always managed to survive. He believed, "This is my master testing my Dao heart." Not long after, Su Qi saw an old, crooked tree ahead with a figure sitting underneath, a ragged old man meditating, his face's wrinkles resembling the tree bark behind him. Su Qi greeted with a fist and palm salute, "Senior, may I ask where this place is?" The old man replied without opening his eyes, "Northern Province." Hearing this, Su Qi suddenly felt an urge to cry, "Northern Province? After nearly 100 years, I've finally arrived at the Northern Province." He immediately turned and knelt down, bowing towards the sky behind him. "Master, do you see this? Your disciple has not let you down." The old man opened his eyes and looked at him strangely. "So happy to reach the Northern Province? Do you know what place the Northern Province is?" Su Qi stood up, turned towards him, wiped his tears away, and smiled. I indeed don't know much, but the monster-taming demon sect is in the Northern Province, right?" The old man frowned and asked, "Do you have a connection with the monster-taming demon sect?" Su Qi excitedly said, "I will once I join the monster-taming demon sect." The old man shook his head. "I see. The threshold for the monster-taming demon sect is quite high. Even with your golden core realm cultivation, joining won't be easy. Besides, the Northern Province is a land where demons run amok." He advised Su Qi, "Young man, I urge you not to step into the Northern Province. It's a hell on earth." Su Qi laughed. "Is that so? I'll be careful then." But he thought to himself, "The Northern Province? Is it more formidable than my master?" In the blink of an eye, another 5 years passed. The Great Swallow experienced a rare blizzard, covering the entire Jade Pure sect in snow, a picturesque scene of desolate beauty. Han Ju stepped out of his cave dwelling to a world blanketed in white. "I've lived 100 years, and this is the first time I've encountered such heavy snow." Little Rooster and Sun Chang'an found it fun, but Han Ju sensed something unusual. As Han Ju pondered, the system suddenly prompted, "A millennium-old demon is about to awaken. You have the following choices. 1. Emerge now, slay the demon, save the people, and receive a spiritual treasure and a divine ability inheritance. 2. Continue your cultivation, steer clear of danger, and receive a random heavenly material and earthly treasure seed." A millennium-old demon? Sounds formidable. I'd be foolish to go and slay it. Without hesitation, Han Ju immediately chose the second option. The system congratulated him. "You have chosen to continue your cultivation, steering clear of danger. You receive a random heavenly material and earthly treasure, Fusang Tree Seed." The Fusang Tree, a divine tree of heaven and earth, can enhance the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After 10,000 years, it can attract the golden crow, and after 1,000,000 years, it can connect to other realms. Hanju looked at the seed that suddenly appeared in his hand and raised an eyebrow slightly. The Fusang tree, related to the sun in myths, but 1,000,000 years is too long. Hanju turned and called Sun Chang'an over to the front of the cave dwelling. Sun Chang'an's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Master, could it be that Master is going to teach me a divine ability? Hanju handed him the seed, saying, this is my treasured tree. From today onwards, you are to plant it here and meditate in front of it every day. You must protect it well. If it doesn't grow well, I will hold you accountable. Meanwhile, in another realm, also blanketed in snow, countless demons crawled in the forests. Yang Tiandong led the group. Yang Tiandong turned to an old tree demon beside him and asked, how much longer? The old tree demon replied, soon. The great Dian Su demon king will awaken. Yang Tiandong frowned. If he's so powerful, why has he been asleep for 2,000 years? 2,000 years ago, before the great swallow existed, this place was rarely visited by humans and was a paradise for our demon kind. Dian Su demon king was the only demon king in this land, and all demons obeyed him. Until one time, a human cultivator stumbled into this land. Seeing him injured, Dian Su demon king helped him. However, that man betrayed his kindness and brought countless cultivators to attack us. A war that lasted decades erupted. Dian Su demon king was sealed here, and we, the demons, were decimated. Few survived. Yang Tiandong asked with a frown, don't those cultivators worry that Dian Su demon king might awaken? The old tree demon scoffed. Human hearts are uglier than those of demons. 2,000 years have passed, and they're no longer united against a common enemy. They might have already turned on each other, with few still alive. Yang Tiandong asked, when Dian Su demon king awakens, will he slaughter all the humans in the great swallow? Of course, this territory originally belonged to us, the old tree demon replied. Yang Tiandong thought of the Jade Pure sect in Hanju, planning to inform his master of this news as soon as possible. Soon, the group of demons arrived at the mountain top where the demon king was sealed. They felt the oppressive force growing stronger from beneath the ice. As a beam of golden light faded, the sound of icebergs shattering echoed in the distance. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the demon king broke through the seal, emerging from the ice. Bloodlight soared into the sky atop the mountain, and a roar suppressed for 1,000 years tore through the heavens. The demons felt an unprecedented terror and pressure. Yang Tiandong felt a strong unease. This is bad. This pressure far exceeds my master's. Master is in danger. At this moment, outside his cave dwelling, Hanju also received a system alert about the demon king's emergence. I didn't expect this demon king to come so soon. The blizzard in the great swallow lasted for 2 years before stopping. One day, a figure stealthily infiltrated the Jade Pure sect's scripture pavilion. This person's cultivation was so high that no one knew the pavilion had been thoroughly searched. Among the scriptures, nothing caught this person's eye except for a booklet titled Observations of 100 Female Cultivators. Finally, a Jade Pure sect disciple guarding the pavilion noticed the intrusion and attacked with a sword. In an instant, 2 disciples were knocked out and thrown out of the pavilion. The intruder mocked boldly, trash, just trash. This is the foundation of the Jade Pure sect? Is this really the #1 sect in the Great Swallow? So weak. He looked towards the direction where the spiritual energy was densest, ascetic immortal mountain, thinking, that must be where the god-slaying elder is in seclusion. I really want to see what it would be like for you to kneel before me, begging for mercy. He. Hanju also detected that a powerful individual had entered the Jade Pure sect. Leisure True Person, Fusion Void Realm 9th layer, an elder of the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate. Hanju thought, since that's the case, it's time to deal with you. After taking a booklet of female cultivator portraits from the scripture pavilion, Leisure True Person flew towards ascetic immortal mountain. As he neared the peak with surging spiritual energy, he suddenly felt uneasy. Having wandered the cultivation world for many years, he trusted his instincts. He also remembered the advice of the sect master Lu Bumi before leaving. Brother, I know you enjoy seeking the Tao. Don't forget the main purpose of our trip to the Great Swallow. Of course, my primary goal is still to assess the strength of potential enemies for the sect. I have my measures. This time I plan to disguise myself as one of their disciples. If their sect is strong, we will bide our time. If weak, I will eradicate them directly. As he flew closer, the spiritual energy became denser. Soon, he reached Hanju's territory. Looking at the foundation of the Jade Pure sect, it's just SOSO. No wonder the 9 Cauldrons sage refused to stay in the Jade Pure sect. Always limited by his narrow view, his cultivation will never progress. If I'm not mistaken, they call this place ascetic immortal mountain. Such taste, lacking. In a flash, Leisure True Person saw a huge Dharma figure suddenly appear in front of him, which abruptly vanished the moment he was taken aback. Is it an illusion? Ascetic immortal mountain is right before my eyes, yet for some reason, an inexplicable sense of danger arises in my heart. Despite having reached the Fusion Void Realm many years ago, this is the first time I've felt this way. There are some entities in the cultivation world that defy common logic. Caution is the best approach. He then formed a seal and chanted, sending out a part of his spiritual sense. Meanwhile, atop ascetic immortal mountain, mountain, Hanju sat in meditation, quietly waiting. He sensed, I've sensed him. He's here. From afar, Leisure True Person saw him and thought to himself, what a handsome man. He's only at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. He must be a disciple of the God-slaying elder. Leisure True Person looked at Hanju and asked with a smile, young man, is the God-slaying elder here? At that moment, a system notification came to Hanju. Leisure True Person has developed a favorable impression of you. Current favorability is 2 stars. Hanju replied helplessly, what do you want? Leisure True Person answered with a charming smile, of course, to ask him to submit to our blood flame heavenly gate. Submit? How about facing my sword first? Hanju flipped his right hand and took out the primordial judgment sword. Seeing the primordial judgment sword, Leisure True Person's pupils shrank. This treasure has an extraordinary origin. Even without releasing sword energy, its dominance is already palpable. Wait, he seems to be covered in spiritual treasures. Could he be the God-slaying elder? Leisure True Person was shocked. Fusion Void Realm. So, you are the God-slaying elder. With a burst of golden light from his hand, Hanju shouted, 3 pure worlds extermination. As the treasured sword was thrust into the ground, countless golden sword shadows struck Leisure True Person with such speed that he couldn't react. His body instantly pierced by several sword energies. Before Leisure True Person could stabilize himself, he was horrified to see countless sword shadows covering the sky from all directions. This is bad. My escape is cut off. I can't escape. The sword energy is too overbearing. I have no way to counter it. I'm doomed. I must sacrifice that item and escape in the chaos. In an instant, Leisure True Person sacrificed a spiritual treasure, Azure Lotus Supreme Treasure Tower. The small tower quickly expanded, covering his body, but then it was struck by countless sword shadows. Leisure True Person then formed a spell with his hands, self-destruction of the spiritual treasure, and in an instant, spiritual power exploded, sending multicolored shockwaves into the sky. Leisure True Person's physical body, along with the Azure Tower, was directly blasted into ashes. Far away, Leisure True Person's avatar trembled, vomiting blood. Damn it, this is a heavy loss, but I'll remember this. Luckily, he had used the bright dark separation technique to leave an avatar, so even if his physical body died, the avatar could become the true body. The tyranny of the sword energy is unprecedented. Even the remnants reached me here. With just one move, both the Azure Lotus Tower and my body were gone. Truly a loss of both wife and troops. What kind of demon or ghost is the God-slaying elder? This place is not safe to stay. I must quickly inform the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate about this, and we must not provoke them. After the explosion, Hanju also detected that Leisure True Person's spiritual energy was still present. Transformed into spiritual energy, it was an avatar. Damn, my power has been exposed. I was careless, and the enemy was equally cautious. This is going to be troublesome. What if after the smaller ones come the bigger ones? Oh right, he's among my contacts. Targeting him just got easier. With that, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Leisure True Person. 3 years later, Leisure True Person finally escaped back to the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate. Seeing the sorry state of Leisure True Person, Lu Bummy was shocked. Junior brother, I've finally returned. Holy crap. Senior brother, how did you end up in such a sorry state? Leisure True Person recounted all the misfortunes he encountered on his way back, but he did not mention Hanju. Lu Bummy said, I see, that's not a big problem. Oh right, our sect disciples have completed their training, and your return is timely. Leisure True Person looked towards the training ground. Ha, let's flatten the Great Swallow together. Remembering Hanju's unparalleled face, Leisure True Person's soul couldn't help but tremble. No, don't go to the Great Swallow. Junior brother, absolutely not. The Jade Pure sect in the Great Swallow has an unmatched powerhouse. I couldn't even take one of his moves. Let's postpone the invasion. Lu Bummy widened his eyes in shock. But our Blood Flame Heavenly Gate is fully prepared. If we give up now, won't all our preparations be in vain? Besides, we've just unified the Great Way, and the morale of our people is high. Damaging morale at this time is also inappropriate. Senior brother, we still need more resources. We must dispatch troops. With that guest elder on our side, we might stand a chance. Leisure True Person sighed. This God-slaying elder has always kept a low profile. The Jade Pure sect status as the #1 sect in the Great Swallow is largely due to him. He seems to be at the Fusion Void Realm, but the impression he gives me is very elusive. Saying he is unfathomable is not an exaggeration. Even that guest elder might not have an advantage against him. You know my intuition is always accurate. It's better to be safe than sorry. Lu Bummy furrowed his brows, unable to comprehend how the Great Swallow could possess such a formidable individual. Then, let's target the Western Abyss Province instead. This statement sparked widespread discussion. What? Weren't we targeting the Great Swallow? Isn't going to the Western Abyss Province also passing through the Great Swallow? We're not attacking them. The 9 Dragons sect of the Western Abyss Province has recently undergone a turmoil. Striking them while they're weak is also our opportunity. Leisure True Person went back to heal his injuries, promising to assist them in attacking the Western Abyss Province once he had recovered. As he left, he thought, the Great Swallow, how can it possess such a formidable individual? Better to avoid it in the future. In the northern part of the Great Swallow, snow stretched for hundreds of miles, and within the vast expanse of snow stood a terrifying figure hundreds of meters tall. hall, with many transformed demon kings gathered together, kneeling before it. The old tree demon was the first to speak. We await Demon King's orders. Demon King, when shall we wash the great swallow's human race in blood? Tien Su Demon King responded with a cold tone. Wash the human race in blood? When did I ever say I wanted to wash the human race in blood? Yang Tiandong clearly felt a terrifying spiritual sense sweeping over them, eventually focusing on Yang Tiandong. Tien Su Demon King noticed the one with a distinctly different aura. Half demon power, half human energy, a half demon, and with such strong energy, this kid has hidden himself well. No wonder these demons haven't noticed. Interesting, Tien Su Demon King thought, then said, little demon, come here. Yang Tiandong tensed up at Tien Su Demon King's words, cautiously raising his eyes to look. Terrifying, suffocating, an oppressive aura that feels like heading into the abyss. Tien Su Demon King as the Lord of the Abyss. Fear engulfed Yang Tiandong, at this moment feeling, I'm done for. Meanwhile, in another part of the cultivation world, within the dungeons of the Nine Dragons sect, a person was chained to a massive stone. This person was the sect master of the Nine Dragons sect, who cursed, Wei Yuan, in this life, I will be at odds with you. Standing in front of him was indeed Wei Yuan, whose body had been taken over by Huang Zuntian. Holding a dagger, Wei Yuan asked, Senior brother, how many years has it been since I returned from the Jade Pure sect? The sect master remained silent, but Wei Yuan continued, let me tell you, it's been 16 years. A whole 16 years. Do you know how I've spent these 16 years? Ever since I came back, I've been under your control, needing your permission for everything. To win over your confidence, I've put in a lot of effort, and now I've finally brought you down. The Nine Dragons sect master said, Junior brother wouldn't think so far ahead. Who exactly are you? As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Yuan swiftly slit his throat. Wei Yuan walked out of the dungeon slowly, and his astute disciples immediately hailed, greetings to the sect master. An elder asked Wei Yuan, Sect master, what's our direction for development? What are our goals? Wei Yuan coldly responded, nothing special, just focus on ascetic cultivation. Should we continue preparing to attack the Great Swallow? Hearing this, Wei Yuan was startled. Nobody is allowed to mention the Great Swallow again. I'll be angry at anyone who brings it up. Yes, sect master. After the millennium-old demon Tien Su Demon King emerged, there was no movement, and the cultivation world of the Great Swallow remained peaceful. One day, with nothing better to do, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune to see if any of his enemies had died. Hanju complained to the Book of Misfortune, after so long, there's still no change in the Book of Misfortune. I was too careless in that last battle, not expecting the enemy to be as cautious as me, and the Book of Misfortune couldn't do anything to him. In the future, if I encounter an enemy, I must use my strongest move to instantly kill them. Not long after, Li Qingzi's shouts came from outside the cave dwelling, his face filled with worry. Elder Han, something terrible has happened. Hanju felt a jolt in his heart, waiting for Li Qingzi to elaborate. Speak, is it the millennium-old demon attacking, or has the blood flame heavenly gate come? It's neither. It's about the Nine Dragons sect. Wei Yuan, who had a grudge with you before, has become the new sect master of the Nine Dragons sect. Do you think he might come for revenge? Ha, he became the sect master? This reminded Hanju of Huang Zuntian's previous promise. Do you need me to become the sect master? Hanju was speechless. That works. With Huang Zuntian successfully taking over as the sect master of the Nine Dragons sect, Hanju considered one of his concerns resolved. The system notified, Huang Zuntian has developed a favorable impression towards you. Current favorability is 5 stars. Hanju reassured Li Qingzi not to worry. Sect leader, rest assured, I've made a promise with Wei Yuan. He won't trouble us. Li Qingzi was relieved. Really? That's great, Elder Han. Just as Hanju was about to return to his seclusion, Li Qingzi stopped him. Elder Han, would you be willing to become the 4th sect leader of the Jade Pure sect? Over the years, you've contributed so much to the Jade Pure sect, and your achievements are unparalleled. No one is more suitable than you. But Hanju immediately and decisively refused. Being the sect leader is really not good, not to mention getting beaten up all the time. There's also so much to manage, and most importantly, there's no time for cultivation. Elder Han, please reconsider. Hanju walked away without looking back, leaving Li Qingzi standing there in a daze. Stepping out of the innate cave dwelling, Li Qingzi couldn't help but look towards the Fusang tree. After so many years, ascetic Immortal Mountain has changed quite a bit. I remember there wasn't this sapling before. Even in its germination period, it can produce such vast spiritual energy. What kind of heavenly material and earthly treasure is this? And that demonic pet has reached the golden core realm, even stronger than some disciples in the sect. It's baffling. They're even inferior to a chicken. Suddenly, a demonic aura brushed past Li Qingzi, another golden core realm demon. Damn it. A half-human, half-demon, Yang Tiandong. Arriving in front of the innate cave dwelling, Yang Tiandong knelt down with tears in his eyes, worshipping Hanju. Master, I've returned. You actually remembered to come back. Yang Tiandong immediately clung to Hanju's legs, crying, Master, I was captured by a demon king, went through numerous adventures, and eventually became a demon king myself, with countless demons under my command, which I couldn't bear to leave. Who would have thought? The Great Swallow has now seen the most powerful Tien Su Demon King in history. history. The original demon kings of the Great Swallow could only submit to him, and he even forced me to become his adopted son. He has a huge conspiracy to domesticate the human race of the Great Swallow, and now he's preparing to lead the demons to the border of the Great Swallow. What? Say that again. Yang Tiandong repeated. Diansu Demon King is preparing to attack the Great Swallow. Now he's about to unify the Great Swallow. No, the sentence before that. Diansu Demon King forced me to become his adopted son. Hanju gritted his teeth and said, a disciple is also a son. The vengeance of taking a son is irreconcilable. How strong is he? Yang Tiandong answered, he's extremely powerful, at least in the Union realm. Before he came, the strongest demon king in the Great Swallow was only at the spirit transformation realm, but Diansu Demon King could kill us just with his aura. I only managed to escape under the pretense of scouting the Great Swallow. Master, we should flee quickly. No, we're not running. Yang Tiandong was very puzzled. He knew that facing an almost invincible millennium-old demon like Diansu Demon King, his master would surely choose to avoid danger. Then Hanju suddenly had an idea. Go back to that demon king and tell him that I admire him very much. Basically, speak well of me to him, make him develop a good impression of me. Yang Tiandong was very puzzled. Master, are you planning to defect? Hanju didn't bother with explanations, instructing Yang Tiandong to quickly go back and follow his orders. 3 months later, Hanju checked his messages in the relationship panel. Suchi actually joined the monster taming demon sect. This kid is something. In the special attention section, another message instantly energized Hanju. Diansu Demon King has developed a favorable impression of you. Current favorability is 1 star. Finally, I wonder how Yang Tiandong managed to persuade that demon king. If Hanju knew that Yang Tiandong had shown his portrait to the demon king, he would be furious. At the moment, the demons were contemplating capturing Hanju to present him to Diansu Demon King as the chief consort. Yang Tiandong exclaimed, but master isn't a woman. Don't worry, we demons don't care about these details. Look how pleased our lord is. After making up his mind, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune to curse Diansu Demon King. Hanju thought, Union Realm 4th layer. With my current cultivation at the Fusion Void Realm 7th layer, winning a direct confrontation seems unlikely, but the Book of Misfortune can do it, and I'm not afraid of him discovering it. Previous curses have proven that even higher level cultivators can't trace the cause and effect of a curse. Although it hasn't recorded killing an enemy directly, it can still be a nuisance regardless of the cultivation level. As long as these people are in my friends list, the Book of Misfortune can specifically target them with curses. Just writing the name, however, makes the curse's output insufficiently sustained, which is why I haven't managed to kill enemies with it before. Li Qianlong is proof of that. The key point is, I've never cursed with all my strength before. A full power curse requires a considerable amount of spiritual power. Let's try using all my spiritual power to curse this time and see what effect it has on Diansu Demon King. The Book of Misfortune emitted strands of eerie blood energy, making Diansu Demon King's name seem especially sinister. The system suddenly issued a warning. Excessive use of the Book of Misfortune may lead to backlash. The Book of Misfortune finally gave feedback. The first time. Let's stop here. The effect of using the Book of Misfortune with all my strength is domineering. 5 stars. But it's a bit of harming the enemy by 1,000 and self-harming by 800. Decided. I'll curse Diansu Demon King once every 3 years. Let's keep him from getting ideas about us. At this moment, in the demon lair amidst icy snow, Diansu Demon King was tormented by Hanju's curse, suffering terribly. What chilled him the most was that he could no longer cultivate. The demonic power in his body decreased instead of increasing with each breath he took. Cough cough. Who have I offended to deserve such despicable tactics? Could it be they have returned? No, that's impossible. This, a miracle. Celestial immortals from heaven? Do they know about my plan to obliterate the Great Swallow? So they've come to warn me? 10 years later, as the Fusang tree continued to grow, the closest innate cave dwelling benefited first, with a surge in spiritual energy. Hanju and Xinghongxian, the sweet couple, lived a shameless life, sweating profusely, organizing small events every 2 days and big ones every 3. However, this manga is a very serious cultivation manga, so the couple only indulged in eating snail noodle soup, tasting the delicacies of the world. While eating, Hanju detected the arrival of 2 Fusion Void Realm auras at the Jade Pure set, one of whom was an old acquaintance. Hanju told Xinghongxian to keep eating while he would return shortly. Leaving Xinghongxian yearning for more, she alone in the room said, "Husband, come back soon. It won't taste good when it's cold. Otherwise, I'll help you eat it." Looking at the ascetic immortal mountain in front of him, Shang Wanqiujian laughed. "So, this is the Jade Pure sect you spoke of? Are there really experts here as you claimed? I don't feel any strong sword intent. It seems to be just SOSO." The speaker was Shang Wanqiujian, who had previously persuaded Huang Jihao to join the True Martial Sect, and Fusion Void Realm 9th layer expert and the Sword Elder of the True Martial Sect. Huang Jihao advised him, "Don't speak too soon. I thought the same last time." Before they could continue, they heard a voice from behind. "What brings you to the Jade Pure sect?" Surprised, the two turned around, and Huang Jihao immediately bowed and said with a trembling voice, "Huang Jihao pays respects to the senior. Shang Wanqiujian thought, when did he arrive? I didn't detect his presence at all. Is this the senior Huang Jihao described? Huang Jihao, let me tell you, you really need to practice your drawing skills. How could you make such a handsome guy look like a melon? Huang Jihao awkwardly said, I really didn't know the senior had changed his hairstyle. That's not the point. Hanju telepathically asked Huang Jihao. Huang Jihao, if you are being kidnapped, blink your eyes. Huang Jihao respectfully said, Senior, rest assured, we mean no harm. This is Shang Wanqiujian, the #1 sword cultivator from the true martial sect of the Western Abyss province. We are here to exchange sword techniques with you. Hanju thought to himself, an exchange? Just at the Fusion Void Realm 9th layer. How dare he? Shang Wanqiujian chuckled, fellow Taoist, don't worry, it's just a friendly exchange. It will not affect the relationship between the Jade Pure sect and the true martial sect. We will stop at the right moment. Hanju sighed, I'm a person who dislikes trouble. How about this? I'll make one move, and if you can withstand it, I'll consider it my loss. Shang Wanqiujian, thinking Hanju was afraid, readily accepted. You look down on me? Well, I would like to see what's so special about your one move. Huang Jihao, already understanding Hanju's intention, was terrified to the point of being pale and speechless. Hanju said, then I must offend fellow Taoist Changwan. He then suddenly drew out the primordial judgment sword. Seeing the sword energy released by Hanju, Huang Jihao thought, it's over. The senior is stronger than before. 8 layers of fusion void realm spiritual power, like a mountain torrent bursting, all poured into the primordial judgment sword. Shang Wanqiujian also felt this strike was extraordinary, as a sword energy swept across the sky, and time seemed to stand still. Shang Wanqiujian widened his eyes and reached for the sword at his waist. Instant skill to face? Shang Wanqiujian thought he was dead, with his life flashing before his eyes in an instant. Standing there as if soulless, the ground next to Shang Wanqiujian was sliced open by the sword energy, leaving a chasm that seemed bottomless. Hanju sheathed the primordial judgment sword and said indifferently, using my left hand really did affect my accuracy a bit. Were you holding back? It seems you couldn't even catch a single sword strike, Hanju said softly, his cold expression making Huang Jihao feel as if he was looking at a sword immortal at the end of the path of swordsmanship. With a thud, Shang Wanqiujian's legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground, not just unable to catch it. I didn't even have a chance to resist. Me, the #1 sword cultivator of the true martial sect, couldn't withstand a single strike from someone else. I even aspired to be the #1 sword cultivator in the world. How ridiculous that seems now. Hanju encouraged, don't be disheartened. As the saying goes, there's always someone better out there, and you can't see a rainbow without a bit of rain. Your talent is decent, and you have a promising future. It's not impossible to win against me. I see potential in you. Hearing Hanju say this, Shang Wanqiujian was stunned. I have lost. After his defeat in the exchange, Shang Wanqiujian became completely listless. Seeing Shang Wanqiujian kneeling before him, Hanju suddenly felt a bit of pity. Did I go too far? Maybe he wasn't here to cause trouble, just genuinely seeking guidance. I held back in my strike. He should be able to recover quickly. Let's not speak of today's events to anyone else. With that, Hanju turned to leave. Shang Wanqiujian hastily got up. Senior, please wait. May I know your Taoist name? Reincarnation. Dropping this word, Hanju then left on his sword. Shang Wanqiujian stood there dazed, repeating the word reincarnation to himself. Huang Jihao consoled. I had it worse than you at first. This is nothing. At least you weren't injured. Reincarnation. Could it be that this Taoist name belongs to a great power living incognito among us? It seems I've been a frog in a well. System notification. Shang Wanqiujian has developed a good impression of you. Current favorability is 3 stars. Hanju couldn't help but shake his head. Do these geniuses have something in common? Getting beaten up raises their favorability? To be fair, Hanju really did look cool with that move, but the aftermath was rather awkward. The tree that Hanju split in half was named the Jade Pure Tree, personally planted by the 9 Cauldrons sage on the day the sect was founded. No, the Jade Pure Tree. That was personally planted by our ancestor, the 9 Cauldrons sage, on the day our sect was founded. It's been over 1,000 years. Who the hell cut it down? Li Qingzi, knowing full well it was Hanju's doing, could only swallow his bitterness. Hanju guiltily said, I happened to witness it. It was done by a cat. What kind of cat has such power? And what's with this crack in the ground? Do you know how hard it is to redraw the map? Hanju also felt this incident was too ostentatious, violating his principle of keeping a low profile. Some techniques become more powerful as my cultivation level increases. No, I need to figure out a move that can strike enemies discreetly without affecting the surrounding environment. Meanwhile, in the icy, snowy lair of the demons, the Diansu Demon King was going mad. Ever since that bizarre injury, he would relive that nightmare every 3 years. Why? That feeling again. Who is targeting me? He was clueless about the root of the problem. If it was indeed the work of an immortal, why not just kill him? One day, a lesser demon came to report to Demon King, your adopted son Yang Tiandong has arrived. Diansu Demon King thought, fine, let him in. Yang Tiandong bluffed Diansu Demon King, saying, adoptive father, hearing of your troubles, your son has come to relieve you of them. Oh, you know about my issues? Yang Tiandong took the opportunity to continue, adoptive father, I've recently sought a divination from a wise man, and it suggested that your troubles are related to your endeavors. Dian Su Demon King pondered. Is that so? Could this curse be related to my plans to attack the human race? It's not impossible. Better to believe it and be cautious. Perhaps it is indeed for this reason that the immortals have cursed me. Yang Tiandong asked. So, adoptive father, are we canceling our plans to attack the human race? Dian Su Demon King sighed resignedly. Let's cancel it for now. You notify the others. Yang Tiandong outwardly complied, but inwardly he was disdainful. Was it really that easy to deceive him? Master, Great Swallow is saved, but that's not enough. I have greater ambitions. A man should not live under others forever. Just you wait. Dian Su Demon King, your position as Demon King will eventually be mine. Half a year later, Shang Wanqiujian and Huang Jihao returned to the true martial sect. After being defeated by Han Ju, Shang Wanqiujian's Dao heart was nearly destroyed. To solidify his Dao heart, he continuously challenged summoners in the valley during his return journey to rebuild his confidence. Shang Wanqiujian said to Huang Jihao, I feel like I've regained my confidence. Yes, and the fact that this master was of Highland bloodline and you defeated him shows you your level. Not everyone is like Senior Han. I plan to go into seclusion at the true martial sect for a while to consolidate my Dao heart. I will go back and challenge that senior again in the future. Huang Jihao exclaimed in surprise. You're going back? I won't carry you back next time. Just then, the sky underwent a dramatic change, displaying a purple glow, and the swords of Shang Wanqiujian and Huang Jihao began to tremble. Both looked at their swords in horror. What's happening? Has someone else comprehended the ancient sword Dao? Huang Jihao looked at Shang Wanqiujian in alarm. You don't think it's? Shang Wanqiujian said in denial. Absolutely impossible. To comprehend the ancient sword Dao once in a lifetime is already reaching the heavens. How could he? But that direction, it seems to be where Great Swallow is. Elsewhere, on the peak of a towering mountain, a man in a black robe was meditating, surrounded by a vast sea of clouds. He suddenly opened his eyes as the swords on his left and right vibrated intensely. The man in the black robe frowned and murmured, someone else has had an insight into the ancient sword intent. Strange. Why can't I deduce any further? He took out a talisman paper, placed it on the ground in front of him, and began to cast a spell. After a few moments, characters gradually appeared on the talisman, eventually forming two bold characters. Reincarnation. What does this mean? Does reincarnation refer to the laws of heaven and earth, or to a cultivator? The Jade Pure sect was also enveloped in a purple glow. From the elders to the outer sect disciples, all their swords trembled, causing everyone to nervously gather together for discussion. The sky has changed color. What's happening? Could a great being have emerged? Sect leader. This is a rare phenomenon. All swords resonating. It must signify a great terror. Li Qingzi tried to calm everyone. Stay calm. Haven't we experienced all swords resonating before? It will be alright this time too. Li Qingzi was very frustrated. Why has the Jade Pure sect faced so many disasters and difficulties during my tenure as sect leader? I wonder if Elder Han has been disturbed. If he leaves because of this, the Jade Pure sect might never find another pillar like him. At the same time, within the innate cave dwelling, a small sword pattern emerged between Han Ju's eyebrows, faintly visible. Han Ju was comprehending sword intent, a type of sword intent unique to him. Suddenly, his consciousness found itself in an endlessly flowing river of sword paths. Han Ju's consciousness awakened within this river, and ahead, silhouettes illuminated by sword light appeared, blurry and indistinct. These figures moved slowly, and Han Ju passed them one by one, entering a profound state. What is this place? I was clearly in my cave dwelling a moment ago. How did I end up here? Han Ju's spiritual sense entered the river of sword paths, advancing step by step, surpassing sword cultivators moving along the sword path. At this moment, the system notified Han Ju. System notification. This is the river of sword paths. Advancing within it can temper the will of the sword path. The higher one's comprehension of the sword path, the further one can go. Han Ju went further and further, with no one catching up from behind, and no figures appearing in front of the light. Han Ju speculated that those walking in front of him must have a higher mastery of the sword path. There are quite a few people. Thankfully, I don't go out much, otherwise facing these people would likely result in defeat. I can't fall behind. I must catch up with them first. Suddenly, a mysterious and terrifying sword intent burst forth, sweeping towards Han Ju, giving him a momentary fear of facing death. A towering figure suddenly appeared ahead, shouting angrily, "Mortals wishing to touch the realm of immortals, you are not worthy. Retreat." Before the words fell, the figure with angry eyes shouted loudly, and in an instant, countless sword intents shone with golden light, attacking Han Ju before he could react. The river of sword path shattered, and Han Ju's spiritual sense was pierced by the sky-filled sword intent. Finally, Han Ju woke up as if from a dream, his consciousness returning to his body. He gasped for air, his face covered in sweat, recalling the encounter. Who was that person? Just with sword intent, he could harm me from afar. Fortunately, he had no intent to kill, or my primordial spirit might have been destroyed. At this moment, the system delivered another notification. Congratulations on comprehending the Tai grade sword intent, named Reincarnation Sword Intent. As this is your first time comprehending Tai grade sword intent, you receive a spiritual treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Tai grade 6th rank spiritual treasure. Meditation cushion. Meditation cushion. Tai grade 6th rank spiritual treasure can enhance cultivation speed and calm the mind, stabilizing against inner demons. Hanju was somewhat shocked. Tai grade? Could this be a level that transcends the mortal realm? The immoral realm? Could it be the world after ascension? So, the people on the River of Sword paths just now, were they all great vehicle ascenders? That makes sense. Their cultivation levels are high, so their sword intent would naturally not be weak. Hanju summoned a small sword with his palm. In the future, if someone challenges me, I'll specifically use this reincarnation sword intent to target and kill them, and it won't cause too much of a commotion. The purple glow in the sky began to fade, and the Jade Pure sect returned to tranquility once more. Buchanan was still diligently practicing his heartless sword technique. Although his talent was not high, his diligence made up for it. This time, he finally managed to produce sword energy, cutting off the head of a wooden dummy. Buchanan stared at the sword in his hand, knowing that the emergence of sword energy meant that his emotional attachments were about to be severed. Excited, he ran to Hanju. Master, I finally have sword energy. In the northern region's monster taming demon sect, hundreds of disciples were engaged in ascetic cultivation, hoping to comprehend the ancient divine abilities sooner. Su Chi was among them, looking troubled. Master, why haven't you made a move? If you don't act soon, I'll be forced to practice demonic techniques. He didn't want to practice the demonic techniques of the monster taming demon sect. He wanted to be a cultivator of the righteous path. Just then, a figure appeared in the sect's training ground, shouting, "Stop training. Elder Xiao has passed away. All disciples must immediately go to pay respects." This announcement caused a stir among everyone. How is that possible? Wasn't Elder Xiao full of vitality just yesterday? Maybe it was a brief resurgence of energy. I was still listening to his teachings this morning. I can't believe he's gone so suddenly. Su Chi followed the crowd, secretly excited. Could it be that Master has started to make a move? Inside the monster taming demon sect's ancestral hall, Elder Xiao's body lay at the center, with other elders casting spells to maintain his weak soul. Sect leader Tu Quan, with a somber expression, said, "Elder Xiao, we have done our best. This secret technique can only sustain the soul for a short period. You suddenly passed away today. Do you have any last words?" Xiao was in a state of confusion. "To be honest, I feel very suffocated. I don't even know how I died." Tu Quan said, "From all indications, your death seemed to be of natural causes, but the second elder deduced that you died from a curse." Xiao fell into despair again. "No wonder I've been so unlucky. It turns out it was a curse. Facing inner demons during cultivation, my cultivation level has not increased but regressed. Do you know who might be responsible? We will avenge you." Xiao said, "It's hard to say, as I had killed all my enemies, leaving no troubles behind." Wait, could it be him? Xiao thought of Hanju's peerless face, and for some reason, he had a strong feeling that ever since Hanju thwarted his plan, misfortunes had piled up, and he frequently encountered inner demons during cultivation. It must be him. The more Xiao thought about it, the more agitated he became. Tu Quan urged him to calm down, otherwise, his soul would dissipate even faster. Helplessly, Xiao's soul began to dissipate. He weakly said, "Brother, my brothers, my last words. Never go to Great Swallow, and never provoke the Jade Pure sect of Great Swallow." Before he could finish, his soul completely disappeared like smoke. Elder brother Xiao, "Brother, you haven't left the summoning incantation for that demon pet. Brother, where did you hide your treasures?" The crowd was shocked, looking up at the sky as a strong being vanished so mysteriously. Tu Quan frowned and asked the others, "Great Swallow, what place is that?" Everyone looked at each other. "Don't know. Have no idea." Sect leader, "How about we send someone to investigate?" Tu Quan shook his head. "No, it's too dangerous. Didn't you hear what the brother said at the end? We can't even afford to provoke them. How formidable must that be?" Hanju also received another system notification. "Your enemy Xiao has died." Damn, Lee's your true person. Diansu Demon King. I wonder how long you two can last under the Book of Misfortune. Meanwhile, in the icy, snowy demon lair, howls echoed continuously. Diansu Demon King was frantically pounding the walls, tormented by the curse of the Book of Misfortune, seeking death but unable to achieve it. Diansu Demon King didn't understand why. Despite swearing not to attack Great Swallow anymore, he still had to suffer like this. Yang Tiandong was also curious about who Diansu Demon King had offended to be cursed out of the blue. Tears welled up in Diansu Demon King's eyes as he grabbed Yang Tiandong. "Yang Tiandong, tell me, what should I do?" Yang Tiandong's eyes darted around as he said, "Adoptive father, is it possible? The immortals want to see your concrete actions." "Concrete? Explain." Yang Tiandong continued, "For instance, how about you try visiting a human sect to make friends? Perhaps the immortals will change their view of you." Diansu Demon King's eyes lit up. "Visit in person? Are you joking? With so many sects in Great Swallow, I'm supposed to visit each one and smile at those cultivators? Not at all. You just need to pick any sect to visit as a gesture, to show your stance." "I see. You mentioned before, in which sect is that Hanju?" "The Jade Pure sect." "Then let's set off tomorrow." "No, today." Yang Tiandong panicked internally. "Oh no, I haven't informed Master yet." "Adoptive father, wait. Humans place great importance on first impressions. You need to transform your appearance. If handled well, making friends would be halfway there. Humans are so troublesome. I don't want to." "Are you sure this will work halfway? Before long, Yang Tiandong had arranged a very down-to-earth outfit for the Demon King, and the two demons set off for the Jade Pure Sect. A few days later, Tiansu Demon King and Yang Tiandong arrived outside the gate of the Jade Pure Sect. Seeing no one to welcome them, Tiansu Demon King was quite displeased. Where's the sect leader of the Jade Pure Sect? Come out and meet me, Yang Tiandong advised. Adoptive father, making friends isn't done this way. At this moment, Hanju, inside the innate cave dwelling, also received a system notification about the Demon King's arrival. Hanju's first reaction was to conduct a simulation trial. Tiansu Demon King, why has he come? Act first, ask questions later. After saying this, Hanju initiated the trial. Tiansu Demon King was strong, and it took Hanju 10 seconds to fight him the first time. In subsequent trials, he directly used the Primordial Judgment Sword with Reincarnation Sword intent and the abundant spiritual power to execute the 3 Pure Worlds Extermination Sword technique. After multiple attempts, Hanju was finally able to instantly defeat Tiansu Demon King. Next, let's see what this Demon King wants to do. By now, Li Qingzi had already led Tiansu Demon King and Yang Tiandong to the base of the ascetic Immortal Mountain, cursing at Yang Tiandong, Elder Han. It's an emergency. Hasn't the Jade Pure Sect suffered enough over the years? The incident with the 19 sects was bad enough, and now Yang Tiandong has brought someone even more significant. You traitor, if it weren't for you being Elder Han's disciple, I would slap you to death. Then, a cold voice came. I wonder what business Tiansu Demon King has with our Jade Pure Sect. The three of them were startled and looked up to see that the newcomer was Hanju. Yang Tiandong exclaimed with joy, its master. This time, Hanju's demeanor was entirely different, giving Yang Tiandong a sense of boldness. Li Qingzi also admired silently. Elder Han truly possesses vast divine abilities. To have anticipated Tiansu Demon King's visit to the Jade Pure Sect, worthy of being Elder Han, regardless of whether we can win or not. This aura alone is victorious. Tiansu Demon King felt the pressure emanating from Hanju, and his sensitivity to battle aura as a demon allowed him to sense that Hanju had just been in combat. Is it an illusion? He clearly just fought, killing many strong beings, with even Union Realm blood energy remaining. The murderous aura is too intense. Impossible. Where would Great Swallow find so many Union Realm adversaries? But his sword intent indeed poses a danger to me. More importantly, it inexplicably feels familiar, yet we've never crossed swords. Are you here to cause trouble? Hanju said coldly again. Tiansu Demon King immediately softened. Not at all. I've heard of Elder Han's renowned beauty, and have always wanted to share a drink and converse with Elder Han. What did you say? Tiansu Demon King felt a surge of pressure coming at him again. Tiansu Demon King quickly corrected himself. No, I mean, I wish to share a drink with Li's sect leader by Elder Han's side and become brothers. Please grant me this honor, Elder Han. Yang Tiandong also hurriedly conveyed to Tiansu Demon King's recent experiences in secret. Tiansu Demon King thought he was cursed by immortals and wanted to make amends with the Jade Pure Sect to show his sincerity to the immortals. Upon hearing this, Hanju almost laughed out loud. So, it turns out this Demon King truly came seeking peace. Knowing the Demon King's intentions, Hanju's attitude also changed. Since that's the case, then you should go ahead and befriend each other. Seeing that Hanju's hostility had vanished, Tiansu Demon King quickly took Li Qingzi down the mountain. Thank you, immortal. Thus, after thousands of years, the Great Swallow's demon race had their first head-to-head meeting with the human race. The news that the Jade Pure Sect of Great Swallow formally signed an agreement to establish relations with the demon race shocked the cultivation world of Great Swallow, elevating the status of the Jade Pure Sect to an unprecedented new height. On the other side, Hanju decided he would no longer curse Tiansu Demon King unless he caused trouble again. Tiansu Demon King converted, Xiao dead, and no daily tasks remaining. Hanju, left only with cultivation, felt both at ease and a bit bored. Suddenly, the system sent a notification. Enlightenment Eccentric has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred level is 4 stars. Who is this? You're bringing this on yourself. At this moment, he was making his move on Hanju's wife, Xing Hongxian, in an ancient secret realm. Previously, Xing Hongxian and this grey-robed elder had been cultivating in the secret realm without bothering each other. But today, the elder acted out of character. The elder approached Xing Hongxian and said, I've been trying to comprehend this for so long without any success, yet you, a young girl, have managed to learn the divine technique from the wall. Xing Hongxian replied, the technique belongs to no one. It goes to those who are fated to learn it. Besides, I didn't destroy the scripture. You can continue to study it. But that divine technique was left by the ancestors of my sect. You, young girl, are fated with our sect. Come back with me to the formless sect. This gray-robed elder was enlightenment eccentric. Xing Hongxian wanted to refuse politely, so she made an excuse. Senior, I already have a master, and my cultivation partner is nearby. This secret realm connects to many places. If I'm gone too long, he will come looking for me. Enlightenment eccentric, with his profound cultivation, calculated and found that Xing Hongxian had no predestined marriage partner. Having a master is inconsequential, but as for a cultivation partner, trying to threaten me? Don't deceive me. You have no predestined partner in this life. The reason the elder wanted to capture Xing Hongxian was that her divine technique had matured, making her very suitable to be his disciple's wife and a human cauldron. In the midst of their conversation, Xing Hongxian pulled out a magical treasure and swung her sword at enlightenment eccentric, but he easily dodged it. Having no other choice, Xing Hongxian resorted to threatening with her own life. If the senior continues to press this matter, I will end my life here, and I advise you to take back that foolish statement about me having no predestined partner. Seeing that the young lady was unwilling to comply, the elder prepared to use magic to capture her. If you refuse to obey, then don't blame me for being impolite. Suddenly, several beams of purple light emerged from the ground and wrapped around Xing Hongxian, moving too quickly for her to dodge and instantly binding her limbs. Several purple vines tightly bound Xing Hongxian, creating a very shameful scene. Just then, someone from the formless sect reported, "Sect Master, something terrible has happened. Dong Wanxian has gone into demonic cultivation and his life is in danger. You must return immediately." Reluctantly, the elder had to retract his magic. What? Damn, why now? This is not the time for problems to arise. I'll just let this woman cultivate for a while longer. This way, she'll taste even better later on. Reluctantly letting go of Xing Hongxian, enlightenment eccentric walked out of the cave, warning her that she had 10 years to consider. If she voluntarily joined the formless sect after 10 years, all would be well. If not, he would destroy both her and Hanju. Everything that had just happened was seen by Hanju through his puppet. So you're here to poach my wall. Since that's the case, don't blame me for not being polite. Hanju checked the interpersonal relationship to see enlightenment eccentric's information. Enlightenment eccentric, 7th layer of the Union Realm, sect master of the formless sect, a high-level cultivator. Hatred, because you are the husband of the disciple he has his eyes on. He holds a grudge against you and will soon act against you to eliminate future troubles. Current hatred level is 4 stars. Enlightenment eccentric, we've officially got a feud now. Hanju pulled out the Book of Misfortune and wrote down the old monster's name, planning to use the breakthrough moment to curse him with thunder tribulation for 4 days and 4 nights. The tribulation of the Union Realm is extremely terrifying, with thousands of thunderstorms covering the sky above the ascetic immortal mountain. The elders of the Jade Pure sect gathered together, feeling the world-ending storm of the thunder tribulation. Did God-slaying elder break through again? We're already far enough away, yet the power of the thunder tribulation still reaches here. Hearing the discussions of the elders, Li Qingzi stood tall and proud, as if he was the one being praised. Why bother with such talk? You just need to know that you can always trust in the strength of the God-slaying elder. Buyugang looked complexly towards the apocalyptic scene in the distance, his eyes filled with reverence. I've been cultivating in the manner of the God-slaying elder, yet why is the gap between us growing? It must be a difference in talent. Perhaps one day, he will ascend to immortality. Elsewhere, on another barren wasteland, another thunder tribulation had just ended. A man, shirtless and severely injured from the tribulation, succeeded in crossing it. Damn thunder tribulation, it's finally over. The power of heavenly thunder still cannot be countered by human strength. With my physical body, to withstand a strike of heavenly thunder was indeed pushing it. This person was Zhou Fan. Then, 2 figures appeared in front of Zhou Fan. How does it feel to be reborn? It cost me quite a few treasures to reshape your body. See if you dare to be reckless again next time. The speaker was Mafuchu, with a woman standing behind him. Zhou Fan addressed this person as a senior. Thank you, senior, for reshaping my body. Zhou is willing to solve any problems for the senior. The woman calmly said, this junior brother of yours had a predestined relationship with me in his past life, having saved me once. I'm merely repaying the favor. Past life? Zhou Fan and Mafuchu were both curious. It's all thanks to your fortune from a previous life. Your own luck is strong. I merely went along with the flow. Alright, this matter is concluded. I'll be leaving. With that, she turned to leave. Mafuchu quickly asked, Senior, may I know your esteemed name? The woman in purple leaped up, clouds appearing beneath her feet, and left a message. My surname is Xian. Saying so, she flew towards the horizon, like an immortal. Zhou Fan asked Mafuchu, which great figure in the cultivation world has the surname Xian? Mafuchu frowned and thought carefully. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Meanwhile, after enduring the thunder tribulation for 10 days and nights, Hanju finally broke through to the Union Realm, and he was beyond excited. In a great mood, Hanju casually opened the interpersonal relationship list to see what was happening. Zhou Fan died and came back to life? That's outrageous. This guy must be the protagonist. At this time, the system also provided a notification. You have successfully broken through to the Union Realm. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately make your presence known to the world, showcasing your strength, and receive 1 spiritual treasure and a divine ability inheritance. 2. Continue to cultivate in seclusion, aiming to be the strongest under the heavens and receive precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Hanju still chose the second option. After choosing to continue cultivating in seclusion, the system rewarded him with another heavenly material and earthly treasure: Earth Immortal Gourd Seeds. Earth Immortal Gourd Seeds bloom once in 1,000 years, bear fruit once in 10,000 years, edible, can be used to refine magical treasures. If the fruit is allowed to mature over time, it can transform into a magical treasure or even birth living beings. Hanju checked his attribute panel and found his lifespan had surged to 27,900 years. Truly worthy of the 6 realms of reincarnation technique. The higher the realm, the more my lifespan increases. If I cultivate to the great vehicle realm, how long would my lifespan be? Several days later, Xing Hongxian returned and immediately went to see Hanju. To this day, Chick still couldn't understand why this woman always came to see his master. Bu Chang'an, who had endured countless emotional trials, was well versed in the ways of men and women and told Chick to mind his own business. When it came to women, Bu Chang'an couldn't help but think of Xiao Mei, whom he had pined over for 20 years, and he unwittingly shared his story. Before I came here, I had been her loyal follower for nearly 20 years. Xiao Mei's cultivation was mediocre, but she was gentle, well-mannered, and had many suitors. I was just one of them, but I knew that haste wouldn't bring success, so I silently protected her, believing that loving her meant making her life happier. Following the principle of loving everything about her, I often invited her boyfriends to eat leeks, pineapples, and oysters, resulting in many of them calling me brother and sharing their experiences with her, encouraging me to keep going. I appreciated their kindness, but I still hoped she would accept me. Sometimes she came to me with her troubles, which showed she remembered my kindness. It was this concern that made me unable to leave her, just accompanying her for abortions 7 or 8 times, with me covering all the costs. Those were just minor setbacks, and she quickly found new love. Although it wasn't me, I got used to it because she likes to save the best for last, so I will have the last laugh. After so many years, all I wanted was to make her understand one thing: if you don't love this loyal follower of yours, you're just choosing to be with a loser. Bu Chang'an became more agitated as he spoke, leaving Chick at a loss for words. Bu Chang'an asked Chick, "Brother Chick, why does it work for the master to have women come to him without even stepping outside, but not for me?" Chick replied, "Well, I think it's a matter of self-awareness." After being bullied by enlightenment eccentric in the secret realm, Xing Hongxian finally returned to ascetic Immortal Mountain. Standing in front of Hanju, Xing Hongxian recounted her ordeal with enlightenment eccentric, crying angrily, "Husband, that's what happened. Enlightenment eccentric went too far." Hanju comforted her, "As long as you're okay, that's what matters. He'll receive divine retribution sooner or later." But some of what he said is true. The formless sect's overall strength is far beyond the Jade Pure sects, and staying in the Jade Pure sect might slow your progress. The formless sect could offer you a broader view of the world, and if you're willing to go, you might even find a fortuitous encounter. Xing Hongxian shyly hugged Hanju's puppet doll and said, "How could I possibly? Once I've chosen my husband, I want to be with him for life." Hanju, ever the straightforward man, continued to urge Xing Hongxian to think it over. "But you're not my subordinate. You should still consider what's best for yourself." To which Xing Hongxian suddenly embraced Hanju's face. "But I like it this way. My husband will surely become an immortal, and I'm waiting to ascend with him." "Husband, Miss Xing, please, I need to upgrade your heavenly puppet. Let's talk about that later." Saying this, Xing Hongxian began to take action, her strength leaving Hanju with no chance to resist. This tussle lasted for days, leaving Chick and Bu Chang'an outside worrying if their master could withstand it. Could the master be alright? He hasn't come out in a long time. Should we buy some oysters for the master? In the midst of a desert with a blood-red sunset, Zhou Fan and Mafuchu sat around a campfire, skewering meat and boasting, "Brother, I'll help you with your revenge first. After that, I plan to conquer the world, to make a name for myself. I want to be the strongest under the heavens." Zhou Fan said proudly, his tone full of confidence. Mafuchu knew Zhou Fan's motivation was also because of a woman. It was yet another story of an unrequited lover, though Mafuchu refrained from pointing it out directly. Zhou Fan boasted, "Now that I'm in the nascent soul stage, having even defeated spirit transformation cultivators across levels, who among the younger generation can be stronger than me? I want to prove to her that only I am worthy of her." The younger generation, Mafuchu suddenly thought of someone. "Are you talking about Hanju?" "Impossible. Cultivation is about constantly gaining experience and seeking opportunities in the world. Look at me. After gaining experience, my cultivation has soared. Those who were my enemies are still cultivating ascetically, stuck at their old realms. We're the perfect examples. But Brother Han has a high talent. Now, defeating him would require at least the strength of the spirit transformation realm," said Mafuchu. Zhou Fan replied, "No problem, but you've reminded me. If I have a chance to return to the Jade Pure sect, I should spar with Hanju to make him realize that ascetic cultivation has no future. Then, taking him along, we three can explore the world together, making a great name for ourselves. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" "Oh no, why do I have a bad feeling about this?" The formless sect, a cultivation sect with nearly 10,000 years of heritage, boasts profound foundations. Its gate is like a fairyland, with continuous includes mountains and flowing waterfalls. At the base of a waterfall, a figure sits by the lake, enduring the terrifying impact of the waterfall. Enlightenment eccentric, standing in the distance, looks on with satisfaction. This person is named Dongwang Xian, a disciple of Enlightenment eccentric. Enlightenment eccentric lamented, "What a pity, that woman never fell for it. Otherwise, with her as a cauldron, your cultivation would have been even stronger." At that moment, Enlightenment eccentric's energy and blood suddenly became chaotic, and his primordial spirit shook. A surge of reverse blood rushed up his throat, making him dizzy and causing him to fall over. "Ah, someone is cursing me again." Dongwang Xian asked anxiously, "Master, you've been like this for a while now. Do you know who is responsible? I'll go and kill them for you." Enlightenment eccentric gritted his teeth and cursed, "I don't know. I can't deduce it either. But you don't need to worry about this. The curse isn't strong. I can withstand it. Focus on your cultivation and strive to master divine ability as soon as possible." Enlightenment eccentric wondered who could make him a 7th layer Union Realm cultivator so miserable. "Damn it, once my disciple has achieved success in his cultivation, I'll make you pay." While Enlightenment eccentric was cursing on one side, Hanju sneezed on the other. "Ah, achoo, who's cursing me?" At that time, Hanju was digging a hole in the ground, planning to plant the earth immortal gourd seeds. Hanju instructed Buchanan to take good care of it. Buchanan exclaimed, "Master has so many treasures. Did our ancestors include any notable figures?" Hanju smiled mysteriously. "Guess. Joking. I don't even know the origins of these techniques, divine abilities, and treasures myself." While they were talking, Li Qingzi's voice came from behind. "Elder Han, long time no see. You have more treasures on your mountain." Li Qingzi greeted warmly. "Hey, Elder Han, shall we go inside to talk?" Hanju responded calmly, "Let's hear it. Which demon king is causing trouble this time, or which sect has caught fire?" Li Qingzi blushed and hurriedly explained, "None of those. It's great news. The Jade Pure sect recently discovered the ruins of an ancient sect. According to the scouts, it's rich in resources, including techniques, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and even magical treasures." Hanju asked in confusion, "Has this news spread? If such an opportunity becomes widely known, it might lead to a scramble among cultivators across the world." Li Qingzi stated, "Of course not. This is the Jade Pure sect's secret. Besides, although it's been over 100 years and the younger cultivators today may not have heard of God-slaying Elder's name, the higher-ups of various sects still remember your heroic deeds. Even if they knew, they wouldn't dare to obstruct the good fortune of the Jade Pure sect." Knowing Li Qingzi's habit of not visiting without a reason, Hanju asked, "So what do you want from me?" Li Qingzi said with anticipation, "Elder Han, would you like to go take a look? Elder Guan has already taken 5 elders and 100 core disciples to guard the site. The teleportation formation is almost ready." Hanju, with a righteous tone, said, "In my opinion, although the Jade Pure sect has been developing steadily over the years, the disciples lack experience. Flowers grown in a greenhouse cannot withstand the storm. You, as the sect leader, must be aware of this. This is a good opportunity to train the disciples, to foster their independence and improve the overall quality of the Jade Pure sect's disciples. And I shall stay behind to protect the Jade Pure sect." Li Qingzi had no choice but to agree. "That does make sense, but it feels a bit odd coming from you." Hanju cautioned Li Qingzi, "Be careful. Such ancient sites might have restrictions." Li Qingzi gratefully responded, "I understand. If we find any heavenly materials and earthly treasures that can enhance spiritual energy, I'll have them sent over." "Thank you, sect leader." As the two walked out of the cave dwelling, Li Qingzi suddenly stopped. Li Qingzi pointed at the fusang tree ahead. "I just wanted to ask, is it normal for this tree to be shaking like that?" The fusang tree's branches were entwined and wildly twisting as if a vine was whipping through the air. Chick and Buchanan were also stunned. "The fusang tree? No, why is it shaking during the day too? This better not be a problem. The master will definitely blame me." Hanju quickly asked the two what was happening. "What's going on?" "Master, we really didn't do anything. The tree just started freaking out on its own." Buchanan said, "Master, there's something wrong with this fusang tree. It would also move on its own at night." Hanju was surprised. "Moving on its own? Has it become sentient?" Hanju immediately opened his spiritual sense to observe. No primordial spirit. If it had become sentient, it should have developed intelligence and would have a primordial spirit. Could it be the fusang tree is summoning something? The fusang tree grows for 10,000 years, and only then will it attract the golden crow. But it hasn't been 10,000 years yet. Let's see if there's any major event happening in the current world. Hanju opened the system's interpersonal relationship panel, which showed the usual statuses. It seems there's no major change in the cultivation world. What could the fusang tree be summoning? Meanwhile, beneath another sea of clouds, there was a vast lake like a mirror, surrounded by mountains on all sides. Picturesque. Xian Qingjun was sitting in a pavilion having tea with a woman, the very same powerhouse who had saved Zhou Fan. She asked in a mild tone, "Sister, aren't you ascending yet?" Xian Qingjun, without even opening her eyes, said, "It's not time yet. How is the plan going?" The woman answered, "Don't get me started. Zhou Fan is completely different from his past life, so impetuous. Thankfully, they've completely believed in me over there." Xian Qingjun smiled. "Good. He is a key part of the plan. Make sure he doesn't die again. The woman asked Xian Qingjun, I really don't understand you. After ascending, you could have transformed and made a name for yourself in the immortal realms with your strength. What are you waiting for? Xian Qingjun jokingly replied, waiting for my cultivation partner. The woman spat out her tea in surprise. Kidding, you scared me. Being in love means digging wild vegetables for 20 years. Xian Qingjun reminisced, a slight smile on her lips. Originally, I went to the Jade Pure sect just to see Zhou Fan. Unexpectedly, I met a boy who caught my eye. This boy was a hard-working cultivator. After all these years, he might have reached the spirit transformation. The woman asked in surprise, his talent is even greater than Zhou Fan's? Xian Qingjun casually answered, of course, someday, I'll take you to see him. The woman was skeptical. You're not lying to me, right? Suddenly, a streak of golden light flew across the sky. Coincidentally, Yang Tiandong and Dian Su Demon King also witnessed this rare sight. Yang Tiandong exclaimed, adoptive father, what is that? Dian Su Demon King, clearly recognizing what it was too scared to speak. This is the offspring of the vermilion bird, a disaster. Zhu Dou. This beast, resembling a dog, could spew fire and devour flames. Wherever it went, it brought annihilation and disasters, thus regarded by the world as a harbinger of fire calamities, an extremely ominous symbol. At this time, the disciples of the Jade Pure sect were unaware of the beast's approach, only feeling the evening temperature rising and witnessing the bizarre sight of the sun and fierce sun coexisting in the distance. The Jade Pure sect was in an uproar, with more and more disciples taking to the skies on their swords to confront it. Leading the charge were Li Qingzi and the elders. The temperature, akin to the blazing sun, was getting closer. If it approached the Jade Pure sect, the sect could face the risk of annihilation. Li Qingzi immediately cast spells to activate the sect's protective formation. Each elder took their positions, starting to cast spells. In a moment, the protective formation was activated, enveloping the entire Jade Pure sect. Although the sect's protective formation could withstand attacks from cultivators, Hanju believed that the formation could not block the physical high temperatures. At the same time, a prompt appeared before Hanju. The divine beast Zhu Dou is attacking, intending to occupy the Fusang tree. Zhu Dou, at the 5th layer of the Union realm, is a disaster beast, offspring of the vermilion bird, innately carries misfortune, its body ablaze with the fire of the sun, capable of destroying heaven and earth. Hanju tensed, it's because of the Fusang tree? Damn, it's too late to simulate a battle against Zhu Dou. Chick flew to Hanju's side, shouting nervously, Master, I suddenly feel restless inside. What's happening? Buchanan also said, I inexplicably feel panic too. Hanju calmly stated, it's just the effect of bloodlines. I'll be right back. After saying this, Hanju swiftly flew off on his sword, scaring Chick and Buchanan into thinking Hanju was abandoning them. Master, don't leave us behind. The terrifying high temperature from Zhu Dou ignited the forests on the ground, spreading towards the Jade Pure sect at an exaggerated speed. At this moment, all disciples were terrified, but Li Qingzi, as the sect leader, remained resolute, prepared to fight to the death with the elders. Stop! Hanju halted everyone. He advised Li Qingzi not to confront it head-on and to quickly lead the Jade Pure sect disciples to safety. Seeing the god-slaying elders stepping forward, the elders realized how serious the situation was. Ah, Elder Han, I thought you had fled. Hanju seriously responded, honestly, I'd like to run too, but this situation arose because of me, and I can't let the people of the Jade Pure sect bear the consequences for me. Hanju took out the primordial judgment sword, activating all of his spiritual treasures. Go now, I'll buy you time. Li Qingzi immediately commanded the elders to retreat and disperse the disciples back to their peaks. Understood. We're retreating now. Quickly, we can't waste the opportunity Elder Han is giving us. Soon, Zhu Dou arrived within the Jade Pure sect's vicinity, drawn irresistibly to the Fusang tree's call. It paused upon seeing Hanju, an obstacle. Get out of the way. It accelerated towards Hanju, spewing flames, as if intending to melt Hanju in an instant. Hanju's eyes flashed with a murderous intent, and he fiercely unleashed the heaven-exterminating demon god sword energy. A black sword energy collided with the flames, shaking the entire area of the Jade Pure sect. Zhu Dou was somewhat surprised by the failure of its attack. There's actually someone here who can withstand one of my strikes. Hanju also silently marveled. Despite being at the 5th layer of the Union realm, it's even more difficult to deal with an enlightenment eccentric. This must be the extraordinary aspect of divine beasts. In an instant, the sky darkened, and divine light began to condense in Zhu Dou's mouth. This is bad. It's getting serious. A blaze that seemed to burn the heavens rushed towards Hanju at high speed. Hanju dodged with a flicker, and the flame exploded on the ground, leveling the area outside the Jade Pure sect's main gate. Dodging this attack, another one came swiftly. To prevent the attack from affecting the Jade Pure sect, Hanju used evasive maneuvers to gradually lead Zhu Dou away, but some attacks still landed within the sect. Li Qingzi immediately directed all disciples to head towards the water spirit pool, where a teleportation formation had already been opened. Hanju knew they couldn't continue like this, as Zhu Dou's relentless attacks left no openings to exploit. The two continued to clash, and in a careless moment, Hanju allowed Zhu Dou to close in. damn, it can teleport? The beast's movement was incredibly agile, and although Hanju wasn't weak, a strike with the heaven-punishing demon god sword only managed to scratch Zhu Dou's skin, not gaining any advantage. This Zhu Dou is too tough. Even the heaven-punishing demon god sword can only scratch its skin. Only that ultimate move is left, but there's no time to gather strength. Suddenly, Zhu Dou erupted with its full spiritual power, like a scion evolving, seemingly readying its ultimate attack. Hanju calmed down, looking at the situation. Is it gathering energy for a major move? That's coincidental. Hanju and Zhu Dou unleashed their ultimate moves simultaneously. The burst of intense light made the heavens and earth lose their color. Hanju had given it his all, and Zhu Dou had also exhausted his spiritual power. Both were engulfed in the dazzling explosion, with the outcome unknown. On the other side, Li Qingzi was about to organize the disciples to retreat orderly, but was stopped by the Supreme Elder. People were puzzled, but the Supreme Elder let everyone feel the temperature, asking if it had dropped significantly. Li Qingzi then realized that the temperature was gradually returning to normal. It's Elder Han. He saved us once again. In the ultimate confrontation just now, Hanju had slain Zhu Dou with a strike of the three pure worlds extermination, and it was fortunate that his movement was slightly faster. A second slower would have been fatal. At this moment, the system sent a prompt. For the first time slaughtering a divine beast, you have obtained a swordsmanship divine ability inheritance. Congratulations on obtaining the divine ability Heaven and Earth Mysterious Yellow Boundary Breaking Finger. A swordsmanship divine ability, shooting out sword energy with a finger, killing enemies from thousands of miles away. The strength and range of the sword energy depend on the user's cultivation. Suddenly, the system popped up another prompt. The divine beast Vermilion Bird harbors hatred towards you, with a current hatred level of 5 stars. The Vermilion Bird, a Tai level Earth Immortal in the mid-stage, an innate divine beast with strong luck. Because you have slain its child, it harbors deep hatred towards you and will seek revenge upon your ascension. Tai level Earth Immortal in the mid-stage. Earth Immortal, I'm doomed. Hanju looked at the prompt, his heart filled with bitterness. What's wrong with you divine beasts? Why blame me when you can't watch your own children? But why seek revenge after my ascension? Could it be that the Vermilion Bird cannot descend to the mortal world? It seems that if I want to ascend in the future, I must be stronger than the Vermilion Bird, otherwise it's too dangerous. And what about all these remains of Zhu Dou scattered around? Leaving them here could easily attract the hatred of all sorts of deities. At this moment, Li Qingzi came running anxiously to ascetic Immortal Mountain and nervously asked, what exactly was that sun-like demon just now? Hanju dared not directly say it was a divine beast, as killing a divine beast could lead to gossip. He misled Li Qingzi by saying it was a powerful demon beast, possibly someone Nine Cauldrons sage had offended in the past, sending their dog to seek revenge. Li Qingzi had no choice but to leave it at that, stating he would send disciples to clean up the aftermath. Hanju said, my chick is having a meal right now, so there's no need to bother with the cleanup. The appearance of the beast, sweeping through Great Swallow, terrified everyone, yet it vanished in a corner of Great Swallow, leaving an unsolved mystery to the world. The last place where the beast disappeared was within the influence of the Jade Pure sect, making the sect the center of attention for a while. Various sects tried every means to befriend the Jade Pure sect, fearing being outpaced by others. Only Jiansu Demon King knew it was the divine beast Zhu Dou that had fallen at the Jade Pure sect. Fortunately, we had established relations early on. It's best not to provoke them. Thus, the Jade Pure sect remained peaceful for a few more years. One day, Li Qingzi came to visit Hanju. Before Li Qingzi could speak, Hanju preempted, don't come to me with opportunities anymore. I'm not going. Li Qingzi coughed awkwardly and said, this time it's not good news. The Blood Flame Heavenly Gate of Great Way and the formless sect of the Ancient Origin Province have gone to war. They bypassed both Great Swallow and Western Abyss Province, and though it's unclear why, it's very likely that Great Swallow could be implicated. Hanju was speechless. They're starting a war from so far away. Must be really bored. It turned out both sects had potential grievances with Hanju. It was said that Dong Wangxian of the Formless sect had killed the son of the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate's sect master. With the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate's momentum, they couldn't tolerate it and directly started a war. It's said that a guest elder of the Union Realm has already led the charge against the Formless sect. Hanju was nonchalant. Let them fight it out amongst themselves, as long as they don't threaten our Jade Pure sect. Li Qingzi's tone carried a hint of envy. Union Realm. Ah, when will the Jade Pure sect have a Union Realm powerhouse? Hanju was speechless, thinking to himself, who are you hinting at? Li Qingzi then brought up the ancient sect ruins discovered earlier. There were actually survivors in the ruins. An old blind man. Guyu accidentally triggered a mechanism and released him. He's been trapped in the ruins for over 1,000 years and is unfathomably powerful. Fortunately, he showed no intention of attacking. Otherwise, Elder Guan would have stood no chance against him. We've tried to recruit him, but he has refused so far. Elder Han, with your strength, do you think you could help us recruit him? Hanju inquired. Where is he now? Li Qingzi replied. We've temporarily settled him in the inner sect city. Hanju planned to use the system to check on the man. In front of Li Qingzi, he pretended to use divination, acting as though he was calculating. This person's background background turned out to be remarkable. Named Xiao Yao, he possessed the strength of the 9th layer of the fusion void realm. He was the top prodigy of the heavenly immortal mansion 5,000 years ago, the sole survivor of the ancient celestial peak sect, blinded by divine punishment. Hanju asked Li Qingzi, "Have you heard of the celestial peak sect?" Li Qingzi responded, "There are mentions of this sect in historical records. It was said to be a major sect 5,000 years ago but was destroyed by divine punishment for offending the gods." "But Elder Han, what does this have to do with the old blind man?" Hanju explained, "It's very much related. That blind man, Xiao Yao, is the only survivor of the celestial peak sect." Li Qingzi's eyes widened in shock, inhaling sharply. "So, by harboring him, are we not inviting divine punishment upon ourselves?" Upon saying this, Li Qingzi was about to expel the blind man. Hanju quickly stopped him. "Xiao Yao is at the 9th layer of the fusion void realm. Do you think you can just send him away? Let him stay in the Jade Pure sect for now. I'll meet him when I have time." Afterwards, Hanju sent Li Qingzi away. Whether friend or foe, knowing one's enemies and oneself ensures victory in every battle. For safety's sake, Hanju decided to simulate a battle against Xiao Yao. Fighting against this once top prodigy of the heavenly immortal mansion, the advantage of a simulation trial is that the opponent goes all out with every move, fighting to the death, allowing Hanju to understand just how formidable the opponent's limit state could be. Based on past experience, the first move is usually their major technique. However, Xiao Yao's technique was truly cunning, able to create tens of thousands of clones in an instant. Not only did this give him a numerical advantage, but the aura of tens of thousands of fusion void realm cultivators was also overwhelming. Hanju found it difficult to eliminate him instantly. He could only continue with the simulation trials, looking for the best way to instantly defeat Xiao Yao. In a dark canyon filled with the corpses of the fallen, a terrified Su Qi knelt on the ground, shivering. The elite forces of the monster-taming demon sect had just been annihilated, and he nervously looked towards a figure in the distance, pleading, "Demon Lord, I'm just a mortal, please spare my life." The person was surrounded by an aura as deep as the cosmos, with a face as mysterious and terrifying as a black hole. The Demon Lord spoke leisurely, "Boy, if I wanted you dead, you would be dead already. The fact that you're still alive is your opportunity. Understand? Opportunity? Does the senior intend to pass on a supreme technique to me?" To which the Demon Lord plainly said, "Supreme technique? If you are willing to fulfill a wish for me, why not pass on a supreme technique?" The Demon Lord saw that Su Qi's fate was extraordinary, difficult to fathom, but he didn't realize that Su Qi's fate was actually misfortune. At that moment, Su Qi had no other choice but to agree to do the Demon Lord's bidding. Little did he know, what the Demon Lord wanted was a massacre in the human realm. Su Qi expressed his horror. "Senior must be joking. I'm afraid I can't help with that. The Lord never misjudges people. You indeed have a talent for this." Meanwhile, Hanju was still engaged in simulated battles with Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao, worthy of his status as the top prodigy of the heavenly immortal mansion, pushed Hanju, a Union Realm cultivator, to his limits. It took Hanju a full 89 minutes to defeat him the first time. The second battle took 23 minutes, and only by the fifth time was Hanju able to reduce the time to within 3 minutes barely. Not good enough. 3 minutes are enough for him to level the Jade Pure sect. Hanju sighed, resorting to using his newly acquired ultimate move, the Heaven and Earth mysterious yellow breaking boundaries finger. With a flick of his finger towards Xiao Yao, Hanju easily defeated him, this time in just 2 seconds. That feels better. That was the most splendid battle. But realistically, he probably wouldn't start with his ultimate move. Taking the initiative right away would do the job. Over the years, Xiao Yao was the first person to truly pique Hanju's interest. Such a powerhouse, if recruited into the Jade Pure sect, would allow him more peace of mind in his cultivation. At this moment, the system brought up an update, revealing some interesting developments in Hanju's circle of acquaintances. "Oh, seems like there's some fun happening outside. Chick is about to evolve." Speaking of which, Chick was extremely interested in the corpse of Zhu Do. Hanju turned the corpse into jerky, which the plump chicken indulged in daily. The jerky made by the master is unparalleled, probably the best in the world. The rest will be saved for the new year. Buchanan ran over anxiously. "Master, there's trouble. The Fusang tree is moving again." "What? Again? Can it just stay quiet?" Buchanan insightfully suggested. Master, don't you think it's acting like it's in heat?" After all, when it came to matters of heat, Buchanan knew more than his master. Hanju had an epiphany. The Fusang tree could attract Zhu Do and the Golden Crow, so there must be a way to utilize them. Since these divine beasts are of the fire attribute, could the tree require the bloodline of a high-level fire attribute creature? Chick also spoke up. "Not to hide from you, Master, but lately, I felt like it's been beckoning me to climb up, but I was afraid you might disapprove, so I didn't dare." "Right, Zhu Do is a divine beast, and the dark prison chicken is the reincarnation of the previous demon saint. Their status shouldn't be too far apart. Besides, Chick consumed Zhu Do, so its bloodline should contain some of its essence, which should satisfy the Fusang tree. Why not? It's only natural for a phoenix to reside in a tree." Hanju encouraged Chick to climb the tree. "Really? But you'll have to build your own nest." Excitedly, Chick flew up to the Fusang tree. Indeed, once Chick built built its nest and settled in. The fusang tree stopped shaking. Hanju finally breathed a sigh of relief. Good, the fusang tree has calmed down. Now it shouldn't bring any more trouble. Just as one wave subsides, another arises. The spiritual energy here is abundant. This must be the ascetic immortal mountain. I presume you are the strongest, the god-slaying elder. A voice came from behind Hanju. The speaker was the prodigy Xiao Yao. Hanju didn't expect Xiao Yao to come to him directly and asked, "What brings you here, fellow Taoist?" Xiao Yao stated, "Your sect leader has been inviting me to join the sect, but my situation is rather unique. Here's the deal, I'll join the Jade Pure sect if you, on behalf of the sect, can withstand one palm strike from me." What? Isn't that a bit arrogant? Wasn't that line usually for the master to say? Is there a new character now? Hanju wasn't surprised, knowing this confrontation was inevitable. Alright, let's test our strengths in the sky. But Xiao Yao declared, "No need," and immediately raised his right palm, unleashing a full force strike. A deadly aura filled the air as his palm solidly hit Hanju's chest. Master, Chick and Buchanan were terrified. Xiao Yao's palm struck Hanju squarely in the chest, but the impact felt like it hit cotton, with all the force dissipated. Although Xiao Yao was blind, he could tell Hanju was covered in defensive spiritual treasures. "Since you're wearing so many spiritual treasures, I won't hold back. I'll strike with all my strength." Hanju thought to himself, really now, full strength at the 9th layer of the fusion void realm. Is this a duel or murder? Despite his internal complaints, Hanju remained calm on the surface. "If I withstand it, will you truly join the Jade Pure sect and follow the sect leader's commands?" Xiao Yao replied, "I never go back on my word. Indeed, I am in need of a place to stay, and the Jade Pure sect has left a good impression on me." Hanju nodded, waiting for the palm strike. "Then let's proceed." Xiao Yao once again raised his palm, gathering spiritual energy. The seas of clouds above churned tumultuously, this palm clearly more powerful than the last. Despite being blind, Xiao Yao could sense Hanju's confidence. The publicly acknowledged strongest in the Jade Pure sect is only at the low levels of the spirit transformation realm. His confidence in accepting this challenge. Could he be at the fusion void realm? The strike hit Hanju squarely in the chest with a thunderous sound, instantly dispersing the surrounding immortal energy and dust, creating a whirlwind that even sent some of the lower cultivation onlookers flying. As the dust settled, Xiao Yao was shocked. "Union realm? You're a Union realm cultivator? A sect without even an fusion void realm cultivator has a Union realm powerhouse." Hanju, with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly said, "So, about the agreement we just made, it still stands, right?" Xiao Yao was straightforward. "A gentleman's agreement is worth 9 cauldrons. From now on, I am a member of the Jade Pure sect." At the same time, Hanju also received a system prompt. "Xiao Yao has developed a favorable impression of you. Current favorability is 1 star. Pleased internally," Hanju said, "Please keep my cultivation level a secret." Xiao Yao asked in surprise, "The people of the Jade Pure sect don't know?" Hanju explained, "Yes, my cultivation level is quite conspicuous in the Jade Pure sect. I also worry that the sect might cause trouble relying on my strength. Apart from longevity, I desire nothing and usually engage in ascetic cultivation. Not many people are aware of my real power." Xiao Yao couldn't help but admire Hanju more. Such a temperament in a cultivator is rare. If only the Celestial Peak sect had been half as low-key back in the day, they wouldn't have faced their calamity. Let's leave it at that. Go find the sect leader. He will arrange a position for you. After parting ways, Xiao Yao headed to the main peak to sort out his entry formalities with the sect leader. Returning to the entrance of the innate cave dwelling, Chick nibbled on jerky and asked Hanju, "Master, why didn't you give him a lesson? Shouldn't it be 1 palm from him, 1 sword from you?" Hanju helplessly retorted, "If I were to strike you with a sword, would you dare to take it? I'm too cute. How could the master possibly strike me?" Chick was getting a bit too conceited, Hanju thought, needing to keep it in check. The persona of the surviving chicken couldn't crumble. Hanju warned, "I need to remind you that our current situation isn't as rosy as you think. Did you see that man's eyes just now? That's because of a curse from the immortals." Chick's eyes widened in shock. "A curse from the immortals?" "Yes, it's unpredictable. Staying anywhere is equally dangerous, so don't get ahead of yourself. Also, I didn't want to tell you this, but the jerky you've been eating is made from Judo's corpse. It is the offspring of the divine beast Vermilion Bird. Haven't you noticed the changes in your body, all thanks to the divine beast? So, you need to practice diligently and become stronger in case the Vermilion Bird seeks revenge. I've deduced that the Vermilion Bird already bears a grudge against us, so I need to retreat and cultivate as well." Vermilion Bird? Master, why didn't you say so earlier? Give the rest of this jerky to the dog then." Chick completely panicked, trembling with fear and even feeling nauseous, but it was too late to spit out a Judo now. The next day, the Jade Pure sect announced the induction of a new elder, Fusion Void Realm Elder Xiao Yao. This news excited the entire sect. Li Qingzi prepared a warm welcoming ceremony. "Today is a joyous day. Let us welcome the new Fusion Void Realm Elder Xiao Yao to the Jade Pure sect. Wow, that's a realm only the ancestors have reached. The Jade Pure sect is really getting better. I need to hurry and present a gift to curry favor with Elder Xiao Yao." At the end of the day, Elder Xiao Yao agreed to join the Jade Pure sect after a sparring session with Elder Han. Elder Han truly is the pillar of the Jade Pure sect. Who would have known that Elder Han was once just a little medicine servant in the outer sect, and the Jade Pure sect itself was once a minor sect in Great Swallow? It can only be said that the day Elder Han decided to join the Jade Pure sect was the luckiest day since the founding of the sect. Without Elder Han, the Jade Pure sect as it is known today would not exist. 5 years passed in a blink of an eye. Compared to the glory of the Jade Pure sect, the cultivation world was undergoing tumultuous changes. Next door, the blood flame Heavenly Gate from Great Way bypassed Great Swallow and attacked the Formless sect in ancient Origin province. The two super sects fought fiercely for 5 years. The blood flame Heavenly Gate was utterly defeated by the Formless sect, with its Union Realm guests suffering severe injuries and hiding somewhere to recover. Leisure True Person had little hope for the current situation. Senior brother, we have lost again. It's difficult. The guest from the Union Realm was severely injured and has fled to an unknown location to heal. Sect leader Lu Bummy also sighed. The Formless sect is now advancing towards Great Way with an overwhelming force. Our blood flame Heavenly Gate is finished. Leisure True Person had a sudden insight. Not necessarily, junior brother. Why don't we surrender? Lu Bummy said. We have a blood feud with the Formless sect. Even if we surrender, they will not let us off. Not surrendering to the Formless sect, but to the Jade Pure sect. Leisure True Person said lightly. Jade Pure sect? Lu Bummy exclaimed in surprise. Leisure True Person explained. We can affiliate ourselves with the Jade Pure sect as long as our lineage is preserved. In the cultivation world, having subsidiary forces isn't unusual. Think about it. Sects around Great Way are weaker than our blood flame Heavenly Gate, and sects strong enough to suppress the Formless sect are too far from us. Our only choice is the closer Jade Pure sect. Lu Bummy questioned. Could it be that the Jade Pure sect is stronger than the Formless sect, capable of withstanding the pressure of an attack from the Formless sect? If it's the Jade Pure sect, perhaps it really could. Leisure True Person silently thought of Hanju. 5 years later, Hanju finally came out of his cave dwelling again to stretch his legs. With the dark prison chicken guarding the place, the Fusang tree hasn't been causing any trouble. The Fusang tree and the Earth Immortal Gourd Vine are both growing well. Together with Buchang'an, the spiritual energy of ascetic Immortal Mountain has been continuously improving. Life is still so beautiful. Hanju also finally broke through to the third layer of the Union Realm. Everything peaceful and beautiful. Hanju habitually opened his social relations to check messages. The dog's life is indeed full of variety. Mo and Zhou brothers are also not having a bad time. Master is about to reach spirit transformation. Xiao Yao is still being cursed by immortals. Will harboring Xiao Yao bring disaster to the Jade Pure sect? Rather than that, Su Qi is truly a headache. His divine status has only now awakened. The misfortune he brings is already terrifying. How exaggerated will it be once awakened? But speaking of which, Su Qi is quite pitiable. People around him always die because of him, yet he doesn't know it's his fault. The heavens sent him down to the mortal world and erased his memories of his past life, letting him wreak havoc among mortals. In the last time with Zhu Do, too, it caused such a commotion, and yet the heavens didn't intervene, as if they permitted it. The heavens don't seem as positive as the rumors suggest. They're skilled at shifting disasters, but don't offer any benefits. What are their intentions? Could it be that there are too many people in the mortal realm, and the heavens want to control the population? Meanwhile, at the main peak of the Jade Pure sect, visitors have arrived. Li Qingzi, the Supreme Elder, Xiao Yao, and a group of elders gathered in the Great Hall as Yan Lin True Person from the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate came to pledge allegiance. Li Qingzi frowned. What? Defect to the Jade Pure sect? Are you serious? Our sect does not wish to be dragged into the conflict between your sect and the Formless sect. The Supreme Elder also analyzed. Clearly, they intend to use us as a shield. Yan Lin True Person said, our sect leader has stated that if the Jade Pure sect agrees, the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate is willing to fully merge into the Jade Pure sect and become its 19th peak. This statement caused an uproar among the elders. Is this for real? After annexing Great Way, the foundation of the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate has strengthened significantly, far surpassing the Jade Pure sect. If the Jade Pure sect could absorb them, it would undoubtedly soar to new heights. We can't act rashly. We must first deal with the Formless sect. They are also a formidable force. If we absorb the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate, who will stand against the Formless sect? Yan Lin True Person was somewhat disgruntled. I can't understand our sect leader's strategy. The Jade Pure sect is so weak. Why should we? They only have one lower level spirit transformation realm cultivator, and the rest are all at the nascent soul realm. Combined, they pose no threat to me, except for him. Elder Xiao Yao. Li Qingzi stood up. Elder Xiao Yao, please take good care of our guest. I need to discuss this matter with Elder Han. Watching Li Qingzi's departing figure, Yan Lin True Person thought disdainfully, not only does the sect lack real power, but its sect leader also lacks decisiveness. What were the sect master and Leisure True Person thinking, wanting to affiliate with such a sect? Xiao Yao suddenly stepped forward. I remember attending the founding celebration of the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate 5,000 years ago. How have you fallen so low? Never mind, since we are both elders, why not have a spar? Yan Lin True Person awkwardly thought, trying to hide your cultivation and surprise me with a golden core realm disguise? Such tricks won't fool me. I've already already senior at the first layer of the fusion void realm. Meanwhile, Li Qingzi had found Hanju, Elder Han, about accepting the blood flame heavenly gate. What do you think? Hanju pondered. The formless sect. This move will undoubtedly offend the formless sect. Although I'm not afraid of enlightenment eccentric, I fear he might have even stronger backers. How is the Jade Pure sect's strength now? Can we withstand the formless sect? Li Qingzi sighed. In fact, disciples from the formless sect have already intruded into the Great Swallow's border some time ago. There have been many conflicts between our disciples, with us mostly on the losing side. What's worse, they sent several fusion void realm powerhouses to occupy parts of Great Swallow. In the end, it was only thanks to Elder Xiao Yao that those people were suppressed. Hanju raised an eyebrow. This enlightenment eccentric, is he targeting me? No, he shouldn't know that I've been secretly cursing him. That means we actually don't have a choice. Once the formless sect annexes Great Way, Great Swallow will inevitably become their next target. Indeed, the Jade Pure sect is in danger, Li Qingzi said anxiously. As they were talking, a thunderous roar came from outside. It's Elder Xiao Yao and Yan Lin, true person from the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate. How did those two start fighting? No worries, from what I see, they're just sparring, Hanju said calmly. Xiao Yao, being at the 9th layer of the fusion void realm, Yan Lin, true person, is certainly not his match. The 9th layer of the fusion void realm, why the disguise? Who taught you such a deceptive tactic? Li Qingzi was speechless. I can't tell, it's just a spar. You forced this on me. Take this. Yan Lin, true person, prepared to unleash his big move. A blood-red fire snake, carrying terrifying pressure, crashed towards Xiao Yao, who didn't even bother to dodge. Instead, he formed hand seals and deployed a divine ability. Hanju was familiar with this move, as Xiao Yao instantly created numerous duplicates of himself. Li Qingzi, having never seen this technique, was speechless with astonishment. Hanju said, if the Jade Pure sect truly wants to absorb the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate, it needs to suppress them first. Otherwise, even if the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate merges into the Jade Pure sect now, it might still harbor rebellious intentions later. Alright, Elder Han is right, Li Qingzi said, somewhat helplessly. It seems Xiao Yao and I share the same thought, both wanting to suppress the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate, which is why he suggested the spar. Soon after, the fight ended, and Yan Lin, true person, with a dejected look, said, understood. I will convey your sect's intentions to our sect master. If there are no further instructions, I will take my leave. Look at his condition. What if the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate decides not to come after all? Hanju coolly replied, they are the ones in need. Since they came to seek protection from the Jade Pure sect, they must adopt the proper attitude of seeking help. While Hanju was pondering the future developments, the system prompted, Destiny Bearer detected. Do you wish to view their origins? Wow, here comes another one. Morong Chi, at the 4th level of the Golden Core realm, reincarnated as the war god of the Upper Realm Divine Palace, with the honorific title Marvelous Truth Divine Emperor. Mysteriously, he was attracted to the Jade Pure sect by the primordial spiritual ginseng. Hanju was stunned. The war god of the Divine Palace, Marvelous Truth Divine Emperor, this is quite interesting. At this moment, Gu Yugang was leading a group of cultivators on a tour of the Jade Pure sect. These cultivators were not wearing the Taoist robes of the Jade Pure sect, presumably because they were newly recruited. Gu Yugang deceived them, saying, the Jade Pure sect is the unparalleled choice for rogue cultivators to become official. Suddenly, one person pointed ahead and asked, Elder, is that also a peak of the Jade Pure sect? He was pointing at the ascetic immortal mountain. Gu Yugang advised the new disciples not to trespass on this mountain, or they would be directly expelled. This person was Morong Chi, who looked like a youth, appearing to be only 15 or 16 years old, probably because he took the youth-preserving pill early. That strong sensation came from the ascetic immortal mountain. Does the elder who slays gods accept disciples? Morong Chi inquired further. Gu Yugang hesitated for a moment. He does accept disciples. Previously, there was a monk who knelt at the foot of the mountain for 5 years before successfully becoming a disciple. Upon hearing this, the rogue cultivators were astonished. Kneeling for 5 years? What great perseverance. Upon hearing this, Morong Chi took note. For that thing, what does kneeling for 5 years matter? To all elders, I won't be returning. I plan to stay here and become a disciple of the elder who slays gods. As if sensing something, the primordial spiritual ginseng sneezed ominously. 2 months later, the sky was once again filled with purple twilight, causing astonishment throughout the world. Purple twilight? Has someone else comprehended the eternal way of the sword? Huang Jihao, looking at the sky filled with twilight, said, it couldn't be him again, could it? Sheng Wanqiujin had nothing to say. Indeed, it was Hanju. With his top-tier aptitude for the way of the sword, Hanju made new progress, allowing the heaven and earth mysterious yellow boundary-breaking sword finger to advance further. Entering the way of the sword's river again, the world produced anomalies along with him. This time, Hanju wasn't surprised, but somewhat nervous. I hope I don't encounter that mysterious existence again. Looking at the many figures moving forward around him, Hanju sighed. Everyone is progressing. I wonder how I'm doing. Suddenly, Hanju felt his speed increase under his feet, getting faster and faster faster, unable to stop. In a short time, Hanju surpassed many people. After running wildly for a while, Hanju realized, if that person discovers me going forward, it's all over. No sooner had he finished speaking than a figure appeared in front of him. Hanju's heart skipped a beat. Here comes this person again. The figure was covered in sword light, making it hard to discern his true face. He rebuked Hanju. You again. I already gave you a chance last time. Don't push your luck. Hanju was nearly in tears. Senior, oh senior, I didn't mean to offend. I just can't stop myself. Please help me. Before he finished speaking, Hanju had already passed him. The person thought, this is the first time in many years I've seen someone so fast. In an instant, Hanju had run wildly to the threshold of the Tai realm, and if he didn't break, he would rush in. At the last moment, someone grabbed his collar. It was the guardian who stopped Hanju. You clearly have no past life, so how can you have such an aptitude for the way of the sword? Ordinary people find it hard to take even one step, yet you seem to be chased by the river of the way of the sword as if it's feeding you. Are you cheating? Hanju felt a bit awkward, since he couldn't reveal having a system. Everything has a beginning. Perhaps one day, I will become the illustrious past life of someone else. The mysterious sword cultivator did not respond. After 3 breaths, the mysterious sword cultivator waved his hand. The realm of Tai is not something you can control at this moment. Be careful of backlash. You should go back. With that, he extended his finger as if to flick. What? You're going to flick my forehead? With a whoosh sound, Hanju's consciousness spun around. When he opened his eyes again, he was back inside the innate cave dwelling. Thanks to his progress in the way of the sword river, Hanju's aptitude for the way of the sword surged again. The spiritual energy of the way of the sword soared into the sky, piercing the clouds. Morong-chi, who was waiting at the mountain's base to become a disciple, saw this miraculous sight. That's right, there must be something I want on this mountain. I wonder if the elder who slays gods will notice me. Oh heavens, please. Why is there someone at the base of the mountain? A voice sounded next to Morong-chi. Could it be the elder who slays gods has come? Morong-chi looked up to see a short, plump figure staring dumbfoundedly at him. Sun-chan foolishly stared at Morong-chi, infatuated. This young man is so beautiful. Looking at the short, plump figure in front of him, Morong-chi was dumbstruck. This guy is so ugly. Could he be the elder who slays gods? Without another word, Morong-chi knelt down with a slap. Please, god-slaying elder, take me as your disciple. Sun-chan was startled. He squinted at Morong-chi. My realm is higher than his, so taking him as a disciple isn't difficult, but I should ask my master first. After asking for his name, Sun-chan told him to keep kowtowing and then went up the mountain. Morong-chi thought the other party was testing him, so he continued to kowtow. Arriving in front of the innate cave dwelling, Sun-chan told Hanju about Morong-chi's wish to become a disciple. Hanju found the situation odd. Someone outside wants to take you as their master? Sun-chan said he quite liked the person and would take him as a disciple if the master didn't object. Hanju thought for a moment. The person is the reincarnation of the marvelous truth divine emperor. It would be good to form a good relationship. Bring him to the front of the Fusang tree for cultivation. From now on, you will oversee him, and he must not leave the vicinity of the Fusang tree without permission. Sun-chan was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked Hanju. At this time, Morong-chi was still kneeling, accepting the test. Suddenly, Sun-chan came in front of him. Come, follow me up the mountain. Morong-chi immediately started calling him master with sweet words. Another year passed. One day, the sect master of Blood Flame Heavenly Gate, Lu Bummy, and Leisure True Person arrived. This time, they were determined to make the Jade Pure sect accept them. Lu Bummy said, what if they still refuse? Leisure True Person said, refuse? Hee, then I will kneel down and beg them. Upon seeing Hanju, Leisure True Person thumped down on his knees, completely baffling Hanju. Lu Bummy understood that as long as the elder who slays gods agreed, the Jade Pure sect would surely agree. Hanju released his oppressive aura, and the 6 Paths ultimate seal exploded, locking down both individuals, planning to intimidate them further. In that instant, Lu Bummy and Leisure True Person could not move. They felt the terror of facing death, or of the Union Realm. It's the Union Realm. Lu Bummy's legs went soft, and he also knelt down, tremblingly stating their purpose, hoping Hanju would consent. Hanju calmly said, I hope that after you join the Jade Pure sect, you will not harbor any second thoughts. All disciples should be dispersed and integrated into the Jade Pure sect. Understood? The two hurriedly kowtowed to express their gratitude. Hanju then released the 6 Paths ultimate seal into their bodies. If you ever harbor any second thoughts in the future, I will chase you to the ends of the earth. Do you understand the consequences? Lu Bummy hurriedly assured that they genuinely wished to join the Jade Pure sect. Hanju did not continue to press them and directed them towards the main peak. Seeing Hanju about to return to his quarters, Lu Bummy immediately said, Senior, please wait. Previously, the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate was heavily harassed by the formless sect. Many treasures and disciples are still in great way and cannot be brought to the Jade Pure sect. Could you lend a hand? Hanju, recalling his grudge against the formless sect, replied, You go back and organize the evacuation. I will take action when the time comes. The two bid farewell to Hanju, thinking to themselves, joining the Jade Pure sect was indeed the right move. Back in his cave dwelling, Hanju started pondering how to deal with the Enlightenment eccentric. As long as he keeps risk getting injured, the formless sect won't dare to act rashly. The matter with my wife cannot end like this either. After some thought, he took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse the Enlightenment eccentric. A month later, within the formless sect, Enlightenment eccentric coughed up blood again. He still couldn't guess who was cursing him. How can I take action like this? At that moment, a scout reported, the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate has already joined the Jade Pure sect. Should we continue to pursue an attack? Enlightenment eccentric sighed helplessly. Let's call a truce. Negotiate peace. Hearing about negotiating peace, Dong Wangxian became anxious. If this gets out, others might think we're afraid of the Jade Pure sect. With our strength, even facing both sects wouldn't be difficult. Suddenly, Enlightenment eccentric thought of something. Right, it's that woman from the Jade Pure sect. Ever since we tried to capture that woman, the curses began. And now it's related to the Jade Pure sect again. Could it really be connected to them? Dong Wangxian claimed that the highest strength in the Jade Pure sect was only at the spirit transformation stage, and he himself could surely capture Lu Bumi if he personally took action. Enlightenment eccentric immediately stopped Dong Wangxian. You are about to participate in the Heavenly Immortal Mansion trial. Don't cause unnecessary trouble at this crucial time. Yet Dong Wangxian was still reluctant. After fighting with the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate for so many years, are we just going to give up like this? With Enlightenment eccentric's mind made up, Dong Wangxian had no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, on ascetic Immortal Mountain, Morong Qi had been practicing with Sun Chang'an for a long time. It was only when Xing Hongxian visited that he realized Sun Chang'an was not the elder who slays gods. Damn, I followed the wrong master. Since the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate sought refuge with the Jade Pure sect, the formless sect temporarily halted their offensive. Consequently, the Jade Pure sect's development soared, attracting a continuous stream of mortals and rogue cultivators seeking to join. Thus, the Great Swallow enjoyed 10 years of peace. The system sent a notification. Today is your 400th birthday, and you can obtain one spiritual treasure. You have the following choices. 1. Come out of seclusion and obtain a spiritual treasure to prove your strength to the world. It's uncertain what kind of heavenly materials and earthly treasures you might get. 2. Continue in seclusion, staying away from disputes. You will obtain a spiritual treasure. On this joyful day, Hanju didn't hesitate to choose the second option directly. You chose to continue in seclusion and obtained a spiritual treasure. Congratulations on acquiring the supreme spiritual treasure, Perfected Heavenly Spirit Bracelet. A supreme defensive spiritual treasure. It can isolate spiritual sense and defend against soul attacks. Sweet. Another defensive spiritual treasure. After putting on the bracelet, Hanju looked even more like an immortal. At this moment, a voice echoed across the sky of the Jade Pure sect. I am Jilingchan, here to challenge the Jade Pure sect. This is a contest of skill, not a matter of life and death. Does anyone in the Jade Pure sect dare to fight me? A challenge to the sect? Another Huang Jihao. Hanju immediately checked the challenger's cultivation level. Jilingchan, second layer of the Union Realm, disciple of Heavenly Immortal Mansion, arrogant by nature, wishes to become the world's #1 cultivator, wanders the world, challenging others everywhere, has not yet been defeated. A disciple of Heavenly Immortal Mansion? I have long heard of Heavenly Immortal Mansion, and today I finally meet a disciple. He immediately used the simulation trial to test his strength. After waiting outside for a long time with no response, Jilingchan began to speak disdainfully. The Jade Pure sect, which has taken in the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate, has no one who dares to fight me. This is truly disappointing. I offer 1 million high-grade spirit stones. The winner takes the stones. Not enough with 1 million spirit stones? I'll add another spiritual treasure. Really? Is the Jade Pure sect full of cowards? People of the Jade Pure sect, come out. If you had the guts to establish your sect, why don't you have the courage to fight? The person kept nagging in the sky, and Li Qingzi dared not make a sound, only hiding away to read magazines in seclusion. With Elder Han and Elder Xiao around, they should handle the sky if it falls. Xiao Yao felt the opponent was not simple, didn't want to take risks, and thought of having Hanju make a move. Hanju found it bothersome and wanted Li Qingzi and Xiao Yao to go and fight. Losing is okay, just as long as Jilingchan is sent away. Thus, an awkward scene unfolded. A Union Realm great cultivator came to challenge, but no one responded to the challenge, nor did anyone come out to receive him. If no one comes out within 10 breaths, I will flatten the Jade Pure sect. Jilingchan grew increasingly angry, preparing his magic to bomb the Jade Pure sect's 18 peaks. Fellow Taoist, please hold. Fellow Taoist is formidable, and the Jade Pure sect admits inferiority, willing to concede. Hanju conceded directly to avoid trouble. Upon hearing this, Jilingchan frowned tightly. You've already come. It's not as simple as just saying you concede, and that's that. Fellow Taoist is as elegant as a jade tree facing the wind, with a handsome appearance, clearly possessing the temperament of a heavenly pride. Why possess such anger? How about we become friends instead? Jilingchan, flattered, still pressed on. You're eloquent. Since you're here anyway, let me give you a few pointers. Let the Jade Pure sect witness. After hearing this, Hanju frowned, getting angry. This guy is really shameless. Does fellow Taoist insist on a contest? Cut the chatter. I am one of the Heavenly Immortal Mansion's proud talents, never afraid of anyone. Hanju didn't waste words. slowly shaping his fingers into a gun shape. Fellow Taoist, you've offended. With a whoosh, a sword energy flashed by, and Jilungchan was shattered in an instant. Merely a proud talent from the heavenly immortal mansion, you couldn't withstand me for 3 seconds in a simulated trial. Who gave you the courage to challenge me? Fellow Taoist, please spare his life. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Hanju was taken aback, only to see a golden dragon soaring, protecting an elder in Jilungchan's primordial spirit. Here comes the elder after the junior. I didn't want to cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of it, Hanju said coldly. The elder sighed as well. Fellow Taoist is right. This matter is indeed Lungchan's fault. I apologize on behalf of my misguided disciple. The elder's tone was sincere, and he appeared even more majestic and profound against the backdrop of the golden dragon. May fellow Taoist grant me a favor and allow me to take him away? Hanju had no intention of killing. Can I trust fellow Taoist's word? Of course. Suddenly, the system notified. Taoist Ji Kong has developed a favorable impression of you, currently at 3 stars. Taoist Ji Kong, one of the 12 Taoists of Heavenly Immortal Mansion, 7th layer of the Tribulation Crossing realm. He developed a favorable impression because you did not directly kill Jilungchan. Damn it. 7th layer of the Tribulation Crossing realm. Lucky I didn't make a mortal enemy. Hanju pretended to be calm. The elder then asked, may I know fellow Taoist's name? Loki. Loki? What a good name. Taoist Ji Kong praised, then left with Jilungchan. Leaving the Jade Pure Sect's territory, Jilungchan began to feel fearful. I couldn't even withstand a single move from Loki. Taoist Ji Kong said slowly, if he hadn't intentionally spared your primordial spirit, even I couldn't have protected you. Jilungchan was shocked. But master, you are in the Tribulation Crossing realm. As a clone, I was fortunate that the true body of the heavenly dragon protected you, but if he had exerted his full strength, I fear even the heavenly dragon would not have been able to withstand it. Jilungchan was dumbfounded and speechless. I never imagined that there are so many hidden powerhouses outside the heavenly immortal mansion. Even in a small sect there are great beings in seclusion. Taoist Ji Kong saw that he had gained some understanding and thought to himself, the child has grown up. However, Jilungchan quickly rallied his spirits. In the future, I should challenge more sects like this. Only then can I deepen my understanding that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. Damn, all my words were for nothing. Now, get back to the heavenly immortal mansion and don't come out for 100 years. Why, master? I've only been out for a short while. Idiot, who do you think has been saving you every time? Since Jilungchan's last challenge, another 5 years have passed. In these 5 years, the Jade Pure Sect thrived smoothly, cooperating with the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate. Inside a quiet secret hall of the Jade Pure Sect, Maju, who was betrayed by Hanju, is still detained. Thanks to Hanju's instructions, her cultivation wasn't neglected. Now her cultivation has reached the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. Maju frowned deeply, and between her eyebrows, there was a trace of murderous aura. Break out and leave this place. Avenge the Mo family. What are you waiting for? Your clan brother Mafuchu is still waiting for your help. This strange voice kept echoing in Maju's ears, like a ghost bewitching her, causing her body to tremble slightly and her mind to lose focus. After a long while, Maju suddenly opened her eyes, suppressing fear with anger. Who are you? Get away. I don't want you. You don't represent me. Cough. Maju suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood, gasping for air, sweat pouring down her pretty face. I clearly practiced the Mo family's ancestral techniques, but why does this technique cultivate demonic energy? The voice in her mind just now seemed like a demon, even claiming to be the family head. Could it be that the Mo family was really from the demonic path? Maju hesitated whether to rebuild her cultivation technique. That voice kept tempting her, seemingly intending to pass on the technique to her. If I were to rebuild, who knows how much time it would delay? She couldn't help but think of Hanju. Back then, I achieved foundation establishment before him, but now Hanju's cultivation is unbelievably high. I finally have hope of catching up to him, and I don't want to give up. In a dark canyon, Su Chi was meditating. Demonic energy swirled around him. He had discarded his previous techniques and started over with the Demon Lord's demonic cultivation. His cultivation was growing rapidly, and he unexpectedly resonated with the Demon Lord's demonic techniques, even surprising the Demon Lord himself. As a human, to achieve this is indeed beyond my comprehension. But what's going on recently? Have I hit a bottleneck in my cultivation? The Demon Lord was very satisfied with Su Chi's cultivation, but dissatisfied with himself. My cultivation is always disturbed by inner demons. I haven't been able to properly cultivate. It's so annoying. He stood up and said, you just stay here and cultivate diligently. This place is protected by a formation I've set up. No one will dare to disturb you. Su Chi opened his eyes, asking with confusion, where are you going? I'm going out for a walk, to slaughter a few sects to ease my mind. With those words, the Demon Lord transformed into a wisp of demonic energy and dissipated on the spot. Su Chi hesitated. Should I take this chance to escape? Never mind. I should focus on my cultivation. The fact that the master hasn't taken action suggests he also wants me to take this opportunity to seriously cultivate in seclusion, instead of always needing his intervention. Thinking this, Su Chi buoyed his spirits and continued his cultivation. In the same month, the Jade Pure Sect welcomed a distinguished guest. The sect master master of the formless sect, enlightenment eccentric. He asked Dong Wangxian to stay outside the Jade Pure Sect's gate while he went in first, just in case something happens. It's good to have someone watching my back. As the sect leader, Li Qingzi had no choice but to come forward. The elders gathered at the gate as well, including Lu Bumi and Leisure True Person. They thought enlightenment eccentric had come to seek revenge on them, but to their surprise, enlightenment eccentric was very polite, stating that his visit was to clear up a previous misunderstanding. Seeing he had no hostile intentions, Li Qingzi could only welcome him inside. I wonder where the Slayer God Elder of your sect is. I had a bit of a misunderstanding with him earlier, and I would like to visit him personally. A grudge with Elder Han? This statement truly surprised everyone. At that moment, Xiao Yao bowed and said, the Slayer God Elder invites enlightenment eccentric to ascetic immortal mountain for a talk. Li Qingzi said, since the Slayer God Elder has invited you, I will take you there. Enlightenment eccentric smirked coldly. His purpose for the visit was far from simple. Soon, the two arrived at the base of ascetic immortal mountain. Enlightenment eccentric could feel the rich spiritual energy around. This is a good place for cultivation. What brings you here, senior? Hanju suddenly appeared before them, standing with his hands behind his back. What a handsome man. Seeing Hanju for the first time, enlightenment eccentric was taken aback by his charm. In a flash, his expression changed to one of solemnity, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. I've long heard of the Jade Pure Sect's Slayer God Elder and have come to visit. Also, I wish to resolve any grievances between us. Please have a seat, senior. What grievances exist between us? Though Hanju spoke politely, he had already made up his mind. This old turtle has entered the jar. Now let's not let him leave. Enlightenment eccentric began. Previously, I was unaware that Miss Xing was your cultivation partner, and I indeed offended. It was my mistake. Therefore, after the Jade Pure Sect took over the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate, I did not continue to target you, as a form of my apology. Hanju pretended to be puzzled. Is that so? Then I thank fellow Taoist. Let's leave the past in the past. Hanju thought to himself, in your life as well. Suddenly, the system notified, enlightenment eccentric's hatred towards you has increased to 5 stars. Damn, from 4 stars to 5 stars. You must really wish to tear me to pieces. Additionally, I have often been cursed over these years. Is that your doing, fellow Taoist? Hanju didn't dare to admit it aloud, but his hand holding the cup paused. I am here to clear the air, asking fellow Taoist not to take your anger out on me anymore. I will no longer disturb Miss Xing, and our two sects can establish a friendly relationship. A curse? I am an upright person. How could I engage in such despicable acts? Moreover, we have never met, so how could I curse you? Hanju feigned innocence. This guy has something. Being able to guess it was me cursing him. Hanju thought, no, this person cannot be left alive. Enlightenment eccentric inwardly cursed Hanju's shamelessness. With so many coincidences, if it wasn't you, then who else could it be? At the same time, he was estimating Hanju's strength. Although Hanju was equipped with spiritual treasures, he didn't emit an aura that alarmed him. Should I take this chance to kill him? His refusal to admit it shows he fears me. Though he has many spiritual treasures, they pose no great threat. Even in a fight to the death, he couldn't kill me. With my 9 tribulations divine ability, as long as my primordial spirit exists, my body will never perish. He can't win a war of attrition. If I eliminate him, both the Jade Pure Sect and the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate will fall into the hands of my formless sect. This thought in enlightenment eccentric's mind grew uncontrollably like wild grass. Fellow Taoist, we don't need to pretend anymore. I'm not here to seek retribution. Enlightenment eccentric said with a smile. The system again notified. Enlightenment eccentric's hatred towards you has grown to 5.5 stars. Damn, it's still increasing. Enlightenment eccentric's hatred could no longer be suppressed, and he instantly mobilized his entire spiritual power. Unknown to him, countless 6 paths ultimate seals had already shot towards enlightenment eccentric. Hanju's eyes were cold as he sipped some hot tea. Outside the cave dwelling, Li Qingzi, Sun Chang and Yang Tiandong and Chick were all waiting anxiously. Sun Chang frowned and said, Master dislikes being disturbed. This isn't breaking Master's rules, is it? Li Qingzi looked somewhat embarrassed and helplessly said, the sect master of the formless sect didn't forcefully enter ascetic immortal mountain, which is quite respectful. I didn't have much choice. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted from the innate cave dwelling, shocking everyone. Chick transformed into a streak of black lightning, dragging Li Qingzi into the innate cave dwelling. Upon entering the cave, they saw enlightenment eccentric standing at the entrance. Enlightenment eccentric, what have you done to Elder Han? Li Qingzi shouted angrily. Don't attack. It's me. The 4 of them suddenly froze, recognizing Hanju's voice. I've obliterated his primordial spirit. Now it's my split soul controlling his actions. We need to act quietly now. I'll take his body and leave. We mustn't let the formless sect discover it was us who killed him. Li Qingzi was panic-stricken. Understood. I'll immediately start spreading the news that enlightenment eccentric has already left, eliminating enlightenment eccentric's primordial spirit in just 2 breaths. How strong is Elder Han exactly? In fact, Hanju had already simulated the battle 8 times before, finding that the simplest way to deal with enlightenment eccentric was to obliterate his primordial spirit with the 6 paths ultimate seal directly. There's no time to lose. Sect leader, you should act now. Considering Considering everything, Hanju now has no formidable enemies. The vermilion bird is in the heavens, and the monster-taming demon sect is in the distant northern region. He doesn't know whose doorstep to leave Enlightenment Eccentric's body at. If all else fails, just pick a random demon clan to take the blame. At this time, Dong Wangxian and others, following orders, were still waiting outside the Jade Pure sect. Seeing Enlightenment Eccentric hastily leaving, Dong Wangxian immediately gave chase. Before his death, Enlightenment Eccentric's Union Realm spiritual power was untapped, and with Hanju's soul controlling, Enlightenment Eccentric's body was able to fly at full speed. Dong Wangxian couldn't keep up. To shake them off, Hanju went full throttle and whooshed away, disappearing without a trace. Half a month later, with the old monster's body's spiritual power nearly depleted, Hanju, controlling Enlightenment Eccentric, arrived in a deep mountain. He left clues that would cast suspicion on the disciples of the formless sect with the last bit of spiritual power before withdrawing his clone. Dong Wangxian, who had been following the trail, found that his master had entered the territory of the Green Python Great Sage, a figure they couldn't afford to provoke. Dong Wangxian flew on his sword, frowning as he discerned the direction of Enlightenment Eccentric. Suddenly, two figures appeared ahead, surprisingly Zhou Fan and Mafuchu. The three passed by each other, and for some reason, Zhou Fan and Dong Wangxian inexplicably turned their heads to look. Seeing each other, both parties felt an inexplicable palpitation, as if facing a natural enemy. Neither group lingered, each disappearing in opposite directions. Zhou Fan said to Mafuchu, "That guy just now annoyed me. I want to beat him up." Mafuchu responded, unamused, "Can you not be so impulsive? Following you, I've suffered so much. Don't you have any sense? We're just returning to the Jade Pure sect to visit old friends. Don't stir up trouble." Zhou Fan chuckled, "I really want to see the faces of those people in the Jade Pure sect when they see us, especially Hanju." Inside the innate cave dwelling, Hanju was checking Enlightenment Eccentric storage rings. This guy being the master of a sect really paid off, owning 4 storage rings. Hanju nearly drooled while counting. All these treasures and resources are enough to establish a sect. If handed over to the Jade Pure sect, it would surely soar even faster. But Hanju wouldn't be so selfless. "This delivery man is too good. All of this is mine." While Hanju was happily playing with various treasures, Li Qingzi's voice came from outside the cave. "Elder Han, there's trouble in the secret hall. Maju has fallen into demonic insanity and is rampaging. All beings in the vicinity of the secret hall are nearly slaughtered." Fallen into demonic insanity? Is she going to follow in Mafuchu's footsteps? Hanju opened the panel. The most eye-catching notification was, "Your friend Maju has awakened her demon soul, fallen into the demon path, and her desire to kill has greatly increased." Awakened demon soul? What's that? At this moment, Maju was sitting cross-legged in the secret hall, surrounded by pitch-black demonic energy. The demonic energy enveloped Maju, who let out a cold laugh. Any being that came into contact with the demonic energy was instantly pulverized. Soon, Hanju arrived at the secret hall. Everyone sighed in relief upon seeing him. Master Jingshu said, "Fortunately, the secret hall is surrounded by protective restrictions, and the disciples kept their distance, avoiding disaster. But the protective array has been shattered by the demonic energy. However, it's strange that Maju sealed herself shortly after her rampage began, without any further movement. It seems she didn't want to harm the sect." The demonic energy in front of Hanju completely enveloped Maju. "This doesn't look like a seal, more like a cocoon." Master Jingshu nervously asked Hanju, "Could there be an even bigger outbreak?" Hanju said, "Easily shattering a protective array that defends against spirit transformation and fusion void realm experts. This demonic energy is not simple. Immediately evacuate the disciples within 10 miles of the secret hall." Master Jingshu promptly acted on the instruction, leaving Hanju alone to watch over Maju. He approached the demonic energy cocoon, attempting to probe but couldn't sense Maju's presence. This demonic energy has a strong resistance. Hanju puzzled. Maju hasn't reached the nascent soul stage, yet the demonic energy she cultivated has such resistance. Oh no, could there be someone else inside? In such a crucial moment, only one thing can be done. Hanju used the heaven and earth mysterious yellow boundary breaking sword finger, and a streak of golden light shot out, shattering the cocoon formed by the demonic energy. Indeed, Maju was inside, and to his embarrassment, she was without a stitch on her, her snow-white skin dazzling to the eyes. The moment Maju's body hit the ground, Hanju immediately took off his robe and rushed over, quickly covering her with it. Hanju continued to probe the Maju in his arms. There were no other souls in her body, meaning she wasn't possessed. Using the 6 realms of reincarnation, Hanju sent his primordial spirit into Maju's soul, finding it transforming, becoming unlike that of a human. What exactly is the origin of the Mo family? Mafuchu also fell into the demon path before. Hanju was deep in thought when Maju slowly opened her eyes, and Hanju's face came into her view. She wasn't startled. Instead, she looked at Hanju with a dazed expression. Now, Maju had become much more beautiful than before, her charm more bewitching, enough to make most men's hearts flutter. Wait, the color of her pupils is off. Maju, have you advanced to the nascent soul stage? But why was there no tribulation crossing? Hanju asked in surprise. However, as if Maju didn't hear him, she swooshed off the robe Hanju Hanju had draped over her and continued to approach Hanju with those mystifying purple pupils. Hanju slapped her, sending Maju flying from one side of the secret hall to the other, breaking several pillars in the process. Stunned awake by the pain, Maju muttered, "Ouch, who hit me?" Turning her head, she saw Hanju. "Why are you here?" Coming to her senses and quickly realizing her state, Maju exclaimed, "Hanju, you pervert, you've seen my body. You have to take responsibility for me. From now on, I'll cling to you." Hanju looked helpless. "Are you trying to scam me?" After a bout of crying and fussing, Hanju began to inquire about the demonic energy. "What's the deal with your MO family? Why have you turned into a demon?" With a wronged expression, Maju said, "I don't know either. Ever since I entered the Golden Core realm, I often heard a voice during my cultivation. At first, I thought it was an inner demon, but recently I found out it wasn't. After checking the family secret texts left by my brother, I learned that it was the will of my ancestors. The MO family is not a demon cultivator in the cultivation world, but the true demon race. After the race was extinguished, their demonic techniques spread among humans, creating demon cultivators. My MO family is descended from the union of the demon race and humans." Hanju asked with narrowed eyes, "Will you lose control?" Hanju calculated how many slaps it would take to save her if Maju went mad and started slaughtering. Rolling her eyes, Maju said, "I'm not a demon cultivator. Why would I lose control?" Demon cultivators easily lose control because their bodies can't withstand the power of demonic techniques. Their inner demons are the backlash of the demon race's consciousness. By the way, I've inherited my ancestors' techniques, which include a dual cultivation method. Would you like to cultivate with me? The two fell into silence, the atmosphere turning awkward. Just then, Hanju suddenly received a system notification. "Moiling has developed hatred towards you, currently at 3 stars. Damn, who's this now?" Hanju immediately checked the interpersonal relationships for Moiling's information. Moiling, 5th layer of the Tribulation Crossing stage, 2nd generation head of the MO family, trapped in a mysterious forbidden area and unable to escape. She has chosen Maju as her successor, hoping to rely on Maju to save herself. Due to Maju's feelings for you, she harbors animosity towards you, believing you might be an obstacle to Maju's growth, intent on eliminating you. Current hatred level 3 stars. This woman actually wants to kill me? Hanju silently added her name to the book of misfortune. Maju has feelings for me? Really? Maju hesitantly asked, "Would you like to practice that dual cultivation method with me? It would be beneficial for both of us." Hanju answered, "No thanks. You've just made a breakthrough. It's best to consolidate your cultivation first. And don't forget to return my robe. That's the only one I have." I really can't understand Moiling's motive. A Tribulation Crossing realm cultivator relying on someone in the nascent soul realm? It's impossible for Maju not to be influenced by the ancestral demonic techniques she's aligned with. To ensure Maju can cultivate peacefully, it seems I'll have another daily task. Xing Hongxian smiled and said, "Husband, I went to the Western Abyss province for training while I was away from Great Swallow. A person named Wei Yuan gave me a bunch of heavenly materials and earthly treasures as a greeting to you. Do you know him?" Hanju thought to himself, "Old Huang is quite thoughtful." "Husband, there's another thing. I found this in the lands of the demon race. I saw 2 demon kings fighting over it, so it must be a heavenly material or earthly treasure. I managed to take it while they were both injured. This grass seems extraordinary. I wonder if it's useful to you." Suddenly, Hanju received a system notification, detected that this heavenly material and earthly treasure have the potential of an innate destiny holder. "Do you want to view its origin?" Grass. Has this grass turned into a spirit? Heaven Earth grass. 1,000 years ago, it was just an ordinary blade of grass. It encountered a deity meditating nearby and, after being exposed to the deity's aura for 100 years, gradually transcended its mundane nature. Over thousands of years, it faced several extinctions. Each time before its destruction, it instinctively turned to ash, scattering across the moral realm to regrow. This grass has the potential to become a divine herb, even a deity. Grass. A deity's potential? Hanju exclaimed. "I appreciate the gesture. How have you been these years?" Xing Hongxian sighed. "I must say, it's only after going out that I realized how small Great Swallow is. Take the neighboring only because province. For example, the Jade Pure sect would not even count as a second-rate sect there. Is only because province that powerful? The Jade Pure sect's reputation today is all thanks to you, husband. It will surely surpass other states in the future." Hanju modestly said, "I was just forced into it." Xing Hongxian continued, "Husband, you're capable. Also, the list of the top 100 cultivators in the world has been updated again. I think husband should be at the top." Hanju was puzzled. "Top 100 what now?" "Let me tell you, in the top 100, there's someone from the punishment department who uses a giant sword as a skateboard, super cool, and someone who bathes with a sword. Oh, I almost forgot." Hanju took out some elixirs from his storage ring. "These are high-level elixirs for extending lifespan. Consider them Enlightenment Eccentric's apology gift. Take them. Given your mediocre talent, I'm worried you'll leave too early." Xing Hongxian was annoyed. "Always such a buzzkill. You just love to tease me." "Don't worry, I've already taken them, and I still have heavenly materials and earthly treasures on hand. My lifespan is still increasing. It's just rare to see someone over 400 years old still in the Golden Core realm." Xing Hongxian Hongxian suddenly sighed. Speaking of lifespan, your senior brother from Jade Seclusion Peak, Lu Sanqin, passed away 10 years ago. Hanju was surprised. Senior brother Lu Sanqin? No wonder I felt like someone was missing these years when looking through the friend circle. During those decades on Jade Seclusion Peak, he often looked after me in cultivation, and now I want to repay him but can't. Xing Hongxian said. He was so close to the nascent soul realm, but the Jade Pure sect had too few life-extending medicines. If he had left Great Swallow earlier, maybe there would have been a sliver of hope. After all, Great Swallow's spiritual energy is too weak compared to other parts of the cultivation world. I don't want to leave this world yet. I still want to stay by your side. Elsewhere, in a dark cave, a boiling cauldron was cooking soup. Zhou Fan and Mafuchu were tied up and hanging upside down. Yang Tiandong entered. Brother Zhou, are you okay? Zhou Fan angrily cursed. Pa, demon's lackey. Yang Tiandong, your master would be disappointed if he knew. Mafuchu tried to mediate. It's okay, Zhou Fan. It's not his fault. It's our bad luck that we entered someone else's territory, and you impulsively killed their patrol demon. But they were too arrogant, calling us mere humans and demanding we kneel and beg for mercy. How could we tolerate that? The Green Python Great Sage asked in a grim tone. Yang Tiandong, you tell me, how should these two be dealt with? Cook them or refine them into elixirs? Yang Tiandong struggled to answer. Stepfather, must we kill them? The Green Python Great Sage coldly said. They killed my demon soldiers. It's only just to repay life for life. Yang Tiandong, if you want to inherit my power, you must sever ties with the human race. Demons and humans cannot coexist. This is an iron law. You cannot be indecisive. Yang Tiandong thought to himself, to hell with it. Do you really think I want to be a demon? The Green Python Great Sage asked Yang Tiandong. So, have you made your decision? I highly recommend frying them. Yang Tiandong thought sadly. Zhou Fan, I'm sorry. We swore to die on the same day, but I never imagined it would end like this. If I had known, I would never have ventured recklessly. Originally, Yang Tiandong had set out with a passion to make his mark. After 2.5 years of hard work, he had gathered over 800 strong followers, but in one night, after encountering the Green Python Great Sage, it was all for naught. Due to his unique bloodline, he was then taken in as an adopted son. What did I set out for? Maybe Master was right. Venturing out into the world comes at too high a price. At this moment, a small demon reported, My lord, there's a fire outside. A cultivator claiming to be Dong Wangxian from the Formless sect is causing havoc, seeking revenge for his master. He's too strong. We can't stop him. The Green Python Great Sage sneered. The Formless sect? I have a grudge with Enlightenment eccentric. Yang Tiandong, you stay here and watch them. Yang Tiandong was conflicted internally. Should I take this opportunity to save them? Meanwhile, Dong Wangxian was shouting outside. Is this all you've got? Call out your king. Suddenly, Dong Wangxian felt something was wrong. Such a strong demonic aura. It's even more formidable than Master's. Could it be? The Green Python Great Sage finally appeared, daring to run wild in my territory. Are you tired of living? You fiend. Was my master killed by you? The Green Python Great Sage was shocked. Oh, Enlightenment eccentric is dead? Ahaha. Good riddance. Truly a joyous occasion. Dong Wangxian roared. So it was Green Python Great Sage that Master's clues pointed to. It was you. I'll fight you to the death. The Green Python Great Sage laughed maniacally. Haha. And what if it was? Today, I'll kill you too and make soup out of you. Meanwhile, back in the cave dwelling, Hanju was unaware that soon there would be someone he might never see again. Since Xing Hongxian left, Hanju had resumed his cultivation. Occasionally, Hanju would water the heaven-earth grass and let it bask in the sun. Now, the spiritual energy here is denser than the demon territory where it was previously located. The heaven-earth grass has cultivated the habit of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and its growth is promising. Hanju looks forward to a developing spiritual intelligence. Just don't get stepped on. This remark was clearly meant for Chick. This silly chicken has grown taller than the entrance of the cave. Before long, Li Qingzi came for a visit, and Hanju immediately asked, Sect leaderly, what brings you here? Has the Formless sect come again? Li Qingzi shook his head, saying sadly, No, it's that the Supreme Elder is nearing his end. Hanju frowned in silence. The Jade Pure sect has only one Supreme Elder, who is Li Qingzi's master and had interactions with Hanju before. Over the years, the Supreme Elder's cultivation has hardly increased. Naturally, his lifespan has not extended much either. Do you need me to see him? Hanju asked, considering the man an old acquaintance. He didn't want to have regrets like with old Tai. Li Qingzi shook his head. My master has already left the Jade Pure sect. Last year, he failed again in his attempt to break through to the spirit transformation realm. Coupled with the shortage of life-extending elixirs, he decided to go out in search of opportunities. He said if he does not return in 20 years, then he would be dead. Before he left, he asked me to thank you, saying that without Elder Han, the Jade Pure sect would not have today's prosperity. Hanju remained silent. The gratitude might be sincere, but those words clearly had another meaning. Hanju did not inquire further. Elder Han, although my cultivation is also improving, it feels difficult to to achieve the spirit transformation. If one day I also face my end, who among the sect's disciples do you think is suitable to be the next sect leader? Li Qingzi asked. His expression was not gloomy. Having lived so long, he had sent off many old friends and was accustomed to partings and deaths. Han Ju shook his head. I'm in seclusion all year round. How would I know? Looking at the Jade Pure sect, the disciples with the strongest talents are all under your tutelage. Just now, I noticed that Sun Chang'an and Murong Qi are both attempting to break through to the nascent soul. Such rapid progress is unmatched in the Jade Pure sect, except by Elder Han. If they could succeed, Han Ju knew Li Qingzi was trying to tie him and his disciples or grand disciples to the Jade Pure sect permanently. If either he or his disciples became sect leader, it would be even less likely for him to leave. Han Ju seriously said, Sect leader, I understand what you mean. These two indeed have excellent talents, but one thing must be clear. If one day I wish to leave the Jade Pure sect, neither of them can keep me here. Since I was born into this world, I have only one goal in life, and that is immortality. To reach such a realm, I must be free of attachments and unaffected by karma to succeed. I can pursue this goal while helping the Jade Pure sect, but I will not give it up because of the sect. Li Qingzi was not surprised. The main reason for choosing Murong Qi and Sun Chang'an is their talents. Despite the Jade Pure sect's growth, there are few disciples with talents comparable to these two. Yang Tiandong was unreliable, and Su Qi is not good at management, so I never discussed this with you. So, sect leader, you had your eye on my disciples from the start. You've been planning this for a while. Li Qingzi continued, we've been prepared for this, as the temple is too small to contain a Buddha like you. Plus, the spiritual energy of Great Swallow limits you too much. It was only a matter of time before you would leave. We are already satisfied with the scale of the Jade Pure sect now. If you, Elder Han, wish to cut off karma to fulfill your long-cherished wish, we will not stop you. After all, you should live for yourself. Li Qingzi's words made Han Ju feel relieved. Thank you for your understanding, sect leader. I think Murong Qi has an excellent talent. You should take him out for training. If I may ask boldly, how is my master, Fairy Shishuan's lifespan? Li Qingzi said, please rest assured, Elder Han. Junior sister's talent is higher than mine, and she has encountered special opportunities over the years. Living for several hundred more years will not be a problem. After discussing the Tao for a while, Li Qingzi bid farewell and left. I cannot help you on the path to immortality, but if we are destined to meet in the next life, I will do my best to support you. This was Han Ju's silent promise to the people of the Jade Pure sect. 7 years flew by, and the heaven-earth grass finally developed spiritual intelligence. Although it could not yet think, it was a leap in growth. To celebrate, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune to curse the vermilion bird and Moyuling. It's been a long time since I've checked the friend circle. It's almost fading. He quickly opened the interpersonal relationships to check the messages. Your disciple Yang Tiandong, friend Zhou Fan, and friend Mafuchu have been attacked by a demon king, severely injured, and are on the brink of death. How did all three of them get attacked by a demon king at the same time? Although this was old news from a few years ago, their profile pictures indicated they were still alive. Mere life-threatening dangers were not enough to compel Han Ju to take action. At this moment, Han Ju was at the 6th layer of the Union Realm, while many of his old acquaintances in the friend circle had entered reincarnation. Han Ju discovered that the Supreme Elder had ultimately passed away, which saddened him. This made him suddenly want to visit his master. After all these years, Fairy Shishuan had still been cultivating in Jade Seclusion Peak. Approaching his master's door, Han Ju hesitated. It's indeed rude not to have visited for so long. Just as he was about to knock, Fairy Shishuan's voice came from inside. Come in. The door is unlocked. Han Ju pushed the door open, and his master was already coming to greet him. Han Ju respectfully called out, Master. Fairy Shishuan did not respond verbally. After all, addressing each other as fellow Taoist was more accurate. Her aura was more ethereal than ever, and her beauty was not enchanting, purely likable, reminiscent of a celestial fairy. As they talked, both felt melancholic discussing the Supreme Elder. Master, the spiritual energy of Jade Seclusion Peak is too scarce to improve your cultivation. Why not move to my place? I've specifically prepared a luxurious cave dwelling for you, Han Ju suggested. Fairy Shishuan frowned. That's your territory. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to go there. In my life of ascetic cultivation, I care about very few people, and you, Master, are one of them. I don't wish to walk the long path of cultivation alone in the end. If possible, I hope to pursue the Great Tao alongside Master. If others heard Han Ju's words, they might think he was hitting on her, but Fairy Shishuan understood Han Ju. Ever since he became her disciple at Jade Seclusion Peak, he had been devoted to ascetic cultivation and never left the Jade Pure sect. Come on, I won't disturb you normally. After hesitating for a moment, Fairy Shishuan eventually agreed. Seeing such a luxurious cave dwelling, Sun Chang'an initially had some expectations. I thought this luxurious mansion was for me. Turns out Master has brought back a woman. Chick grumbled. Even I, your brother Chicken, don't have a cave dwelling, and you, a scrawny mule and a short pumpkin, want a mansion. After settling Fairy Shishuan in, Han Ju reminded her that he was just next door, and she could call him anytime if she needed anything. At this inappropriate moment, Chick came over. Master, will Fairy Shishuan want to eat you. In the past, the dark prison chicken might not have understood such things, but it certainly does now. Daring to tease its master with this, it was time for some loving discipline. During the last visit, when Dong Wangxian challenged the green python great sage, Xian Zhishir, also known as Xian Qingjun's junior sister, and the person Zhou Fan and Mafuchu refer to as Lady Xian, she took advantage of the chaos to sneak into the cave dwelling and rescued the two. By the time the green python great sage returned, it was already too late. The green python great sage could sense Xian Zhishir's realm and did not pursue further. With nowhere to vent his anger, the green python great sage took it out on Yang Tiandong. Not long after, Yang Tiandong found an opportunity to break free from control and planned to unite with other demon kings to deal with the green python great sage. Hearing that a new demon king named Primordial Chaos Great Sage had emerged in the northern province, Yang Tiandong's first stop was to visit him. Upon learning that someone was seeking an audience, the Primordial Chaos Great Sage, surrounded by a host of demons, slowly made his appearance. Yang Tiandong immediately stated his purpose. I wish to join forces with you to confront the green python great sage. Afterward, we can divide his territory equally. What do you think? The demon king coldly said. I advise you to abandon this idea. The green python great sage is very tricky. There are few demons in the 10 states and 9 dynasties that can defeat him. Yang Tiandong immediately patted his chest and stated, Diansu Demon King is my adoptive father, and the Slayer God Elder from the Great Swallow Jade Pure Sect is my master. With their support, our chances of victory are significant. The Demon King was taken aback upon hearing these names. Seeing that the Demon King did not respond, Yang Tiandong immediately made clear the pros and cons. You should understand the principle that if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. The Green Python Great Sage has been aggressively expanding his territory and will eventually come for you. Now, with the Formless Sect besieging him and depleting his vital forces, if you don't seize this opportunity, we'll end up as his dogs if we wait any longer. Unexpectedly, the Primordial Chaos Demon King exploded upon hearing the last sentence. Say that again. Are you looking down on dogs? Before the words faded, a huge silver figure appeared in front of Yang Tiandong. This Primordial Chaos Demon King was none other than the Chaotic Heavenly Dog. Over the years, the Chaotic Heavenly Dog had lost its puppy fat and had become very robust. At this moment, Yang Tiandong was stunned. This Demon King looked familiar. The Chaotic Heavenly Dog was also taken aback. This fool seeking death looked familiar. Then, simultaneously, they exclaimed, It's you. The reunion of old friends turned into an argument within minutes. Doggy expressing his displeasure. I'm now called the Primordial Chaos Great Sage. Yang Tiandong scoffed. What's wrong with calling you Doggy? I used to call you that when you were a kid. Believe it or not, I'll go back and complain to our master. The Primordial Chaos Great Sage retorted. You have the nerve to seek him out? You don't even return yourself, and you have the cheek to talk about me? Yang Tiandong felt awkward. Indeed, he was too embarrassed to return to Hanju. Since becoming a demon king, the seeds of power and ambition had taken root in his heart, preventing him from resuming his previous ascetic cultivation lifestyle. Yang Tiandong said, We are from the same lineage. We should support each other. I heard you often face assassination attempts from other demon kings, leading a miserable life. How about this? Join me in a big venture. Let's take down the Green Python Great Sage together, and we'll split his territory. 70% for me, 30% for you. Doggy helplessly shook his head. No, I can't beat him. Yang Tiandong encouraged. Don't be afraid. I know just the two of us aren't enough. I plan to rally other demon kings as well. Strength in numbers. Think about all the years we've struggled to become stronger and more respectable, to make our master proud. This is our chance to return without shame. Finally, Doggy was persuaded. All right, I'm with you. I knew Doggy was the best. Yang Tiandong said happily. Call me Primordial Chaos Great Sage. 8 years later, Murong Qi had become the pride of the Jade Pure Sect's inner sect, dominating with his peak Golden Core realm strength. One day, a disciple reported that Zhou Fan and Mafuchu had returned. Murong Qi asked where they were, and the disciple replied that the two went straight to the mountain for ascetic cultivation. Murong Qi sighed in relief. Then it's fine. Zhou Fan remarked, finally back. The Jade Pure Sect has changed a lot, and the spiritual energy is much denser than before. I wonder how Maju is doing. While Mafuchu was worried about his sister, Zhou Fan was curious about Hanju, saying, This time, I want to see just how powerful Hanju has become. Mafuchu tried to dissuade him. Forget it. Recently, the Jade Pure Sect even took in the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate. Hanju is probably stronger than you. Zhou Fan stubbornly said. The way I see it, the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate sought refuge with the Jade Pure Sect because they were driven to desperation by the Formless Sect. The Formless Sect hasn't troubled the Jade Pure Sect, probably because their sect master met with some misfortune, delaying their plans. Mafuchu agreed. That's true. Zhou Fan mockingly pointed at disciples practicing flying swords in the sky. Really, compared to the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate, the Jade Pure Sect might not be any stronger. Just look at those disciples over there. Who still installs railings on flying swords these days because of a fear of heights? Zhou Fan said, See, their strength is far inferior to that of the big sects. Xian Zhishir was sweating internally internally, wondering how these two couldn't see that the mountain's spiritual energy was so abundant it almost matched the hidden sacred places and ancient families. At this moment, Zhou Fan confidently shouted to Hanju, "Brother Han, Zhou Fan is here. I'm going to beat you until you're searching for your teeth on the ground." Outside the innate cave dwelling, Hanju was teaching Dark Prison Chicken and Sun Chang'an the Supreme Finger Divine Sword. Hanju said, "Today, I'll teach you the Supreme Finger Divine Sword. Whether you can learn it depends on your fate. Watch the flow of my spiritual power, circulate it for a round, and gather the spiritual power to shoot out from the fingertip." Dark Prison Chicken said awkwardly, "Master, I don't have fingers." Hanju thought for a moment and said, "The tip of a feather will do." The chicken excitedly shouted, "Ha! Behold my ultimate wing sword," and then successfully shattered a distant rock. "I did it," Hanju praised. "Not bad. Learned it in one go. From now on, it's called the ultimate tasty chicken wing." Sun Chang'an curiously asked, "Master, what breed is Chicken Brother exactly? With such talent, it doesn't seem like a chicken at all." Dark Prison Chicken immediately corrected, "What Chicken Brother? Call me Chicken Lord, and I've told you, I'm a phoenix. Do you really think I'm a chicken?" Sun Chang'an felt speechless. Your size really doesn't do justice to a phoenix. At that moment, Hanju received a system notification detecting the strongest person within the Jade Pure sect, Xianshishir, at the 9th layer of the Union Realm, the Demon Lord's junior sister. Could she be my aunt-in-law? Hanju speculated internally. Soon, Mafuchu, Zhou Fan, and Xianshishir arrived outside the innate cave dwelling. Zhou Fan excitedly greeted, "Hanju, long time no see. You remember me, right?" Hanju smiled. "Of course, Brother Zhou, Brother Imo. It hasn't been easy for you these years." Hearing this, Zhou Fan and Mafuchu's tears flowed freely. Indeed, they had been struggling on the edge of life and death for years. Zhou Fan stubbornly said, "Who says? I've lived a dashing life these years, wandering the world with my sword, filled with thrilling adventures, and I've gained quite a few opportunities." Afterward, Zhou Fan provocatively suggested a spar with Hanju, claiming he was now a half-step into spirit transformation, qualified enough. He speculated Hanju was still stuck in the spirit transformation realm without making a breakthrough. Hanju didn't want to argue and told them to report to the sect leader first. Zhou Fan thought Hanju was afraid of losing face and suggested they could spar quietly, even offering to take Hanju out for adventures. Dark Prison Chicken couldn't stand it anymore. "Who do you think you are? A mere nascent soul daring to challenge my master. Believe it or not, Chicken Lord could slap you to death." Zhou Fan, unimpressed, said to Hanju, "Hanju, your chicken is quite arrogant." "Ha, what's the problem?" "Hanju, if you can't control your demonic pet, it might turn on its master. Shall I discipline it for you?" Hanju couldn't be bothered, casually saying no objections, and then instructed Chicken Lord, "Just remember not to injure him." Xianshishir and Mafuchu could tell that the chicken was no ordinary bird, with Xianshishir particularly curious about just how strong Hanju was, given even his chicken was so formidable. The cultivation of this demonic pet, Fusion Void Realm. Zhou Fan looked astonished. "What does that mean? You think I can't beat it?" Mafuchu reminded Zhou Fan. "Zhou Fan, something's off with this chicken. Let's just let it go. We've just returned. Let's rest a few days. It won't be too late to challenge Hanju after we've figured out more about him." But Zhou Fan couldn't hold back. "It's just a chicken. No need to be so cautious." He immediately got into position, shouted to activate his full power. His muscles swelled, and blood veins spread all over him as he threw a punch at Dark Prison Chicken. This punch has severely injured a spirit transformation before. "Little chick, you should feel honored." Zhou Fan was full of pride. However, when his fist hit the chicken, only to see Dark Prison Chicken's feathers and fat tremble like cotton candy. "Is that all?" Chicken Lord said disdainfully. Zhou Fan roared, "Unbelievable. You dare mock me, you sick chicken. If I weren't worried about offending Brother Han, I wouldn't have held back. Now, watch carefully. This is the real deal, the full-powered state." Zhou Fan gathered strength again and launched an even more ferocious strike, Explosive Shattered Demon Scale Palm. The name of the move was not only cool, but its special effects were also impressive. Indeed, the palm strike was powerful, sending Dark Prison Chicken, who weighed 20 tons, flying into the sky. Zhou Fan then unleashed a series of aerial combo attacks, gathering surging spiritual power in his knee, and delivered an unstoppable kick to the Dark Prison Chicken. "Don't hit the face when you're beating a chicken." This kick landed solidly on the face of the Dark Prison Chicken, and the anger from being mocked earlier had reddened his eyes with rage. He vented his anger with punch after punch. The air in the sky heated up from the friction. Zhou Fan suddenly lifted his leg, kicking the Dark Prison Chicken into the sky, like a meteor chicken breaking through the heavens. Outside the atmosphere, the Dark Prison Chicken felt close to the sun for the first time. "So warm, so comfortable, I want to sleep." The Dark Prison Chicken remembered the teachings of Hanju from his childhood. When you fight someone, assess your opponent's true level as soon as possible. Some people's strength far exceeds the realm they show, liking to play the pig to eat the tiger. So, don't expose too much strength to give your enemy an opening. Playing it safe is also good. The master is right. I need to endure a bit longer. What if Zhou Fan has more powerful moves? The fact that that girl can associate with him indicates this guy must have something extraordinary. The Dark Prison Chicken opened its eyes in shock. Zhou Zhou Fan indeed had another powerful move. Holding the falling star sky-shattering orb, he smashed it towards the dark prison chicken. Stop! It was too late for Mafuchu to stop Zhou Fan. This is the ultimate move Zhou Fan used to kill a spirit transformation last time. With a loud bang, a huge explosion scattered the clouds above ascetic immortal mountain, engulfing the dark prison chicken in a scorching shockwave. Mafuchu, fearing Hanju would take action, quickly explained, Zhou Fan didn't do it on purpose. But Hanju said indifferently, it's okay, no big deal. Could it be that chicken? Everyone looked to the sky again. Zhou Fan was startled by the scene before him, seeing a bizarre pressure filling the sky, originating from a mass of cotton candy with a black back and a white belly. Is this all your strength? I didn't expect you to be truly weak. Boy, Lord Chicken, am done hiding. Let's lay it all out. You brat, prepare to face the wrath of the Fusion Void Realm. What? Fusion Void Realm? Zhou Fan was shocked and instinctively stepped back. The dark prison chicken flapped its wings, shooting out countless sword energies from its feathers like a torrential downpour sweeping across, with the speed of the sword energy as fast as a startled swan. Zhou Fan couldn't react in time. His mind went blank, and he once again felt the breath of death. Too familiar. It's the exact same sensation of death as last time. At the brink of life and death, Zhou Fan thought of her, the love of his life, the only one he has ever loved, Lu Yao. Zhou Fan was born into a family of carpenters. The girl next door, Lu Yao, the daughter of a landlord, was his only childhood playmate and his sweetheart. Since childhood, Lu Yao was a fan of Zhou Fan, always cheering for him. Born into a carpenter's family, Zhou Fan had no talent in woodworking but was exceptionally gifted in cultivation, possessing a rare innate full spiritual power, making him one in a million. Both he and Lu Yao were selected by the Jade Pure sect. During their days in the outer sect energy cultivation realm, the extremely talented Zhou Fan defeated all rivals in the sect and was quickly promoted to an inner sect disciple. He had also sworn to protect Lu Yao for life. Sister Lu Yao, I will always protect you. But the good times did not last. After entering the foundation establishment phase, Zhou Fan inexplicably could not accumulate spiritual power, causing his cultivation to stagnate. The elders tried everything but could not find the reason. Thus, the once spirited young man fell into obscurity. Zhou Fan also dared not face the vows he made with Lu Yao. If not for Lu Yao's pleading, Zhou Fan would have been expelled from the sect long ago. His once arrogant behavior made him many enemies, and now in his downfall, he was constantly bullied by his fellow disciples. Every time, it was Lu Yao who protected him. Please stop bullying Zhou Fan. However, Zhou Fan's repeated self-destruction deeply hurt Lu Yao's heart. His inferiority and avoidance pushed Lu Yao further away. Stop meddling in my affairs. Get lost. Eventually, Lu Yao became someone else's bride. She accepted the proposal from Brother Yi of Sword Peak, and they were about to get married. At that moment, Zhou Fan truly felt he had lost her. Since then, Zhou Fan devoted himself to cultivation. The reason he couldn't advance after foundation establishment was because his life's spiritual treasure was severely damaged in a previous life, constantly absorbing Zhou Fan's spiritual power for repairs. It was only today that it was finally fully repaired. Upon learning the reason, Zhou Fan gave his spiritual treasure a good beating. With the support of his life's spiritual treasure, Zhou Fan's cultivation speed surged, and he finally regained his former glory. Those who had bullied him were once again trampled under his feet. He swore to defeat all disciples of the Jade Pure sect, become the strongest in the sect, and take back his sister Lu Yao, until he met Han Chu and was utterly defeated in less than 3 seconds. All his hopes turned into bubbles once again. His failure made it impossible for him to keep his promise to Lu Yao, watching helplessly as she married someone else. From then on, Zhou Fan started cultivating madly, fighting with a determination to die, constantly wandering on the edge of life and death. Every time he stepped one foot into the gates of the underworld, he would think of Lu Yao again. Just like Han Ju said, Zhou Fan is the true protagonist in the cultivation story. Every time he faced death, he would encounter great opportunities. Finally, he inherited the tyrannical body from an ancient powerhouse. Many times he secretly returned home, just wanting to sneak a peek at her in his heart. When he saw Lu Yao again, she was already a mother, and the boy was as adorable as Lu Yao was in her childhood. Zhou Fan also secretly approached the child, seeing him as if he was seeing his younger self. It wasn't until the child said his name was Little Fan that Zhou Fan finally realized Lu Yao had never forgotten him. Zhou Fan didn't want to disturb their ordinary life, so he gave the child a totem he had carved himself in childhood, an ugly, strange bird. As time swiftly passes, decades are but a moment for high-level cultivators, while low-level cultivators still suffer the agony of separation and death. Lu Yao's husband died in a demonic sect invasion. Their eldest son, Little Fan, without any talent for cultivation, had also passed away. Now, Lu Yao, aged and alone, would still think of Zhou Fan. I'm sorry, I couldn't fulfill our promise. If fate allows, see you in the next life. This time, Zhou Fan no longer hid. Time has flown. I never thought you would not find immortality after all. Lu Yao was extremely excited. Zhou Fan, brother Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan did not say much. He only wanted to remember her at her most beautiful. Thank you for all the hardship you've endured in this life. If there is a next life, I, Zhou Zhou Fan, will serve you as your ox and horse, but in this life, I, Zhou Fan, want to try to become that ethereal immortal god. Hanju, you are my inner demon. In an instant, a lifetime flashed through Zhou Fan's mind. Now, he calmly awaited death. Let's stop here. A voice pulled him back from his memories. Just in the nick of time, a powerful spiritual power stood in front of him, neutralizing the sword energy from the dark prison chicken. With just one hand, Hanju neutralized the attack of the fusion void realm, and this spiritual power made Zhou Fan feel its vastness. Brother Han, what realm are you in now? Fusion void realm? More or less. You are indeed Brother Han. We struggled to death to reach the nascent soul realm, and you directly reached the fusion void realm. It seems I underestimated your talent. Xian Shishir dared not say much on the side. Some truths are better left unsaid. It seems Brother Zhou hasn't recovered yet. How about we rest first, and then report to the sect leader? Alright, let's talk next time. Thinking you can beat me is still too naive. Master, how did I perform? I didn't disgrace you, did I? Unbeknownst to him, Hanju's expression was grim. Is the fusion void realm very strong? Don't say I didn't warn you. That lady just now is a 9th layer Union Realm cultivator. Union Realm, 9th layer? She and Zhou Fan have a deep relationship. If you hurt Zhou Fan, think about the consequences. Even I might not be able to protect you. Let's review the precautions. When fighting, remember to analyze whether the enemy has a stronger existence, to avoid beating the small ones and then facing the elder ones. Understood, Master. Meanwhile, Mafuchu, dragging Zhou Fan, found Li Qingzi and performed an act of asking for forgiveness, finally receiving the sect's pardon. In less than a day, the news of Zhou Fan and Mafuchu's return spread throughout the entire Jade Pure sect, and their legendary experiences became a topic of great interest among the younger generation. Since being defeated by a chicken, Zhou Fan had become autistic. One's inner demon can only be defeated by oneself. Zhou Fan's current state was within Mafuchu's expectations, as Mafuchu himself had been defeated by Hanju. Mafuchu said, talent cannot be generalized. Hanju's attainment through ascetic cultivation is just an anomaly. Xian Shishir hesitated again. Should I tell them that Hanju is already at the Union Realm? At this moment, Maju learned of her brother's return and came over happily. Hearing his sister's voice made Mafuchu very happy. However, he was shocked to see that Maju had also reached the nascent soul realm, causing him to involuntarily spit out in amazement. How did you break through to the nascent soul so quickly? Maju said, I saw that Hanju's progress with ascetic cultivation was fast, so I just followed and learned a bit. What's so surprising about that? Isn't it normal? Normal? You call this normal? Where's the justice in the world? Why did I have to go out to experience hardships? Why did I have to cultivate? Mafuchu's inner demon also emerged, driving him to jealousy. And so, the number of individuals with autism in the Jade Pure sect grew from 1 to 2. On the other side, in the Western Abyss province, it was bustling with excitement. The top 100 sects were holding a Tao discussion conference where cultivators from all sects gathered together to discuss the Tao of heaven and earth. You know, you should mingle more with the fellow Taoists regularly. It's beneficial for advancing your realm and also for the development of the 9 Dragon sect. You can't just isolate yourself, right? Sect leader Wei. Definitely next time. At this moment, a series of screams came from a distance. What's that sound? With a thud, something flew from afar and crashed to the ground. Emerging from the dust was a person, covered in wounds too terrible to behold. He was riding a giant demonic dog, also heavily injured. Isn't that disciple Yang Tiandong of reincarnation's predecessor? It was indeed Yang Tiandong and the chaotic heavenly dog. Huang Zuntian recognized them as disciples of reincarnation's predecessor and immediately called for fellow Taoists from all sects to come to the rescue. Fellow Taoists, that dog-riding cultivator is an old acquaintance of mine. Would you be willing to join me in rescuing him? Why not? We were just looking for an opportunity to exchange cultivation techniques. Yang Tiandong, come behind me. Yang Tiandong didn't expect so many people to be willing to save him. Shengwan Choujian was the first to stand in front. I want to see who dares to cause trouble here. A giant figure with dark green scales covering its body slowly approached, its terrifying pressure silencing everyone present. The newcomer was the Green Python Great Sage. A bunch of ants dared to block my way, seeking death. Huang Zuntian sensed the newcomer's aura and knew it was not good, but there were still those foolhardy enough to want to teach this demon a lesson. A cultivator activated a technique claimed to be capable of killing Union Realm beings and attacked the Green Python Great Sage. However, before his attack could land, the Green Python Great Sage's bone club had already struck. With a snap, the cultivator was shattered, unable to gather himself again. Damn, a peak Union Realm demon. The crowd realized the danger too late. Overestimating yourselves. Trash. Die. Huang Zuntian narrowly escaped back to his own sect, gasping for air heavily. Finally back alive. I can't go out recklessly anymore, nor can I just save anyone. Recalling the events that happened, he couldn't help but shiver in fear. That Green Python Great Sage was too strong. In the short years he fled for his life, the Green Python Great Sage's power surged, starting to advance towards the human territories. He attacked human lands under the guise of hunting Yang Tiandong. Huang Zuntian couldn't help but think of Hanju, wondering if that predecessor could withstand the Green Python Great Sage. Reincarnation's predecessor, you must hold on. At the base of ascetic immortal mountain, Maju, Xianzhishir, and others came to visit Hanju again. Maju, familiar with the place, warmly greeted Hanju and his disciples upon arrival. Hanju wasn't surprised to see Maju, but he was surprised that Maju was dragging along two uncolored line-drawn figures, the Dao heart-damaged Zhou Fan and Mafuchu. Hanju invited them into the cave for tea and catching up. Mafuchu thanked Hanju. If it weren't for Brother Han stopping Maju, she might have died early on her own adventures. Mafuchu was somewhat smarter than Zhou Fan. He quickly changed the subject, immediately asking Hanju if there was any way to help him break through in his cultivation further. Hanju smiled. There is a way, but it's quite costly in terms of clothing. Mafuchu, clueless, wanted to ask more but was stopped by a blushing Maju. Brother, stop talking. Hanju stated, the demonic technique passed down in your family has already been inherited by Maju from your ancestors. Opportunities come only once. By the way, how is Zhou Fan doing? Looking at Zhou Fan, he had faded so much that not even his line drawing remained. Mafuchu shook his head and smiled bitterly. His mentality is usually good, and he's smart, so he should recover soon. When we were caught by the Green Python Great Sage last time, it was he who led Master Xian to appear and save us. Hearing this name, Hanju's brows furrowed instantly. Green Python Great Sage? When we were captured before, we met your disciple Yang Tiandong. He has now fully transformed into a demon. If it weren't for him taking us as his sworn brothers and secretly helping us escape, the Green Python Great Sage would have eaten us by now. Hanju angrily slapped the table. Mafuchu thought he was angry because his disciple had transformed into a demon, but actually, it was because the kid had acknowledged another father behind Hanju's back. Mafuchu hurriedly explained, taking a sworn father was a temporary measure. Later, we heard that Yang Tiandong and the Primordial Chaos Great Sage, along with other demon kings, joined forces to besiege the Green Python Great Sage, but were completely annihilated. Furious, the Green Python Great Sage ordered a manhunt for Yang Tiandong. The matter has caused quite a stir. Hanju covered his face and remained silent. Maju thought he was covering his face in sorrow for his disciple, not knowing that Hanju was checking the system panel. Chaotic Heavenly Dog and Yang Tiandong are constantly attacked by demonic beasts. Doggy was severely injured by a demon king and fell into the Nine Serenities Marsh, his life and death unknown. Yang Tiandong encountered an attack by a demon king, was severely injured, and accidentally encountered an ancient teleportation formation, escaping to safety. Huang Zuntian and Shengwan Choujian were also severely injured by a demon king. These people, mingling together, were still beaten so miserably. Xianzhishir said that the Green Python Great Sage might step into the Tribulation Crossing realm at any moment with unfathomable cultivation, and even she couldn't match him. Even the ninth layer of the Union realm can't beat the Green Python Great Sage. Such a great demon is definitely a disaster for our human race. Mafuchu continued to sigh. Every time I recall the horror of the Green Python Great Sage, I get so scared I can't sleep at night. The outside world is very dangerous. Brother Mo, maybe you should stay in the Jade Pure sect and cultivate in seclusion from now on. Hanju said meaningfully. Mafuchu didn't immediately refuse, considering the suggestion was coming from Hanju. Ascetic cultivation. It's not impossible. I'll think about it. Although most of the Mo family's enemies had been eliminated and the remaining forces dared not trouble them, he and Zhou Fan, being demon cultivators, staying in the Jade Pure sect wasn't appropriate. Upon leaving, Mafuchu said, Zhou Fan and I will go back first and wait until he adjusts. Next time, we'll come together for a drink. Definitely. Just then, Xianzhishir quietly drew her sword, launching a sneak attack without any regard for martial honor. With a swift somersault, she swung her sword towards Hanju in an instant. The sword swung out, tearing through the air with a whooshing sound. Despite the sword's speed, it hit nothing. Hanju had already disappeared from his spot. A streak of golden light flashed across, cutting through her throat, and her beautiful head detached from her body. Yet again, Hanju used only one move. At the ninth layer of the Union realm, that's all there is. It seems I might have a chance against the Green Python Great Sage after all, but just to be safe, I'll first try cursing that demon king with the Book of Misfortune. If it works and he gets struck dead by the Thunder Tribulation, it would save me a lot of trouble. At this moment, the system announced, simulation trial ended, time taken 4 seconds. Hey, wake up, big brother. Hanju's spiritual sense came out of the system, just in time to see Xianzhishir's face close to his. May I ask, Han fellow Taoist, do you have a cultivation partner? Hanju neither denied nor nodded. Why does fellow Taoist ask such a question? He didn't point out Xianzhishir's relationship with Xian Qingjun, still wary of her. After all, what if Xian Qingjun was harboring some plot? It's nothing, Xianzhishir said, shaking her head and smiling. She didn't plan to reveal her identity or that of Xian Qingjun's. Hanju thought since she asked, she must have been sent by Xian Qingjun to check on him. Could it be that Demon Lord's wife has discovered my new love? I can't answer. Absolutely can't answer. Xianzhishir also remembered her sister saying her cultivation partner was at the Spirit Transformation realm, while Hanju was actually at the Union realm. At this time, Maju and the others called for Xianzhishir. Hurry up, let's go. There's a food festival meal at the base of Jade Pure Sect with snail noodle soup to eat. Xianshishir bid farewell to Hanju and turned to leave, but from beginning to end, she harbored no fond feelings towards Hanju. Hanju thought, luckily she didn't bump into Xing Hongxian. To this day, Hanju still didn't understand why Xian Qingjun chose him as a cultivation partner. The ways of the cultivation world's fate are indeed strange. Within a demon king's cave in the mountains, the bulky green python great sage sat on his throne, puzzled about why he kept feeling the interference of a curse in his cultivation recently. In front of him boiled a large pot with soup, within which bones could be vaguely seen. If not for the spiritual treasure isolating it, I might have succumbed to this curse. It seems it's time to break through to the tribulation crossing realm. If I delay further, problems might arise. At that moment, a hawk demon reported, Your Majesty, Yang Tiandong has fled into the ancient origin province. Should we continue the pursuit? Green Python Great Sage's expression darkened. Of course, even if he flees to the ends of the earth, I will hunt him down until I tear him apart. He attacked me in conjunction with outsiders, despite my treating him like my own son. It provided me with a perfect excuse to expand my territory, spread my orders. Yang Tiandong is a patricidal ingrate. All our demon race must exterminate him on sight, and any sect that dares to shelter him will be massacred. As he spoke, another wave of the curse hit, but once again it was blocked by the treasure in his hand. It turns out Hanju was cursing Green Python Great Sage again from within his cave. However, despite numerous attempts, the system gave Hanju no feedback, leaving him uncertain if the curse was effective. Feels like I'm cursing in vain. Hanju browsed through his social circle, noticing that Yang Tiandong had only been attacked by beasts recently, without any pursuit from Green Python Great Sage. Could it be that old monster is hiding away for a breakthrough? After all, I haven't fought someone at the Tribulation Crossing realm yet. If Yang Tiandong really has nowhere else to go, he'll definitely return to Jade Pure Sect. If Green Python Great Sage follows him here, I'll have to face him. Hanju took a deep breath. If we can't beat it, we probably can't escape either. The only way now is to cultivate and level up. Green Python Great Sage on the other side was thinking the same thing, hurrying to Tribulation Cross. Once this king steps into the Tribulation Crossing realm, let alone the life and death of that beast, even the human world under heaven will all be this king's territory. At this time, inside the northern province, the monster taming demon sect was actually gone, leaving only ruins and corpses. In the ruins, a man was standing there dumbfounded. What happened? They're all dead? After the demon lord left, Su Qi found an opportunity to escape from the valley. After that, Su Qi had been cultivating in seclusion, and after breaking through to the nascent soul realm, he found a chance to return to the monster taming demon sect. But after returning to the monster taming demon sect, those disciples who used to look down on him began to target him again. Unable to bear it any longer, Su Qi killed those disciples. The sect elder was furious and imprisoned him in the dungeon of the monster taming demon sect, subjecting him to torture every day. I haven't seen anyone in months. The restrictions on the dungeon have failed. It turns out they're all dead. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that Master took action? But why didn't Master rescue me from this hellish place? Wait, with the monster taming demon sect wiped out, doesn't that mean I can go back? I understand now. Master wants me to experience more trials on my way back. Having figured it out, Su Qi felt enlightened and at ease. He continued to wander in the ruins of the monster taming demon sect's gate to see if there were any treasures left behind. If there were any survivors, he would definitely finish them off. After all, he hated the monster taming demon sect to the bone. After a while, Su Qi searched to a set of ruins. Holy shit, there really is a survivor. In the ruins, there was an old man. He was thin, his robes dirty and disheveled, standing like a corpse in the ruins of the monster taming demon sect, his eyes lifeless. Are you also a disciple of the monster taming demon sect? The old man asked tremblingly. May I ask who you are, sir? The old man sighed and said, I was also a disciple of the monster taming demon sect once, but I was expelled by my master for making a mistake. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. I wanted to come back and take a look, but I didn't expect the entire sect to be annihilated. This is bad. Could this old thing be trying to re-establish the monster taming demon sect? No, I have to take the initiative and kill him first. Su Qi couldn't stay in this ghostly place for a moment longer. As he spoke, Su Qi mobilized his demonic energy behind the old man, preparing to unleash his full nascent soul power in one strike. The old man continued, I used divine ability to search for days and nights, but couldn't find my master's corpse. I finally achieved Tribulation Crossing and wanted to resolve my lingering regrets before ascending, but now there is no chance. Tribulation Crossing realm? Su Qi was so scared he almost stopped breathing. The old man turned his head and stared at Su Qi. Then did you find my master's corpse? He still had no expression. A Tribulation Crossing realm cultivator couldn't possibly not notice that Su Qi had mobilized demonic energy, clearly pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Su Qi couldn't contain the tenfold power he had gathered, and could only unleash it towards the ruins in front. Good child, thank you for cremating the deceased disciples of the demon sect for me. If it's all burnt, how am I supposed to find my master? I forgot to introduce myself. I'm called Dooku. And you? I'm I'm called Suchi. Since the last time he secluded himself to prepare to battle Green Python Great Sage, Hanju had ascetic cultivated for another 7 years, and now he had stepped into the 7th layer of the Union realm. Chick ate and slept stupidly every day, getting fatter by an entire circle, almost breaking the Fusang tree. The spiritual energy produced by Sun Chanen was even better than before, nourishing the gourd vine to the point it had already borne earth immortal gourds. Sichuan Fairy, borrowing the spiritual energy of ascetic immortal mountain, was about to step into spirit transformation. At present, everything was developing in the direction Hanju hoped for. He opened the system panel to see what happened in these 7 years. Shoufan's Dao heart was gradually recovering, and he started fighting and killing again. Last time when they came back, they ascetic cultivated in Jade Pure Sect for a year, but still left in the end. Shoufan wanted to continue going out to gain experience. When I come back, I'll deep fry that chicken. After all, ascetic cultivation and longevity only belonged to a minority. Bravely throwing oneself into the prosperity and strife of the human world was their final destination. When he saw what happened to Suchi, even Hanju's jaw dropped. The monster taming demon sect is completely gone. Suchi, oh Suchi, to be able to destroy an entire top-tier sect by yourself, I'm going to frame your photo and offer incense to you every day. You're much more useful than my shitty book of misfortune. Just as he was thinking, a cold voice sounded from behind. Husband, I'm back. Xing Hongshuan's pretty brows were tightly knitted, not at all as happy as she usually was when she returned. Why is madam so downcast? Were you bullied outside? Xing Hongshuan's eyes instantly filled with tears. I'm sorry, husband. It's really too chaotic out there. I didn't bring you back any treasures. Gifts and such don't matter. Your husband has money. As long as you come back safely, that's good. The injuries on your body aren't serious, right? Who would have thought Hanju could be so gentle? Xing Hongxian instantly blushed. Husband, you should pay more attention to the outside world. A demon called Green Python Great Sage appeared out of nowhere, rampaging through the human world under the pretext of hunting down traitorous sons. Do you think he will attack our great swallow? It's said that even formless sect's enlightenment eccentric died at his hands. If even formless sect can't beat him, it seems that demon is indeed formidable. Hanju didn't dare say that enlightenment eccentric's death was his doing. Hanju hugged Xing Hongxian with a pat. Don't worry, wife. If he comes to attack Jade Pure Sect, if I can't beat him, I'll take you and run. Hearing this, Xing Hongshuan's heart was instantly delighted. Am I that important in husband's heart? Of course, wife is the most important. Xing Hongxian smiled so wide she couldn't close her mouth. Then I'm at ease. At ease? At ease about what? Are you sure I'm your one and only in this life? Xing Hongxian continued to question. Of course. Hanju also replied with certainty. Really? Let me ask again. Of course. What else? When I came back, I discovered an additional cave residence nearby, even more luxurious than mine. Whose cave residence do you think it is? Shit, not good. There's killing intent, Hanju said with a straight face. It's Sichuan Fairies. I invited her over to make it convenient for her to cultivate. Oh, is it cultivation or dual cultivation? Don't talk nonsense. She's my master. Only a master-disciple relationship? Xing Hongshuan's sharp gaze could no longer be hidden. Hanju froze. His mind could no longer search for an answer. Husband, I'm asking you a question. What to do? Waiting online anxiously, Green Python Great Sages might had already blown to the Great Swallow territory. All the sects were very panicked. In their eyes, formless sect was previously invincible. They didn't expect another great demon to pop out who could single-handedly crush formless sect. How could they not be panicked? Almost all the sects sent people rushing to Jade Pure Sect to contact Li Qingzi. They knew that even if they joined forces, they would not be able to resist Green Python Great Sage, so they all hoped to come and gain the protection of Jade Pure Sect. Li Qingzi pacified the various sects to remain calm for now. He had already sent people to various states to gather information. Even if the demon army set out now, it would take several years to reach Great Swallow. Moreover, the demon army would inevitably pass through only because province, the only because dynasty's strength far surpassed Great Swallow's, so it was estimated they would stall the demon army for some time, only because province has the most Union Realm experts. As long as Green Python Great Sage isn't Tribulation Crossing Realm, he'll likely be stuck there. The various sect leaders, upon hearing this, told this ominous speaker to shut up quickly, because according to Nine Dragon Sect's secret report, Green Python Great Sage's cultivation had already reached the peak of Union Realm 9th layer and could Tribulation Cross and advance at any time. Instantly, the representatives of the various sects fell into another dead silence of despair. Speaking of which, inside the innate cave residence, Hanju was still being interrogated by his wife. Husband, do you think master-disciple feelings are true feelings? Hanju was already speechless. This woman had been nagging for a whole month. He couldn't let her be so jealous anymore. Hanju waved his hand. Wait, don't say it. While we men are in the world, it's normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Look at those elders in the sect. Which one doesn't have several cultivation partners? Not to mention I, Hanju, only have you right now, so you should know your own importance. Although in the future I may also have other cultivation partners, if you let me decide who to marry as the main wife first, I will definitely choose you first. Hanju said these words with great righteousness, not knowing if it could fool her. Xing Hongxian, upon hearing this, instantly became joyfully excited and changed her attitude. I don't oppose you having 3 wives and 4 concubines. You'd better find a few more. In the future when you're in seclusion cultivating, I'll have companions too. So are you going to bring the little sisters back? I can't wait to get close with them. Hanju smiled and didn't dare respond. Who knows if this woman was really trying to trap him. Hanju's conversation with the two of them shocked the 2 fat men eavesdropping outside. It's good to be a cultivator. If this were an ordinary family, it would be a scene of carnage. Afterwards, Xing Hongxian began to get mischievous. Husband, I've thought about it. This dual cultivation is also a kind of cultivation. Come on, this time you have to be more invested, more rough. The 2 fat men didn't expect an additional surprise, but they heard Hanju's voice coming from inside the cave residence. Supreme Finger Divine Sword. With a boom, an absolute sword energy broke through the wall, scaring the 2 people outside into a flurry. You little brats, you even dare to eavesdrop at your master's walls? After cultivating for a month, Xing Hongxian left the cave residence. Husband, I'm leaving first. You cultivate well. Hanju's face was haggard, and he didn't make a sound. This green python great sage is coming aggressively. I need to break through to the 8th layer of the Union Realm as soon as possible. But first, I need to make up for what I've lost. From then on, Hanju began to cultivate in seclusion. In a flash, 3 more years passed. Hanju was awakened by a voice, a girl's voice calling for her master. Apart from himself, where did the woman in the cave residence come from? Hanju took his sword and came to the side of the pool and found that the voice was coming from the heaven-earth grass. Seeing Hanju, the heaven-earth grass excitedly called out to its master. What demon dares to become a spirit and seduce me in the form of a woman? Hanju pointed his sword at the heaven-earth grass, scaring the grass into crying. The heaven-earth grass said with grievance that its memories were recovering, and the memories of countless previous reincarnations were slowly coming back. A blade of grass actually has countless reincarnations. Could this guy be an immortal in disguise? The heaven-earth grass said that in the past, it had another master who sat beside it for a very, very long time. Only then did Hanju understand that it was the immortal energy from the immortal's meditation that had caused this blade of grass to shed its mortal form. Hanju used his spiritual sense to feel the aura of the heaven-earth grass. It wasn't strong. He could still easily step on it to death. The heaven-earth grass said that in countless reincarnations, it was eaten by demons, burned to death by fire, and drowned by water, but it always revived. Wildfire cannot burn it out. The spring breeze blows, and it grows again. The system had previously indicated that this heaven-earth grass had lived for at least tens of thousands of years. A wild grass soul of tens of thousands of years old. Who would believe it if you said it? The heaven-earth grass then asked Hanju, now you are my second master. Will you abandon me? With the life and death tribulation approaching, I'm afraid it will implicate you, master. Hanju laughed. No, from now on, no matter where I go, I will take you with me. In this life, I, Hanju, will protect you. The heaven-earth grass said coquettishly, master is so good. At the same time, Hanju also received a system notification. The heaven-earth grass has developed good feelings for you. Current favorability is 5 stars. Being liked by a blade of grass, this feeling is so strange. In the ruins of the formless sect, 3 figures were standing silently. Shou Fan, Mafuchu, and Xian Shishir traveled here, sighing that even the once powerful formless sect could not escape the fate of sect annihilation. Looking out, countless demons cover the sky on the mountain peak, an extremely shocking scene. Shou Fan frowned. Why are green python great sages demon soldiers increasing so quickly? The demon race has always been suppressed by the human race. Now that green python great sage has appeared as a hope, naturally they come flocking. After leaving Great Swallow, no matter where they went, there were green python great sages demon soldiers everywhere, as if all the demons in the world had already pledged allegiance to green python great sage. In the distance, the vast demon army formed a huge circle, as if guarding something. It's that green python great sage who wants to tribulation cross. If he successfully passes the thunder tribulation, he will be the only tribulation crossing realm powerhouse of the demon race. Reaching the tribulation crossing realm allows one to ascend to the upper realm, so there are very few tribulation crossing realm experts in the world. As for Mahayana realm cultivators who can suppress tribulation crossing realm experts, they are even rarer. Shou Fan asked in puzzlement, if tribulation crossing allows ascension, why is there still Mahayana? It's already not easy for ordinary cultivators and demons to cultivate to the fusion void realm. Reaching the union realm is a 1 in 10 chance of survival. If you want to go even higher, you have to bet on opportunities. If you're lucky enough to pass the thunder tribulation and achieve tribulation crossing realm, there's almost no room for further improvement. After all, at this level, opportunities and resources are no longer of much use, so most tribulation crossing realm experts choose to directly ascend. But there are always some people with great luck and peerless talents in the world. Even after reaching the tribulation crossing realm, they can still continue to cultivate in the mortal world. I have a senior sister who is a demon lord of the current era. She is already a Mahayana realm cultivator, but she is still making progress and has not chosen to ascend. Unlike me, although I'm only 1 step away from the tribulation tribulation crossing realm. It is as difficult as crossing a chasm. Show fan listened, also feeling his blood boil, declaring that he also wanted to be a Mahayana cultivator who did not ascend. Mafuchu looked at him with disdain and said, "You should defeat Chick first before saying that. Green Python Great Sage is ambitious. I'm afraid the human race of the 10 continents and 9 dynasties is about to face a catastrophe of annihilation. Let's go. I'll take you to the overseas." Mafuchu worriedly said, "Will Jade Pure Sect be in trouble?" Xianshishir didn't say anything, just shook her head. The others didn't understand what she meant. "Brother Mo, we've already informed the sect leader about the matter of Green Python Great Sage. Let's hope Brother Han can take good care of junior sister Mo and the others. In the face of such a mighty force, we ourselves are just clay bodhisattvas." Having said that, the 3 of them turned into a golden light and disappeared into the sky. In a flash, another 7 years passed. Hanju woke up from seclusion again, only feeling that his eyes were shrouded in fog. How did my cave residents also get smog? However, this was not smog, but abundant spiritual energy. Hanju probed around and found that the source of the spiritual energy came from the heaven-earth grass. This little thing hadn't grown much taller, but had already begun to generate spiritual energy. No wonder it has the potential of an immortal. Its spiritual intelligence was just born not long ago, and it can already generate spiritual energy. Moreover, the richness far surpasses Sun Chang'an, since it can already communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Should I pass on some cultivation techniques to it? If I pass it on, maybe in the future it can become a great force for me. But what if heaven-earth grass betrays me in the future? I need to leave some contingencies. In order to be on the safe side, Hanju pretended to pat the heaven-earth grass, but actually imprinted the 6 paths ultimate seal on it. What cultivation technique should I pass on to you? Hanju's storage ring was full of cultivation techniques, so it was difficult to choose in a short time. In the end, he chose the Jade Purity Art. This was Jade Pure Sect's signature cultivation technique. After being perfected by 9 Cauldron True Person, it could now be cultivated up to the Fusion Void Realm. Hanju instructed Heaven-Earth Grass to study and cultivate well from now on. In order to cultivate its enthusiasm for learning, Hanju chose to accompany it. He also took out the Book of Misfortune to lead by example. Let's study hard and make progress every day. The power of the curse penetrated the innate cave residents, reaching far to a place shrouded in clouds and thunderstorms. It was deafeningly loud here, as if the end of the world had arrived. Terrifying heavenly lightning struck the green luminous scales one after another, stirring up gusts of gale as the 100-meter-long demon figure twisted crazily in the thunderbolts weighing tens of thousands of pounds. It turned out that Green Python Great Sage was tribulation crossing. Just at this moment, it suddenly felt the power of the curse arriving again, causing the heavenly lightning to change. The white lightning turned into purple lightning, and the heavenly tribulation upgraded. Damn power of the curse! Green Python Great Sage resisted the continuous upgrading of the purple lightning. If it were anyone else, they would have been blown to ashes long ago. With the ultimate strike of the heavenly lightning, Green Python Great Sage was blasted to the bottom of the lake. A golden bone staff soared out. Green Python Great Sage grabbed the bone staff and held it over its head. This magic weapon absorbed the tens of thousands of pounds of lightning for it, making Green Python Great Sage's difficulty in tribulation crossing much smaller. This king will use the power of the magic weapon and heavenly tribulation to deduce today and see which little rat is causing mischief. Green Python Great Sage activated its technique to deduce the heavens Tao, using the power of the bone staff magic weapon to trace the source of the curse. However, in the end, the deduction technique could not withstand the power of the curse. A violent explosion occurred in the air, rebounding and causing Green Python Great Sage to spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn little rat, why can't I deduce it? After I tribulation cross and advance, I will definitely pull you out. Green Python Great Sage, relying on the bone staff, continued to resist the purple lightning thunder tribulation. Spiritual power and the tens of thousands of pounds of lightning crazily collided, stirring up enormous waves on the lake surface. Then, Green Python Great Sage was heard chanting, "Thunder tribulation, break!" The last world-destroying power completely enveloped Green Python Great Sage. When the dust settled, Green Python Great Sage's figure appeared again. It had finally successfully tribulation crossed and officially stepped into the tribulation crossing realm. Terrible demon energy rampaged between heaven and earth, shaking the mountains and the earth. The little eagle demon quickly spread the good news throughout the demon army. From now on, this king is the true demon saint. You little rats of the human world, I will make you taste the most painful torment. Orders were sent to the demon kings in all directions to begin a full-scale attack on the human race, disregarding casualties. In the next 10 years, the demon army quickly swept across the various states, unstoppable. The human cultivators were routed, and the common people became food for the demon race. In this situation, a golden light flashed by. An overbearing aura instantly swept 100 miles in all directions, causing all the heaven-earth grass on ascetic immortal mountain to tremble. It seems that Master has advanced again. In these 6 years, Hanju and his disciples each cultivated on their own. Sun Chang'an began to miss his disciple Morongqi again. again and planned to go down the mountain to visit him. Don't go, he's not in the sect right now. Sun Chang'an turned his head and saw that Hanju had come out of seclusion. In 6 years' time, Hanju had broken through to the 8th layer of the Union realm. If you go down the mountain now, you will definitely be eaten by demons. I have deduced that Murong Qi is fine now. With his extraordinary luck, he will definitely turn danger into safety when encountering matters. In fact, Hanju had already checked the friend circle. The outside world had already fallen into complete chaos. Sun Chang'an had no choice but to give up. He turned to look at Chick. At this time, Chick also woke up from its dream. Wait, Master, Doggy has been out for so long and hasn't come back. Could it be dead outside? Don't worry, it's not dead yet, but it gets beaten up every day. Master, I think that green python great sage will definitely attack sooner or later. Why don't we take the heavenly materials and earthly treasures of Jade Pure Sect and run away first? Hanju raised his eyebrows and said, could it be that the green python great sage has come to kill us? Li Qingzi said breathlessly, not yet, but the ancient origin province is already on the verge of falling. The green python great sage's demon army has exceeded 1 million, and the surrounding western abyss province and only because province are all in a bitter battle. I'm afraid it won't be long before they reach our great swallow. According to the reports from the disciples of the Morning Sun Division, that green python great sage has already broken through to the Tribulation Crossing realm, and not only that, there are already over 100 demon kings under his command who have reached the Union realm and Fusion Void realm. This time, can you still just say it directly if you want to exhaust me to death? Before Li Qingzi could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Hanju. After all, with so many demon kings on the enemy's side, he himself felt unsure. Hanju suddenly reacted. Why aren't the human cultivation world joining hands? What about the promised shared destiny of humanity? Li Qingzi expressed helplessly. Currently, none of the 9 dynasties in the 10 provinces have a great cultivator at the Tribulation Crossing realm, so no one has been able to take the lead. Not even one? The human race is really weak. 2 years ago, there was a rumor that a great cultivator at the Tribulation Crossing realm appeared in the ancient origin province, but as soon as he showed his face, he was beaten half to death by the green python great sage. Now all the provinces are trembling in fear, and many sects have been forced to migrate. The green python great sage is indeed the strongest in the history of the demon race. In terms of both strength and physical defense, the demon race is inherently stronger than the human race, and their abilities at the same level are far superior to human cultivators. For so many years, the human race has been able to suppress the demon race by relying on their numerical advantage. With the emergence of a Tribulation Crossing realm demon sage, it means that the human race's human sea tactic is no longer useful. Based on the current situation, only a Mahayana realm powerhouse can suppress the green python great sage. Elder Han, I don't know if you have the confidence this time. If not, let's prepare to flee overseas early. Our Jade Pure Sect. No need. These words from Hanju shocked everyone present. Let all the disciples who are out come back. This time, there's no need to flee. Holy shit, you mean you can deal with it? Chick and Sun Chang'an thought their master had a plan, but Li Qingzi thought Hanju was joking. We should hurry and seek refuge with the ancestor. He's been beaten up a lot lately too. Seek refuge with him? Hanju asked. Huh, often? How does Elder Han know that the ancestor is often beaten? I can deduce it. Besides, can we avoid the green python great sage's demon army along the way? Just then, the long-lost system message came again. You have the following choices. 1. Agree with the sect leader and flee with the Jade Pure Sect, and you can obtain a spiritual treasure. 2. Refuse the sect leader and choose to stay and wait for the green python great sage, and you can obtain a Heaven's Tao spirit stone. Li Qingzi pondered for a long time. Indeed, there is no way to avoid the demon army. All the forces surrounding Great Swallow are fighting bitterly with the demon army. No matter where we go, we will encounter demons. Even if they don't belong to the green python great sage, they will also turn against us and attack us. Now there is basically no place that is peaceful. Chick and Sun Chang'an also shook their heads. Anyway, we will encounter the demon army wherever we go, so we might as well stay and fight. Call all the disciples to stay in the sect and not go out. Those who are still outside must rush back to the sect as soon as possible. I don't want to go out and save people everywhere when the green python's army is at our doorstep. Li Qingzi thought to himself, could it be that Elder Han really has the confidence? After all, he never fights an unprepared battle. Okay, I will go and give orders according to your instructions. Now we just need to wait here. When the time comes, we will first kill the invading green python great sage, and the remaining demon kings will naturally be scared out of their wits. Hanju didn't care about the fate of other sects in the cultivation world. As long as the Jade Pure Sect still exists, what does it matter if the world is destroyed? Hanju didn't want to be a savior. Besides, the green python great sage couldn't possibly slaughter the entire human race. Hanju had encountered more than one Mahayana realm cultivator. At this time, the system reward arrived. You refused the sect leader and chose to stay. You obtained a Heaven's Tao spirit stone. With the name of Heaven's Tao, it must not be an ordinary object. Indeed, what an exquisite brick. Seeing their master take out a brick out of thin air, Chick and Sun Chang'an were puzzled. Could it be that master wants to use a brick trick to deal with the green python great sage? The Heaven's Tao Spirit Stone contains the power of Heaven's Tao. When integrated with a magic weapon, it can upgrade the magic weapon by 1 grade. Being able to upgrade the grade of magic weapons, this thing is really awesome. Which one should I integrate it with? The previous curse on the green python great sage seemed to have no effect. Even if it is upgraded by 1 realm, it's not realistic to curse it to death. Not to mention the power, I can't even figure out whether there is a delay in the curse now. He could arrive at the doorstep of the Jade Pure sect at any time. It's better to increase the lethality first. It would be best if it could instantly kill him after the enhancement. No more gambling. Primordial Judgment Sword. Integrate. However, the system actually sent out an alarm prompt. The Primordial Judgment Sword cannot be upgraded by the Heaven's Tao Spirit Stone. Please choose another magic weapon. What? It can't be enhanced by the power of Heaven's Tao. Just now, Hanju couldn't detect this Spirit Stone with his spiritual sense, most likely due to the effect of Heaven's Tao power. Anything that touches Heaven's Tao is extraordinary. The Primordial Judgment Sword was his innate magic weapon. Although it couldn't exert power beyond his current realm, its upper limit was still unknown. From this, Hanju inferred that the Primordial should be higher than Heaven's Tao. Let's keep the Heaven's Tao Spirit Stone for now. Seeing Hanju rummaging around and finally throwing away the brick, Chick and Sun Chang'an said, Master finally understands that a brick can't solve the problem. Hanju planned to contemplate the Way of the Sword again. I wonder if that person is still waiting in the Way of the Sword River. After Hanju's spiritual sense entered the Way of the Sword River, the sky of the 10 provinces continent once again showed anomalies. Purple light covered the sky and sun, and even the earth was dyed purple. Everyone knew that someone had comprehended the ancient Way of the Sword again. Hanju's consciousness had already entered the Way of the Sword River, and he didn't know how many steps he could take today. Just as he was about to take a step, a figure suddenly appeared. Why is it you again? The figure said furiously. Hanju was even more speechless. This guy has a problem, guarding here day and night. Hanju suppressed his anger and said humbly, Senior, I have encountered a life and death enemy. Can you let me take one more step? Just one step? The figure said impatiently. You have already comprehended the Tai divine ability and sword intent. Who in the mortal world can you not defeat? Unless there is a large gap in realm between you and your opponent, right? Hanju inhaled and said, Junior indeed encountered an enemy whose realm far exceeds mine. I originally wanted to visit Senior after ascending and thank Senior for the previous reminder. Now it seems I may die on the path of cultivation. What a pity. The figure fell silent. After a while, the figure slowly said, Then you may go ahead. This is your choice. Don't blame me for not warning you of the consequences. With that, he stepped aside. Hanju's consciousness followed and advanced. At this point, he could only fight with his back against the wall. He wanted to see if he could comprehend the 3 pure worlds extermination to be stronger. The further he walked, the stronger he could become. Taking a step forward, Hanju suddenly felt a terrifying pressure, as if carrying hundreds of chicks on his back, almost making him gasp for breath. Is this the power beyond Tai? Hanju gritted his teeth and persisted. I must not stop here. 2 steps. The figure remained silent, watching Hanju move forward in pain. Hanju was in so much pain that his consciousness became blurred, and he barely took 3 steps. No wonder Senior didn't let me advance last time. Just 1 step and my soul body is on the verge of collapse. As soon as he finished speaking, a hand stretched out from the front and gently pushed on his chest. Immediately, he felt the world spinning, and his consciousness fell from the Way of the Sword River. Young one, if there is a next time, I will not save you again. The figure's cold snort entered Hanju's ears. You have such comprehension before reaching the tribulation crossing realm, which is truly rare. I look forward to your future achievements. Go back. Chick and Sun Chang'an saw that Hanju had been motionless for a while. Could it be that Master doesn't have the confidence? Before the words fell, a violent explosion suddenly occurred, and a beam of light shot straight into the sky. Even the heaven-earth grass in the cave felt the anomaly. In an instant, a terrifying aura permeated the ascetic immortal mountain. Hanju's consciousness followed and returned to his physical body. He quickly circulated his energy to stabilize his primordial spirit. After returning from the Way of the Sword River, Hanju immediately started a simulated trial and fought against Xianzhishir. Just by walking 3 more steps forward, Hanju felt that the 3 pure worlds extermination had been significantly enhanced. Hanju waved his sword, and millions of sword shadows converged and pointed at Xianzhishir. Before the simulated opponent could react, she was directly annihilated along with his soul. At this time, the system also sent a prompt. Simulated battle ended. Time taken, 2 seconds. Hanju smiled with satisfaction. It's also an instant kill, but this time it's obviously faster and more thorough. He had more confidence in instantly killing the green python great sage. Although he had confidence, Hanju still didn't dare to be careless. He took out the Book of Misfortune and continued to curse the green python great sage. At this time, in the woods not far from the Jade Pure sect, a man covered in wounds fled into the territory of Great Swallow through a teleportation formation. This person was none other than Yang Tiandong, but Doggy couldn't escape back with him. I couldn't bring back Doggy. How am I going to explain it to Master? At this moment, a black mist appeared behind Yang Tiandong. Why don't you keep running? Ever since successfully crossing the tribulation, the black mist incarnation of the green python great sage had been following Yang Tiandong, and he couldn't shake it off no matter where he ran. No matter where you run, this sage will catch you. At that time, I will skin you and pull out your tendons, slice you into sashimi piece by piece. I will let you know what it means to be in utter despair in the human world. With that, the black mist dissipated. Yang Tiandong observed the surroundings and finally felt a sense of familiarity. Should I return to the Jade Pure sect or not? Yang Tiandong wasn't worried about himself, but he was afraid of implicating Hanju. In these years, he had been in a state of serious injury, and it was useless no matter where he fled. Initially, he formed an alliance with more than 300 demon kings, imagining that they could work together to deal with the green python great sage. Who knew that in the end, he still implicated many demon kings, who were all killed by the green python great sage one by one, and he himself didn't know whether it was the blessing of luck, but he was able to escape the pursuit and killing every time. Looking back on his years of efforts, Yang Tiandong felt like it was a joke. All the demon kings from various places had died. If I go back to the Jade Pure sect now, will it bring disaster to Master and the others? Forget it. I can't bring disaster to Master. This is the only thing I can do for Master. I have no face to face the elders. Just as Yang Tiandong was about to turn around and leave, a familiar voice came. You've already reached the doorstep of home, and you're still not coming back? Yang Tiandong was stunned. It was Master. Do you still want to go out and fool around? Could it be that you really want to be a son to the green python great sage? Yang Tiandong suddenly wanted to cry. He knelt down with a thud. Master, your disciple knows his mistake. Yang Tiandong knew that Master still cared about him, but back then, he cried and shouted, wanting to go out and make a name for himself. At that time, Hanju told him not to go out, but he refused to listen. Now, it's great. He only thought of coming back when he was on the verge of death. Your disciple shouldn't have disobeyed your words back then. The outside world is too terrifying. Stop crying. Go down the mountain and kowtow for 5 years, shouting 1,000 times a day that you were wrong. This scene was seen by the bird demons who had pursued him. The stone tablet says Great Swallow Jade Pure sect. Hurry back and tell his holiness. At this moment, a flash of golden light was seen on the ascetic immortal mountain, and a sword energy pierced through the two bird demons, reducing them to pulp. Entering the territory of the Jade Pure sect, Hanju naturally received a system prompt. I didn't expect the two little demons who came to deliver the message to be at the nascent soul realm. Being able to fly here means that the green python's army is not far from here. It's time to make some preparations for the great battle. In the following period of time, the Jade Pure sect was a scene of busyness, but Hanju was still cultivating as usual and being leisurely. The disciples of the Jade Pure sect returned to the sect one after another, and Morongchi also came back. After fishing and catching shrimp every day, Chick and Sun Chanen would come and take a look at Yang Tiandong, who was kneeling at the foot of the mountain. Morongchi had never seen Yang Tiandong before, so he also came over to join in the fun. He saw someone kowtowing and chanting your disciple knows his mistake over and over again at the foot of the ascetic immortal mountain. Morongchi asked Sun Chang'an, Master, what mistake did this junior brother make to be punished by Master to kneel here? Sun Chang'an hurriedly covered his mouth. Don't talk nonsense. He is your senior uncle. What? Senior uncle? But why is he only at the nascent soul stage? Chick also looked at him with disdain. It seems that doggy hanging out with him shouldn't be that strong either. Long time no see. How does it feel to mix outside? Have you ever encountered my doggy? Fat Chicken deliberately asked, just wanting to see Yang Tiandong make a fool of himself. Yang Tiandong almost couldn't recognize Chick. This heavy aura and physique. Chick, is that you? How did you become so fat? With your cultivation, you still dare to speak disrespectfully. Go feed the fish for Chicken Lord. During the day, Yang Tiandong would kneel and kowtow to admit his mistake, and at night, he would eat, drink, and have fun with Chick and Sun Chang'an. Yang Tiandong was very shocked by the cultivation of Sun Chang'an and Morongchi. Even his master's grand disciple was about to break through to the nascent soul realm. Yang Tiandong asked doubtfully, you guys reached this realm just by ascetic cultivation under master's guidance, without ever tempering yourselves outside? Sun Chang'an said that the spiritual power here far surpassed the outside world, so there was no need to go out and take risks. Yang Tiandong became hysterical. What's the point of tempering outside all these years? As the eldest senior brother, I dragged everyone down. My strength didn't improve, but I recognized quite a few fathers. I, Yang Tiandong, am simply a disgrace to the sect. However, going out to temper myself was not entirely fruitless. Doggy is now at the spirit transformation realm. Chick, oh Chick, when it comes back, it will definitely challenge you. Chick didn't bother with him and just let out a contemptuous oh. Yang Tiandong continued to babble. We're from the same sect, so Doggy will definitely hold back when sparring. Morongchi felt very awkward. He transmitted his voice to Sun Chang'an. Master, should we tell him about Chicken Lord's cultivation? Sun Chang'an said, forget it. Let him be happy. Don't let his Dao heart be damaged. Hanju listened to their conversation on the mountain and learned that Chaotic Heavenly Dog was only at the spirit transformation stage. He couldn't help but feel speechless. You guys are really daring. A nascent soul and a spirit transformation conspiring to assassinate the green python great sage. Sage. No wonder the Green Python Great Sage is so angry. Being rebelled against by ants is simply a great humiliation. Just then, Li Qingzi came to visit in a hurry, saying anxiously, Elder Han, this is bad. Green Python Great Sage has already brought the demon army to kill into Great Swallow. According to the disciples' report, his target is your disciple Yang Tiandong. Li Qingzi recommended Yang Tiandong to Hanju. Yang Tiandong had even helped Jade Pure Sect establish ties with Diansu Demon King before, which could be considered a great merit. So now expelling him was impossible. Doing so would discourage people all over the world. Let him come. Have all the disciples returned? Hanju asked indifferently. Li Qingzi assured Hanju, those below nascent soul have all hidden inside. The secret hall has been sealed. I've had people destroy the other teleportation entrances. From now on, it can only be entered from Jade Pure Sect. Li Qingzi cautiously asked, so we're just going to wait like this? Hanju paused. To be honest, I'm not fully confident either. Since we've already made the worst plans, you should also leave a way out. I'll take a gamble. Li Qingzi asked again, if you really can't beat him, can you retreat safely? Hanju said, I only have 70% confidence. Li Qingzi took out a jade tablet and handed it to Hanju. Using this can quickly teleport to the myriad demon realm. If you really can't beat him, hurry and come. Also, the primordial spirits of our more than 300 elders are all in this tablet. Our lives are in your hands. Hanju told Li Qingzi not to worry. If I really can't beat him, I will take you and run away together. Seeing this, Li Qingzi could only suppress the unease and panic in his heart, bid farewell and leave. In the northern part of Great Swallow, it was icy and snowy. Countless demons gathered on Diansu Demon King's territory. Green Python Great Sage, exuding a terrifying pressure all over his body, looked down at Diansu Demon King at his feet and laughed hideously. Do you submit or not? Diansu Demon King, who had transformed into human form, looked extremely miserable at this moment. He was covered in blood and had no intact skin, but he still stubbornly said he wouldn't submit. What Great Sage? You're just a fart. Green Python Great Sage took out a bone staff and pointed it at Diansu Demon King's head. Since you're so stubborn, say your last words. Don't implicate my family. I only hope you treat my 3 beautiful wives well, love them and dote on them. Forget it. Who wants your rotten thing? Saying that, Green Python Great Sage raised the bone staff and was about to smash down. With a loud bang, Green Python Great Sage actually struck Askew. Green Python Great Sage was seen frowning, holding his waist. His whole body was uncomfortable and he became irritable. Damn little rat is cursing this sage again. Hearing this, Diansu Demon King couldn't help but think of his own experience. It seems this guy is also targeted by an immortal. Then I'll bow my head first. Anyway, he won't live long. Diansu Demon King hurriedly cupped his hands and softened. I am willing to submit to you. Green Python Great Sage snorted coldly and gestured for his subordinates to release Diansu Demon King's men. Green Python Great Sage waved his right hand and flying snow gathered, condensing into a mirror. The mirror reflected a human face. This sage asks you, do you recognize this half-human, half-demon? Diansu Demon King couldn't help but be startled. Isn't this my adopted son Yang Tiandong? Could it be that he offended you? Green Python Great Sage's snake eyes instantly turned cold. With a boom, Green Python Great Sage smashed Diansu Demon King's head with one strike of his staff. Blood splattered everywhere, scaring all the demons to shudder. Green Python Great Sage laughed coldly. Another adopted son. What a good adopted son. Diansu Demon King's primordial spirit floated out from his body and cried out in horror. Green Python Great Sage, what do you want to do? I have already agreed to submit. Yang Tiandong offending you was not something I assigned. He also took this sage as his adopted father and organized demon kings to rebel. This sage doesn't destroy your primordial spirit. From now on, you will have no more ties with Yang Tiandong. When this sage captures Yang Tiandong, if you dare say a word, this sage will definitely make it impossible for you to reincarnate. Green Python Great Sage said with a hideous face and a cold voice. All demon kings listen to orders. Now go kill Jade Pure Sect. Leave no one alive. In front of the stone tablet at the foot of ascetic Immortal Mountain, Yang Tiandong was still kowtowing with a bang. The sound of thunder suddenly woke up the dazed Yang Tiandong. He looked up and saw rolling dark clouds sweeping in. That was the dark clouds brought by demonic energy. The demonic energy at the end of the world devoured the mountains and rivers, like an abyss coming, shocking to the core. This sage thought you would run somewhere else. I didn't expect you to run to such a small sect to hide. Today, this sage will eat all the people here and see where else you can run. It's him. Green Python Great Sage is here. Green Python Great Sage's demon army finally killed into Jade Pure Sect's territory. The protective sect formations of the various peaks of Jade Pure Sect were immediately activated. Before the demon army arrived, the demonic energy came first. Like waves, it surged from all directions, as if it would drown Jade Pure Sect. Li Qingzi asked Xiao Yao and Lu Bumi, can you be a match for Green Python Great Sage? Sect leaderly, you really think too highly of us. What did God-slaying elder say? Li Qingzi was sweating profusely on his forehead. God-slaying elder said to wait a little longer. At this time, Yang Tiandong was rushing up the mountain. Master, Green Python Great Sage is here. We should quickly escape. Don't panic. You stay stay with Chick and the others. Later, teleport to the Myriad Demon Realm. The Jade Tablet will be kept by Moron-chi. It must not be lost. Heaven Earth Grass cried out, Master, don't abandon me. Hanju actually showed a smile in this situation. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Wait a little longer. Hanju looked into the distance. Yang Tiandong looked at Hanju in disbelief. Could it be that Master had become so powerful that he no longer feared Green Python Great Sage? He understood Hanju. If he wasn't 100% confident, he definitely wouldn't be so calm. Little did he know, Hanju was desperately using the simulation trial to detect within Jade Pure Sect's territory. However, Green Python Great Sage was not detected within 100 miles. At this time, inside the rolling demonic clouds were countless hideous demons, each more ferocious than the last. They looked at Jade Pure Sect with eyes as if staring at an amusement park filled with food. Even under the constant attacks of the protective sect formation, large batches of demon soldiers were continuously killed, but the subsequent demon soldiers still poured in like a flood. Li Qingzi led the elders to tenaciously resist, determined to persevere until the last moment. Yuan's trying to stop a chariot. Suddenly, a voice that sounded like a heavenly god resounded throughout Jade Pure Sect. Everyone was shocked. It was Green Python Great Sage's voice. Then, a huge mass of spiritual energy directly appeared inside the protective sect formation, instantly shattering it and injuring all the elders and disciples maintaining the formation. Even Shishuan Fairy showed a look of despair at this moment. Our front line is actually so fragile. I'm afraid we can't leave. Although the primordial spirits are all with Hanju and still have a chance to be resurrected, the prerequisite is that Hanju can escape this catastrophe. A group of ants, the strongest is only 9th layer of Fusion Void Realm? What a joke. The bastard is not at the front line. Let this sage see where he's hiding. Green Python Great Sage used his spiritual sense to skin Jade Pure Sect, searching for the hiding place of that rebel son Yang Tiandong. Green Python Great Sage laughed coldly. Found you. This time, where else can you run? Hoping this little sect can save you. Yang Tiandong was dumbfounded, as if waiting for his final fate. Hanju took out the primordial judgment sword and pointed it in the direction where Green Python Great Sage's spiritual sense was coming from. You all back off. The system didn't detect him, but his spiritual sense discovered us. Tribulation Crossing Realm is indeed stronger than expected. The direction of the spiritual sense has been locked. Come a little closer. Come a little closer. Hanju was weighing when to make his move. He wanted to kill Green Python Great Sage when he was off guard. Just then, Green Python Great Sage's spiritual sense also discovered Hanju. Only Foundation Establishment Realm 9th layer with a body full of magic treasures. What a weak chicken sect. Then his gaze fell on Chick. What a fat chicken. The cultivation is not bad. It can be considered to be captured as a concubine. Next, his gaze fell on the Fusang tree. How is this possible? How could such a divine tree be here? Green Python Great Sage was shocked. He remembered his master had mentioned this tree before. If this tree is offered to master, I might be able to stay there. Saying that, Green Python Great Sage revealed his true form. That figure was like an immortal god standing between heaven and earth. The people of Jade Pure Sect could only silently pray. At this moment, Hanju activated 3 Pure Worlds Extermination, and countless sword images were ready to be shot towards Green Python Great Sage's direction. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. They could no longer hear any sound. Everyone was staring intently at Green Python Great Sage. Hanju was still desperately using the system to search, waiting for Green Python Great Sage to enter his detection range. A little closer. Green Python Great Sage laughed wantonly. Let you feel this sage's power. He suddenly leaped up. An extremely violent pressure descended from the sky. Even the mountains of Jade Pure Sect were shaking. In an instant, the system finally sent a notification. Green Python Great Sage, Tribulation Crossing Realm 1st layer, newly advanced demon saint of the demon race. Finally here, Hanju immediately conducted a simulation trial. In a breath's time, Hanju suddenly swung out the primordial judgment sword. The flood of sword energy almost blew everyone away. Hanju's eyes were resolute, looking towards Green Python Great Sage. All of this happened within this one breath. The flood of sword images shot out from Hanju's body, all pointing at Green Python Great Sage. Green Python Great Sage only saw a flash of golden light on ascetic immortal mountain. He immediately used silent heavenly mirror armor to reflect countless sword images, dense like a flood of fish crossing a river, unstoppable momentum to pierce mountains and break through rocks. That sword image broke through the armor, accompanied by a deafening boom. The sword light illuminated heaven and earth. Green Python Great Sage was directly crushed and killed by the flood of sword images. Both demon and soul, form and spirit were destroyed, not even given a chance to reincarnate. Everyone was dumbfounded, their mouths agape. Hanju held the primordial judgment sword, turned the blade and said coldly, "It's not over yet." The dust settled. Half of Green Python Great Sage's corpse swayed in the wind. The demonic energy was completely gone. The demon monsters instantly collapsed. How is this possible? Jade Pure Sect was hiding some big shot. How could Green Python Great Sage die so quickly? All the demons were so scared they turned and fled. At this time, Hanju's voice resounded throughout Jade Pure Sect. Bullying my sect. injuring my human race, and still want to leave? After saying that, Hanju swung the primordial judgment sword downward. Countless marks appeared on the demons all over the field. The demons only felt a burning sensation all over their bodies. The people of Jade Pure Sect were also puzzled. Only Li Qingzi knew that Hanju was going to cut off the root. Hanju pointed his sword at the vault of heaven again. The millions of sword images of 3 pure worlds extermination shot and killed in different directions. The sword energy continuously condensed into sword images. The demons were pierced through their bodies one by one. Almost instantly, blood blossomed in the sky in all directions of Jade Pure Sect, like fireworks blooming, spectacularly grand. Without the pressure of Green Python Great Sage, the sky full of blood blossoms looked so beautiful. At this time, Yen Su Demon King, who only had his primordial spirit left, did not dare to move for fear of being wiped out as a demon soldier. Yen Su Demon King stared blankly at Green Python Great Sage's corpse. A tribulation-crossing realm demon lord is actually so fragile. It turns out that a mortal was hiding in Jade Pure Sect. No wonder after going to Jade Pure Sect, the curse disappeared. It seems that the curse that Green Python Great Sage felt actually came from that immortal. Unfortunately, this guy insisted on rampaging and ended up dead. Yen Su Demon King secretly vowed if there is a chance, he still wants to visit Jade Pure Sect. Even if he becomes a mount for that immortal, it's not a problem. At this time, Hanju received another system notification. You killed a tribulation-crossing realm existence for the first time and obtained a Heaven's Tao Spirit Stone. Hanju frowned. Why is it this brick again? Chick was overjoyed. This was not the first time a seemingly invincible powerhouse had come to Jade Pure Sect and was directly killed by Hanju in seconds. Sun Chanan and Morongqi also admired Hanju to the extreme, especially Morongqi. Hanju was still a bit unfamiliar to him. He had always been curious about his Grandmaster's cultivation. Today he finally saw it. His whole person was dumbfounded. There was also Yang Tiandong. He was the clearest about how strong Green Python Great Sage was. In his heart, the truly invincible existence was Green Python Great Sage. This demon saint who brought Yang Tiandong endless despair and fear was killed in seconds by his master. Myriad emotions gathered in Yang Tiandong's heart, finally turning into endless guilt. It turned out that the strongest person had always been by his side, but he had been chasing illusory power all over the world. Yang Tiandong smiled bitterly, not even daring to look at Hanju. When Hanju passed by Yang Tiandong, he asked coldly, "Why are you still standing here? Have you finished kowtowing today?" Yang Tiandong turned around and knelt down to Hanju, heavily kowtowing 3 times. Then he hurriedly ran down the mountain. "Yes, master. From now on, if you dare to run out again without my consent, the bond between us as master and disciple will be severed. I will no longer intervene in your life and death." At this time, at the foot of the mountain, the disciples of Jade Pure Sect were cleaning up the battlefield. After today's battle, God-slaying Elder once again ascended to the altar in the hearts of Jade Pure Sect's cultivators. Hanju walked towards that bone staff magic weapon of Green Python Great Sage. Even his ultimate move could not destroy it. What was the origin of this thing? This thing could block the curse of the Book of Misfortune. Its grade was probably above the Book of Misfortune. Hanju stepped forward to touch it and carefully probed his spiritual sense into it. Who knew there was actually space inside this bone staff, and there was another aura in this space. Just then, the remnant soul suddenly opened its eyes and shouted angrily, "What do you want to do?" It scared Hanju so much that his eyelids jumped. He retracted his spiritual sense. "No, I can't keep it. It's better to directly destroy it. If this remnant soul still has a true body, it might find its way here relying on the remnant soul." Hanju immediately used 6 paths soul absorption to absorb the remnant soul inside. The huge bone staff suddenly shrank. Hanju only felt that the kind of pressure he had just felt. He had seen it in the way of the Sword River. At this time, the system sent another notification. Extinction Taoist has developed a grudge against you because you killed his demon pet and remnant soul that he left in the mortal world. He is full of hatred towards you and will definitely cause trouble for you when you ascend. Scattered Immortal Realm 8th layer. When I ascend, that means he can't come down to find me. Hanju was first scared, then breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thinking proudly, "I'll wait until I have the cultivation to kill you before ascending. What can you do to me then?" Hanju thought for a moment. This is also fortunate. The upper realm is so strong, can't descend to the mortal world. Was it negotiated or restricted? In other words, after ascending, you can never come back again. The question is, after ascending, can I still cultivate with peace of mind like now? My enemies are basically all in the upper realm. It's very unwise to ascend prematurely now. If it can be delayed, then delay it. Let's see what you can do to me then. Western Abyss Province also suffered the rampage of Green Python Great Sage, but True Martial Sect luckily escaped, mainly because Green Python Great Sage didn't have time to deal with them before being attracted by Yang Tiandong. The high-level figures of True Martial Sect gathered in a grand hall. Everyone was shocked upon hearing the news of Green Python Great Sage's demise. Shangwan Choujian smiled bitterly. What a Jade Pure Sect, what a god-slaying elder. Huang Jihao stood beside Shangwan Choujian. He had now become a core disciple of True Martial Sect. Everyone looked at Shangwan Choujian Chojian, one of the elders asked. Teaching elder, you went to Great Swallow's Jade Pure Sect before. Is Jade Pure Sect really that powerful? Shengwan Chojian smiled bitterly. To be honest, I went to challenge Jade Pure Sect's God-slaying elder and was defeated by him with one sword. I have always been too embarrassed to mention this past event. Everyone's jaws dropped. Then how outrageous must he be? You are the strongest combat power in the entire sect. Shengwan Chojian said lightly. Now it seems that being defeated by God-slaying elder is not a disgrace, but rather my honor. After all, I survived under his sword. After this matter, Jade Pure Sect will be the holy land of Great Swallow's cultivation world, and even the holy land of the 10 continents and 9 dynasties. Our true martial sect must go to establish ties with them as soon as possible. Huang Jihao said. Disciple is willing to immediately go to Jade Pure Sect to represent true martial sect and thank Jade Pure Sect on behalf of Western Abyss Province. Shengwan Chojian instructed. Not only that, we also need to prepare a big gift. An elder who didn't understand asked. Our true martial sect also suffered heavy losses. At this time, going to curry favor with Jade Pure Sect. How will the disciples in the sect view us? Shengwan Chojian glared at him and shouted. Wake up, what are you thinking? Master you, Jade Pure Sect saved the people of the world. If we don't go to thank them, how will the people of the world view us? You see, in the future, Jade Pure Sect will definitely be the holy land that cultivators all over the world look up to. If we are a step slower, other sects will go first. His words made the elders ponder. When Jade Pure Sect becomes powerful in the future, there will definitely be sects that will be arrogant by relying on them. So the earlier we go, the more benefits we will gain. Indeed, this opportunity cannot be missed. Establishing ties with Jade Pure Sect will only bring many benefits. So with everyone's agreement, True Martial Sect decided to send Huang Jihao to Jade Pure Sect immediately. On the other side, in Nine Dragons Sect, since being attacked by Green Python Great Sage, Nine Dragons Sect had already split into 4 or 5 factions internally, and quite a few people had even fled. Old Huang looked at the ruins and sighed. Seniors are seniors. Even Green Python Great Sage is no match for them. Otherwise, we would have to keep taking refuge. Cultivators should originally cultivate for longevity. The so-called sect is only for the sake of passing down the teachings. When a sect exists for the sake of power, how is it different from a gang in the moral world? At this time, a disciple came to report. After the elders' count, our Nine Dragons sect had reached 70,000 people at its peak. Now there are only 3,000 people left. More than 90% of the buildings are destroyed, and the books and magic treasures have been looted clean. Fortunately, the Nine Dragons' true scripture was buried in a mechanism and was not discovered by those demon monsters. Old Huang sighed that many years of operation were gone just like that. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that there was no more Nine Dragons sect in this world. The disciple consoled Old Huang. As long as the root of the secret teachings remains, Nine Dragons sect will definitely be able to relive its former glory. Old Huang said helplessly, we do have the capital, but you also know how many sects covet our secret techniques. In this situation, what do we use to protect the inheritance? As he was talking, Huang Zuntian suddenly flew up and suspended himself in midair above Nine Dragons sect. Using a voice that penetrated heaven and earth, he said, all disciples and elders of Nine Dragons sect listen to orders. I believe everyone is very clear about the current situation. Our sect's disciples all need a place of shelter. The surrounding forces are eyeing us like tigers. Rebuilding the sect will definitely be fraught with difficulties and will inevitably increase unnecessary sacrifices. Rather than being annexed by them, it's better to find a backer to develop ourselves. So I have decided that everyone will go to Jade Pure Sect today, using the Nine Dragons true scripture as a congratulatory gift to surrender to Jade Pure Sect. As soon as these words came out, all the disciples' eyes were dazed. Has the sect leader gone mad? How can the secret treasure be casually given to others? Huang Zuntian explained, Nine Dragons Sect has only changed the form of its existence. It's always better than being completely annihilated. Moreover, Jade Pure Sect supports the principle of seeking common ground while reserving differences. After we merge, we will still have control over the secret techniques. Blood Flame Heavenly Gate is a very good example. The disciples discussed among themselves. Indeed, Blood Flame Heavenly Gate was doing quite well now. Huang Zuntian continued to persuade the sect disciples, relying on the strength of others to protect our inheritance. When you become powerful, you can leave Jade Pure Sect then. When he said this, the clever disciples heard that the sect leader did not intend to go together. Old Huang looked at the distant mountains. This time I'm going to find a higher mountain, like the senior, to cultivate the most ascetic immortality. If Jade Pure Sect doesn't accept you, you can go find God-slaying Elder and report Huang Zuntian's name. God-slaying Elder will understand. Having said that, Huang Zuntian's figure disappeared into the sky, leaving a group of sect disciples at a loss. 8 years after the sword slew the demon saint, Jade Pure Sect's reputation in the cultivation world had already risen like the sun, bustling with activity all day long. The righteous and demonic paths both came to pay respect, and even the Emperor of Great Swallow Dynasty came. The Emperor built a stele and wrote a biography for God-slaying Elder, revering Jade Pure Sect as the national faith. From then on, Jade Pure Sect was officially renamed Jade Pure Holy Sect. One day, Li Qingzi came to visit Hanju. Facing Elder Han again, he appeared very restrained. In these years, the sect's prosperity has already become the national faith, already unparalleled in prestige. Even Nine Dragons Sect wants to join us. I heard it was Wei Yuan who told them to come. This really puzzled Hanju. Is old Huang going to give up? In addition, Li Qingzi had already sent a message to the Grand Master, saying that in a few years, the Grand Master would return to take up the position of sect leader again. Hanju asked Li Qingzi why, and Li Qingzi directly said, I feel that I don't have much time left, so I plan to wholeheartedly cultivate to fight for my own life. Although Hanju had stayed in Jade Pure Sect for hundreds of years, he didn't have many acquaintances, and could even say they could be counted on one hand. Hanju said to Li Qingzi, after the position of sect leader is handed over, you can move to ascetic Immortal Mountain to cultivate. As for where you want to open up your cave residence, it's up to you. Having obtained Hanju's consent, Li Qingzi was extremely happy. After chatting a few more words, he left. I hope you can also go a little further on the path of cultivation. After Li Qingzi left, Hanju thought of Chan Yuer, who had left with 9 Cauldron Sage. In the several crises over the years, she had never used the puppet he gave her. Under the same moonlight, Chan Yuer was also thinking of Hanju. The night is deep. Junior brother, are you still well? Hanju used the heavenly puppet to transmit sound to her for the first time. Senior sister, are you there? Chan Yuer was overjoyed to hear his voice. Junior brother, is that you? It turns out you can talk to me through the puppet. Why didn't you say there was this function earlier? Do you know how much I missed you? In the first few years, I called out to you every day. Why didn't you answer? Could it be that you forgot about me because you have other cultivation partners? Chan Yuer fired a barrage of questions, not giving Hanju a chance to answer at all. The spiritual power stored in the heavenly puppet is limited. If it's used up, it can't protect you anymore, so it has to be used sparingly. Hearing that Hanju had been protecting her all along, Chan Yuer was extremely touched. Suddenly, she thought of something. Wait, the puppet can sense me? Doesn't that mean I am seen naked by my junior brother every day without realizing it? Hanju said helplessly, the spiritual power of the puppet is not used like that. It only reacts when it detects that you are in danger. Before Hanju could finish speaking, Chan Yuer continued to expose herself. The things I did to the puppet every day, weren't they all sensed by you? Chan Yuer was so embarrassed she wanted to die on the spot. On the other side, Hanju was puzzled. Chan Yuer was embarrassedly scratching the floor. Hanju hurriedly told her that the Grand Master would return to the sect in a few years. He advised Chan Yuer to come back with the Grand Master at that time. Chan Yuer said she would never do that again. Junior brother, say something. No matter how Chan Yuer called out, Hanju just wouldn't respond anymore. Only the watery eyes of the puppet were still looking at her. Chan Yuer said coquettishly, bad junior brother, you care about me but refuse to say it. It's good to be so cold. Xing Hongxian and Maju are probably often neglected by junior brother too. When I go back, don't even think about escaping from my palm. Thinking of this, Chan Yuer smiled even more brilliantly. Just as Chan Yuer was indulging in self-admiration, a magnetic voice came from outside the cave. Junior sister Chan Yuer, there is a great opportunity. Recently, Red Dragon Immortal Island has a great expert giving a lecture. I have an invitation to enter the island. Chan Yuer gave a light O. Do you want to go? I can take you in. The man was waving a fan with a smug look, clearly a cultivator, but dressed like a scholar. The opportunity to attend a lecture is hard to come by. Maybe there will be unexpected gains. Chan Yuer said coldly, thank you for your kind intentions, senior brother. I won't go. I recently had some comprehension in my cultivation. I need to ponder it well. Seeing that Chan Yuer had no intention of going, the man could only take his leave in embarrassment. Then when I encounter good treasures on Red Dragon Immortal Island, I will definitely bring them back for you, junior sister. Chan Yuer glared at him. No need to trouble senior brother. I just want to wholeheartedly cultivate. I have no use for treasures. Having said that, Chan Yuer turned her head and returned to the cave residence. This man was a bootlicker and couldn't understand the goddess's words at all. Senior brother is leaving first. I'll come to see you again next time. Chan Yuer inwardly cursed him for not knowing what was good for him, coming to pester me every day instead of cultivating properly. When you come back next time, I will have already gone back to my handsome little junior brother. Isn't that right, little junior brother? Junior brother, come closer. Senior sister will be able to go back and cultivate with you soon. At this time, in a dark cave somewhere, several figures were sitting together. A black-robed old man spoke first. Green Python Great Sage is dead. What do you all think of this matter? It is said that he died at the hands of a sect called Jade Pure Sect in Great Swallow, the Jade Pure Holy Sect that is now in its prime. One figure was slightly startled, seeming to know Jade Pure Sect. Green Python Great Sage was my master's demon pet. Letting him slaughter the human race of the 10 continents and 9 dynasties was also our scheme. This grudge must be avenged. Also, although countless humans have died, the human race has not completely collapsed. We need to find another way. A burly bald man said in a deep voice. Green Python Great Sage was too arrogant. Relying on Extinction Taoist's magic weapon, he really thought he was invincible in the world. It's good that he's dead. Just relying on the demon race is still not enough. To crush the human cultivation world, we still need to rely on humans. I suggest supporting human demon cultivators to promote infighting among humans. A white-haired woman nodded in agreement. She wore red clothes and had fair skin, looking more like a female ghost, with a cold and bewitching smile. She turned to another person and said, "Demon Lord, what do you think?" Demon Lord nodded and said, "I have no objection, but I have to remind you, I went to the underworld a while ago. The demon clan over there is getting a bit impatient." Everyone was startled. Demon Lord continued, "You should be very clear about the consequences of not completing the task of reviving the demon clan as scheduled. How about this? Leave the matter of Jade Pure Sect to me, and the other plans to you." The black-robed old man replied, "The background of that mysterious cultivator of Jade Pure Sect must be investigated. If he is not beneficial to our plan, Demon Lord, try your best to kill him." Xian Qingjun nodded expressionlessly. "Hanju, we will finally meet." Without the passage of time in cultivation, a decade in the moral world is an era, and 5 years pass in a flash. 5 years later, Hanju finally broke through to the 9th layer of the Union Realm. He was rarely excited. The Tribulation Crossing Realm was just in sight. To celebrate, he habitually took out the Book of Misfortune. Vermilion Bird, Moiling, Extinction Taoist, everyone gets a share. None of the brothers can be left out. After that great battle back then, Hanju thought it over and finally fused the Heaven's Tao Spirit Stone into the Book of Misfortune. The Peerless Spiritual Treasure Book of Misfortune crossed 2 grades and was upgraded to a Tai grade spiritual treasure. Hanju cursed while checking his mail. Your enemy Moiling's Tao heart was damaged due to your curse. Encountered heart demons, and his cultivation greatly decreased. Hanju was overjoyed. Moiling's cultivation greatly decreased. How wonderful. Unfortunately, nothing has happened to Vermilion Bird and Extinction Taoist yet. Hanju noticed Xing Hongshuan's update. More than 10 years ago, Xing Hongshuan's favorability had already reached 6 stars, and she had a more substantial relationship with him, so she could be directly set as a cultivation partner. As for Maju, Hanju had not yet set her as a cultivation partner. After all, Xing Hongxian often presented him with treasures, while Maju would occasionally cause him trouble. In Hanju's heart, Xing Hongxian was naturally more important. This woman must have been infected by my immoral emperor descendant's luck. Her luck is really top-notch. Who knows what treasure she'll bring back to me next time. Tui, I, Hanju, am not someone who lives off women. Hanju asked Heaven Earth Grass what happened during its seclusion over the years. Heaven Earth Grass said that the sect leader came to look for Hanju this morning. Today was the sect leader's 900th birthday, and he wanted to invite Hanju to give a lecture to the sect disciples at the Inner Sect City Feast. Heaven Earth Grass continued, I guessed you definitely wouldn't want to go, so I directly refused. Master, am I awesome? Hanju praised with a smile. Well done. I really don't want to go out and show my face, but directly refusing is indeed not good. Privately congratulating the sect leader is better. That's right, I'll take you guys to stroll around the inner sect. Hanju walked out of the cave residence and found that Chick had left a note on the ground vine. Master, there is a grand feast in the sect recently. Seeing that you are still in seclusion, we won't wait for you. Yang Tiandong wrote, this group of unfilial disciples actually abandoned me and secretly ran to eat the feast first. I hope they didn't encounter that shop. At this time, Chick and the others had already come to the market in the inner sect to stroll around. A shop called Bite Big Chicken. Hanju seemed to have mentioned it before. Not long after, Hanju also took Heaven Earth Grass to leisurely stroll around the market. It was lively and bustling here, with many disciples. Hanju also thought about whether he would meet a few more new people with extraordinary talent. Just as he was thinking, the system suddenly sent a notification. Hanju thought he had found another innate destiny person, but this notification made him gasp. Xian Qingjun, Mahayana Realm 8th layer, ranked as Demon Lord. Heaven Earth Grass was still excitedly looking at all kinds of lively scenes, but Hanju couldn't be happy at all. That female demon was looking at him in the tea house. There was no way to hide from her. Hanju planned to go over and meet her, wondering how this woman came, and not in a mortal body. Could it be that she discovered my affair with Xing Hongxian? I have always done a good job with my confidentiality measures. Whatever. I, a dignified 9th layer Union Realm. How can I be so timid? Soon, Hanju walked into the tea house where Xian Qingjun was. Madam Demon Lord, you've come from afar. I failed to welcome you. Xian Qingjun did not speak. Hanju thought to himself, not good. She looks to be in a bad mood. This female demon's appearance was still the same as before. Not beautiful but not ugly. In summary plain but with temperament. At this point, it definitely couldn't be concealed. After all, Xian Shishir also knew I was the God-slaying elder. Maybe she had already communicated with Xian Qingjun. After a long time, Xian Qingjun still didn't say a word. Hanju felt uneasy inside. Could it be that she was waiting for me to confess? She had been observing me. Could it be that I still had Xing Hongshuan's aura on me? It shouldn't be. Xing Hongxian always cleaned up very thoroughly every time. Suddenly, Xian Qingjun spoke. Some time ago, did you? Before she could finish, Hanju immediately interrupted her. Rather than passively letting her expose it, it was better for me to take the initiative and be frank. Miss Xian, listen to my explanation. Things are not what you think. Xian Qingjun also suddenly released her pressure. No need to explain. What's done is done. You really dare to do it and take responsibility. You really are the man I fancy. Hanju almost cried. Madam, I was wrong. Whether you want to kill me or flay me, it's up to you. But Xing and I. Hanju hadn't finished confessing when Xian Qingjun interrupted him. You killed that green python, so you killed it. With me here, no one can do anything to you. Hanju scared out a cold sweat. You're referring to the matter of green python great sage? Xian Qingjun suspiciously sipped some tea. Could it be that there are other things I don't know about? Hanju hurriedly changed the topic. No, Miss Xian. Do you have any urgent business this time you came back? Xian Qingjun said coldly. I came to avenge green python great sage. But since it was you who killed him, then this matter shall be dropped. In the future, if others ask, you can't admit that it was your doing. As for the real culprit, just say he has already been killed by me. Did you hear clearly? That green python great sage couldn't have accomplices behind him, could he? Xian Qingjun continued. This demon indeed has a big background, but you don't need to worry. I will stop that guy. You can cultivate with peace of mind. Shit, Extinction Taoist still has connections in the mortal world. This is a big problem. Hanju inwardly complained. Xian Qingjun walked to the window while speaking and caressed Hanju's face. Since you were able to kill the green python, you must have reached the Tribulation Crossing realm. These elixirs are for those in the Tribulation Crossing realm. Take them for your use. Hanju quickly stopped her. Actually, I've just reached the 9th level of the Union realm. Xian Qingjun was greatly shocked. With just the strength of the 8th level of the Union realm, you were able to kill a green python in the Tribulation Crossing realm? I know it's hard to believe, but it's true. The system prompted. Your cultivation partner Xian Qingjun's affection for you has increased, currently at 5 stars. Finally, Xian Qingjun smiled, constantly amazed. I didn't expect you to be a once-in-a-millennium genius, even more suitable to be my cultivation partner. Hanju thought to himself, I've dodged a bullet, but it seems not entirely. Xian Qingjun laughed lightly. It seems a bit early now. Easy to wear you out. You must cultivate well. I will wait for you to mature slowly. Mature? What the heck? Do you think I'm a little apple in an orchard? Hanju quickly took out the green python great sage's magic weapon and handed it to Xian Qingjun. This is the magic weapon left by the green python great sage. I think it's not simple. Take it. The golden staff of extinction. Indeed, this treasure is extraordinary. Just right for me to take back and convince those people that the true culprit is dead. Xian Qingjun took the golden staff. The world is about to change dramatically. You just need to cultivate well. As my cultivation partner, even if it's destroying heaven and earth, I can keep you safe. Hanju quickly asked, Miss Xian, could you tell me what's the situation with the dramatic changes in the world, and who wants to avenge the green python? Xian Qingjun stopped, glaring at him with the corner of her eye. This involves too much cause and effect. It's unknowable. As for the name of the person seeking revenge, it's Luo Qiuma. Hanju thought to himself, Luo Qiuma. Wait for me. Moiling, Extinction Taoist, Vermilion Bird, Luo Qiuma. None of you can escape. Hanju returned to his cave dwelling and directly took out the Book of Misfortune, leaving half a page specifically for Luo Qiuma. 3 years later, Hanju raised his cultivation to the peak of the Union realm, preparing to break through to the Tribulation Crossing realm. He found a cave residence located halfway up the mountain. Li Qingzi had just moved in. Sect leader, do you know of any suitable place nearby for Tribulation Crossing? Preferably a place where no one will disturb within 100 miles. According to the records of the 6 realms of reincarnation technique, the duration of the heavenly tribulation at the Tribulation Crossing realm is several times that of the Union realm, and the power is also several times. If I go to the Myriad Demon realm this time, I might destroy it. I must find a safe place to Tribulation Cross. Li Qingzi thought for a moment and said, there is indeed a place. It's a plain to the east of Jade Pure Holy Sect where it rains all year round and many poisonous insects and demon beasts grow. Cultivators rarely go there. I'll take you there. The two quickly left ascetic Immortal Mountain. Under the cave residence, Morongqi asked strangely, why did Grand Master and Sect Leader go out? Chick pouted. He's obviously going to break through. Master's breakthrough speed at high realms is faster than you guys at low realms. Do you have any shame? Morongqi slightly pouted and didn't dare to respond, but Yang Tiandong was unconvinced. You have the face to talk about us? You haven't had any breakthroughs either. Chick shouted, my realm is higher than yours. So what? Your breakthroughs are slow. Even if my breakthroughs are slow, my realm is still higher than yours. Yang Tiandong was about to die of anger, crazily pounding on Chick's body. Master's chickens and dogs are all asking for a beating. However, Chick quite enjoyed this kind of scraping. Half a day later, Hanju and Li Qingzi arrived at a dark and damp plain. You go back first. My Tribulation Crossing will take time. Li Qingzi asked, do you need me to guard you? Hanju shook his head. The enemies who can interfere with my Tribulation Crossing, you can't stop them. His words made sense. Li Qingzi bid farewell and left. With the spiritual treasures on Hanju's body and his own strength, it was almost impossible for him to die in the heavenly tribulation unless someone took the opportunity to sneak attack him. 3 hours later, the heavenly tribulation arrived. The heavenly lightning of the Tribulation Crossing realm was indeed extraordinary. The entire plain was shrouded in thunderstorms. Hanju had no worries about this kind of scene, but he forgot to take off his Jade Pure Sect Taoist robe. This mortal object definitely could not withstand the heavenly tribulation. Just as the heavenly lightning struck down, the Taoist robe instantly turned to dust. The golden cicada mystical god robe was transparent, so now Hanju could only tribulation cross naked. Just like that, the heavenly tribulation bombarded crazily for a month. 1 month later, Hanju successfully tribulation crossed and stepped into the tribulation crossing realm. The system notification: you have successfully broken through to the tribulation crossing realm. You have the following choices. 1. Prepare to ascend. You can go to all 3 realms. You can obtain a spiritual treasure and a Heaven's Tao Spirit Stone. 2. Continue cultivating and strive for the Mahayana realm. You can obtain a spiritual treasure and a divine ability inheritance. Hanju inwardly cursed. Can I choose new clothes? I don't want to fly back to ascetic immortal mountain like this. Although the tribulation crossing realm can ascend, now is not the time. Vermilion Bird and Extinction Taoist, those 2 fellows, are still waiting for me in the heavens. Ascending now is purely thinking that my life is too long. Hanju silently chose to continue cultivating. System notification: congratulations on choosing to continue cultivating and strive for the Mahayana realm, temporarily not ascending. Obtained a spiritual treasure and a divine ability inheritance. Purple Gold Soft Armor, Tai Grade 8th Grade Defensive Spiritual Treasure, flexible and stretchable, extremely strong defense. Congratulations on obtaining the divine ability Sleeve World. The sleeve is the world, containing the dark and bright of all things. Hanju was overjoyed. This is simply a timely help. With this, I don't have to go back to the sect bare-assed. Moreover, it's a Tai Grade Defensive Spiritual Treasure. The system really understands me. The system also informed him of the method of ascension. Use one's own luck to move the Heaven's Tao, and the Heaven's Tao will help one transcend the mortal world and ascend to the upper realm. The method of reincarnation: use the power of reincarnation to move the Heaven's Tao. Hanju looked at his cultivation in the attribute panel, which clearly stated 109,000 years of lifespan. Hanju was dumbfounded. I have never heard of a cultivator who can live for 100,000 years. The tribulation crossing realm is already so outrageous. When I break through to the Mahayana realm, won't I have the same lifespan as heaven? Looking out, the plain was charred black by the heavenly lightning, full of pits and holes everywhere. The rain also stopped. The heavenly tribulation not only changed the topography but also changed the climate here. Just then, Hanju suddenly sensed life. How can living beings below the tribulation crossing realm withstand the heavenly tribulation for a month? Hanju immediately searched with his spiritual sense and soon captured a girl. Not only was this person uninjured, even the surrounding flowers, grass, and trees were unharmed. This person is definitely not simple. Hanju flashed in front of this person, scaring the girl pale. What do you intend by staying at my tribulation crossing location? Frightened by Hanju, the girl cried, pear blossoms with rain. The system suddenly sent a notification: detected innate destiny person. Do you want to check her background? Sure enough, she is not an ordinary person. Hanju checked the system panel, and a golden SSR card appeared in his eyes. Fang Liang, Energy Refining Realm 3rd Layer, Child of Heaven and Earth. Born with the luck of heaven and earth, protected by the luck of heaven and earth. Because the luck is too vast, the physical body and soul cannot bear it. Once breaking through to the golden core realm, the luck of heaven and earth will manifest. From then on, soaring to the sky, unstoppable. Hanju muttered to himself, child of heaven and earth, and a man? System, did you make a typo? You say such a cute girl is a man. Could he be a trap? Hanju stared at Fang Liang and sized him up. Fang Liang felt uncomfortable all over from his stare and stuttered. Junior had no intention of disturbing Senior's tribulation crossing. Junior apologizes to you. Hanju was speechless. This is the child of heaven and earth? Too much of a wimp, he said expressionlessly. With your weak cultivation, why did you come to this place? Fang Liang said in trepidation. To be honest, Junior is a rogue cultivator. I originally wanted to join Jade Pure Holy Sect and happened to pass by this place. Hanju thought to himself, this person's luck is indeed heaven-defying. He was trapped in the heavenly tribulation for so long, but is fine as if nothing happened. But how can this kind of personality live up to his identity as a child of heaven and earth? Forget it. It's better to form a good connection. Hanju threw out a god-slaying token and tossed it in front of Fang Liang. Seeing the words god-slaying, Fang Liang was startled. Isn't this the legendary god-slaying elder of Jade Pure Holy Sect? Fang Liang was about to kneel and pay respects to god-slaying elder, but Hanju threw down these words and disappeared on the spot. Meeting his fate. You can take out this token when entering Jade Pure Holy Sect. Although he was a child of heaven and earth, Hanju didn't value him much. By the time Fang Liang rampaged across the world, Hanju might have already become an immortal. Just as he returned to the cave residence, a line of words appeared in front of Hanju's eyes. Fang Liang has developed good feelings for you. Current favorability is 4 stars. Hanju thought to himself, when a person is at the bottom and receives unsolicited guidance from a powerful figure, they always tend to develop admiration. Seeing that Hanju had returned, Heaven Earth Grass was so excited. Master, you finally came back. I was worried to death not hearing from you for so long. Hanju had been gone for so long. It was worried about being being abandoned. How has your cultivation been recently? Hanju asked. This blade of grass had already reached the 8th layer of energy cultivation realm. Its talent was indeed a bit strong. Heaven Earth Grass replied. While cultivating, I always flash some memories about cultivation. It seems to be a set of cultivation techniques. Hanju was not surprised. After all, Heaven Earth Grass had followed immortals to comprehend the Tao. Too much memory was lost. Only a little bit was remembered. A speck of dust can fill the sea. A stalk of immortal grass can cut stars. Master, do you think this might be hinting that I should take the path of a sword cultivator? It's most likely. You can cultivate with peace of mind. If there's anything abnormal, tell me at any time, Hanju instructed. Heaven Earth Grass nodded happily. Okay, Master. Since the death of Green Python Great Sage, cultivators from all over the world had come in droves. Jade Pure Holy Sect was very popular. At this time, Fang Liang had also arrived at Jade Pure Holy Sect. Seeing so many people, Fang Liang was a little dazed. He didn't know where to find God-slaying elder. Fortunately, Jade Pure Holy Sect had set up an admissions office. Fang Liang timidly stepped forward to inquire about the whereabouts of God-slaying elder. The one receiving him was Gu Yugan. In these years, he had seen too many people using God-slaying elder's name. Everyone wanted to be God-slaying elder's disciple. How can he accept disciples as you wish? Hurry up and queue at the back. Who knew? At this time, Fang Liang took out the God-slaying token. What happened next goes without saying. Gu Yugan instantly brought Fang Liang to ascetic immortal mountain. After all, this was a token issued by God-slaying elder. Hanju was too lazy to pay attention to him. Yang Tiandong instantly flashed to Fang Liang's side. Miss, what's your name? Fang Liang was amused by his dead appearance. I'm called Fang Liang. This group of century-old straight men were drooling at the sight. A graceful and elegant lady, a perfect match for a gentleman. Miss, you look as refreshing as the spring breeze, making people feel comfortable. Who knew? Hanju passed by the four of them and tossed out a sentence. He's a man. The four instantly petrified. Master, is it too late to drive him away now? We don't need men anymore. Yang Tiandong muttered. Hanju asked Sun Chang'an, do you still want to take in disciples? At these words, Yang Tiandong, Dark Prison Chicken, and Murong Chi were startled. Sun Chang'an also asked hesitantly, Master, you want me to take in disciples again? Hanju nodded. That's right. I still need to continue cultivating, but Sun Chang'an, you're different. Your physique is equivalent to passive cultivation. Even if you don't cultivate, you can constantly improve on your own. You're the best choice to lead people, and it won't delay your cultivation. Yang Tiandong shouted at Sun Chang'an unconvincingly. Murong Chi's cultivation has almost caught up to you. Are you afraid of losing face and don't dare to take in disciples? Yang Tiandong hurriedly recommended himself. Master, how about this? If the fat guy won't accept him, how about I do it? Hanju glared at him and said unhappily, if I let you take him in, I'm afraid you'll send him to other demon kings to be their grandson. Yang Tiandong instantly lowered his head in shame. Hanju called Fang Liang over. Fang Liang thought Hanju was going to accept him and was extremely excited. Yang Tiandong hurriedly introduced, don't look at this fatty being old and ugly. He is your master. Fang Liang was a little disappointed. After all, the master he had in mind was God-slaying elder. Hanju said, with your current cultivation, if you have any doubts, anyone present can easily answer them. When your cultivation improves in the future and they can't answer your questions, I will personally teach you. In my place, there is no difference between master and disciple. Fang Liang finally put his mind at ease and immediately knelt to Sun Chang'an, calling out master. Hanju looked at the lively five people and couldn't help but sigh. Big disciple Yang Tiandong, demon saint bloodline. Second disciple Su Qi, the reincarnation of a jinx. Third disciple Sun Chang'an, reincarnation of the upper realms primordial spiritual ginseng. Big grand disciple Murong Chi, reincarnation of the divine palace's god of war, revered as marvelous truth divine emperor. Second grand disciple Fang Liang, child of heaven and earth. Dark prison chicken, reincarnation of the upper realms demon saint. True form is dark prison phoenix. Chaotic heavenly dog, lucky divine beast. There's also the heaven earth grass that can become an immortal god. All beings of great destiny, an all-star lineup. The championship is just around the corner. Perhaps I'll ascend after they have developed further, or let them ascend first and back me up in the future. Hanju shook his head and smiled, not thinking too much. By the time they cultivate to ascension, who knows how long it will be. He instructed Sun Chang'an, the jade purity art can be passed on to him. Don't let him leave the mountain before the golden core realm. In another flash of years, Nine Cauldrons Sage brought a group of disciples back and officially took charge of Jade Pure Holy Sect again. A girl who came with him made the hearts of the sect's disciples flutter. Chan Yuer's return caused quite a stir in Jade Pure Holy Sect. The first thing she did when she came back was to find her master, but no matter how she looked, Chan Yuer couldn't find Shishuan Fairy. Li Qingzi came to welcome Nine Cauldrons Sage. Chan Yuer hurriedly asked, sect leaderly, why isn't my master here? Li Qingzi said, Shishuan Fairy is in seclusion in Elder Han's cave residence. Chan Yuer instantly froze. Shishuan Fairy is in seclusion in Elder Han's cave residence? It's over. I calculated everything, but I actually miscalculated my master. Chan Yuer carefully recalled. Hanju was very indifferent to everyone, but he often showed a smile to Shishuan Fairy. Now that the two of them lived so close, didn't that mean they were close to water and pavilion, hitting it off with each other, shoulder to shoulder, intimate and affectionate? The more Chan Yuer thought about it, the angrier she became. She hurriedly asked sect leader Li to find out the situation, wanting to know when her master moved to Hanju's place. Sect leader Li said it was something that happened quite a while ago, but he happened to be moving some things over there. If Chan Yuer couldn't find the way, he could guide her. Learning that the sect leader had also moved to ascetic immortal mountain, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that her master was like the sect leader, borrowing spiritual energy there to cultivate. Chan Yuer thought to herself that she was overthinking it. Junior brother doesn't seem to be someone who falls in love easily. Junior brother and sect leader have an extremely good relationship, so it's reasonable for them to cooperate with each other. No, the problem seems to be even bigger. Chan Yuer immediately went to ascetic immortal mountain. Hanju opened the protective mountain formation and let Chan Yuer into the cave residence. Junior brother, long time no see. Chan Yuer called out excitedly. Hanju glanced at Chan Yuer's cultivation. Although she had been away for a long time, Chan Yuer's cultivation had improved quite quickly, already at the 9th layer of the golden core realm, but it was still a bit slow. Chan Yuer said that her advancement speed naturally couldn't compare to junior brothers. She had no intention of discussing cultivation now and immediately asked Hanju about Sichuan Fairy. Chan Yuer asked solemnly, "My master has lived a secluded life, rarely interacting with others. How did you manage to bring my master over? Did she come willingly, or did you do something to her?" After Hanju's explanation, Chan Yuer finally dispelled her doubts. Chan Yuer talked about her experiences over the years. Hanju listened attentively, taking the opportunity to learn about overseas. Chan Yuer said, "Hanju, you choosing ascetic cultivation was the right decision. The overseas sect where the 9 Cauldrons sage resides is not harmonious. Hundreds of disciples from the Jade Pure Holy sect who went along died, and the so-called opportunity turned out to be non-existent. I survived by staying in seclusion all the time, luckily making it back." Hanju felt secretly fortunate. "Fortunately, I didn't follow the 9 Cauldrons sage back then. Otherwise, I would have encountered endless troubles, and my cultivation level would definitely not be as high as it is now." Thus, the two of them talked for a long time, until sect leader Li came to visit, informing Hanju, "There's a banquet at the Gluttonous Tower today to welcome the 9 Cauldrons sage. I wonder if Elder Han would honor us with his presence." Hanju didn't want to continue talking with Chan Yuer, so he planned to go with the sect leader. Hanju told Chan Yuer, "The master has moved over, so you don't need to go to the Jade Seclusion Peak anymore. It would be better if you also moved here to cultivate, which would be convenient for looking after the master." Chan Yuer joyfully agreed. She hadn't expected Hanju to be willing to let her move in, immediately feeling her status in Hanju's heart was different. But Chan Yuer chose a cave dwelling located between Sichuan Ferry and Xinghongxian, nearly equidistant from both. Under the twilight, on a mountain path, Su Qi, carrying a sword, moved forward with a weathered and dusty appearance, heading towards Great Swallow. For some reason, the journey back seemed more dangerous than the way there. Recently, he encountered many demon cultivators, each more ferocious and evil than the last. Su Qi couldn't help but glance at an old man walking on a mountaintop nearby. This person was Dooku, a tribulation-crossing realm great cultivator he had met in the ruins of the monster-taming demon sect. Dooku followed him along the way, helping Su Qi kill many demon cultivators. "The monster-taming demon sect was destroyed, and I always feel regretful. If I cannot understand the wishes, the knot in my heart may become a heart demon when I ascend in the future," Dooku said. Thus, he followed Su Qi, wanting to take Su Qi as his disciple, but Su Qi already had a master and could not simply accept another. Dooku, however, would not force a junior just because he was more powerful. "Stop!" Dooku suddenly shouted, startling Su Qi. Dooku flashed in front of Su Qi, his face dark as he said, "Luo Qiuma, you've been eyeing my disciple. What are your intentions?" Su Qi looked over and saw a dark shadow emerge in front of him, its face indiscernible like a ghost. "Your disciple? Isn't this the demon master's disciple?" Luo Qiuma said. Dooku was shocked. "No wonder this kid wouldn't take me as his master. He has such a significant background." Su Qi was stunned upon hearing this. "Huh? When did I become the disciple of the demon master?" Luo Qiuma coldly said. "Dooku, if you want to ascend properly, just let go. I'm taking this child with me." Su Qi asked him why he was looking for him, wondering if it was the demon master's will. Luo Qiuma smirked cunningly. "It is and it isn't, but I can assure you of granting you a great opportunity." At this moment, Dooku frowned, unsure of what to do. Luo Qiuma has been famous for many years, with a cultivation at least at the Mahayana realm. The concept of an opponent doesn't really apply to him. "Senior, you should go. Thank you for your care during this time," Su Qi said seriously to Dooku. He could see that Dooku was afraid of Luo Qiuma and didn't adopt a strong stance, so he didn't want to make things difficult for Dooku. After much hesitation, Dooku was reluctant to leave Su Qi. Su Qi thought for a moment and said, "If you really want to resolve your obsession with the monster-taming demon sect, then go to Great Swallow and serve the Jade Pure sect for a while. I am originally from the Jade Pure sect and joined the monster-taming demon sect later. The Jade Pure sect is essentially my hometown." Saying this, he handed handed the Jade Pure Sect token to Dooku. Dooku sighed. Having finally reached the verge of ascension, he naturally couldn't give up a great future for the sake of a junior. What kind of logic is that? What does resolving a heart knot have to do with serving someone else? What more do you want? Isn't the entire Jade Pure Sect enough for you to take disciples? Jade Pure Sect? Luo Chioma seemed to think of something. Wasn't the person who killed my master's demon pet from the Jade Pure Sect? Is this a coincidence or is it fate? Su Chi looked at Luo Chioma and said, "Take me with you." For some reason, Luo Chioma, meeting Su Chi's gaze, felt an inexplicable unease. Why do I feel like I'm about to have bad luck? While Han Ju was cultivating peacefully at the ascetic Immortal Mountain, others eager for adventures were still seeking opportunities outside. At this time, in a place overseas known as the Cape of Good Hope, Zhou Fan, Mafuchu, and Xian Shishir stumbled upon an ancient relic in a cave by the sea. Zhou Fan heard that this was the ancestral land of the three major sects nearby. After exploring, the trio didn't find any opportunities, only an old ship stranded in the cave. The ship was entirely black, like a black pearl emitting a faint glow in the dark cave. The decrepit ancient ship exuded a sinister aura, with skull symbols covering its body, emitting a faint purple glow. The damp and rotting air in the cave made it uncomfortable for the trio, and the visible bones everywhere emitted an evil aura, even making Xian Shishir, who was well experienced, feel uneasy. An ominous premonition kept zapping her skin like static electricity, and she continuously advised caution. At this time, Zhou Fan recognized the patterns on the ancient ship, reminiscent of the patterns Mafuchu displayed while channeling his energy. Mafuchu immediately activated his technique for comparison and found an astonishing similarity. Could there be a connection? Just then, the ancient ship suddenly activated some ancient prohibition. The pattern shone brightly, and a spell barrier shot up into the sky. Xian Shishir, sensing danger, yelled for them to retreat quickly. Unexpectedly, the prohibition condensed into several tentacles that instantly pierced into Mafuchu's arms. The pain made Mafuchu scream incessantly, unable to resist as more tentacles formed from the prohibition's spiritual power, wildly piercing towards Mafuchu. Zhou Fan tried to help, but was continuously attacked by the tentacles, which seemed to selectively target Zhou Fan and Xian Shishir, attacking them while chasing Mafuchu like snakes after prey, frantically biting and drilling into his body. Mafuchu's eyes were filled with blood, overwhelmed by the influx of spiritual power as if about to burst. Xian Shishir grabbed the two, intending to quickly escape this eerie place. She mobilized all her spiritual power to flee towards the cave entrance at top speed. However, the realm of the person who set the prohibition was certainly far beyond Xian Shishir. No matter how fast she tried to escape, the tentacles could always catch up, relentlessly piercing into Mafuchu's body. The intense pain nearly made Mafuchu faint. Zhou Fan wanted to help but couldn't intervene, and Xian Shishir could only focus on fleeing with the two. Unable to turn back to save Mafuchu, countless tentacles followed them, the immense force continuously pulling at Mafuchu's flesh. Eventually, Mafuchu's clothes couldn't withstand the tremendous force and were torn apart. Just as the three were about to reach the cave entrance, the tentacles dragged Mafuchu back, and in an instant, the cave entrance collapsed. Only Xian Shishir and Zhou Fan escaped, while Mafuchu was trapped inside. Seeing a brother with whom he had adventured for 100 years meet such a fate, Zhou Fan was nearly driven to madness. He was so close, yet he could only watch as Mafuchu was dragged back, helpless to intervene. The entrance had already collapsed, making it incredibly difficult to return. Zhou Fan screamed to go back and save Mafuchu, but Xian Shishir held him tightly, because she sensed a group of people coming their way. Their safety was now their primary concern. Zhou Fan also sensed the powerful auras, with 3 Union Realm strong ones rushing towards them. Not far in front of them, several ancient ships were breaking through the waves, surrounded by countless ugly demons and monsters. The leading ship, shouting in an incomprehensible language, seemed to be directing the other ships and monsters towards them. Zhou Fan asked Xian Shishir if she could understand the strange speech, to which Xian Shishir replied, "I don't know, but it's definitely nothing good. That leader might well be the legendary Octopus Jones." At that moment, countless monsters swiftly attacked the two of them. The monstrous tide filled with Union Realm, several nascent Soul Realm, more than 20 Golden Core Realm, and numerous Foundation Establishment Realm auras. Fortunately, there were no Fusion Void Realm powerhouses among them. Xian Shishir, sword in hand, charged into the monstrous tide. She planned to deal with the 3 strongest ones herself, leaving the rest for Zhou Fan to handle as best as he could. As Xian Shishir moved among the monsters, a blood mist rose, staining the sea red. Even facing several masters, she showed no sign of fear. On the other side, Zhou Fan was cutting down lower realm monsters like slicing through vegetables, killing them with his punches and causing blood and bones to fly everywhere. But even a tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves, and gradually he too began to falter. Unfortunately, there was no communication between the two sides, making the battle a matter of life and death. As he was gradually surrounded by numerous monster masters, Zhou Fan activated his tyrannical body form. A terrifying pressure emanated from him, and his demonic transformation instilled fear in the fearsome monsters. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual power explosion occurred, and before the monsters could see Zhou Fan clearly, they were annihilated by his soul-shattering demonic fist. It was too late for the monsters to retreat. Zhou Fan smashed the attacking monsters with one punch, then used his explosive demonic chant palm, a powerful spiritual power shockwave, instantly destroying an enemy ship and all the demons and ghosts on it. The huge impact shocked the other enemy ships on the sea. The monsters might have been discussing how to escape, but in the next moment they were wiped out by the frenzied Zhou Fan. Driven by rage over his brother's death, Zhou Fan brutally destroyed ship after ship. However, at that moment, a powerful oppressive force arrived, specifically the collective pressure of 5 spirit transformation strong ones. 5 spirit transformations against one nascent soul. You really think highly of me. Zhou Fan roared like a madman at that moment. The 5 spirit transformation strong ones acted together, each throwing out a strand of true energy that instantly bound Zhou Fan's limbs. As the spirit transformation realm powerhouses pulled, the true energy ropes tightened, and one of the demons forcefully tore off one of Zhou Fan's arms. Just like that, the strong ones brutally dismembered Zhou Fan's physical body, as if tearing him apart like quartering. In his final moments, Zhou Fan was filled with unwillingness, as his story was not yet complete. On the other side, Hanju fully mastered the 8th level of the 6 realms of reincarnation technique. Hanju mastered a new divine ability named Gate of Reincarnation. As the name suggests, this gate allows one to step into the 6 realms of reincarnation. He can directly throw souls into the 6 realms of reincarnation or step into the netherworld through the Gate of Reincarnation. The disciples were speechless. Go to the netherworld? Isn't that the same as being dead? While the disciples were pondering how to use the Gate of Reincarnation to die, Hanju received system notifications. Your friend Mafuchu wandered into an ancient forbidden land and was entangled by ominous forces. Your friend Zhou Fan was hunted by 3 sects, burned his essence blood, and developed an evil heart. Your friend Suchi spread bad luck, and combined with your curse, Luo Chioma's lifespan was reduced by 1,000 years, a effect that will continue. Your enemy, Extinction Taoist, due to your curse, has diminished luck and an increased chance of encountering inner demons. What does ominous forces refer to? Did Zhou Fan, a main character like him, really die? Wait, Suchi spreading bad luck to Luo Chioma. Is that a coincidence? Could those two have encountered each other? Hanju fell into deep thought. Is it possible that because of the Book of Misfortune's curse, Luo Chioma encountered Suchi? The law of cause and effect is the most mysterious and profound rule between heaven and earth. Hanju couldn't figure it out and decided not to overthink it. It's best if Luo Chioma just dies of bad luck to completely eliminate the possibility of him seeking revenge on me. Hanju closed the system interface to find his disciples still discussing his Gate of Reincarnation. Yang Tiandong slapped his chest and declared, Yang Tiandong, used to not believe in the netherworld, but since Master has actually comprehended a divine ability to traverse the netherworld, Master, you are too cool. I want to be the first to go in. Morongqi secretly said to Sun Chang'an, does he really want to die that badly? Hanju ignored Yang Tiandong and quickly retracted the Gate of Reincarnation. Chick curiously asked Hanju, Master, you didn't call us over just to show off a Doraemon-style magic door, did you? Hanju nodded and instructed them to find a place to sit. Today, I will teach you about the Tao. If you have any doubts about your cultivation, feel free to ask. Preaching the Tao? Everyone was stunned upon hearing the idea of preaching the Tao. In their memory, Hanju had never done such a thing. Could the master have taken the wrong medicine? Perhaps the sun and great swallow rose from the west. No, it must be that the tribulation crossing has scrambled the master's brains. Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Hanju explained, after reaching the tribulation crossing realm, my cultivation growth rate has slowed, so I can spare some time to teach my disciples. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed and thanked Hanju profusely. A proper class setup was necessary, so with a flick of his sword, Hanju prepared a cushion for each person. Chick, conditioned to get sleepy, started to doze off. That fat chicken, keep your eyes open and listen carefully. What I'm about to say will be useful to you in the future. The lecture began, and Hanju shared his way of the sword with the disciples. Although pure sword cultivators were rare, most cultivators practiced swordsmanship, as the sword is considered the king of weapons, fitting the temperament of cultivators. What is a sword? What is the way of the sword? The tangible is called a tool, and the intangible is called the Tao. The tangible is the sword, and the intangible is the Tao. Hanju's teaching filled the entire Jade Pure Holy sect, resonating with all the swords in the sect. Nine Cauldrons sage also noticed this unusual phenomenon and immediately realized that a great being was preaching the Tao. Not wanting to miss this opportunity, he quickly ordered, spread the word immediately, instruct all disciples to begin cultivating on the spot. Instantly, everyone in the sect, from the sect leader and elders down to the smallest creatures, regardless of whether they were in the middle of using the restroom or were halfway through dual cultivation, entered a state of cultivation. After 7 days, countless lights soared into the sky, and more than half of the cultivators in the Jade Pure Holy sect had made breakthroughs. At this time, within ascetic Immortal Mountain, Hanju was passing on the ultimate techniques of the way of the sword to his disciples. Thrusting, swift as he shooting down the 9 suns, emphasizes quick and precise strikes, ripping, lifting, slashing, and wiping. Agile as a group of emperors, majestic dragons flying, focuses on unpredictable changes during a fight. Intercepting, fierce as thunder, quelling its fury, emphasizes seizing the moment for a quick and decisive kill to end the battle. Finally, withdrawing the sword, tranquil as the river and sea turning to clear light. One must be resolute in action and calm in retraction. After the lecture, Hanju retracted the Dao charm, and all disciples gained insights. Yang Tiandong clenched his fists, resolved, I will never again harbor thoughts of leaving. I must diligently follow Master and cultivate. Listening to Master's preaching is better than adventuring outside for 100 years. Hanju gave a few instructions and let the disciples continue their cultivation. In peaceful times, thanks to the spiritual energy of ascetic Immortal Mountain, everyone could focus on cultivation without the strife and deception of the outside world. This was the cultivation life Hanju longed for. Suddenly, Hanju received a system notification that distressed him greatly. A terrifying pressure erupted from him, swiftly sweeping through the entire Jade Pure Holy sect and making it difficult for anyone to breathe. Even Nine Cauldrons Sage was shocked. However, after a moment, the terrifying pressure disappeared as quickly as it had appeared, leaving everyone puzzled. The always amiable and uncontentious God-slaying elder. Why would he release such terrifying pressure? Nine Cauldrons Sage wiped off his cold sweat, thankful that the pressure dissipated quickly. That pressure contained destructive fluctuations. Ordinary matters could not possibly agitate God-slaying elder. It must be that someone he cared about was in trouble. At that time, on a massive altar in a mountainous area, chaotic heavenly dog was bound by spike-filled vines, its silver-white fur stained with swathes of red. Demon cultivators encircled the altar in layers, and a priest-like demon cultivator, waving a magical tool, chanted, "The auspicious time is upon us. With the blood of a deity, we summon the heart of a demon. Are you all prepared to welcome the arrival of the demon emperor? All hail the arrival of the demon emperor." All the demon cultivators shouted in unison, each face filled with fanaticism. What to do? Am I going to die here? Chaotic heavenly dog was so weak it started trembling, praying for someone to save it. Regret flooded its heart. If it were given another chance, it would never leave ascetic Immortal Mountain. It would definitely listen to the chicken. Unfortunately, there were no second chances, and it only understood this as the demon cultivator's sword fell upon it. As the ceremony progressed, the demon cultivators chanted spells together, hoping for the resurrection of the demon emperor. Soon, a strange green flame ignited on the body of chaotic heavenly dog, and a tall, black figure slowly emerged. Tears filled the eyes of the demon cultivators. It's him, our hero. The flesh of the demon emperor gradually reformed into a human shape, as if he walked out of the annals of time, wearing a purple Taoist robe and a tall hat, resembling a grim reaper from the netherworld. The demon emperor glanced at chaotic heavenly dog, such a rare divine beast, and with extraordinary fate. It's a pity to die like this. With that, the demon emperor exhaled a mass of demonic energy towards chaotic heavenly dog. Its body trembled for a moment. Come back to life. You still have use. Meanwhile, Hanju received another notification. Your divine pet, chaotic heavenly dog, has been sacrificed and become the mount of demon emperor Jinaya. Hanju instantly flew into a rage. How dare they sacrifice my dog and ride it beneath their buttocks? Who does this demon emperor Jinaya think he is? Hanju released a terrifying pressure. At that moment he seemed to be the demon emperor himself. If you ascended to the higher realms, perhaps I wouldn't be able to find you, but as long as you are in the mortal realm, I will not let you off. In the mortal realm, even if you reach the skies, you are just at the Mahayana realm. I don't believe you can withstand my curse. Saying so, Hanju returned to his cave and pulled out the Book of Misfortune, directly writing Jinaya's name in it. Thank you for offending me. It's just right to test my limits with you. Thus, Hanju cursed him non-stop for 3 months, but since Jinaya had neither affection nor hatred towards Hanju, even after 3 months, Hanju saw no changes in him. Hence, Hanju got up and went to find Li Qingzi, thinking of gathering some information about Demon Emperor Jinaya. Hanju's visit surprised Li Qingzi. Elder Han always keeps to himself. It's rare to see him like this. Li Qingzi noticed Hanju's complexion. Elder Han, you've been overdoing it lately. 3 months of continuous cursing had taken a toll on Hanju's body, leaving him looking as if he had been fighting Xing Hongxian for 3 months. Li sect leader, have you heard of someone named Jinaya? Li sect leader felt the name was familiar, and then he remembered. Anyone who is a demon cultivator must know of Jinaya, the legend who once unified all demon cultivators under his rule. Hanju was puzzled. Why do you say legend? Li Qingzi explained that Jinaya had died long ago, but his legend still circulated among demon cultivators. It said that he was once the emperor of the most powerful dynasty in history. After ascending the throne, he governed diligently, ensuring peace and prosperity, and his nation was very strong. If he hadn't turned to evil paths later, that dynasty might have continued to this day. Legend has it that in search of eternal life, he was misled by treacherous court officials into the demon path, eventually losing his mind to demonic cultivation and turning into a madman, disappearing without a trace. His dynasty was ultimately destroyed by enemy states, but in his madness, he lived for 1,000 years with his demonic powers until he regained his sanity upon achieving great demonic cultivation. By then, dynasties had changed, and as no longer existed. Angered, he began a massacre in the mortal world, even slaughtering the entire royal family of a dynasty right in front of the reigning emperor. At that time, no one in the dynasty could stand against him, not even daring to utter his name. While there were Mahayana realm experts, most chose to ascend to avoid him. Those who dared to confront him were all killed by him. The unrivaled Jinaya continued to recruit demon cultivators, waging wars, and eventually establishing a demonic dynasty to rule the world. At that time, most of the mortal world became a paradise for demon cultivators, a place more terrifying than hell. What happened after that? Hanju continued to inquire. Afterward, he died, perishing in the heavenly tribulation of ascension. If he hadn't died, perhaps this world would have belonged to the demon cultivators by now. Hanju thought seriously. The system's notifications were never wrong, so it seemed that Jinaya had indeed been resurrected with the bloodline of Doggy. After understanding the situation, Hanju stood up to leave. Li Qingzi stopped him and asked, "Elder Han, why are you inquiring about this person? Could it be that the demon cultivators are making a move again?" Hanju didn't want to say too much, so he told him he was just asking casually and not to worry. Seeing Hanju's hesitant appearance, Li Qingzi knew something was wrong. The peaceful days of the Jade Pure sect were coming to an end. Cursing for 3 months with no effect. It seems I need to find a way to make Jinaya aware of me, but also ensure he can't find me, Hanju thought as he walked back to his cave. Passing by Shishuan Fairy's cave, Hanju rarely saw his master. Shishuan Fairy was still as ethereal and detached as ever, unchanged for 100 years. Hanju excitedly greeted her. "Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, master. It's been a long time." To his surprise, Shishuan Fairy touched Hanju's forehead with a snap. "Hanju, with your cultivation level, from tribulation crossing to energy cultivation, it's almost impossible for you to have left this sect or to be injured. Aside from a cultivation mishap, I can't think of any other possibility." Damn, the side effects of using the Book of Misfortune are too obvious and have been noticed. Although the internal injuries have healed, there's been a constant lack of vitality. Is it a feeling of being overdrawn? Ah, indeed, I knew it. There comes a day for every man. I've said before, cultivation must be balanced with rest. Preaching the Tao is very draining, and you went on for 7 days. Then, without resting, you continued cultivating. No matter how high your cultivation is, you can't endure that. What? So that's what you meant, master. Shishuan Fairy expressed regret. During those days you were preaching, I was traveling outside. It's such a pity I missed it, having preached for 7 days. Saying so, Shishuan Fairy began rummaging through her storage bag and pulled out a can of tea leaves. This duck shit aroma tea was found in an ancient relic. It can warm the body and boost energy, strengthen the foundation, and is perfect for you. Take it back and drink it. Opening the can, Hanju found the tea emitting a spiritual mist, clearly not ordinary. It seems master has had quite the fruitful travels recently. Shishuan Fairy smiled slightly. It's all thanks to you holding down the fort, allowing us elders not only to improve our fortunes, but also to practice outside with peace of mind. Before you came to the Jade Pure sect, it was common for the elders to return empty-handed. Hanju felt somewhat embarrassed being praised by his master, but then he noticed his damn disciples were already enjoying his melon. Hurry back to practice your swordplay. Place the tea in the cave to be worshipped. After hundreds of years, you dare to eat your master's melon. At that moment, Shishuan Fairy said lightly, I envy your disciples, having you as their greatest fortune. I've spent my life in seclusion and never heard a great one preach. I missed out on such a rare opportunity just because I was traveling. Is this my fate? Of course not, master. You haven't missed anything. My preaching isn't something that needs to be announced to the world. If master doesn't mind, we can have a one-on-one session. You can come to my cave, or I can go to master's cave. Shishuan Fairy smiled slightly. If it doesn't inconvenience fellow Taoist Han, that would be acceptable. Just as the atmosphere was becoming somewhat subtle, a large face inconveniently appeared in front of them. Elder Han, there's big trouble. Actually, I've noticed something was off for a while now. I didn't expect Elder Han to be monitoring the movements of demon cultivators at all times. Don't worry, you're not fighting alone. Whether it's against demon cultivators or the demon emperor, we of the righteous path will stand by you without hesitation. Hanju said, I was just asking casually. Li Qingzi responded, we are secretly carrying out a demon hunting operation. I didn't expect that Elder Han, without stepping outside, already knew about it. You are indeed profound and unfathomable. Li Qingzi explained, actually, we had already discovered signs of a resurgence of the demon cult years ago, but investigating demon cultivators has been fraught with difficulties. We still don't understand the intentions behind the demon cult's resurgence, but Elder Han, your inquiry about Jinaya's past has led us to discover their true intentions. It's not just about unifying the religious beliefs of demon cultivators. Their real intent is likely the resurrection of the demon emperor. We must eradicate them in their nascent stage, otherwise, the dark history of the demon emperor's reign will repeat itself. After all, there have always been few Mahayana realm experts throughout history, and even fewer who can contend with them. After Li Qingzi's explanation, Hanju had already guessed that the reason the demon demon cult used doggy as a sacrifice was mostly related to the resurrection of the demon emperor. At this moment, Hanju also received a system notification. Jinaya, hatred, 3 stars. Mahayana realm level 3. Immortal realm demon emperor, whose demon disciples sacrificed your divine pet chaotic heavenly dog to summon Jinaya back from the demonic abyss. While Li Qingzi was still praising Hanju for his astute calculations, Hanju urged him to recall all external informants immediately, as staying outside for one more day increased the danger. Saying this, Hanju headed straight for his cave. Now that he had a hatred rating, cursing Jinaya urgently was the most important task. Although Jinaya's cultivation was impaired due to his resurrection, he was not someone the current righteous path cultivators could handle. Only Xian Qingjun, his big wife, could completely overpower Jinaya, yet she was also mixed up with the demon path. The concern now was if Jinaya teamed up with them, the world would be thrown into chaos again. Li Qingzi watched Hanju leave, thinking, even if the sky falls, Elder Han will hold it up. I should stop worrying unnecessarily. Li Qingzi turned back to look at Shishuan Fairy's cave. Junior sister, may I come in to catch up? Shishuan Fairy coldly responded with one word, no. A dejected Li Qingzi left. Back in his cave, Hanju immediately opened the system to see why Jinaya suddenly harbored hatred towards him. Could it be that doggy betrayed him after becoming a mount? The system notification popped up. Jinaya extracted the soul of chaotic heavenly dog and became aware of your existence, harboring dread towards you. If given a chance, he will surely seek to kill you. Current hatred level is 3 stars. Hanju then immediately opened doggy's profile, finding that doggy's icon was not grayed out, indicating that doggy was still alive. Now, going out to find doggy might not yield any results, and even if we do find him, it's not certain we could bring him back safe and whole. The priority remains to improve my cultivation and reach the Mahayana realm as soon as possible. As he spoke, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune again, since it can take immediate effect. Jinaya, just wait for your demise. A year later, it was the day for the Jade Pure Holy sect to select elders again. Xiao Yao, as the assessing elder, was selecting disciples for the examination. Excuse me, are you from the Jade Pure sect? An elderly voice sounded behind Xiao Yao. I'm really sorry to disturb you. My young friend instructed me to greet you before entering the Jade Pure sect. Xiao Yao was surprised. The person's cultivation must be significant to approach so silently. At this moment, Xiao Yao also sensed the aura of a demon cultivator from the visitor. A demon cultivator, are you here to cast your lot with us? The elderly man immediately waved his hand. I've long since abandoned the dark path. My own sect was destroyed, so under the instruction of a young friend, I've decided to seek refuge in the Jade Pure sect to contribute my humble efforts and settle my last ties, with no ill intentions whatsoever. Hearing that a demon cultivator had come to offer his services, the candidate disciples immediately expressed their discontent. Why should a demon cultivator be allowed to compete with us? However, Xiao Yao said, the Jade Pure Holy sect embraces all under heaven. If a demon cultivator repents and turns to righteousness, we welcome them. Those with notable strength can even be accepted as honored guests and receive offerings. However, to be selected, one must start from the Spirit Transformation Realm level 3. Would the elder care to demonstrate your ability? The elderly man with a hoarse voice said, becoming a guest elder is not bad. A duel might not be very friendly, so I'll just show a little of my ability. My apologies for any offense. With that, the elderly man instantly released his pressure, and all the candidate disciples were blown away and knocked unconscious in an instant. Even the beasts used for assessment died in droves. In a blink of an eye, the elderly man retracted his pressure as if nothing had happened. The elderly man trembled. Was that sufficient? If there are no objections, I'd be grateful if you could notify the Jade Pure sect. I'd like to process my joining formalities today. Even the blind Xiao Yao was shocked into opening his eyes. Tribulation crossing realm. In the blink of an eye, several more years passed, and Hanju once again celebrated his centennial birthday. The system always had a big gift for him on such occasions. Detected you have reached 500 years of age. Taking another step in life, you have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion, flatten the demon path, become renowned throughout the world, and receive a Tai spiritual treasure. 2. Continue cultivating, stay away from worldly affairs, do not actively provoke trouble, and receive a Tai spiritual treasure. Since the rewards are the same, I'll follow my heart. Hanju silently chooses the second option. You have chosen to continue cultivating, staying away from worldly affairs, and receive a Tai spiritual treasure, 9-fold sky-stepping boots. A Tai grade 6 rank spiritual treasure, containing the true essence of wind, capable of ascending to the heavens in one step, reaching the 9th layer of the sky. Not bad. A spiritual treasure that can enhance my ability to flee. The system really knows me well. He decides to give his currently worn 9-star spirit stepping boots to Xing Hongxian. Eager to test the effects, Hanju immediately jumps out of his cave and starts to fly using the power of the 9-fold sky-stepping boots. With his left foot stepping on the right and his right foot stepping on the left, the earth below becomes tiny in just one step. He propels himself upward several times, spiraling into the sky. Looking down, he sees that the mortal realm of this world is not not round like Earth, but an incredibly vast continent surrounded by countless stars twinkling faintly. Hanju takes another step, intending to delve deeper into the universe, but he unexpectedly hits an invisible barrier head-on, quite hard. Looking up, all he sees is emptiness, nothing visible. Hanju touches the barrier. Is ascending through this barrier? Is the immortal realm beyond it? Hanju throws a powerful punch, but the invisible barrier remains unreactive. He then takes out his primordial judgment sword, planning to try with a powerful move. At this moment, a voice from behind stops him. Don't bother. The immortal realm is not beyond this barrier. Even a Mahayana realm expert cannot break through this barrier. But reaching here means you must at least be at the Tribulation Crossing realm. Those at the Union realm cannot get up here. Hanju turns around warily. The system notification identifies the speaker as Dooku, formerly a disciple of the monster taming demon sect, currently a wandering rogue cultivator at the 3rd level of the Tribulation Crossing realm. Tribulation Crossing level 3? I truly didn't expect there to still be remnants of the monster taming demon sect, Hanju sneered. Without waiting for a response, Hanju directly used the 3 pure worlds extermination. Following the system's notification sound, the battle ended in 1 second. Hanju could easily eliminate Dooku. After reaching the Tribulation Crossing realm, Hanju could simulate battles in his mind, and to prevent being attacked in a moment of distraction, he adjusted the trial time to 1 second. If he couldn't beat his opponent in that time, he could simply flee. Since he could defeat him, Hanju decided to have a further chat with Dooku. Since the immortal realm is not beyond this barrier, then where is it? Could fellow Taoist enlighten me? Dooku began to explain about the immortal realm, starting with the barrier and the stars. The stars beyond are merely illusions created by the magical treasures of immortals, and the mortal world here has been trapped by the heavenly laws since its inception. Under these laws, everyone is a prisoner, but with the permission of these laws, one can ascend. The minimum requirement for ascension set by the heavenly laws is reaching the Tribulation Crossing realm. After facing the Ascension Thunder Tribulation, one can leap out of this world. Hanju then asked, why haven't you ascended, fellow Taoist? Dooku said he had a pact with a young friend from the Jade Pure sect to guard this place for 100 years to settle their karma before ascending. The young friend he made a pact with is named Suchi. Does he have any living relatives? Mentioning relatives made Hanju's heart go cold. Why do you seek his relatives? To Hanju's surprise, Dooku bent down in sorrow. It's my incompetence. The young friend was captured by Luo Chioma, and I fear his chances are slim now. If he has any living relatives, I thought to support them, as a way to honor my friend. After hearing this, Hanju no longer hid the truth. I must tell you, Suchi is a disciple of mine. Hanju. Dooku was shocked. Could you be the god-slaying elder that the young friend spoke of? No wonder your cultivation is so high. Since we are all part of the same sect, the Jade Pure Holy Sect will not treat you poorly. Saying so, Hanju reached into his robe and took out a god-slaying token. Since you've come from afar, why not become a guest elder in our sect? You won't need to go out, just focus on your cultivation. With this token, no one in the sect will dare to trouble you. Dooku expressed his gratitude. That would be wonderful. I've also passed the elder assessment previously. After that, the two planned to return to the sect together. Hanju reassured Dooku with a pat on the back. Don't worry, elder. With Suchi following Luo Chioma, it's hard to say who will be the unlucky one first. On the way back, Dooku warned Hanju, the 5 great powers of the demon path have already awakened, and chaos will soon engulf the world. The Jade Pure Holy Sect should prepare early. If fellow Taoist Han has thoughts of ascending, I can offer my help to leap out of this world together. Hanju thanked Dooku for his kind offer. The conflicts in the immortal realm are probably more severe than in the mortal realm. I, Hanju, would definitely not rashly ascend without the ability to protect myself. Dooku shook his head with a smile. It seems fellow Taoist Han has a long life ahead, and cultivation really does depend on one's natural talent. Speaking of which, who exactly are the 5 great powers of the demon path you mentioned? Dooku listed them: Luo Chioma, the white-haired witch, greedy demon Arhat, blood demon ancestor, and the demon lord. And what are their cultivation levels? Mahayana realm or half-step Mahayana? Do we in the righteous path not have powers that can contend with them? There are indeed such powers, but most are close to ascending and unwilling to emerge and make enemies. As they spoke, the two had already returned to the sect. Hanju looked up seriously and said, since fellow Taoist has shared so much with me, I will also tell you something that currently only the sect leader knows. Dooku looked puzzled. Please feel free to speak, fellow Taoist Han. The demon emperor has been resurrected. Elder, do you think it could be related to these 5 great powers of the demon path? Upon hearing this, Dooku's face changed dramatically. The demon emperor is resurrected? This is bad. At the same time, the sect leader also learned that a Tribulation Crossing realm guest elder had come to the sect. He immediately ordered preparations for a luxurious cave dwelling to welcome him. Above the sea of clouds, a dark cloud raced through the sky, upon which 2 figures were seated in meditation, one of whom was Suchi. Senior, where are we heading exactly? Suchi inquired. Ever since following Luo Chioma, they had been wandering, frequently encountering natural disasters and accidentally entering ancient forbidden lands, which was incredibly harrowing. Is this great opportunity you mentioned really true or not? Suchi Qi asked impatiently. Luo Qiuma coldly replied, all you do is ask. Don't you ever get tired? Without these mishaps, we would have already arrived. You're just a jinx. However, Su Qi disagreed with this accusation. You call me a jinx, but why is it always you who ends up unlucky? While your high cultivation level may not mind, my frail body can't take much more. Indeed, along the way, under the dual curse of Su Qi's bad luck and Hanju's curse, Luo Qiuma had been incredibly unfortunate. Periodically, they would be struck by heavenly punishments, encounter a group of creepers in the wild, get attacked by sharks during tornadoes in the sky, and upon entering a legendary ancient secret realm, not only did they gain nothing, but calling out the names of ancient powers almost obliterated them. Although Su Qi also suffered, his injuries were only skin deep. Luo Qiuma attributed all their misfortunes to Su Qi being a bad omen, while Su Qi didn't see it that way, considering he had always managed to turn misfortune into fortune before. Despite the setbacks, they were finally nearing their destination. Luo Qiuma pointed to a region ahead where dark clouds and thunderstorms were dense. We're almost there. The person I'm taking you to see is the Demon Emperor. Hearing the name for the first time, Su Qi asked about the relationship between the Demon Emperor and the Demon Master. Were they brothers? Luo Qiuma explained they were merely from the same demon path, with no substantial relationship. Then who is stronger? Luo Qiuma wasn't sure, only that the Demon Emperor had debuted earlier and achieved higher status among the demons. Luo Qiuma warned Su Qi to speak less upon arrival and to act according to his mood. Soon, they encountered a giant sandworm. Luo Qiuma sighed, resigned, used to it. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated royal palace, chaotic heavenly dog lay beside a dragon throne, its neck bound by a black collar, making it look more like a guard dog. Doggy numbly stared ahead as if it had lost its soul. We're finally back. Do you know how prosperous my dynasty was back then? Jinaiha murmured to himself. Chaotic heavenly dog didn't respond, having grown accustomed to Jinaiha's soliloquies. In its eyes, Jinaiha was definitely mad. Jinaiha became more excited as he spoke, moved to recite a poem in this moment. I stirred the foundations of 100 generations, wielded the long whip to govern the realm, swallowed all directions to obliterate immortal gates, tread upon the supreme to command the universe, wielded the hammer and whip to lash the world. My might shook the four seas. Before he could finish, the sound of footsteps approached. Excellent. The achievements of the Demon Emperor shall be extolled for thousands of generations. Two figures entered the hall. The Demon Emperor coldly inquired, who goes there? Doggy also spat. Who's that? Flattering a madman from so far away. I am Luo Qiuma. Hearing of your majesty's awakening, I've come to offer my service, Luo Qiuma said with a bow and a smile. Jinaiha scrutinized him without expression. Was it you who arranged for someone to summon me? Speak. What reward do you seek? If your majesty could once again rule the world, that would be my greatest wish, Luo Qiuma replied with a smile. What do you mean by that? If I ascend in the future, I will surely join the Demon Palace in the higher realms. Unifying the world under the Demon Path and controlling the moral realm is the mission entrusted to us by the Demon Palace in our dreams. Jinaiha's eyes lit up. The higher realms Demon Palace. If I ascend, would the Demon Palace deign to guide me? If your majesty can reclaim the supreme throne, the Demon Palace will surely assist you during the Ascension Tribulation. Jinaiha was delighted by this news and quickly invited Luo Qiuma to take a seat. Then, Jinaiha frowned slightly at Su Qi, asking, and who might this be? Chaotic heavenly dog also noticed Su Qi and was shocked speechless. Isn't this the disciple of my master? Luo Qiuma introduced him as the closed-door disciple of the Demon Master, explaining that the Demon Master was busy cultivating and had sent him to serve. Jinaiha was displeased, sending just a disciple to serve me. Is this how the Demon Master treats me? Luo Qiuma explained that the Demon Master has always been a loner, reclusive and bloodthirsty. His absence might be for the best. Sending a disciple signifies his stance and could help us unify the demon path more swiftly. Su Qi couldn't recognize Doggy, thinking this dog didn't look much like a dog at all. It was only then Doggy remembered the last time they parted. It was still a puppy. Luo Qiuma gave Su Qi a meaningful look. This is the great opportunity one mentioned. Aren't you going to pay your respects? Left with no choice, Su Qi reluctantly paid his respects to the Demon Emperor. However, Su Qi's salute made Jinaiha feel a chill down his spine. He pointed to Chaotic Heavenly Dog beside him and told Su Qi, from now on, you will be responsible for taking care of my dog. Becoming a servant tasked with dog care, Su Qi was naturally displeased but dared not express his anger. Chaotic Heavenly Dog, on the other hand, was secretly pleased. Could it be that Su Qi was sent by the master to rescue him? This was good. At least someone familiar was by his side. Now, more than ever, it needed to find an opportunity to reveal its identity to him. I need you to do something for me, Jinaiha said indifferently to Luo Qiuma. What is it? Go to the Great Swallow, find a sect named Jade Pure Sect, and kill a cultivator named Hanju. Upon hearing this, both Chaotic Heavenly Dog and Su Qi were shocked. Luo Qiuma was stunned, again with the Jade Pure Sect. Why does the Demon Emperor also want to target the Jade Pure Sect? Luo Qiuma laughed helplessly. You really don't beat around the bush, do you? We've only just met, and you're already sending me on errands. Jinaiha stressed the importance of the matter, urging his trusted official to set off without delay. "I'll go when I have time," Luo Qiuhua verbally agreed, but he didn't take it to heart. The Great Swallow was too far, and he couldn't be bothered to go. Moreover, the Demon Lord had already taken on this task. There was no need for him to go as well. Luo Qiuhua felt uncomfortable with Jinaya's orders, giving me tasks right after we meet. I said I was willing to serve you, but that was just a polite remark. You're just a tool, and you dare to act so high and mighty with me? But what did this cultivator named Hanju do to Jinaya to make him want him dead? Jinaya has only just returned. Luo Qiuhua became curious about Hanju. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hanju was sipping milk tea while watching his disciples spar. After breaking through to the nascent soul realm, Murong Qi has always wanted to test his skills against the dark prison chicken. Yang Tiandong also got up to join him. Relying on his higher cultivation level, the dark prison chicken often bullied Yang Tiandong and the others, but since Chicken Lord was of a higher generation, none of them dared to complain. Just then, Hanju received a system notification. Luo Qiuhua, 4th level of the Mahayana realm, one of the 5 venerables of the demon path, displeased that Jinaya didn't give him face. He became interested in you, whom Jinaya wants to kill. Current favorability is 1 star. Hanju was puzzled. What is this? Cursing you every day and now developing feelings? Hanju found it amusing. Were the 5 venerables of the demon path and Jinaya going to have an internal conflict? He immediately took out the Book of Misfortune, wanting to continue messing with Luo Qiuhua's mentality. Perhaps the irritable Luo Qiuhua would end up tearing his face off with the Demon Emperor. During this period, Sun Chanen discovered that Fang Liang's cultivation was stuck at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, seemingly reaching his limit and unable to advance further. In fact, Fang Liang's speed of advancement was already considered very fast compared to the outside world, but this is the ascetic immortal mountain where the spiritual energy is incredibly dense, making his progress seem slow. Sun Chanen wanted Hanju to help find the reason. Fang Liang, unable to improve his cultivation, has been dispirited lately. Hanju naturally knew the reason, but he wanted Fang Liang to think he was just an ordinary person, so he said, "There's no issue, it's just that the aptitude is too poor. You just need to diligently practice ascetic cultivation." Sun Chanen was somewhat doubtful. Is it really just a matter of persisting with ascetic cultivation? Hanju replied, "Ascetic immortal mountain does not keep the idle. I see potential in him." Hearing these words, Fang Liang felt somewhat ashamed. Indeed, compared to his uncles, he was now completely useless. The uncles have already reached the nascent soul realm, and even the master's demon pet has a higher cultivation level. I really envy them for learning so much from the master. Meanwhile, outside the grand hall of the Jade Pure Sect, 9 Cauldron Sage was also watching the sky where a battle of magic was unfolding. Such scenes no longer caused much impact nowadays, as the number of nascent soul realm cultivators in the Jade Pure Sect was increasing, and the nascent soul realm was no longer the top level within the Jade Pure Sect. It was precisely because of this. Since the sect leader Li Qingzi had a lower cultivation level, many of the elders with higher cultivation levels became arrogant, increasingly neglecting their duties within the sect. This made 9 Cauldron Sage feel uneasy. He scolded the elders to return to their duties and not to waste cultivation resources by being idle all day. Clearly, he was more suitable to be the sect leader than Li Qingzi, especially since 9 Cauldron Sage was at the 9th level of the Fusion Void realm, very close to the Union realm, with very few in the Jade Pure Sect stronger than him. The elders dared not show any disrespect towards him. 9 Cauldron Sage, looking at the battle in the sky, couldn't help but exclaim, "Even the demon pet of the god-slaying elder has cultivation that could match mine. I must hurry with my advancement, especially since the demonic sects have already started to stir." At this time, outside an ancient secret realm overseas, a fierce battle had just ended. Xianshishir and Zhou Fan had finally killed all the enemies. Over the years, Zhou Fan, in order to rescue Mafuchu trapped in the secret realm, had always refused to leave with Xianshishir. He firmly believed his good brother was not dead. After clearing the enemies, he would continue to dig through the ruins. Xianshishir advised him, "This relic is sealed from the inside, and those below the Tribulation Crossing realm cannot open it from the outside." But Zhou Fan wouldn't listen, persisting in his efforts day after day for years. Zhou Fan said, "Even if it's just a corpse, I want to bring Mafuchu back." Xianshishir gave him a final deadline. They couldn't continue fighting with those 3 sects any longer. Perhaps it was Zhou Fan's sincerity, but not long after, he actually found the entrance mechanism. As the mechanism was activated, Zhou Fan was blasted away by a powerful force. Xianshishir hadn't expected that Zhou Fan, with his level of cultivation, could open the mechanism. A huge surge of energy shot into the sky, but it wasn't the ominous force from before. As the energy dissipated, the entrance to the relic reappeared in front of them. Zhou Fan rushed in impatiently, but was held back by Xianshishir. She vaguely felt that there was something very strange about the relic. The relic was on the verge of collapse, and they proceeded very carefully. Deep inside the relic, they finally felt the presence of a living person. It was indeed Mafuchu. He was still alive. Zhou Fan eagerly jumped to Mafuchu's side, calling out to his good brother. But when Mafuchu slowly lifted his head. His eyes revealed a terrifying murderous intent. Without saying a word, Mafuchu slowly stood up, while Xianshishir didn't notice any trace of the demonic aura from before. Zhou Fan happily talked about the battles of the past few years, also failing to notice anything odd about Mafuchu. At that moment, with a sudden thrust, Mafuchu's hand pierced into Zhou Fan's chest. It was too late for Xianshishir to stop it. Mafuchu's other hand grabbed Zhou Fan's shoulder, forcefully tore out Zhou Fan's heart. Mafuchu coldly stared at Zhou Fan's beating heart, as if the person in front of him was not a brother, but an enemy. Zhou Fan was dead, and Xianshishir, in a rage, attacked Mafuchu. This story pauses here, while on another side, Hanju also began a magical duel. His opponent was his own first wife, the Demon Lord. Hanju, using all his skills, still found it difficult to defend, as Xian Qingjun was overwhelmingly strong. Despite repeatedly losing, he continued to fight, barely managing to last 2.5 minutes. To lower the difficulty, Hanju set Xian Qingjun's combat level to the 3rd level of the Mahayana realm, yet still had no chance of winning. It seems that encountering the Demon Emperor now would likely result in death. Hanju, having reached the 3rd level of the Tribulation Crossing realm, found his cultivation progressed significantly slower, which greatly troubled him. Just then, Hanju received a system notification. What? Zhou Fan died again? The world is full of demon cultivators. Chaos is truly about to ensue. In order to improve his cultivation as quickly as possible, Hanju went into seclusion for 3 years. The first thing he did upon leaving seclusion was to visit his master and senior sister, planning to upgrade their heavenly puppets. Just then, Sun Chanen came to Hanju in a fluster. Master, you've finally come out of seclusion. Sun Chanen was usually calm, so Hanju asked him what was wrong. Sun Chanen said it was about Fang Liang. During the 3 years of your seclusion, Fang Liang's cultivation has been stuck at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Even using elixirs has not led to any progress. Master, you said 3 years ago that all he needed to do was diligently practice ascetic cultivation, but now it seems his talent has really hit its limit. Hanju then remembered that the reason Fang Liang couldn't advance might be related to his background. The so-called luck of heaven and earth manifesting once breaking through to the Golden Core realm is indeed not so simple after all. At that moment, Hanju called Fang Liang into the innate cave abode. Fang Liang was very nervous. Could it be that the Grandmaster is going to expel me from the sect? Sun Chanen comforted him. With your master personally intervening, there shouldn't be a big problem. Hanju arranged for Sun Chanen to go to Chan Yuer and Sichuan Fairy's cave abodes to bring them over, and also to bring the heavenly puppet. Watching Fang Liang follow Hanju into the innate cave abode, Chick said with a sad face, "You guys have good talents. Poor little Liang's cultivation has come to an end. The master usually doesn't interfere too much with others' paths of cultivation. Actually, instead of continuing to practice ascetic cultivation on the mountain, it might be better for him to go down the mountain and live as a wealthy man for 100 or so years." Hearing Chick say this, Sun Chanen was naturally unhappy. After all, Fang Liang was his disciple, but all Sun Chanen could do was silently pray for him in his heart. "I hope your Grandmaster can help you get through this, especially since your fishing skills are the best in our circle." Inside the innate cave abode at this time, Hanju began to probe into Fang Liang's body with 6 paths of spiritual power. Hanju found that Fang Liang had already met all the conditions to break through to the Golden Core stage, but there was a clump of energy blocking his energy center, preventing him from forming the Golden Core. This energy seemed like some kind of seal or restriction, strong enough to block the Union realm. If Hanju hadn't advanced to the Tribulation Crossing realm, he probably wouldn't have discovered it, which explains why Sun Chanen didn't know the reason. Hanju asked Fang Liang, "You have been my disciple for some time now. Have you realized what the pursuit of cultivation is?" Fang Liang was extremely nervous, hesitating for a moment before answering. "To become an immortal." "What is the purpose of becoming immortal?" "Of course, it's for eternal life." Hanju couldn't help feeling reassured. His cultivation might not be impressive, but his ability to persevere truly embodies my teachings. "Will you be hindered by power, benefits, or women in your cultivation path in the future?" Fang Liang confidently answered, "I will not be, neither in the past nor in the future. I was orphaned and alone, and it was the Grandmaster who took me in. I deeply agree with the Grandmaster's philosophy of cultivation. Everything else is inferior, only cultivation is supreme." Hanju nodded with satisfaction. "If I were to give you a chance to soar, what would you do afterwards?" Fang Liang, overwhelmed with honor, immediately knelt down. "I would be willing to shatter my bones and scatter my ashes for the Grandmaster." "No, that's wrong. I mean to immerse myself in cultivation, not concern myself with worldly affairs, and never cause trouble for the Grandmaster." Seeing Fang Liang so earnest and frightened, Hanju nodded with satisfaction. "That's more like it." Then, Hanju immediately started using the 6 realms of reincarnation technique. "Since your master says your talent is lacking, then as your Grandmaster, I will create talent for you." Surrounding Hanju, strands of golden light began to converge. Fang Liang, feeling the surging spiritual power around him, showed a face filled with surprise and awe. How high is the Grandmaster's cultivation level? At that moment, Hanju received a system notification. "Your Grand Disciple disciple Fan Liang's favorability towards you has increased, currently at 5 stars. Just 5 stars, not the highest yet. I need to find a way to inspire this kid further. Han Ju directed the condensed golden light into Fan Liang's energy center. Fan Liang felt his spiritual sense being pulled out in an instant. When he opened his eyes again, he seemed to be in the vast great void, surrounded by countless golden lights. Then, he heard Han Ju's ethereal voice. The approach to assaulting the golden core realm varies from person to person. The vast majority directly gather the golden core. Very few can enter the great void with their soul, using the resonance between heaven and man to gather the golden core. Even rarer are those who can, through their talent, use their bodies as the seed to open a new path. Without exception, these individuals become unparalleled powerhouses. Fan Liang felt his soul fiercely colliding with the great void, the energy of the great void gradually condensing before him. Bound by fate? How could my disciple be limited by fate? If so, today I, Han Ju, am willing to sacrifice my cultivation and lifespan to break this damned fate. Under Han Ju's influence, the energy of the great void gradually condensed into a golden core. Han Ju's words shocked Fan Liang. The Grandmaster was willing to sacrifice his cultivation for him. Fan Liang's eyes reddened. To fully play the part, Han Ju shouted, "My disciple is advancing. Not even heaven can stop him." After saying this, the clump of energy inside Fan Liang was shattered by Han Ju. With Han Ju's help, Fan Liang's spiritual power uncontrollably began to condense into a golden core. At the same time, Han Ju received another system notification. Your grand disciple Fan Liang's favorability towards you has increased, currently at 6 stars. Han Ju was delighted, thinking that old tricks really do win hearts. Little Liang, I have cleared all obstacles for you. The rest is up to you. If you find yourself to be special in the future, I hope you consider yourself ordinary, as that is the way to a long life. Do not follow in Zhou Fan's footsteps. Meanwhile, an anomaly appeared in the sky above the cave abode, with a 7-colored radiance shining above the Jade Pure sect. Sichuan Fairy knew this meant a prodigy had been born. As the energy clump dispersed, countless true energy swept through Fan Liang's energy center like a storm. Fan Liang felt as if his meridians had been unblocked. His senses became clearer, and the world appeared entirely different to him. Soon, it began to snow in the sky. Gold snow. Clouds morphed into human shapes, resembling celestial maidens scattering flowers, astonishing all disciples of the Jade Pure sect. Sichuan Fairy caught a snowflake. This is heavenly bestowed fortune gold snow. It seems a prodigy has indeed been born just now. Chang'an was shocked internally, wondering if his master had really changed little Liang's fate against the heavens. Inside the Jade Pure sect's main hall, 9 Cauldrons Sage, looking at the gold snow filling the sky, exclaimed, "This is the first time I've seen such a phenomenon since I started cultivating." The elders all agreed that the fortune of our Jade Pure holy sect was about to greatly increase. In the sky, clouds churned as dragons and phoenixes chased and played with each other. Outside the innate cave abode, Dark Prison Chicken, Yan Tiandong, and others were also astonished, Chick exclaiming in wonder, "Indeed, this phoenix looks exactly like me." Inside the cave abode, Han Ju looked at Fan Liang and said lightly, "Congratulations, you've reached the Golden Core realm." After helping Fan Liang break through to the Golden Core realm, Han Ju instructed him to continue his ascetic cultivation in peace and keep a low profile, cautioning him not to follow Zhou Fan's disastrous path due to rapid progress in the future. At the time, Fan Liang did not fully grasp Han Ju's meaning, but he was certain that following the Grandmaster's advice could never be wrong. The next day, when he left the innate cave abode, he felt as if he had lived through an era. Yang Tiandong was the first to notice Fan Liang's successful breakthrough. Fan Liang, tears of gratitude, said, "The Grandmaster sacrificed his cultivation progress and lifespan to reshape my talent." Everyone was shocked, wondering if the heavenly anomaly was due to the reshaping of his talent. Han Ju, inside the cave abode, told them not to make a fuss and to keep Fan Liang's matter a secret. With the revival of demon cultivators, none of you should wander off the mountain. Stay and continue your ascetic cultivation here. Yang Tiandong silently marveled at how high his master's cultivation must be to reshape talent and trigger a heavenly phenomenon. Chick also hadn't expected the master to sacrifice his cultivation progress and lifespan for a disciple with mediocre talent, a truly unprecedented event. Morong Chi's respect for the Grandmaster deepened even further. Although the Grandmaster was always aloof, he was absolutely clear about his stance towards his disciples. The happiest was Sun Chang'an, as no one was more concerned about Fan Liang's cultivation than he was. Seeing Fan Liang still crying, he stepped forward to comfort him, saying that his Grandmaster must have his reasons for acting this way, and he would not have intervened without being certain of success. The Master has always been dedicated to ascetic cultivation and does not easily accept disciples. There are many outstanding disciples in the Jade Pure sect, so why are there only a few of us here? When I was trapped by emotions, I was fortunate to be taken in and guided by your Grandmaster, which helped me find my life's value and mission. The reason why the spiritual energy of ascetic Immortal Mountain is so dense is thanks to me and the Fusang tree. Chick joined in. Do you think I'm just here to eat because I'm fat? I am a genuine phoenix, through and through. Yang Tiandong also touched his head. My adoptive fathers outside always say I have the bloodline of a demon saint, though I haven't seen how powerful I am yet. Morong-chi shook his head in confusion. What about me? I don't have anything special. Sun Chanin waved his hand. Haven't you noticed that you understand many things without being taught? Morong-chi had an epiphany. Could that be my talent? In short, there are no idle people on ascetic immortal mountain. To be precise, no ordinary people. We are all aces chosen by him. Fang Liang then understood why the threshold for ascetic immortal mountain was so high. No wonder no one else had been admitted after him. Thinking of this, Fang Liang cried again, realizing it wasn't that he was inadequate, but that the Grandmaster wanted him to continue ascetic cultivation and wait for an opportunity. In his heart, Fang Liang kowtowed to Hanju 100 times. The Grandmaster has given me a chance, and I will not let him down. Thus, in less than half a year, Fang Liang firmly consolidated the first level of the Golden Core realm, and then started improving his cultivation like flying. A legend was officially beginning from this moment. With the talent of a child of heaven and earth, plus his hard work and diligence, Fang Liang reached the third level of the Golden Core realm in just 3 years. Chick, Sun Chang'an, and the others were completely dumbfounded. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Fang Liang's cultivation caught up with or even surpassed theirs. One day, the sky exhibited another phenomenon. A fireball fell from the sky, heading straight for ascetic immortal mountain with blazing flames. Chick and Yang Tiandong thought it was an attack by demon cultivators, and everyone immediately went on alert. It's time to contribute to ascetic immortal mountain. How could we face the master if we can't even block this? Unexpectedly, before the fireball hit the ground, it changed direction and hit Fang Liang on the head. Everyone was shocked, thinking the master's favorite disciple was killed. What would they do? But the fireball just caused a bump on Fang Liang's head and then rolled to one side. On closer inspection, the object looked like a spirit stone. Everyone felt that this stone contained extremely dense spiritual energy, and they quickly had Fang Liang take it to Hanju for a closer look. Hanju examined it closely. The stone was the size of a fist, emitting a deep purple glow, obviously not an ordinary stone. Hanju thought to himself, is this what being a child of heaven and earth is like? Opportunities come knocking without even leaving home. Utterly astonishing. Hanju asked him to give him the stone first, and he would study it further. Then, Hanju took out a heavenly puppet. I've just developed a new generation of products. Unfortunately, there's no suitable material to withstand the power of the tribulation crossing realm, and it can only be disassembled to preserve the spiritual power separately. Even if you encounter Union Realm or low-level tribulation crossing realm powerhouses, as long as you assemble the puppet, it can save your life. Take this as an exchange for the spirit stone. Fang Liang thanked Hanju and left happily. Hanju thought to himself that if the spirit stone could attract a child of heaven and earth, it must not be an ordinary item. At this time, the heaven-earth grass that had been sleeping in the cave suddenly woke up. Attracted by a familiar scent, the heaven-earth grass suddenly said, Master, I've seen this stone before. You've seen it? Hanju was surprised and asked the heaven-earth grass, my previous owner. She used to hold such a stone while cultivating. What? Hanju was astonished. A stone held by immortals. Is it really an item from the higher realms? The spirit stone appeared to have been polished by someone, suggesting that immortals from the higher realms must value it highly. Hanju used his spiritual sense to examine it closely, but no matter how much he investigated, it was just a spirit stone, albeit one containing far more spiritual energy than any other spirit stone. He had once read a book describing similar treasures. Such treasures were known as enlightenment stones, and they often had scallions growing nearby. The scallions would absorb the spiritual power from the enlightenment stone, pondering the mysteries of the universe day and night. Wait, scallions? Seeing Hanju suddenly freeze, the heaven-earth grass anxiously asked, what happened then? Hanju continued, do you remember what I told you? I will give you a complete life, and perhaps the key to your life lies within this stone. Hanju advised the heaven-earth grass to closely meditate with the stone, suggesting that it might not take hundreds of years for it to transform. Thus, the heaven-earth grass kept the stone by its side every day. Afterward, Hanju continued his closed-door cultivation, and 7 years passed in a blink of an eye. While he was busy cultivating, the cultivation world was undergoing tumultuous changes. Demon cultivators became increasingly active, which alarmed the righteous path. Previously, when the Green Python Great Sage rampaged across the world, the demon path sects would directly flee, and those who fought against the Green Python Great Sage were mostly from the righteous path sects. Therefore, after the death of the Green Python Great Sage, the righteous path was weaker than the demon path. In such circumstances, the activity of demon cultivators was unsettling, until news spread throughout the cultivation world. The demon emperor, who had disappeared thousands of years ago, had resurrected. The demon emperor sought to establish a demon path dynasty, a dynasty organized by demon cultivators, and he was recruiting demon cultivators from all over the world to join him. Various legends of the demon emperor circulated. Some were worried that the world would plunge into chaos again, while others were indifferent. The cultivation world has always seen shifts in power between the righteous and the demonic, which is why heroes emerge in every era. There's no need to worry too much. The Green Python Great Sage was so powerful powerful before, yet in the end, he still died. The Demon Emperor once unified the demon cultivators across the world, but that was many years ago. Times have changed. During the conversation, Nine Cauldrons sage noticed that Li Qingzi had a strange expression on his face, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. He suddenly remembered something and asked, Li Elder, you inquired about the Demon Emperor decades ago. Could it be that you know something? Li Qingzi hesitated and said, decades ago, the God-slaying Elder had me specifically investigate the Demon Emperor. Perhaps he foresaw something, but he didn't elaborate, and also hoped that I would not spread the word. Everyone was shocked. Gu Yugang pondered and said, could it be that the God-slaying Elder had already foreseen the catastrophe that would befall the cultivation world? Is that why he didn't say anything, fearing that we would worry? They all knew that the real pillar of the Jade Pure sect was the God-slaying Elder. The fact that even the God-slaying Elder had inquired about it showed that this catastrophe would not be small. Lu Bami spoke up, sect leader, I want to move the branch of the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate directly to Great Swallow. Is that possible? Nine Cauldrons sage shook his head and said, Great Swallow does not have that much space for you all to cultivate. Let's establish a teleportation formation so everyone can assist each other and share what we have. The elders of the Jade Pure sect began to get busy. Meanwhile, Nine Cauldrons sage ordered that all of Jade Pure sect's contribution tasks be confined within Great Swallow, and disciples outside of Great Swallow were all summoned back. Han Ju was still unaware of this matter. He was still cultivating. There was still some distance to reach the 4th level of the Tribulation Crossing realm. Speaking of which, Han Ju, who secluded himself for cultivation all year round, would also feel bored, but he often reminisced about the past to fill the void. This included memories from his previous life. In his previous life, Han Ju was a talented chef, dreaming of glorifying the family's spicy seafood. Just as he had taken over his grandfather's seafood restaurant, he died young, without even having touched a finger of his bride-to-be. Han Ju's thoughts were still with the girlfriend from his previous life when suddenly a woman behind him called out, Master. Han Ju was startled. It was impossible for outsiders to enter his innate cave abode. He turned around abruptly, only to see a scene that made his blood surge. Han Ju glanced at the flower pot of the Heaven-Earth grass, and sure enough, the pot was empty. The Heaven-Earth grass had actually transformed into a human form. What was strange was that it had not encountered the heavenly tribulation during its transformation. For monsters to transform into human form, they had to go through the heavenly tribulation. The Heaven-Earth grass was also puzzled that it had skipped the heavenly tribulation without having reached its 10,000-year period. Han Ju looked at the Enlightenment Stone. Could it really be related to this? This stone was indeed incredible, possessing the power to avoid the heavenly tribulation. If so, wouldn't that mean there was no need for crossing the tribulation anymore? Fang Liang's gift turned out to be unexpectedly generous. Han Ju and the transformed Heaven-Earth grass kept studying the stone, forgetting that Heaven-Earth grass was without a stitch on her body. Having no choice, Han Ju had to make an exception to leave his seclusion and go down the mountain to buy her clothes. Dressed in new clothes, Heaven-Earth grass instantly transformed into a cute and clumsy girl, yet her eyes and eyebrows hid a trace of aloofness. Heaven-Earth grass said her current appearance was modeled after her last master's looks. Han Ju didn't feel much about it. The appearance of an immortal was nothing special, not even as pretty as his master, Shishuan Fairy. Han Ju asked her if she had thought of a name. Master, how about I call myself Enlightenment Sword from now on? Heaven-Earth grass said, twisting her body. Han Ju's face twitched slightly. Enlightenment Sword. A fairy named like that? Enlightenment Sword said it was appropriate since she should cultivate the way of the sword. Han Ju couldn't be bothered to think more about it. After all, she was just a plant. From then on, Heaven-Earth grass was renamed Enlightenment Sword, and Han Ju began to teach her the sword techniques personally. 13 years passed, and Han Ju finally broke through to the 4th level of the Tribulation Crossing realm. He was delighted to find that since the Celestial Spirit Stone appeared, the spiritual energy in his innate cave abode had been increasing, making his breakthrough not much slower than before. Enlightenment Sword's aptitude also surprised Han Ju. Since her transformation, her cultivation speed as a sword cultivator who understood the Tao had become faster. She truly had a talent in the way of the sword, stronger than any of Han Ju's disciples and grandchildren. Since she mastered the Supreme Finger Divine Sword and the 3 Pure Shadow Sword, there was nothing left to teach her before she reached a higher level. One would think that a plant transformed into a monster would lack human emotions and desires, but Enlightenment Sword, bored out of her mind, kept pestering Han Ju during her cultivation breaks. One day, as Enlightenment Sword was pestering Han Ju to practice cultivation, someone from the innate cave abode arrived. It was not a stranger, but Han Ju's main wife, Xing Hongxian, returning from her travels. Han Ju was at a loss for words, and the atmosphere became extremely awkward for a moment. Still, Sun Chanen was sensible. The mistress has returned excited from her travels, and I really couldn't stop her. I hope we didn't interrupt the master's dual cultivation, did we? At this point, Han Ju wished he could kill him, hastily signaling him to shut up. Sun Chanen immediately caught on. All right, master, I'll go prepare some top-grade oysters. At this moment, Xing Hongxian could no longer hold back her anger. Tell me, who exactly is she? Enlightenment Sword Sword, eager to protect her master, angrily said, "My name is Enlightenment Sword. What do you want to do?" Xing Hongxian was extremely displeased. "What kind of ridiculous name is that?" She glanced at Hanju. "Husband, your taste has really declined lately." Being told her name was unpleasant, Enlightenment Sword was also very displeased. "The name was given by my master. What right do you have to say it's ugly?" "Master, husband, you really know how to play." Hanju broke out in a cold sweat. "Enlightenment Sword, go outside and cultivate. Send me out? I won't leave. As a concubine, I will never leave my master's side." Xing Hongxian mockingly said, "Which peak's fairy is this?" Hanju shook his head helplessly. "What fairy?" "She's just the wild grass that transformed from the one you gave me before." Xing Hongxian was stunned. "She's that pot of grass?" "Husband, if you missed women, you could have just told me. There's no need to get so involved with a plant. How about I stay and not go out anymore, and move in to keep you company? Don't even think about it. Don't disturb my cultivation." "But I miss you. Aren't you content with your heavenly puppet?" Xing Hongxuan's pretty face instantly turned red. "Could it be that you noticed when I used the heavenly puppet for those things?" Their playful and intimate quarreling indeed broadened Enlightenment Sword's horizons. "My child, can you go out and play for a while now? I have things to discuss with your mother." After sending Enlightenment Sword away, Hanju changed the topic and asked Xing Hongxian how she had been these years. He wanted to ask if she had found any treasures, but felt it was too direct. Xing Hongxian sat next to Hanju and began to share her experiences from these years. These years were not peaceful outside. As the demon path grew stronger, she had countless encounters with demons. If she could beat them, she fought. If not, she either surrendered or ran away. She happened to meet a demon path powerhouse, who even gave her cultivation pointers. This powerhouse was a disciple of one of the 5 greats of the demon path, the white-haired witch, a Union Realm great cultivator who wanted to take Xing Hongxian as a disciple. Xing Hongxian said, "I have a husband. I need to go back and ask him first." The demon cultivator was displeased, but agreed. "I've encountered such opportunities several times, almost collecting the entire set of demon path's badges. My heart was set on returning to the Jade Pure sect to find you, my husband, only to find you here engaging in interspecies role-playing. You owe me an explanation." For the first time, Hanju sent Heaven Earth Grass out of the cave abode. The sight of a fairy running out of the master's cave abode surprised the disciples. No wonder the master wasn't lonely during his decades of seclusion. He had a fairy for company. It was only when she approached that the disciples realized something was off. Why did this fairy have the aura of Heaven Earth Grass? Could it be that she, like Sun Chang'an, had transformed? Sun Chang'an said, "The concentration of spiritual energy in Heaven Earth Grass is even denser than mine." No wonder the master kept her cooped up in the cave. The heavens have eyes. Our ascetic immortal mountain finally has a sister. The disciples immediately surrounded Enlightenment Sword like a pack of hungry wolves encircling a little white rabbit. Enlightenment Sword, unsure of what these rough men wanted to do, watched as Chicks suddenly pulled out a fishing rod. "Welcome to the ascetic immortal mountain's fishing squad," Sun Chang'an explained. "Every time a new person joins, we add chopsticks and gift a fishing rod. It's our tradition. You have a newbie protection period, so you're guaranteed not to come back empty-handed from fishing." At this moment, Enlightenment Sword's thoughts were still in the innate cave abode, as it was her first time leaving it. "Does Master not want me anymore?" Chick quickly comforted her. "Don't worry unnecessarily. The mistress is back, so the master will certainly be busy for a while. Little sister, why not go fishing with us first?" The disciples eagerly agreed, wanting to ask her name, since calling her Heaven Earth Grass didn't sound very nice. Enlightenment Sword proudly stated, "My name is Enlightenment Sword. Please take care of me." The disciples were petrified. Did the master give you that name? Maybe you should just stick to Heaven Earth Grass. Inside the innate cave abode, Hanju and Xing Hongxian were catching up. Seeing the many demon path tokens before him, most of which carried the aura of Union Realm demon cultivators, Hanju teased Xing Hongxian, "You're really lucky to have encountered so many strong beings and come back in one piece." Xing Hongxuan's tone was full of jest. "Husband, are you afraid of offending them? In my heart, not even a saint of the Tribulation Crossing realm could beat you, let alone those from the Union Realm. What is there to fear?" Hanju playfully responded, "Of course I'm scared. They have strong backgrounds. If we fight and I kill someone, their master would seek revenge, and I would have to find a way to kill their master too. It's very troublesome." Xing Hongxian thought about it and realized he had a point. It's not peaceful outside recently, so don't go out. You're already at the nascent soul realm, so your lifespan should be close to 1,000 years, right? Since you have plenty of time, why not stay by my side and cultivate properly? Hearing Hanju suggest she stay, Xing Hongxian immediately blushed and buried her head in Hanju's chest. "Right, husband, I have something for you." As she spoke, she began to rummage around inside her collar. Hanju thought to himself, do all women in this world keep their treasures in this place? Soon, Xing Hongxian pulled out a pink crystal shard. This stone is about the same size as the one that fell from the sky before, and it also blocks spiritual sense. The difference is this one seems to have been sealed by someone on purpose. Hanju frowned and forcefully broke through with his spiritual sense. With a boom, the stone still retained the previous owner's memories. It was a palace, located above the sea of clouds, with tall gates of a celestial realm standing high, and 2 large characters shining with dazzling golden light on them, celestial court. Hanju was shocked when he saw a huge mountain rushing towards him. Only when he broke through the clouds did Hanju realize that it wasn't a mountain but a massive monster that reached the sky. Above the clouds, heavenly soldiers were arrayed in formation, banners bearing the large character for Emperor. There stood a person in the sky, looking down proudly at the gigantic creature. If not the heavenly emperor, who else could it be? The monster gathered a golden light in its mouth, preparing to shoot a spell at the heavenly emperor. The heavenly emperor slowly raised his hand and slightly extended a finger, saying, "Sword that cleaves the primordial chaos." Instantly, a streak of green light shot out, turning the massive monster into ashes in a moment. Hanju's spiritual sense was also instantly pulled back to reality, and the system immediately prompted a significant increase in his spiritual sense. Interesting, all this happened so quickly that Xing Hongxian thought Hanju had just zoned out for a moment. Not bad, not bad. Indeed a good treasure, Hanju said with a satisfied smile, then took out the 9-star spirit stepping boots to give to Xing Hongxian. Watching the boots surrounded by flying flies, Xing Hongxian exclaimed, "Are you sure they don't have athlete's foot?" Following the principle of reciprocity, Hanju put down the boots and excused himself to go out and give guidance to his disciples. Xing Hongxian was not willing to let him go so easily. "Husband, boots, and such are not important. You know what I want, right?" Saying so, she pounced on Hanju like a hungry tiger. Hanju sighed helplessly. "Can't we just cultivate in peace?" No matter how much Hanju struggled, he couldn't escape Xing Hongxuan's clutches. Hanju's cries echoed through ascetic immortal mountain, reaching Enlightenment Sword, who was fishing. Not understanding the situation, she asked, "What's happening to the master?" Chick told her, "The master is about to be eaten again." Enlightenment Sword, inexperienced in worldly matters, turned to rush to save Hanju, but was stopped by Chick's wing. "You seem a bit too eager. Don't spoil the master's good time." Enlightenment Sword kept asking, and Chick had no choice but to tell her, "You'll understand eventually." A month later, Xing Hongxian emerged from the innate cave abode, her face glowing with health, constantly praising, "The tribulation crossing realm is indeed different, much more vigorous than before." Chick was busy flattering Xing Hongxian, while Enlightenment Sword noticed that this woman was covered in her master's scent. Could it be that the master had encountered some misfortune? She immediately flew into the cave abode, and the scene before her made her cry, "Master, oh master, what has happened to you?" She was extremely distressed and quickly asked Hanju, "Master, are you injured?" "Dark Prison Chicken said you were eaten by that woman." "That woman?" Hanju grabbed Enlightenment Sword's face. "Don't keep saying that woman. That woman. She is your mistress. Have you forgotten that she was the one who brought you here?" Enlightenment Sword then realized that this woman was indeed the master's legitimate wife. Hanju knew that this darn chicken was spouting nonsense again. It was time to teach it a lesson. After so many years, it's unclear how the cultivation world outside has changed. Could it be that those scoundrels trafficking souls and bodies are causing trouble in the world again? Hanju checked his social connections and emails, having not scrolled through his friends' updates for over a decade. Hanju frowned. Mafuchu and Zhou Fan, this pair of brothers, have had it tough. One is sealed away, and the other has died and reincarnated. The one sealed doesn't know when he'll see the light of day again, and the reincarnated one has to start all over. It's uncertain when they'll be able to meet again. The influence of the Demon Emperor will eventually reach Great Swallow. Hanju felt a sense of crisis. "I must concentrate on my cultivation. The path of survivor cultivation is the most difficult. I must ensure that I can kill an enemy with one strike when encountered." Outside the cave abode, watching Xing Hongxian and Enlightenment Sword run around for their master, Sun Chang'an shook his head and chuckled. "What is love in this world? Even a blade of grass can have feelings." Dark Prison Chicken swaggered over and said, "Chang'an, are you in a bad mood today because you didn't go fishing?" Sun Chang'an shook his head. "I'm just marveling that even a blade of grass can have feelings." Dark Prison Chicken clicked her tongue. "I understand. Let it go. Xiao Mei has already left." Sun Chang'an's smile instantly froze. Dark Prison Chicken jokingly said, "Xiao Mei is indeed dead. She died outside while on an expedition 10 years ago." Li Qingzi, knowing her past with Sun Chang'an, specially informed him. Since then, besides cultivating and fishing, Sun Chang'an has mostly been absent-minded. Dark Prison Chicken laughed. "It's better that she's dead, since she didn't fancy you anyway. Concentrate on your cultivation. After you ascend, I'll send you a fairy." Yang Tiandong couldn't stand it anymore. "Brother Chicken, how many times have I told you not to provoke him?" Morong Chi, disliking the bullying of his master, stood up and said, "Chicken Lord, let's have a sparring session." "Junior brother, let's go together." Fang Liang also stood up. "Okay," eager to try, their cultivation having improved recently. They had been eager to teach the fat chicken a lesson. Dark Prison Chicken, though disdainful, felt a sense of crisis. "These two fools are advancing too quickly. Sooner or later, they will surpass me. If only there was another Judo." Dark Prison Chicken looked up at the trunk of the Fusang tree, a bold idea popping into his mind. What if it leaves the Fusang tree for a while? Brilliant. Perhaps it's a good plan. Today's battle record. Dark Prison Chicken triumphed. In the blink of an eye, another 13 years have passed. The pavilion at the world's end in ancient Origin province is facing an existential crisis, with countless demon cultivators cultivators attacking. All disciples of the pavilion at the world's end have been killed, leaving only the young pavilion master alive. The demon emperor ordered him to immediately surrender and pledge allegiance, or he could spare his life. However, the young pavilion master, adhering to the righteous path, activated all his spiritual power and self-detonated using his fusion void realm strength, taking all the present demon cultivators with him. The old pavilion master cried inconsolably upon hearing of his son's death. The demon path dynasty, led by the demon emperor, began attacking righteous path sects all over, with unstoppable momentum, consecutively destroying righteous path sects. Nine Cauldrons Sage intended to unite the major sects and sacred lands to start a counterattack. Gentlemen, with the invasion of the demon path, we must not sit idly by. The righteous path must join forces and start to counterattack. It's worth mentioning that all demon path sects in Great Swallow have already evacuated, leaving no demon path sects except for rogue cultivators in Great Swallow now. Of course, it's best to consult the God-slaying elder before engaging in warfare. At this moment, Nine Cauldrons Sage personally came to visit Hanju. Hanju's first reaction was that something must have happened to the Jade Pure sect again. Nine Cauldrons Sage spoke seriously. The demon emperor has already started waging war against the righteous path. The world is in chaos. I wanted to ask for your opinion. Should we fight or flee in this war? Hanju said calmly. My view is simple. Continue to focus on development. The Jade Pure Holy Sect is not the #1 sect in the world, and it might not even rank among the third-rate sects. With our current strength, we cannot change the overall situation. Instead of becoming cannon fodder, it's better to cultivate properly. Seeing Enlightenment Sword, Nine Cauldrons Sage was taken aback. Elder Han, hiding a beauty in your golden house? The sky won't fall as long as the righteous path's holy lands stand. The heavenly immortal mansion alone is enough to give the demon path a hard time. Why should we get involved? After hearing this, Nine Cauldrons Sage thought it made sense. He hesitated for a moment and then asked, Elder Han, what's your current cultivation level? Hanju answered, still in the tribulation crossing realm. The words still and deeply struck Nine Cauldrons Sage. He knew Hanju's age was over 500 years. He had never heard of a great cultivator in the tribulation crossing realm who was as young as 500 years old. That was utterly outrageous. Go on, even if the demon emperor comes to Great Swallow, I'm still here. Hearing this from Hanju, Nine Cauldrons Sage felt reassured, immediately bid farewell, and left. Enlightenment Sword curiously asked who the old man was. Hanju told her to be polite. He is the sect leader of the Jade Pure Holy Sect. Enlightenment Sword excitedly asked Hanju, can I go visit the Jade Pure Sect? Go ahead, and tell Dark Prison Chicken and the others not to leave the Jade Pure Holy Sect recently. Enlightenment Sword was overjoyed and immediately left. At this time, Hanju received another system notification. Huang Jihao has been attacked over 50,000 times. Did he poke a hornet's nest of demon cultivators? A man stood on the mountainside with a sword in his hand. His robe was dyed in blood, turning it deep red. Despite his messy hair, his killing intent was overwhelming. This person was Huang Jihao. Huang Jihao was breathing heavily. He had been fighting for 5 days and nights, with his spiritual power nearly exhausted. Huang Jihao's face was grim. He felt an unprecedented crisis. He knew he was no match for the demon before him. Could this demon be stronger than that senior? If I don't even have the courage to face this demon, what's the point of living cowardly? Bring it on. As many as you come, as many will serve as my cushion. Just as Huang Jihao was about to lift his sword, a vast oppressive force came from all directions. Since ancient times, evil has not overcome good. Facing the demon path, righteous path cultivators should rather die than surrender. Huang Jihao took a deep breath, knowing that righteous path cultivators had arrived. Luo Qiuma, do you really think the righteous path has no one? Luo Qiuma snorted coldly. Where did this old fool come from, courting death? Another cultivator behind the elderly man spoke. I, ancestor, have been in seclusion for 1,000 years. Today, hearing that the demon path wants to control the world is truly a joke. Luo Qiuma sized up the 5 people before him, led by the heavenly immortal mansion ancestor Ji. 5 of the 12 Taoists from the heavenly immortal mansion had arrived. The Taoists greeted each other, completely ignoring Luo Qiuma, and then prepared to use the heavenly star demon sealing technique. Thus, the 5 of them engaged in battle with Luo Qiuma. At this time, the Jade Pure sect was also paying attention to the situation of the world's battles. When they learned that the great powers of the righteous path had consecutively emerged from seclusion, the elders of the Jade Pure Holy sect were overjoyed, and many elders even wanted to participate in this grand demon-slaying tide. The elders were very puzzled. This is a great opportunity for the Jade Pure Holy sect to make a name for itself. If we miss this chance, who knows how long we will have to wait. Nine Cauldrons Sage, well aware of the god-slaying elders' stance, and since there were no orders to attack the demon path, understood that the situation was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. Although the demon path was being pushed back, the demon emperor had yet to show himself, clearly indicating that there were still moves to be made. Next, we must defend Great Swallow at all costs, and we cannot allow ourselves to be rash and disrupt the grand plan of the god-slaying elder. Time passed, and 7 years went by. Fang Liang had already already broken through to the nascent soul realm. Fan Liang's displayed talent was even more fierce than Morong-chi, making the disciples and grand disciples admire Hanju even more. In their view, this was all thanks to Hanju's ability to change fate against the heavens. Chick was amazed at Fan Liang's rapid progress. It won't be long before this kid surpasses me. I bully his master every day. I have to ensure this kid doesn't seek revenge on me later. Chick then looked at the Fusang tree. I can't wait any longer. I need to find an opportunity to implement my Judo 2.0 plan. At this moment, Enlightenment Sword called Morong-chi and Fan Liang into the cave. The master has summoned you too. Fan Liang was nervous. Could the Grandmaster be summoning us because we've made a mistake? Morong-chi, clever as ever, had already guessed the Grandmaster's intentions. Have you forgotten the promise the Grandmaster made to you? He must be planning to personally give you guidance. Fan Liang's mood instantly brightened. He has been looking forward to this day for a long time. The two entered the cave and paid their respects to Hanju. Both of you have exceptional talents. Today, I will pass on to you the 4 great secret techniques of our Han sect. That Hanju mobilized his spiritual power and infused the secret techniques into their spiritual senses. 3 Pure Shadow Sword, 7-fold Illusion Step, Myriad Thunderstorm, and Wind God Technique. He transmitted all 4 secret techniques to them. These 4 secret techniques will ensure that the two of you can fight when you encounter enemies, defend when outnumbered, break through when encircled, and escape when facing stronger foes. I hope you two can take 1 step and cover 10, walk 1,000 to 10,000 steps, and securely tread the path to longevity. The two were moved to tears and bowed to Hanju, expressing that they would stay by their master's side in this life and accompany him on the path to longevity. However, Hanju smiled slightly. Today, I impart these techniques to you not to confine you within these mountains. You too, go. Fan Liang asked tentatively, Grandmaster, why are you sending me away? Did I do something wrong? Hanju said with a bitter smile. What fault could you possibly have? Hanju had his own plans. Fan Liang, as a child of heaven and earth, reached the nascent soul realm in just a short period. Even Morong-chi, with his reincarnated war god's talent, couldn't match his speed. After so many years in the mountains, Fan Liang had developed a cautious character. With his cautious nature and the fate of heaven and earth, he might find it difficult to seek death in the future. Morong-chi's personality was the exact opposite of Fan Liang's. Currently, ascetic cultivation was progressing too slowly for him. The talent of a war god needed trials to break through. Hanju reassured them, both of you are prodigies. You entered my sect at a young age, and while your cultivation has been smooth, you lack worldly experience. Morong-chi cautiously asked, do you want us to go out for trials like the other sect disciples? That's right, and it's going to be the long-term kind of trial, just like your second senior brother. Morong-chi was secretly delighted. The Grandmaster finally agreed to let me leave the mountain. He had long wanted to venture far and wide, believing his talent could make him a respected powerhouse. Although he never doubted the Grandmaster's strength, not everyone is suited for ascetic cultivation. The outside world might not have a blessed land like ascetic Immortal Mountain, but strong individuals can always create their own conditions. Unexpectedly, Fan Liang bowed again. I have no interest in the mundane world. I only wish to pursue longevity with the Grandmaster. Hanju patted Fan Liang's head. The path to longevity is not as simple as you think. A nascent soul cultivator must cultivate both body and mind. To complete your immortal journey, you must fill in the gaps with worldly experiences. Morong-chi quickly patted Fan Liang. The Grandmaster is right. You should listen to him. I'll take you out to see the world. Although Fan Liang was reluctant, Hanju didn't want to say more. Go, gain some experience. Having said that, he teleported the two out of the innate cave abode. Before they left, Hanju added one more piece of advice. Those who seek experience in the world must break free from worldly attachments to truly understand the essence of heaven and earth. You can take on sect missions, and if you ever feel tired, you are always welcome to come back. Yang Tiandong, Sun Chang'an, and Chick were all stunned. This was the first time the master had allowed anyone to go down the mountain for trials. Yang Tiandong, with his rich experience, advised the two, if you can beat them to death. If you can't, quickly acknowledge them as your foster father. Chick, knowing well that going down the mountain for trials is nowhere as comfortable as ascetic cultivation here, commented, when you two return, my Judo 2.0 plan will surely be complete. By then, you two lads just wait to be crushed by Chicken Lord. Enlightenment Sword, quite puzzled, looked at them. Master, is going out for trials really that important? I found it quite boring when I went down the mountain. Hanju explained, your growth experiences span thousands of years, so naturally, you find the world uninteresting. Just focus on your cultivation. Your talent is no less than theirs, and with no lack of character, you'll catch up with them soon with some effort. Enlightenment Sword nodded. Yes, master. After the two left, Hanju felt a bit of loss, but soon calmed himself. I follow my own path, and you have your own stage. The future world will surely have a place for you. I wonder who will bring a bigger surprise when they return next time. Will that lad have become an immortal by then? The remaining three stood on the mountain top, looking out. As a master, Sun Chang'an naturally worried about his disciples. Chick also thought of Doggy, whom it hadn't seen in many years, wondering if it was still alive. Yang Tiandong advised it not to worry too much. That Doggy was tough. You'd better worry more about your own cultivation. Speaking of Doggy, its and Suchi's lives weren't going well, still serving as minions to the Demon Emperor. Another 8 years passed in a flash. Taking advantage of Hanju's closed-door cultivation, Chick secretly moved its nest down from the Fusang tree, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Zhu Do. Suddenly, one day, a purple aurora lit up the sky, and Chick looked up excitedly, exclaiming, "It's here! It's here!" The disciples of the true martial sect also saw this phenomenon, with one reporting, "Elder Shengwan, someone has comprehended the ancient way of the sword again." Shengwan Chojian had grown accustomed to this, as Hanju would pull off such a feat every so often. On the other hand, inside the innate cave abode, Hanju, who had just reached the 6th level of the Tribulation Crossing realm, couldn't wait to have a mock battle with Xian Qingjun. This time, Hanju didn't immediately lose. Using all his skills and ultimate moves, he managed to fight Xian Qingjun for a few minutes and ultimately secured a hard-fought victory. Although he won, he had used everything he had. In a real fight, his opponent wouldn't give him so much time. The Demon Emperor and Xian Qingjun have the same cultivation level. It will be troublesome if I can't defeat them instantly, Hanju thought. At this moment, Hanju also saw the anomaly in the sky. Someone has entered the long river of the Way of the Sword. Come to think of it, the last time I comprehended it was when I was at the Union Realm level. Now that I'm at the Tribulation Crossing realm, it's time to go in for another look. Seeing someone else comprehend the ancient way of the sword, Shengwan Chojian, already in a bad mood, felt even worse. Then, unexpectedly, a junior came to report again, "Elder Shengwan, someone has comprehended the ancient way of the sword again." What? Wasn't it just? Shengwan Chojian was puzzled. This time the color seems different. It was purple just now, but now it's purple gold. That's the symbol of reaching the pinnacle of the ancient way of the sword, the junior explained. Shengwan Chojian completely broke down. The same day, two natural phenomena. Is the ancient way of the sword that common? I'm so tired. I really want to retire. At this moment, Hanju familiarly arrived at the long river of the Way of the Sword. This time was different. He could control his consciousness to move forward or stop. This time, I should be able to meet that senior again, Hanju silently thought. He walked at a steady pace, surpassing shadow after shadow. He paid attention to the fleeting images of sword cultivators along the way. After a while, Hanju saw a familiar figure waiting for him ahead. He immediately greeted, "Senior, long time no see. Are you well?" The figure snorted lightly. "It hasn't been that long. I just didn't expect you to come back so quickly. This time, I won't stop you. Go ahead and seek your death." Hanju came up to him, clasped his fists, and laughed. "Ha, senior jests. Thanks for your help previously. Please, could you tell me your name? After I ascend, I will surely visit to express my gratitude." The guardian spoke coldly. "Don't try to cozy up to me. I guard the long river of the Way of the Sword simply to protect it. Attaching oneself to the powerful does not lead to greatness. On this point, you are inferior to the previous genius who came here. Though he did not progress as far as you, his temperament was excellent. It won't be difficult for him to become a sword immortal someday." Hanju was surprised. So someone did come here before. Curiously, he asked, "What is that person's name?" The guardian indicated that he couldn't explicitly mention matters of karma, but could tell Hanju that he and that person were karmically linked. Hanju thought hard. Not as far along as me, so his cultivation should be below mine. If there's someone with innate destiny who can also be called a genius, then it must be Huang Jihao, who has reached the fusion void realm with an innate sword heart. "Senior, is the person you mentioned named Huang Jihao?" Hanju asked. The guardian immediately clammed up. "This man has something indeed. If you've deduced matters of heaven's Tao, don't blame it on me." As Hanju passed by the mysterious figure, just one step brought immense pressure. He continued forward. The second step, the third step. He had stopped at the third step last time, unable to progress further. This time, Hanju took another step. The fourth step. The mysterious figure warned him, "If you insist on courting death, don't expect me to save you this time." Hanju gritted his teeth. "Of course, I won't trouble you, senior." With the fifth step, a terrifying pressure hit him, causing immense pain. When he tried to take the sixth step, he couldn't lift his foot, feeling his chest constricting, unable to breathe. "Kid, if you proceed, you're likely to have your soul explode. This is not a joke. If you see blue flames that can burn the soul, it's heaven's Tao warning you not to go further. Stop now. Did you hear me? That's enough." Despite saying he wouldn't interfere, the mysterious figure still urged Hanju to stop. A soul explosion could harm his physical body, and even if he didn't perish, his cultivation would significantly decline. However, Hanju ignored the warnings and took the sixth step beyond Tai, enduring the soul-burning flames. Hanju smiled slightly. "Don't worry, Han, never fight unprepared battles." The mysterious figure was astonished. He actually did it. His spiritual sense strength must be close to Tai's to manage that. Why can he proceed to this point with his Tribulation Crossing realm cultivation? The stone Xing Hongxian gave to Hanju played a major role, strengthening his spiritual sense. Hanju knew reaching this point in the Tribulation Crossing realm was already the limit. How much further could he go if he reached the Mahayana realm? Every additional step now was one step closer to the path of longevity. Hanju's spiritual sense began to withdraw from the long river of the Way of the Sword, and he spoke to thank the mysterious figure. "My goal has been achieved, so I won't disturb the senior's cultivation any longer. The mysterious figure marveled at someone taking 6 steps and still being able to leave unscathed. I guess after 1,000 years or so when he returns from the Mahayana. No, maybe not even 100 years are needed. A mere mortal was able to take 6 steps beyond Tai in the way of the sword Long River. Such a talent in the way of the sword has already surpassed the limit of the mundane world, exceeding all sword cultivators of the myriad realms. What is the background of this kid? Seems like I need to inform my true self. Finally, something amusing after a million years. At this moment, Hanju's spiritual sense returned to the innate cave abode, and his spiritual power suddenly erupted, causing his cultivation to skyrocket. The robust spiritual energy burst out from the innate cave abode. To avoid affecting others, Hanju activated a system barrier to seal off the cave. After 7 days, his cultivation stopped increasing. Although there was still some distance from the 7th level of the Tribulation Crossing realm, it was already greater than several years of ascetic cultivation. The system then prompted, Zhang Guxing has developed a favorable impression of you, currently at 1 star. Zhang Guxing has guarded the way of the sword for a million years. Because of your supreme talent in the way of the sword, he has developed a favorable impression of you, but he still has significant doubts about your temperament. If you intentionally strike up a conversation with him again, it will provoke his dislike. Seeing the note, Hanju felt awkward. Is this what it means to be a powerhouse? So aloof. If I ignore him next time, will his favorable impression increase? Relying on the powerful won't lead to greatness. Alright, the senior is right. Forging oneself is crucial. To truly achieve longevity, earnest cultivation is the only way, and one should never rely on the strength of others. Hanju thought to himself. The system popped up another notification. Your divine ability, Heaven and Earth Mysterious Yellow Unrivaled Sword Finger, has been greatly enhanced and upgraded to Tai Divine Ability. Now his means for long-range combat were also complete. Hanju decided to have another simulated battle with Xian Qingjun, setting the simulation level to the 3rd layer of the Mahayana realm. Even in simulated trials, one must proceed with caution, Hanju thought. However, he was already familiar with Xian Qingjun's combat routines, having tested her thousands of times before. The tactics of the 3rd layer of the Mahayana realm are unchanging, utterly lacking in creativity. Using the Heaven and Earth Mysterious Yellow Unrivaled Sword Finger, Hanju executed a move that instantly killed his opponent. The simulation ended in 2 seconds. Excluding the time spent talking, it was about 1 second. Going to the way of the sword Long River really skyrocketed my progress. Hanju mused to himself. Should I increase the difficulty? Hanju planned to up the challenge again and subsequently raise the difficulty to the 4th layer of the Mahayana realm. It was still an instant kill. Hiss. Worthy of being a Tai sword move. 1 finger and she's done for. Hanju marveled. My cultivation isn't at Mahayana, but I have techniques beyond Mahayana. Isn't that a bit too ostentatious? But it should be enough to deal with the Demon Emperor. After all, the higher the cultivation, the greater the disparity at the same level. The system indicated that the Demon Lord is highly unlikely to intervene in the fight, leaving only those 4 demon sovereigns as opponents. Hanju directly increased the difficulty to the 6th layer of the Mahayana realm. Such level of power could not be underestimated, as the outcome of battles between masters could be decided in an instant. Fortunately, Hanju knew all of Xian Qingjun's starting habits. As long as I'm strong enough to take the initiative, victory is assured. But in an instant, the Demon Lord appeared before him, revealing a sinister smile, and immediately pierced through Hanju's avatar. Hanju was unwilling to give up, and after several battles, it was proven that his reaction speed indeed wasn't as fast as that of the 6th layer of the Mahayana realm, and his avatar suffered a lot. I can't beat it. Better to cultivate to Mahayana before considering fighting 4 at once, Hanju thought helplessly. Just then, the system brought another update. The friend circle was still bustling. Luo Qiuma is actually dead. Doesn't that change it to fighting 3 instead of 4? Wonder which deity did it. Hanju was surprised. At this moment, in a dark cave somewhere, Luo Qiuma lamented in his last moment. How is this possible? You're only at the 9th layer of the Tribulation Crossing realm. A man sneered coldly. This sword is on behalf of my ancestor. Luo Qiuma instantly understood. Heaven, heavenly immortal mansion. Ancestor G, could it be you are? That's right, just came out of seclusion and got this job. Although it's a bit troublesome, I'll give you a discount. I'll leave your body intact. Die gratefully. 5 years later, the speed of cultivation with the Enlightenment Sword is considered fast. It is estimated that it won't be long before it can attempt to break through to the nascent soul realm. Yang Tiandong is also about to achieve the spirit transformation realm, while the Dark Prison Chicken is still struggling in the Fusion Void realm with slower cultivation progress. The Dark Prison Chicken thought gloomily, why am I not the same as my master? Finally consolidated, Hanju broke through to the 7th level of the Tribulation Crossing realm. He looked at his list of friends and foes with satisfaction and said to himself, compared to the cultivators in my circle, my breakthrough speed is absolutely unparalleled. Hanju also thought, Jinaya, oh Jinaya, I hope I get the chance to kill you. Don't die before you meet me. Master Jingshu hurried to Hanju and said respectfully, Elder Han, sorry to disturb you. Could you please go to the secret temple? Ma Maju insists on seeing you. The secret temple? Has something happened to Maju? Hanju asked curiously. Since the incident with the Mo family's demonic techniques, Maju has been semi-confined to the secret temple, quietly cultivating. Maju pleaded, I want to go out. Please let me go. My clan members are waiting for me to rescue them. I must save them. Hanju asked suspiciously. Are they asking you for help? Yes. Maju nodded. How did she receive the message? Has anyone been here? Hanju turned to ask Master Jingshu. Master Jingshu shook his head. No, the barriers can block spiritual sense, and even carrier pigeons are impossible. Hanju thought to himself, well, did the Mo family set up a chat group in their bloodline? How did they manage to communicate? Thinking this, Hanju decisively refused. No, I promised Mafuchu to take care of you. Nowadays, demon cultivators rampant outside. You don't even have the spirit transformation cultivation. Going out would mean a certain death, not to mention your Mo family ancestors. Maju said earnestly, I know what you are worried about. You're worried that I will be deceived by the Mo family ancestors. But although our Mo family belongs to the demon path, we are not cold-hearted. Now, the entire Mo family is sealed, only I am still somewhat free. If I don't save them, the Mo family will be gone. It took me a lot to find out that besides my brother, there are other people in the Mo family. I really can't bear to see them suffer. Hanju sighed and asked, you might really die if you go out. Are you sure you want to go? Even if it means death, I'm not afraid. Maju replied firmly, well, if you are determined to go, then go. Keep this safe. Put it in your storage ring. It can save your life in times of crisis. Once you leave this time, don't ever fantasize about me coming out to save you. After saying this, Hanju turned and left, leaving behind one last sentence. If you die, we can only continue our destiny in the next life. Yes. Maju nodded silently. Master Jingshu looked at Maju and said, the seal on the secret temple has been lifted. You can leave at any time. While you are outside, do not follow in the footsteps of Mafuchu and Zhou Fan, bringing shame to our sect. Yes, thank you, Elder Jingshu, for your care over these years. Maju bid farewell to Master Jingshu. Maju. Master Jingshu hesitated. Is there anything else, Elder? My family is still suffering. If I stay, my obsession will turn into a heart demon. Master Jingshu sighed. Well, then be extra careful on your journey. If I can return safely, I will always stay by your side to serve you, Elder. We will meet again. Maju bid farewell to Master Jingshu and left alone. As soon as Maju stepped out of the mountain gate, she sensed a subtle aura. You ghost, I know it's you, Maju murmured softly. You actually noticed me? I thought I hid myself quite well. Hanju's voice echoed in Maju's mind. The world is fraught with danger. Knowing you can sense and avoid threats reassures me. A Six Paths Ultimate Seal appeared on Maju. With the Six Paths Ultimate Seal, even if you unfortunately die, I can find you. If anyone dares to mess with you, this heaven's puppet can annihilate them, including those in the Tribulation Crossing realm up to the 5th level. Hanju thought reluctantly, Moiling, I won't curse you anymore. I hope you can take care of yourself. It seems I should also thank my parents for abandoning me in this life, saving me a lot of trouble, Hanju said self-deprecatingly. Parents? The master's parents? Enlightenment Sword asked curiously. So many years have passed. They might have turned into bones by now, but they could also still be alive. Hanju fell into reminiscence. Back then, I was young and ignorant, unable to understand the meaning behind my parents' words. I only remember my father mentioning a region, saying that taking a child was too troublesome. I can't remember the details. They were probably planning their escape. In the end, they said, we're going out for a bit and we'll come back soon to pick you up. That sentence has stayed with me to this day. From that day on, I never saw my parents return. Old Tai once launched a search operation. Soon, 2 teams returned, obviously with bad news, as Old Tai's face was quite ugly. They went to that place? How could? Old Tai didn't tell me the truth, but the answer was clear from the daily labor and living off others' charity, until Old Tai wanted to see me on his deathbed, probably to plead for my parents. Unfortunately, I missed it, but I didn't need Old Tai's reminder. I understood. The system had already warned me with the favor and hatred mechanism. They were still thinking of me. They would surely generate favor. I once fantasized about seeing my parents' names in the list of friends, but it never happened. People are gone. Why should I waste time? Everyone has their own will. I'll lend a hand to those around me if I can, but I won't sacrifice myself for them. The path of cultivation is destined to be lonely. In the end, all one can be responsible for is oneself, and I have only one goal, to achieve immortality. Rest assured, Master, I will always be by your side, Enlightenment Sword said. Hanju shook his head. It's hard to say. Unexpected things are not for us to decide. If one day, you two must leave due to some unavoidable and inseparable matters, I won't forcibly keep you. Then, Master, shall we go fishing? Chicken Lord said it's the season of plenty, and there are many big fish. Enlightenment Sword suggested. Sure, it's good to balance work and leisure. Hanju agreed. Chick said, Master, why did you let Fang Liang go? Ever since he left, we've been returning empty-handed from fishing every day. 2.5 years later, on the mountain peak of the Jade Pure Sect, Dark Prison Chicken was performing a courtship dance. 9 Cauldron Sage commented, what's the point? A courtship dance? Is this chicken looking for a partner? Hanju also noticed and asked, what brings the sect leader true person here? 9 Cauldron Sage excitedly said, Elder Han, good news. Just as you predicted, even without our intervention, the demon path path won't succeed. How so? Did the saints enter the battle? Hanju asked. Elder Han is truly prescient. Indeed, the heavenly immortal mansion sent people. One of the 5 venerables of the demon path, Luo Chioma. You must have heard of him, right? He had old grievances with one of the sacred lands, the heavenly immortal mansion. The ancestor of the heavenly immortal mansion, seeking revenge for being severely injured by him years ago, dispatched the sect's strongest genius disciple, who in front of numerous demon cultivators, boldly executed him. Those demon cultivators are now utterly disheartened. You know, that genius had just turned 1,000 years old. That outrageous? To kill Luo Chioma, one must be at least at the Mahayana cultivation level. 1,000-year-old Mahayana. Are the geniuses outside really that terrifying now? Hanju exclaimed. Not sure about that. It shouldn't be that exaggerated. Now that Luo Chioma is dead, has the demon path calmed down? Hanju asked, puzzled. On the contrary, while Luo Chioma's death has indeed panicked the lower-ranked demon cultivators, it has intensified the conflicts between the higher echelons of the righteous and demonic paths. It's said that the other 4 venerables of the demon path are about to make their appearance. One of them has even reached the 8th level of the Mahayana realm. The situation is indeed not optimistic, sighed 9 Cauldrons Sage. The 8th level of the Mahayana realm, could that be the strongest among the demon path? 9 Cauldrons Sage took a sip of tea and replied, it should be. There has never been a record of a demon path cultivator at the 9th level of the Mahayana realm in the moral realm. Why? Most likely, they were forced to ascend. Hanju thought of Xian Qingjun. Will Xian Qingjun be involved? She doesn't seem to be entirely on the side of the demon path. She's so powerful yet seems to be wary of something. There shouldn't be any problems, right? At that moment, the system alerted. Innate Destiny individual detected. Would you like to view their origin? Innate Destiny individual, Hanju exclaimed, immediately choosing to view. Ji Xianchen, Tribulation Crossing Realm 9th level, born with an invincible heart, believes himself to be the only divine immortal above all mortals. Extremely arrogant, born in the heavenly immortal mansion, reached golden core at 100 years old, nascent soul at 200. The strongest genius in the history of heavenly immortal mansion has been in seclusion cultivating, forced to come out due to the war between the righteous and demonic paths. Heard that Jade Pure Sex Loki is the #1 cultivator in the world. Came to challenge. Hanju suddenly asked, sect leader, is the person who killed Luo Chioma called Ji Xianchen? What's Xianchen? Ji Xianchen. You don't know? I'm not sure either. The news traveled so far, a lot of information was lost. 9 Cauldrons Sage said embarrassingly. Hanju quickly sent 9 Cauldrons Sage off. Sect leader, you continue drinking. I'll step out for a moment. Hanju thought to himself, the alert has already appeared, which means the person is nearby. I fear they come with ill intent. Ji Xianchen is extremely arrogant. The previous Ji Longchan was also arrogant in character. Does the heavenly immortal mansion produce egomaniacs? Both individuals are many times stronger than their peers. It seems the waters of the heavenly immortal mansion are deeper than imagined. Hanju immediately checked for the strongest person within the Jade Pure sect and quickly locked onto Ji Xianchen. He entered the simulation trial system and took a glance at Ji Xianchen. A cultivator at the 4th level of the Mahayana realm might not necessarily be my opponent, let alone someone at the 9th level of the Tribulation Crossing realm. Let's keep this control within 10 seconds. However, this time he miscalculated. Ji Xianchen took the initiative in an instant. Hanju's cheek was slashed in a flash. This move doesn't seem like a sword technique. What kind of technique is this? Its speed is comparable to Xian Qingjun. Hanju immediately executed the reincarnation sword intent, which was blocked by Ji Xianchen using a sword as a shield. Powered by energy, a sword made of fragments, the control over spiritual energy must be ridiculously strong. The fragments scattered on the ground are recalled by Ji Xianchen, piercing Hanju's body one by one. Then, Ji Xianchen charges towards Hanju, giving him no chance to catch his breath. Hanju unleashes the reincarnation sword intent with a flick of his finger, but it is once again blocked by Ji Xianchen's sword shield. Following that, Hanju executes the 7-fold illusion step, transforming into 7 Hanjus surrounding Ji Xianchen. The 7 Hanjus simultaneously unleash the 3 pure worlds extermination. Ji Xianchen counters with the heavenly immortal mansion's secret technique, lustrous light cocoon, which not only blocks the power of the 3 pure worlds extermination but also boosts his own aura to the Mahayana realm. Ji Xianchen gives a cold smile. My shield can block your attacks 3 times. I'm afraid you won't have a chance for the next 2. Ji Xianchen unleashes an AoE ultimate move. Celestial Justice quells chaos, hitting Hanju again. I underestimated you. Your weapon is bizarre and versatile. Your control over spiritual power is at its peak. Your speed rivals that of the Mahayana. You have secret techniques for bodily protection, and you can temporarily break through your strength limit. Up to now, you're the first person of the same realm to push me to this extent. No wonder you were able to kill Luo Chioma of the Mahayana realm's 4th level. Ji Xianchen stabilizes his stance in front of Hanju and gives him a cold smile. Your mastery of the sword way is very high, but don't forget your physical body remains the same, only to be suppressed. Dying by the hands of the strongest genius of the heavenly immortal mansion mission is your supreme honor. I've won this time. Relax, clear your mind, and accept death with no distractions. Hanju watches him ramble on without saying a word. After a move, it's Ji Xianchen who ends up on the ground. Why? I couldn't break your defense. Hanju says, you made a big mistake. My Tai armor is not for show. Being able to last this long against me at the same realm, you're also the first one. Exiting the virtual battle, Hanju feels somewhat troubled. It took 40 seconds. Without the ability to kill in one hit, the Jade Pure sect might be in danger. Just then, Hanju hears the sound of a flute. Someone is playing the flute, and the melody is filled with a killing aura, as if brewing a great battle. Dooku arrives in an instant, his tone filled with tension. A formidable enemy is attacking. Did Elder Dooku also notice? Fellow Taoist, it seems that only those at the Tribulation Crossing realm can hear this flute sound. Since the intruder is so provocative, why not let me teach him a lesson? I'll handle it. You're not his match. The person is at the 9th level of the Tribulation Crossing realm. Tens of miles away, mountains stretch endlessly. A man in green sits on a tree branch halfway up the mountain, elegantly playing a green bamboo flute. At this moment, Hanju's voice drifts over. Fellow Taoist, what is the intention behind using this probing technique? The man in green turns and looks at him with a smile. I am Ji Xianchen from the Heavenly Immortal Mansion. I heard that the Jade Pure Holy Sect has a great cultivator named Loki, considered the #1 in the world. I wish to spar with him and exchange pointers. You're looking for Loki? He has already left, over 100 years ago. Ji Xianchen smiles. Where did he go? Hanju replies. He went to deal with the demon path. In that case, how about sparring with me instead, without endangering lives? I'm not your match. Ji Xianchen lets out another cold laugh. Being able to hear my flute sound, you must surely be at the Tribulation Crossing realm. Moreover, I cannot see through your cultivation level. You must be very strong. Isn't that right, Loki? Hanju remains silent. He begins to ponder how to defeat Ji Xianchen. This person is extremely arrogant. If he is defeated, might it anger him? And if it becomes necessary to kill him, could it provoke the Heavenly Immortal Mansion? At this moment, Ji Xianchen laughs and spreads his hands. Fellow Taoist Loki, I know what you're worried about. Rest assured, I, Ji Xianchen, swear on my talent, I will not kill you in this battle. Hanju scoffs inwardly. You really are outrageously arrogant. Hanju, feeling somewhat helpless, asks, if I win, will you persist in your efforts, or even develop hatred? Ji Xianchen's smile becomes more enigmatic. No, to be honest, I am already unmatched under the heavens. How could I harbor hatred towards you? How can you say such things? When it comes to thick skin, you truly are unmatched under the heavens. How about this? We compete in spiritual power, using our palms in combat. Whoever steps back first loses. Let's go to the sky, to avoid affecting the disciples of my sect. Very well. Saying this, the two of them leap up and in an instant, they jump above the sea of clouds. Inside a palace on the main peak of the Jade Pure Holy Sect, Dooku is watching anxiously. It's Ji Xianchen, the #1 genius of the Heavenly Immortal Mansion, has emerged. Fellow Taoist godslaying is in big trouble. High above the sea of clouds, the sky is vast and majestic. Hanju and Ji Xianchen stand opposite each other. Ji Xianchen gestures with his hand. Fellow Taoist Loki, please go ahead. Hanju doesn't want to strike too harshly. He extracts the thunder spiritual power from his 6 paths of spiritual power and then launches a palm strike. Seeing Hanju use a thunder technique, Ji Xianchen lets out a cold laugh. Good, my fire spiritual power can counter yours. The moment their spiritual powers collide, the sea of clouds is dispersed, sweeping across hundreds of miles. Both furrow their brows, thinking the same thing. The opponent is somewhat strong. Ji Xianchen begins to increase his spiritual power. Hanju does the same, wondering, how should I act? Hanju feels somewhat conflicted. Ji Xianchen is also in a dilemma. Should I go all out? Would it be too much if I seriously injure him? The thoughts of the two are almost identical, each considering the other. As their spiritual power grows stronger, the people of ascetic Immortal Mountain exclaim, it's rare to see anyone who can match our master after so many years. Sun Chanen is also puzzled. Causing such a big commotion doesn't seem like Master's style. Only Chick is the most clear-headed. Master wouldn't make a move if he wasn't prepared to defeat the opponent instantly. He must be acting. Everyone, disperse. The commotion has disturbed the entire Jade Pure Holy Sect, with countless disciples flying to midair to look towards Hanju and Ji Xianchen from afar. Just as Nine Cauldrons Sage was about to lead the elders to provide support, Dooku suddenly stopped them. This person is the #1 genius of the Heavenly Immortal Mansion, a definitive Tribulation Crossing realm powerhouse. Going up now would be tantamount to suicide. Nine Cauldrons calms down slightly and asks if the elders could leave any instructions. Dooku says, fellow Taoist godslaying asked me to guard the sect to prevent it from being implicated, and indeed, I am not a match for that person. Nine Cauldrons gasps, even you are no match? Then we'd be even less of a challenge. Xiao Yao feels somewhat dazed. I was also the #1 #1 genius 5,000 years ago? Is the #1 genius from 50-100 years ago not as good as today's? After saying this, Nine Cauldrons tells the elders to disperse. Since God-slaying elder has made a move, we can just go back inside and continue watching the excitement. If God-slaying elder wasn't completely confident, he definitely wouldn't have acted. Dooku looks surprised. Do you all trust fellow Taoist God-slaying that much? At this moment, the battle in the sky has ended. At this point, Ji Xianqian's spiritual power has been scattered by Hanju's 6 paths of spiritual power. His internal energy and blood are roiling, and blood trickles from the corner of his mouth. Hanju looks at his hand helplessly. I still couldn't control my strength. I just added a bit of water spiritual power and wind spiritual power. If he can't handle the combination of 3 paths of spiritual power, there's nothing I can do. Hanju teleports in front of Ji Xianqian. If this guy starts harboring hatred, then I'll just eliminate him to avoid future problems. Ji Xianqian asks through gritted teeth, are you at the Mahayana realm? He has killed major demon cultivators at the 4th level of the Mahayana realm. How could he lose to the person in front of him? Hanju knows this person's temperament is too strong. If I tell him I'm still at the Tribulation Crossing realm, it might just enrage him further. Hanju hesitates for a moment, then slowly nods. Even so, Ji Xianqian still finds it hard to accept. How could I possibly lose to someone in the Mahayana realm? Why? Hanju is speechless inside. You, a 9th level Tribulation Crossing realm cultivator, why can't you lose to someone in the Mahayana realm? Hanju really wants to kill him. Loki, you are the first person to defeat me, but I will defeat you next time. I am destined to be unrivaled under the heavens. I was born to be an immortal god. Hanju hastily nods, patting Ji Xianqian as if consoling a fool. I believe you. Your talent is indeed unparalleled in this world. The future will surely belong to geniuses like you. Ji Xianqian's expression improves. Fellow Taoist Loki, you indeed have a good eye. Ji Xianqian leaves a message before departing. I'm going to find the Demon Emperor to practice. I will prove that your words are right. At this moment, Hanju also receives a system prompt. At this time, Ji Xianqian has developed a good impression of you. Current favorability is 2 stars. Alright, fine. Another cheeky one. The news of Hanju defeating Ji Xianqian causes a sensation in the Jade Pure Holy Sect. Nine Cauldrons leads the elders to congratulate Hanju, only to find him quite displeased. We shouldn't be talking about this. The guy earlier is quite petty. If word gets out that he was defeated by me, hurting his pride, he might come back with reinforcements for revenge. Xiao Yao and Dooku, well aware of the ways of the heavenly immortal mansion, agree that offending their dignity indeed invites trouble. Upon learning of Ji Xianqian's identity, Nine Cauldrons nearly died of fright and immediately ordered the news to be sealed, absolutely not to be spread. Dooku, curious about the speed of Hanju's spar, wonders if that person's cultivation is far below Hanju's. Hanju shakes his head. That person's strength is comparable to the Mahayana. We just didn't use our full strength. Hearing the word Mahayana, everyone is startled. Could it be that Elder Han? You have reached the Mahayana realm? Hanju shakes his head with a smile. I am far from Mahayana. Because of the accumulation from my ascetic cultivation, my Tao is slightly superior to his. At this, Dooku's admiration for Hanju deepens. Who would have thought that our small Jade Pure Holy Sect harbors such a great master? Becoming close to him might be a great opportunity. However, Hanju feels something unusual. It's already late autumn. Why is the weather so hot? 13 years pass in a blink, and Hanju breaks through to the 8th level of the Tribulation Crossing realm. When Hanju opens his relationship list to check his messages, he finds that Leisure True Person has perished. This elder from the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate, who initially infiltrated the Jade Pure Holy Sect aiming to kill me, ended up being killed instead and never dared to cause trouble again. Instead, he helped the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate surrender to the Jade Pure Holy Sect. His death might sadden Lubummi. Such is the cultivation world, where every day people die. The vicissitudes of life roll on. Fellow Taoists, I will walk the path for you. Hanju silently raises his hands, bowing respectfully forward. The Enlightenment Sword is puzzled. Master, what are you doing? Hanju answers, to bid farewell to those fellow Taoists who have passed away. Who died? Some I barely knew, many I don't remember. If they were neither close nor memorable, why pay respects? To remind myself that the path of cultivation is fraught with danger, to always remain cautious, and never lose a sense of reverence. Enlightenment Sword responds with respect. Master's realm is truly lofty. Master, I'm not sure if I should say something. Go ahead. Is it normal to have 3 suns in the sky? In front of the innate cave dwelling, the Fusang tree is acting up. Yang Tiandong and Sun Chang'an exert all their strength, but fail to control it. The force even flinging Sun Chang'an into the sky. Fortunately, Hanju arrives in time to stabilize him. What's going on with this tree? Chick, trembling, lies that it only started shaking a few days ago. Hanju knows the chicken isn't telling the truth. Ever heard of chicken hot pot? Yellow braised chicken, roasted chicken, chicken stewed with mushrooms? Dark prison chicken nearly cries out of fear, its voice choked. It fears Hanju the most and confesses, before Fang Liang and the others descended the mountain, I had already quietly started to let it sway. About 5 years now. Hanju is furious. You little chick, you've caused a big disaster this time. Yang Tiandong, get the pot ready. Prepare mushrooms mushrooms, vermicelli, and potatoes. Just then, Xing Hongxian walks over in a cool outfit. How about I cook this chicken for you and pluck it? I've been wondering why it's been so hot recently. Turns out this fatty chicken has attracted 2 more judo. Hanju wipes sweat from his brow. Cook what? These aren't judo. Do you know what these suns are? Xing Hongxian is clueless. The sun is not just a divine beast, but a top-tier divine beast that feeds on dragons and phoenixes, the 3-legged golden crow. Hanju turns and is dazzled by Sichuan fairy's appearance. The fairy continues, since ancient times, it's been said that the extreme heat of the sun could destroy the world, ending an era. This catastrophe is known as the 3 suns in the sky. Hanju internally commends Sichuan fairy. Didn't expect master to be a fan of the 3-body problem. Xing Hongxian is puzzled, but apart from the sunlight being brighter, the temperature between heaven and earth hasn't risen that much, has it? Hanju silently observes the scenery. Isn't this extreme enough? That Suzaku can't descend shows how difficult it is for immortals and gods to come down. Golden Crow can't either. Perhaps that's why it's isolated from the mortal world. But if this continues, it will eventually lead to disaster. Hearing Golden Crow can't descend, Chick timidly asks, does that mean I won't be stewed with mushrooms? Hanju places dark prison chicken atop the fusang tree. Warning, if you dare come down again, I'll start by chopping your wings and feet for a barbecue. Xing Hongxian and Sichuan fairy quickly try to smooth things over. Oh, if it doesn't affect the mortal realm, let's not worry about it. Chick is still a child. What harm could it have intended? Just then, 9 Cauldrons sage finds Hanju. Elder Han, there's no rush with the chicken stewed with mushrooms. The sect has an important matter requiring your decision. The Heavenly Immortal Mansion and other sacred lands are calling for the Righteous Path forces to gather and march together to annihilate the Demon Path dynasty. Righteous Path sects around Great Swallow are preparing to go, and envoys are currently waiting in the main hall. We didn't dare make a decision without consulting you. Please, we need your guidance. Hanju didn't expect it to be time to choose sides so soon. Sichuan fairy analyzes that this might be due to the 3 suns and the sky phenomenon. The outside world thinks it's the doing of the Demon Path, so all parties are getting restless. The Heavenly Immortal Mansion probably has its eye on the Jade Pure sect. If we don't pick a side, we might be seen as part of the Demon Path. Let's go then. Please ask the sect leader to lead personally. After all, the Jade Pure Holy sect isn't strong enough yet. Sending 10,000 cultivators should suffice, and take the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate with you, letting them settle their scores. I'll stay behind to guard the Jade Pure Holy sect, so the sect leader can rest assured. 9 Cauldrons sage bows, and immediately goes to convey the orders. Just then, Sichuan fairy speaks up. I should go too. As a core elder and the peak master of one of the 18 peaks, it's my responsibility. Xing Hongxian also insists, husband, I want to go too. I am the mistress of the ascetic immortal mountain, and it's my responsibility as well. Hanju is stunned. You 2 ladies, what trouble are you starting now? Hanju really doesn't want his master to take risks, but no matter how he tries to persuade her, the woman is determined. Xing Hongxian has also faced troubles with the demonic cult several times and has sworn to contribute significantly to the demon eradication effort this time. Hanju sighs helplessly. Since you both insist on taking this risk, then take this with you. I've upgraded your heaven's puppets to a true complete state. They're not only durable but also equipped with red tassel spears, though I haven't had the chance to etch the lines and apply the luminescent paint yet. Before departing, Hanju instructs 9 Cauldrons sage to take good care of his cultivation partner and master. 9 Cauldrons sage assures Hanju, your women will be safe, not a hair on their heads will be harmed. Watching the 3 leave, Chick comes over to Hanju. Master, oh master, what will the Jade Pure sect do without you? Hanju coldly tells it to scram. From now on, you're not allowed to go fishing anymore. Just sit on the tree and be a chicken. Hanju silently prays, hoping that 9 Cauldrons sage and the others will be safe. With the Heavenly Immortal Mansion leading the team, Jinaiha should be finished this time. In the heartland of the demonic cult, Jinaiha is coldly looking at the person in front of him. Suchi, oh Suchi, I've suspected you for a long time. Over the past 60+ years, more than 5,000 elite forces have died mysteriously, including a Mahayana realm powerhouse. Our invasion plans have been delayed time and again. After years of investigation, all evidence points to you, who have been with us. Why have you betrayed me? Is this the Demon Master's will? Confess now. Chaotic Heavenly Dog looks at Suchi with complex eyes, struggling internally. It doesn't know whether it should save Suchi, but even if it tried, it couldn't change the outcome. It's no match for the Demon Emperor. Your Majesty, it must be the Demon Master forcing Suchi. He could never betray you. Suchi says in a deep voice, it has nothing to do with the Demon Master. I am a Righteous Path cultivator. I cannot join forces with demons. Suchi believes firmly, my master will definitely come to save me. Jinaiha narrows his eyes, a murderous intent flickering within. He orders solemnly, Chaotic Heavenly Dog, go and eat him. Upon hearing this, Chaotic Heavenly Dog is shocked. Master, I've been a vegetarian for a long time now. Jinaiha looks menacingly at the Heavenly Dog. Today, only one of you can live. Chaotic Heavenly Dog looks at Suchi, and Suchi looks back calmly. Suchi shakes his head slightly in resignation. The doggy also doesn't want to attack a fellow fellow disciple. Decades ago, they had already recognized each other, but at that time, Su Chi hadn't recognized the doggy, though the doggy had recognized Su Chi. However, the doggy's appearance has changed so much over the years that Su Chi dared not acknowledge him rashly. Doggy swears by Chick's life that he is Hanju's most legitimate magical pet, but Su Chi doesn't believe a word of it. Doggy can only show Master's signature expression, prompting Su Chi to excitedly say, "Yes, yes, that's it, you really are one of us." Just like Master, the two recount the hardships they've faced over the years while adventuring outside, sharing their intentions to return to the Jade Pure sect together someday, even if it means dying together and returning to their roots. The more chaotic Heavenly Dog thinks about it, the more aggrieved it feels, igniting a fury within. "What are you waiting for?" Jinaiha impatiently commands, his tone full of dissatisfaction. Chaotic Heavenly Dog's claws click together, and it raises its head to howl. "Su Chi, go back and tell Master that Chaotic Heavenly Dog hasn't faltered. If there's an afterlife, I'll stand by his side without leaving an inch." The dog suddenly turns and lunges at Jinaiha, cursing, "I'll fight you with all I've got." Jinaiha smirks, touching, yet some still don't understand that submission is the only way to live. It's too late for Su Chi to intervene. Doggy's claws are already striking towards Jinaiha. After a loud explosion, Doggy is sent flying, blood spilling through the air. "I knew your master was Hanju from the beginning when I revived you. I read your memories. A hunch told me he would interfere with my grand plan. Your foolish loyalty disappoints me. Soon, I'll send Hanju down to join you." Looking at Doggy, alive or dead, Su Chi transitions from shock to rage in an instant, his eyes engulfed by fury, and strands of dark energy seep into his body. Jinaiha is secretly alarmed. Could this power be? Just then, a wildly arrogant laughter sounds. "Demon Emperor, I've finally found you. Prepare to die. Mahayana Realm 4th level's Luo Chioma wasn't my match, and you're just at the Tribulation Crossing realm." Jinaiha's heart tightens. "You're Ji Xianqian. That's right. Knowing my name, you can die now." Since 2 extra suns appeared in the sky, Hanju has been troubled by the mess Chick caused, but the chicken has become much more obedient, never daring to leave the Fusang tree again. Since Dark Prison Chicken has resettled in the Fusang tree, why haven't the 2 golden crows left? It's easy to invite the gods, but hard to send them away. Hanju suddenly has a bold idea. Why not take this opportunity to seek advice from a powerhouse? He instructs his disciples not to approach him as he contemplates. A month later, during a battlefield where righteous and demon paths are clashing, an anomaly suddenly descends from the sky. The swords of sword cultivators from both sides involuntarily fly out of their hands, heading in a particular direction. The battlefield quiets down instantly. With the weapons gone, how could the battle continue? Especially since sword cultivators are more common among the righteous path. This turn of events delights the demon cultivators, whose variously shaped weapons are now coming in handy. However, the righteous path cultivators were prepared, having learned from past experiences. They all pulled out their red tassel spears to charge. All the treasured swords from across the world flew towards the direction of ascetic Immortal Mountain. Hanju, familiar with the way, arrived at the river of the Way of the Sword as if returning to his maternal home. He moved straight ahead and soon saw Zhang Guxing. Elder. Zhang Guxing did not pay attention to Hanju, as he had come too frequently. Breaking the silence with a chuckle, Hanju asked, "Elder, do you know about the Golden Crow?" Zhang Guxing was annoyed. "You attained enlightenment in the Way of the Sword just to ask me about the Golden Crow?" Hanju, of course, couldn't admit that was right and instead claimed he was deeply passionate about the Way of the Sword and just happened to achieve enlightenment, so he took the opportunity to ask the elder. Zhang Guxing explained that the Golden Crow is an ancient divine beast that can transform into the sun. The Golden Crow is divided into the mortal Golden Crow and the divine Golden Crow. The mortal Golden Crow is the son of the mortal realm, forever bound to its realm, unable to leave or increase its cultivation. The divine Golden Crow is one of the divine races in the celestial realm, with profound heritage. Even the celestial court, divine palaces, and the demon palace dare not provoke them lightly. Hearing this, Hanju felt a sinking feeling in his heart. If the mortal Golden Crow cannot leave, then the 2 new suns in the sky are likely divine Golden Crows. Hanju continued to ask, "Can the divine Golden Crow enter the mortal realm?" Of course not. The true sun fire on their bodies is enough to destroy the mortal realm, and heavenly rules strictly forbid them from descending. Zhang Guxing seemed to think of something, immediately calculating with his fingers, muttering to himself, "The divine Golden Crow clan has been in constant strife recently. If that's really the case, it's a big deal." After seeing the image of the mortal realm, Zhang Guxing cursed, "How could there be 2 divine Golden Crows above your mortal realm? Although they are young divine Golden Crows." Hanju asks, "Are young divine Golden Crows strong?" Zhang Guxing replies, saying they are not strong. They haven't been born long and have only about Mahayana level of cultivation. Only, this time, it's Hanju's turn to curse. Just born with Mahayana cultivation. Hanju feels insulted. Why doesn't the divine Golden Crow clan discipline them? If they run to our mortal realm, it would be a disaster for us mortals. Zhang Guxing answers, "Who knows? It's not my concern. My duty is to guard the Way of the Sword. Other matters are unrelated to me. I haven't seen anything, and you shouldn't expect expect me to help you? Hanju falls silent, realizing that being behind means getting hit. Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. He needs to hurry up to the 9th level of the Tribulation Crossing realm, lest he can't even beat 2 little chicks by then. 3 breaths later, he moves past Zhang Guxing and continues forward. Since he's here, he might as well strive to become stronger. Like the last time, Hanju takes 6 steps, and a sword energy soars into the sky from ascetic immortal mountain, upgrading his mysterious yellow sword energy to the Tai divine ability. Hanju continues to cultivate, aiming for the next small goal, the 9th level of the Tribulation Crossing realm. In a dark cave somewhere, greedy demon Arhat, white-haired witch, blood demon ancestor, and demon lord Xian Qingjun sit together. The fall of one of their number has cast a gloomy atmosphere over them. Blood demon ancestor says the demon emperor's recovery speed is slowing down, and he frequently suffers backlash from the demonic energy within his body. In my opinion, the demon emperor is being affected by some external factors. Supporting him as we have, it doesn't seem worth it anymore. Greedy demon Arhat speaks solemnly. I didn't expect the heavenly immortal mansion to be so strong. Ji Xianchen has surpassed the category of a genius. Even if we were to face him one-on-one, we might not be his match. Blood demon ancestor looks towards Xian Qingjun. Demon lord, are you confident in dealing with Ji Xianchen? Xian Qingjun responds emotionlessly. I do have confidence, but they've asked me to remain neutral. After all, taking action at the 8th level of the Mahayana realm could destroy heavens and earth. I can't act rashly before they make a move. Blood demon ancestor is unwilling to wait any longer. We must eliminate Ji Xianchen before he grows too powerful. Greedy demon Arhat and white-haired witch urge the ancestor to act quickly, given that among the 4 of them, aside from Xian Qingjun, blood demon ancestor is the strongest, and naturally, the ancestor himself is reluctant to take the lead. The heavenly immortal mansion is not so easily provoked. The demon lord indicates indifferently, Ji Xianchen won't cause much trouble for now. But what about those 2 golden crows in the sky? What kind of omen is this? The 4 demon path leaders fall silent for a moment. White-haired witch speaks up cautiously. We demon cultivators have never been favored by Heaven's Tao. Do you think this might be Heaven's Tao preparing to intervene? Blood demon ancestor instructs the demon lord to quickly investigate in the netherworld. If Heaven's Tao really plans to intervene, we should withdraw as soon as possible. The demon lord agrees and opens a portal to the netherworld. In an instant, demonic energy tears open a spatial rift, and the demon lord says, this trip may take decades. Can you maintain the situation here? The 3 assure her not to worry. The demon lord says hopefully, then heads to the netherworld without looking back. After the demon lord leaves, blood demon ancestor remembers the grand ceremony and instructs the white-haired witch to make thorough preparations. Whether the demon path can unite depends on this ceremony. 11 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and one day Hanju receives a system prompt. It has been detected that you have reached 600 years old, advancing further in life. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately leave seclusion to slay demons and monsters, making a name for yourself, and receive 1 spiritual treasure. Or 2. Continue cultivating away from the mundane world, aiming for the Mahayana realm, and receive 1 spiritual treasure and a bottle of random elixir. Without a second thought, Hanju chooses the second option. Congratulations, you've obtained the Tai spiritual treasure Titan's spirit bracers. Congratulations, you've obtained a bottle of Mahayana soul thought pill. The Titan spirit bracers, a 5th grade Tai spiritual treasure, can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, enhancing physical strength in battle. The Mahayana soul thought pill, an elixir for Mahayana realm cultivators to strengthen the soul. Another Tai spiritual treasure, not bad at all. Hanju's mood immediately improves. The Mahayana soul thought pill is not something he can use at the moment, as he has already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Tribulation Crossing realm. He checks his relationships and emails, not having scrolled through his social circle in over a decade. Su Qi went mad from cultivation, and the chaotic heavenly dog. These 2 guys have it tough. The demon path is too resilient. Despite the number of demon cultivators being less than a third of the righteous path, this war between righteousness and evil has lasted for decades, and might even continue for 100 years. Where do these endless demon cultivators come from? Luckily, I didn't participate. Better to cultivate well than to fight. Hanju turns his attention to the sky above ascetic immortal mountain. The 2 golden crows are still there, truly persistent. Hanju starts checking the cultivation levels of others. Yang Tiandong and Sun Chang'an have reached the 9th level of the nascent soul realm. Enlightenment sword has reached the 7th level of the nascent soul realm, and Chick, eating and sleeping daily, has also reached the 7th level of the fusion void realm. Hanju proudly says, better to cultivate well like my disciples of the Han sect than to waste time fighting. Fang Liang has now astonishingly reached the 9th level of the nascent soul realm, truly worthy of being a child of heaven and earth. In such a short time, he's almost caught up to Su Qi. Given a bit more time, the strongest in our sect will undoubtedly be Fang Liang. Somewhere in a cave, Fang Liang has already begun his tribulation crossing. Heaven's down naturally wouldn't make it difficult for a child of heaven and earth. This thunder tribulation feels as refreshing as a spring breeze. As the last few thunderbolts strike in a perfunctory manner. Golden lotuses of fortune start raining from the sky. Hanju watches as Fan Liang's icon progresses from nascent soul to spirit transformation and can't help but exclaim in surprise. What? I was just talking about you, and you're breaking through already? Hanju turns to notice the golden lotuses of fortune, which have now filled ascetic Immortal Mountain and probably the entire cultivation world. The grandeur of a child of heaven and earth indeed benefits everyone under the heavens, sharing the benefits of Fan Liang's breakthrough with the world. These golden lotuses are full of fortune, greatly benefiting cultivation, especially at critical moments of breakthrough. Sun Chang'an and Yang Tiandong also take advantage of the fortune from the golden lotuses to break through to the spirit transformation realm. However, breaking through means they must face tribulation crossing, and the combined force of their tribulations might be too much for ascetic Immortal Mountain to bear. Hanju considers separating them and sending them to the myriad demon realm to undergo their tribulations separately, as the combined force of their thunder tribulations might be unbearable. Yet, Hanju fails to notice that he too has been touched by the golden lotuses of fortune. A golden lotus quietly lands on his shoulder, causing his already overflowing spiritual power to burst forth completely. He feels his spiritual power surging tumultuously within him. Though he planned to consolidate his cultivation a bit longer, he now has no choice but to break through. With the other two already set to break through, adding himself into the mix, not only is ascetic Immortal Mountain at risk of being flattened, but the entire Jade Pure sect might also be obliterated. Just when Hanju was about to undergo his tribulation, he was suddenly transported to a void. Confused, he talked to himself, only to be informed by the system that this place is the heavenly tribulation space, specially designed for those breaking through to the Mahayana realm. Hanju cursed in surprise, not expecting such a privilege for the Mahayana realm. This was for the best, as the mortal world would not be devastated by his breakthrough. He now just hoped that Sun Chang'an and Yang Tiandong were aware of the rules and would hurry to the myriad demon realm for their tribulation crossing. Just as Hanju was settling in for his tribulation crossing, the system notified him that if others within his tribulation crossing range also met the conditions for tribulation crossing, they too would be brought to this space for a collective tribulation crossing. Immediately afterward, Hanju saw his two foolish disciples. Hanju was dumbfounded, and so were they. If the power of three people undergoing tribulation crossing were to stack, it's likely none could survive. Just then, as they looked towards the horizon, terrifying clouds of calamity rolled in. There was no escaping now, but suddenly a powerful bolt of heavenly lightning struck the clouds, instantly dissipating them. Yang Tiandong and Sun Chang'an thought they had escaped, but Hanju knew it was not good. The clouds that had been dispersed were their clouds of calamity, and it was his Mahayana heavenly lightning that had dispersed them. In an instant, a thunderbolt a kilometer wide descended, followed by countless more. In this seemingly endless void of the tribulation crossing space, the three found nowhere to hide. Hanju, protected by his Tai spiritual treasure, might withstand it, but his two disciples surely couldn't endure such intensity. Yang Tiandong mentioned he had read about group thunder tribulation in a book, and the author must have survived to have written about it. The method was to quickly huddle down. Hanju cursed for the third time. Is this a dignified way to die? Numerous thick bolts of heavenly lightning continued to strike down, seemingly with eyes as none hit the three of them. Thus, they endured 3 months in the thunder tribulation. What are you guys doing? Enlightenment Sword suddenly appeared behind Hanju and asked, "Don't bother me. Can't you see we're undergoing tribulation crossing?" The three suddenly realized, how could she be here too? Looking up, not only had they returned to ascetic Immortal Mountain, but their cultivation levels had also increased. Hanju looked at the three suns in the sky, confirming they were back in the present world. Why had the heavenly tribulation passed so easily? Enlightenment Sword pointed to a purple stone she had placed behind Hanju. After you gave this to me, my cultivation did increase a bit faster, but it wasn't much help, so I thought of returning it to Master. After placing the stone down, she went off to fish. Looking at the Enlightenment Stone, Hanju suddenly realizes its purpose. Could it be that this stone's function isn't for enlightenment but for avoiding tribulation? This stone could help immortals remain in the mortal world without being restricted by heaven's Tao rules. Now it can also avoid heavenly tribulation, essentially concealing its user from heaven's Tao. The Mahayana realm is the highest cultivation level that can be sustained by the mortal realm. Upon reaching the peak of the 9th level, one is forcibly expelled and ascends. With this stone, could I avoid the forced ascension by heaven's Tao and stay in the mortal realm indefinitely? With the help of the purple stone, Hanju smoothly breaks through the tribulation crossing realm. He suppresses his excitement to consolidate his cultivation, and the system presents him with breakthrough rewards. Congratulations on advancing to the Mahayana realm. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately ascend and leave the mortal coil, receiving 1 divine ability inheritance, 1 heaven's Tao spirit stone, and 1 spiritual treasure. Or 2. Continue cultivating and not ascend yet, receiving 1 spiritual treasure. Seeing the prompt, Hanju raises an eyebrow. System, are you tempting me to ascend? Impossible. After being with me for so long, you should know my temperament. I won't consider ascending without reaching the Tai Earth immortal cultivation level, especially since I already have several enemies enemies above. I will continue to lie low in the mortal realm. Hanju immediately chooses the second option. You choose to continue cultivating and not ascend yet, receiving one spiritual treasure. Congratulations, you've obtained the Tai spiritual treasure Imperial Dragon Fate Sedan. The Imperial Dragon Fate Sedan, a second-grade Tai spiritual treasure, is a mount-type magical treasure that can withstand a full-force strike from a scattered immortal. Hanju's eyes light up. This perfect golden finish, these sturdy off-road tires, and it can withstand a full-force strike from a scattered immortal. What a great item. Not letting the joy of receiving a new treasure cloud his judgment, Hanju immediately starts a simulation trial. This time, he does not adjust Xian Qingjun's cultivation level and directly confronts an 8th level Mahayana realm Xian Qingjun, unleashing her full strength. Xian Qingjun quickly makes a move, using an unknown technique that sends countless vengeful spirits rushing towards Hanju. With a slight motion of his finger, Hanju uses the heaven and earth mysterious yellow boundary breaking sword finger, a sword energy sweeping across, instantly obliterating Xian Qingjun. Hanju dusts off his car, feeling a boost in confidence. Now, there should be no mortal who can kill me in the mortal realm. But knowing this isn't enough, Hanju plans to comprehend the heaven and earth mysterious yellow boundary breaking sword finger again. After breaking through to the Mahayana realm, he should be able to further enhance the limit of this divine ability. Hanju turns and gets into the car, intending to speed through the river of the way of the sword. Speeding along, he quickly encounters Zhang Guxing. Zhang Guxing, annoyed, says, "Why have you come again? Is it interesting to keep enhancing the same divine ability? Can't you properly cultivate to strengthen your cultivation?" Being told he doesn't cultivate properly irks Hanju. There's no one in the mortal realm more devoted to ascetic cultivation than I am. Zhang Guxing pauses, then takes a closer look. You've already reached the Mahayana realm? How many years has it been? Not only is this child's talent in the way of the sword unparalleled, but his cultivation talent is also terrifying. Zhang Guxing takes another look at Hanju, then turns to gaze at his departing figure. For some reason, Zhang Guxing feels that Hanju has changed. He no longer seems to be a mere mortal. Meanwhile, on a cliff outside a cave, a figure is leisurely playing a bamboo flute. It is none other than Ji Xianchen. Inside the cave, a large pot is stewing Suchi, with chaotic heavenly dog looking worried. Elder, can he really recover his sanity from going mad with cultivation? Ji Xianchen reassures. The child went mad from cultivation because he couldn't control the power within him. Like me, he was born extraordinary, containing a powerful force surpassing ordinary beings. With the secret medicine of our heavenly immortal mansion, it won't be long before he can master his power and recover his sanity. And it's not just our skill in medicine that's top-notch. Even our soup making is unparalleled. Chaotic heavenly dog points to the big pot behind him. No wonder I smelled the aroma of stewed meat. Ji Xianchen scolds. The secret medicine needs to simmer on low heat. Who told you to turn up the heat to reduce the sauce? Just then, Ji Xianchen feels the trembling of his sword. He looks towards the horizon at the purple twilight, the signature of the ancient way of the sword within the Great Swallow territory. Could it be that person's way of the sword has made another breakthrough? I can't beat him head on, and now I'm also inferior in the way of the sword? Ji Xianchen, feeling extremely irked, stands up abruptly. Chaotic heavenly dog quickly asks where he plans to go, to which Ji Xianchen coldly replies, "I'm going to slaughter a demon sect to vent my anger." After Ji Xianchen leaves, chaotic heavenly dog turns back to look at Su Qi, thinking, should we leave without him? Hesitating, although Ji Xianchen saved them, chaotic heavenly dog always felt that Ji Xianchen had his own agenda. I really want to return to the Great Swallow, but would leaving like this anger Ji Xianchen? Although Master has slain the Green Python Great Sage and may have reached the Tribulation Crossing realm, Ji Xianchen is someone who has killed beings in the Mahayana realm. Doggy doesn't want him causing trouble for Master. Chaotic heavenly dog hesitates in its heart. I can't cause more trouble for Master. Let's wait until Su Qi recovers. As Ji Xianchen walks down the mountain, he broods and muses. I, Ji Xianchen, should be the #1 in the world. You, Loki, are merely a stepping stone for me. In chaotic times, I am the pinnacle of humanity. In times of peace and prosperity, my heart becomes that of an immortal. Just then, Ji Xianchen notices a tornado approaching. He doesn't take this small anomaly seriously. Why are there sharks swimming in that tornado? Elsewhere, numerous cultivators are detained in a grand hall, all in a state of despair. This hall is vast, holding tens of thousands of cultivators. An old acquaintance, Huang Jihao, sits meditating in a corner, his hair unkempt and looking extremely haggard. At this moment, a towering figure appears. I give you 3 days. When the grand ceremony to welcome the demon begins, those who still refuse to submit will become sacrifices. The speaker is greedy demon Arhat. Despite being haggard, Huang Jihao's Dao heart is firm, and he coldly replies, I, a righteous path cultivator, will never stoop to associate with the likes of you. The other cultivators also express their support, implying that when the righteous path alliance arrives, his arrogance will be challenged. Greedy demon Arhat laughs. Are you referring to them? With a wave of his hand, a black fog instantly fills the hall. Once the fog dissipates, Huang Jihao and the others are shocked by what they see. The first thing they notice is Elder Guan, along with 9 Nine Cauldrons Sage, Sichuan Fairy, and other Jade Pure Sect elders, all tightly bound. It turns out that the Jade Pure Holy Sect had just arrived, with the main force temporarily stationed outside the Demon Emperor's royal city, led by Nine Cauldrons Sage and several elders to scout the city in advance. So this is the Demon Path Royal City? It looks quite dilapidated. It's said that demon cultivators often go mad, so the Demon Emperor doesn't bother to rebuild the city. Yet, surprisingly, not a single demon cultivator is seen within the vast royal city, making everyone feel quite eerie. Nine Cauldrons Sage speculates that maybe the demon cultivators are being held back by allied forces, but Sichuan Fairy wonders, how come we can't see any members of the Righteous Path sects that entered the city before us? How could tens of thousands of Righteous Path elites just disappear? Xing Hongxian also feels something is off. Even if we were to split up, we would have signaled first. Lu Bumi, walking alongside Nine Cauldrons Sage, speaks in a low voice. Sect leader, have you noticed another strange thing? What is it? Nine Cauldrons asks. It seems like we can't finish off the demon cultivators no matter how many we kill. Logically, their numbers shouldn't surpass those of the Righteous Path. Yet, after decades of war, demon cultivators are still everywhere. Moreover, the number of Righteous Path cultivators seems to be decreasing. Nine Cauldrons Sage's expression changes. Do you mean there are continuous betrayals? Lu Bumi's expression is grave, with one decreasing and the other increasing. I suspect there's a force in the demon path converting Righteous Path cultivators into demon cultivators. Along the way, we've encountered many demon cultivators who've gone mad from cultivation, yet their aura feels eerily familiar. Nine Cauldrons Sage shivers inside, unable to remain calm any longer, because Lu Bumi is right. After all, those willing to fall into the demon path are in the minority. Yet, as this century-long battle between good and evil continues, the number of demon cultivators only seems to increase, indicating a troubling fact. These demon cultivators were once their own people. Understanding something, Nine Cauldrons Sage immediately turns and orders, "Everyone follow me in retreat." Just then, a thunderous noise comes from the sky, and a figure crashes down from the rolling dark clouds directly onto where everyone is, creating an impact like a meteorite, and a towering figure steps on Nine Cauldrons Sage. Nine Cauldrons orders the Jade Pure Sect disciples to flee quickly, while Sichuan Fairy and other elders open a path for their disciples. But greedy demon Arhat slowly brings his hands together. "Amitba, where do you think you're going? Since you're here, why not join the demons?" With that, a massive hand reaches out for everyone, and no one has the strength to escape. Now, the elites of the Righteous Path are all trapped in this grand hall, and although there are many disciples from various Righteous Path sects outside, none have the power to contend with the Mahayana realm. Just then, with a flick of greedy demon Arhat's finger, a Righteous Path disciple is lifted into the air and instantly twisted into a pretzel. Greedy demon Arhat coldly looks at everyone. This is the fate of those who refuse to submit. "Wait, I'm willing to become a demon cultivator." A Righteous Path chubby elder shouts loudly, trembling as he stands up. Cultivators around him cast angry glares. Huang Jihao, although his hands are bound, attempts to slay the traitor. He stomps his feet and charges towards the chubby man, intending to stab him with his coronet. However, greedy demon Arhat sweeps him away with a slap, sending Huang Jihao flying. Greedy demon Arhat protects the traitor. Very well, the wise adapt to changes. Now, you'll be in charge of them. With that, greedy demon Arhat moves his fingers, and strands of dark energy instantly penetrate the chubby man's body. As the chubby man screams in agony, everyone watches in horror. Soon, he falls into demonhood, the surging power within making him feel incredibly comfortable. He instantly exerts pressure, urging everyone present to surrender and enjoy the feast of demonic energy. After this episode, many with weaker Dao hearts immediately switch sides, declaring their intention to follow the Demon Emperor in unifying the world. Some disciples from the Jade Pure Holy Sect also start to become restless. Nine Cauldrons Sage speaks solemnly. Disciples of the Jade Pure Holy Sect can only die with integrity, never to submit to demons. Anyone who dares to betray the sect and join the demon cultivators, do not blame the god-slaying elder for purging the sect afterward. Hearing this, those with wavering Dao hearts look at each other, suddenly feeling a glimmer of hope. That's right, the god-slaying elder hasn't made a move yet. Perhaps there's still a chance. The disciples begin to show their determination again. However, Xing Hongxian sighs, realizing the situation is beyond Hanju's help. He couldn't possibly traverse mountains and seas in a short time, considering it took them decades to get here. Xing Hongxian silently grieves. "Husband, if fate allows, let's be husband and wife again in the next life." Meanwhile, inside the innate cave abode, Hanju enters the river of the Way of the Sword again. This time, he advances an entire 20 steps beyond Tai, elevating the heaven and earth mysterious yellow boundary-breaking sword finger to a new level. This divine ability can break through realms and strike from afar, similar to instantaneous spatial jumps. As long as his spiritual sense can capture the target, he can achieve long-range kills. Regardless of the distance, the heaven and earth mysterious yellow boundary-breaking sword finger's lethality is boundless. Hanju believes there are few in the mortal realm who can withstand it. When Hanju checks his his social media, he discovers Xing Hongshuan's message, revealing that many fellow Taoists have been trapped by demon cultivators. Hanju frowns. Has the Jade Pure Holy Sect been overrun just like that? They all had the protection of the heavenly puppet. How were they all captured? Hanju immediately connects his consciousness with Xing Hongshuan's puppet, finding the puppet trapped in a warm and dark environment with only a sliver of light shining through a crack. He instantly realizes where it is. Given Xing Hongshuan's habit of keeping odd things there, the puppet suddenly pops its head out, startling Xing Hongxian, and her scream attracts the attention of the guarding demon cultivators. Xishuan Fairy is seen bound and being interrogated by Lu, the previously betrayed chubby elder. Hanju telepathically instructs the puppet to keep Xing Hongxian quiet. She says, "Husband, we've been captured by greedy demon Arhat. The 4 demon path leaders are capturing righteous path cultivators en masse. Most captured cultivators have been tempted into demonhood, while those of us who refuse are to be used as sacrifices in the welcoming demon ceremony. There seems to be a deeper secret with the demon emperor. He might be planning to summon more powerful demons to the mortal realm." Hanju reassures her, "Don't worry, I'll take action when the time is right." Xing Hongxian shakes her head helplessly. "The righteous path has already lost many tribulation crossing realm cultivators, and your puppet's power is far from matching the 4 demon path leaders. We've completely fallen this time. Let's be husband and wife again in the next life." Hanju encourages her, "Don't lose hope. Hasn't the heavenly immortal mansion made a move?" Xing Hongxian shakes her head again. Perhaps even the heavenly immortal mansion is struggling. Hanju ponders, seeing that the demon path has gained the upper hand. He comforts Xing Hongxian a few more times, telling her to keep the puppet close for constant contact. "And the welcoming demon ceremony, isn't it to summon ancient demonic tribes? Now I have no choice but to intervene. If the demonic tribes arrive, the world will be even less peaceful." Hanju raises his right hand and erects his middle finger. "When the time comes, it's all on you." Seeing Hanju's gesture, Enlightenment Sword is puzzled. "Master, that's a unique gesture. Is it the starting position for a divine ability of the godly hand?" Hanju says, "This divine ability should not be used lightly, only in a do-or-die situation." "What does it do?" Hanju ignores the question, simply stating, "It will make you feel better before you die." Ever since Dark Prison Chicken was punished and not allowed to descend from the Fusang tree, it felt as if it was serving a prison sentence, days dragging on like years. Suddenly, a familiar voice is heard from under the tree. It turns out to be Morongqi returning from his cultivation journey. Hanju asks Morongqi what he has gained from his journey. Morongqi hesitates, his expression anxious. "Grandmaster, may I ask you a question? Among all the paths in the world, which one is the strongest? Is it the way of the sword?" Hanju tells him, "There is no strongest path, only the strongest cultivators." Morongqi nods. "Grandmaster, I feel like I'm not suited for the way of the sword. Recently, when I go out on missions, I find my combat abilities to be mediocre. I thought I could compensate for my lack of talent with hard work, but despite all the effort, I haven't made much progress." With a composed inquiry, Hanju asks, "Since the way of the sword doesn't suit you, why not switch to another path?" Morongqi is shocked, not expecting Hanju to approve of him changing paths. Hanju asks what path Morongqi feels more suited to. Morongqi says, "I feel I'm more suited to the path of weapons, specifically long spears or polearms, but few cultivators use polearms. They are more suited for mortal wars." Morongqi is about to show him when Hanju unsurprisingly comments, "As expected of the war god from the divine palace, war gods often use polearms, both in mythology and the mortal realm." Then, with a flicker of golden light from his fingertip, Hanju reveals, "I had foreseen your affinity for the spear path and have already made you a long spear from a branch of the Fusang tree, calling it the mystical branch curved blade spear." The disciples are astonished. The Fusang tree is Hanju's most precious treasure, even attracting 2 sons. Unbelievably, for his disciple, Hanju gave him a part of the Fusang tree, a treatment no one else has ever received. Morongqi gratefully accepts his grandmaster's generosity, his admiration for Hanju instantly reaching 5 stars. At this moment, Hanju speaks again. "Currently, in the battle between good and evil, our righteous path has fallen into a disadvantage. Today, I prepare to lend a hand. On this occasion, I will impart teachings to you all. Whether you can comprehend a divine ability or law of your own will depend on your fate." Elsewhere, as greedy demon Arhat gives the command, the ritual for the welcoming demon ceremony officially begins. Following greedy demon Arhat's instructions, the demon cultivators start escorting righteous path cultivators to the altar. The righteous path cultivators curse the demon cultivators, wishing them a dire fate, and many are directly trampled to death by the traitorous Lu, the chubby elder. Suddenly, Lu, the chubby elder, screams in agony, feeling a sudden heat in his posterior, courtesy of Huang Jiao's unique headgear delivering a devastating blow. Righteous path cultivators are escorted one after another towards the altar. Xing Hongxian softly says again, "Husband, let's be husband and wife again in the next life." Xishuan Fairy asks calmly, "Is your husband Elder Han?" Although Xing Hongxian also resides on ascetic immortal mountain, the 2 women don't interact much. That might not be possible in the next life. By the time you reincarnate, reincarnate. He may have already become an immortal. Xing Hongxian is instantly dismayed. What? Does that mean we'll be worlds apart? Meanwhile, Xishuan Fairy's lips curl up in a concealed smile. At this moment, Gu Yugang approaches, junior sister. Before dying, there's something I've held back for a long time that I want to say. Xishuan Fairy coldly replies, I don't want to hear it, but thank you for looking after me in this life. If fate allows in the next life, I'm willing to be your mother and take care of you for a lifetime. Nearly 100,000 righteous path cultivators are solemnly led out of the grand hall. Xishuan Fairy is shocked by the sight before her. By the altar, piles of bones burn endlessly, and cultivators who have turned into demon cultivators are not few, neatly arranged like an army. How many righteous path cultivators did the demon emperor capture? Is there really no hope left? What about the heavenly immortal mansion? In those sacred places, a female disciple speaks with indignation. Before being captured, they all thought victory was within reach, not realizing the nightmare had just begun. Nine Cauldrons Sage is secretly alarmed. How could there be so many demon cultivators? How did those righteous path cultivators so quickly turn into demon cultivators? Logically, converting spiritual power into demonic energy requires a process of cultivation, not something that can be done in a short time by abandoning one's cultivation and starting over. On a distant hill, Su Chi and Chaotic Heavenly Dog peer out from behind a rock. Chaotic Heavenly Dog trembles. There are so many demon cultivators. Are we really going up? We barely escaped from the demon emperor's grasp. I don't want to risk danger again. Su Chi solemnly responds, as hearts belong to the righteous path, how can we cower in fear? If the demon emperor's plans succeed today, the world will surely fall into chaos. Looking back then, it might be because we lacked this effort. Chaotic Heavenly Dog looks distressed. This kid is too righteous. If only Ji Xianxian could come now and take them out. On ascetic immortal mountain, Li Qingzi hurries over. Elder Han, the sect leader and others have been captured. What should we do? The distance caused his news to be delayed by more than a year. Han Ju responds, wait, they'll be fine. In reality, he's using the innate puppet to observe the situation in the Demon Path Royal City. Han Ju is waiting for someone, Demon Emperor Jinaya. As long as Jinaya is killed, the Demon Path will naturally collapse. Li Qingzi asks why Han Ju is waiting for Jinaya. Are you planning to go rescue them now? Han Ju says it's obviously too late to go now, but there's no need for such trouble. I'm about to lecture through battle. At this point, Murong Qi asks the first question. Grandmaster, I've always been puzzled. Should we pursue longevity or strength? Han Ju answers, each being has their own aspiration. My ambition is endless life, and my answer to you is, when you are the last one standing in this world, then you are the strongest. Murong Qi is lost in thought for a moment, as he still can't understand what Han Ju means by the last. Sun Chanen continues with a question. Grandmaster, there are heavenly laws in heaven's Tao, and reincarnation is one of those laws. Doesn't becoming an immortal mean escaping the cycle of life and death? Han Ju calmly states, immortals and gods are just beings more powerful than mortals, far from true eternal life. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many stories of gods reincarnating in myths. Who said reaching immortality is the end of cultivation? Sun Chanen becomes even more puzzled. Then what exactly is the endless lifespan you pursue? Han Ju continues, because the end of the Tao is far away, we must cherish the present. Skipping a little cultivation time today might seem insignificant. Think about how much time you'd waste in 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or 1,000,000 years. Sun Chanen has an epiphany, immediately bows in gratitude to Han Ju. Han Ju's seemingly distracted lecture appears profound and detached from worldly concerns to his disciples. Chicken and Enlightenment Sword curiously ask Han Ju what realm he is in now, and when he can reach Mahayana. Han Ju calmly states, I am already in the Mahayana realm. This revelation shocks everyone. Mahayana realm, the highest realm in the mortal world. Sun Chanen and Yang Tiandong, however, are not surprised, as they have accompanied Han Ju through many thunder tribulations. At the moment of the welcoming demon ceremony, the sky rumbles with thunder and blood churns. As Blood Demon Ancestor appears first, he releases his terrifying pressure, making all cultivators on the altar feel as if they've been struck by a heavy hammer. Blood Demon Ancestor looks up at the sky and murmurs, it's coming. A figure slowly emerges from the vortex in the sky, arriving with a terrifying pressure, appearing above the altar with a demeanor that looks down upon the world. Demon Emperor Jinaya has finally arrived. As Jinaya descends amidst the welcome of hundreds of thousands of demon cultivators, all righteous path cultivators on the altar dare not make a sound, only nervously watching the sky. Demon Emperor Jinaya spreads his arms and begins, followers of the demon path, let me tell you a story. At the dawn of the universe, when chaos reigned and all was void, demons existed before gods, and then humans and immortals came into being. The way of the demon seeks freedom from the constraints of heaven's Tao, pursuing eternal life and acting according to one's desires. Jinaya's voice, filled with a sense of the ancient, leads the demon cultivators back to that primordial era. Han Ju, listening through the innate puppet, thinks to himself, this demon emperor really has a way with words. Just then, a voice interrupts Jinaya's speech, the newcomer sneering, you think you're the leader of the demon cultivators? Jinaya frowns and looks towards the source of the voice. As do Blood Demon Ancestor and Greedy Demon Arhat. A terrifying aura bursts from the horizon, thunder roaring as Ji Xianchen strides through a storm of lightning. He appears excited and confident, laughing wildly at Jinaya. I let you off last time, but this time, I will kill you. His arrival excites all cultivators at the welcoming demon ceremony. After years of the great battle between good and evil, Ji Xianchen, with his formidable strength, has become renowned throughout the world, even considered the strongest by many. Ji Xianchen also contemplates, if he defeats Jinaya today in front of both righteous and demon forces, he will be hailed as the true savior of the world. Su Qi and Chaotic Heavenly Dog look up at the scene in the sky. Chaotic Heavenly Dog remarks, has he gotten stronger again? Su Qi gazes at the silhouette of Ji Xianchen, his eyes filled with shock and a hint of unease, sensing that things might not be as straightforward as they seem. Jinaya curses at White-Haired Witch and others for their inefficiency in holding back Ji Xianchen. Blood Demon Ancestor helplessly states that the elite forces previously dispatched were all consumed by the Shark Tornado, and White-Haired Witch and the others had already exerted their full strength against the old monsters of Heavenly Immortal Mansion. With a cold snort, Jinaya declares, in that case, there's no need for me to hide anymore. Although I'm still a bit away from my peak, my current strength is enough to dominate the mortal world. He then forms a sword gesture with his hand and casts a spell at Ji Xianchen. This sudden move shocks the two lords, revealing that Jinaya had been hiding his true power. Ji Xianchen, seeing Jinaya's preemptive strike, finds himself unable to dodge. Jinaya lets out a cold laugh, releasing the oppressive force of a peak Mahayana realm level 8. You insects, relying on secret methods to temporarily reach Mahayana, are essentially still in the Tribulation Crossing realm. Today, let me show you the gap between levels within the Mahayana realm. With that, Jinaya's gaze intensifies, and his move solidly hits Ji Xianchen. The Demon Path's two lords cheer as Ji Xianchen is taken down with a single blow. This unexpected turnaround not only stuns Doggy and Su Qi, but also plunges the Righteous Path, who had just begun to hope for rescue, back into despair. At the same time, Xing Hongxian hears a voice, take out the heavenly puppet. Hearing this and recognizing Hanju's voice, she immediately brings out the heavenly puppet. The puppet raises its right hand, pointing its finger towards Jinaya in the sky. Now is the time, right now. While Jinaya is relaxed from defeating his opponent, Hanju is already locked onto Jinaya with his spiritual sense. Yang Tiandong asks Hanju why, being already in the Mahayana realm, he has not yet ascended. While locking onto Jinaya, Hanju responds, asking me to ascend? Are you in a hurry to go out and recognize a godfather again? Others are curious about how powerful the Mahayana realm really is. Hanju, with a casual smile, suddenly releases several bursts of spiritual power, demonstrating a terrifying aura. What is Mahayana? Mahayana is being unparalleled, vanquishing foes with a flick of a finger. Hanju raises his right hand and points his middle finger towards the horizon. Mahayana is being invincible. With the heavenly earth mysterious yellow boundary breaking sword finger, a slash tears through space, deeply shocking everyone present. Jinaya feels a sword energy appear out of nowhere behind Ji Xianchen, piercing through space directly at him. Without time to think, Jinaya instinctively tries to dodge, but it's too late to block. Eyes wide, Jinaya is overwhelmed by the searing sword light. In that moment, his mind goes blank until he is engulfed by the sword energy, obliterated completely. Ji Xianchen, just getting up to continue fighting, sees the demon emperor dissipate into dust, carried away by the wind. His brain freezes, and turning towards the spatial rift behind him, he wonders, could it really be an immortal who intervened? It's impossible for a mortal to possess such power. It's terrifying, but why does the sword energy from that rift feel so familiar? Could it be that, aside from Loki, there is someone else in the world stronger than him? All demon cultivators and righteous path cultivators on the ground haven't yet reacted, only witnessing a sword energy materialize out of nowhere, tearing the heavens and piercing directly at the demon emperor. Without a deafening explosion or a world-shaking blast, when the dazzling sword energy dissipates, the demon emperor is gone. Blood Demon Ancestor and Greedy Demon Arhat's eyes widen in shock, both dumbfounded. Jinaya's strength wasn't too far from theirs, and they couldn't even see how Jinaya was killed, indicating the attacker was far beyond them. They dare not stay any longer and immediately flee. Before fleeing, they shout threats, claiming that by inviting an immortal to intervene, the demon palace in the upper realms will never forgive Heavenly Immortal Mansion. Ji Xianchen feels helpless. In Heavenly Immortal Mansion, there really isn't an actual immortal deity. Ji Xianchen can't think of anyone besides Loki from Jade Pure Holy Sect who could slay a Mahayana realm being with a single sword strike, unless there truly is an immortal who has descended to the mortal realm. Ji Xianchen looks towards the ground, where everyone present is still stunned into silence. It takes a while before people realize the demon emperor is dead. The demon cultivators are thrown into chaos, with their leader dead and the two lords fled, leaving them leaderless. Meanwhile, the righteous path cultivators, upon their rescue, cheer so loudly their joy echoes through the heavens, as the light of the righteous path finally shines upon the earth again. Sichuan Fairy hadn't anticipated Hanju Hanju could be so powerful. Everyone notices the gesture of the heavenly puppet still pointing in the direction where the demon emperor vanished. Who else could possess such strength? The righteous path cultivators, now freed from their restraints, immediately begin to counterattack, turning the site of the so-called welcoming demon ceremony into a hell for the demon cultivators. Su Chi and chaotic heavenly dog stand frozen in place, awestruck by the sword energy that had just whisked past overhead, like a divine sign. Su Chi exclaims excitedly, "It must be the master." Chaotic heavenly dog is stunned, asking blankly, "Did the master kill the demon emperor? It must be him, always protecting me from the shadows, or I would have been long gone." Hearing this, chaotic heavenly dog feels dejected. Why doesn't the master protect me? It suggests they make a quick escape, unwilling to become Ji Xianxian mount. At this moment, Ji Xianxian is wreaking havoc everywhere, venting his frustrations on the demon cultivators after being upstaged. On ascetic immortal mountain, Hanju retracts his power. The Fusang tree sways in the wind, and Enlightenment Sword gazes admiringly at Hanju's silhouette. Sun Chang and Yang Tiandong and others are full of admiration. Morong Chi clenches his fists excitedly and asks, "Master, what is this divine ability?" Hanju looks at him and says, "Heaven and earth mysterious yellow boundary breaking sword finger. Do you want to learn? I can teach you. Didn't you dislike sword techniques?" Seizing the opportunity, Yang Tiandong quickly chimes in, "Yes, you don't like sword techniques. Master, better teach me. I love it." "Who said that? I can try to adapt it into a spear technique. It would definitely be super majestic." To celebrate this victory for the righteous path, Hanju brings out the Book of Misfortune. Jinai's name is crossed out by him. Now, only Vermilion Bird and Extinction Taoist remain. This time, he decides to curse each of them for half a month, doubling their joy. Soon, the news of the demon emperor's instant defeat spreads throughout the world, and legends of an immortal saving the mortal realm circulate. Various versions of the story become popular topics in taverns, with speculation about the immortal's identity and which sect they belong to becoming the biggest topic across the land. Demon Lord's ears nearly developed calluses from listening, yet she found no clues. Just then, she receives a transmission from Blood Demon Ancestor. He has arrived. Return immediately. Shortly after, Demon Lord arrives in a dimly lit space, passing through a mist to see Blood Demon Ancestor and Greedy Demon Arhat kneeling before a shadowy figure. Demon Lord respectfully greets with Honored One, and the shadow reveals a terrifying form, coldly inquiring, "Jinaya is dead, and you do not know who killed him?" Demon Lord takes a deep breath and kneels. According to Blood Demon Ancestor and Greedy Demon Arhat, the assailant did not show themselves. "I suspect it was an immortal. It's not the first time an immortal has descended to the mortal realm without notice." Subsequently, the scene falls into silence, the icy voice no longer heard. Blood Demon Ancestor and Greedy Demon Arhat are so frightened they stop breathing. After a while, the Demon Lord continues to ask, "Should we continue the plan for the demon race to enter the mortal realm?" Jinaiha had already initiated the sacrificial ceremony, bringing the demon race's fortune closer to the mortal realm. This matter has likely alarmed the immortal realms. "If we proceed, I fear." Before she could finish, the shadow snorts coldly, "Continue. Let the demon master handle what comes next. The true demon is already in the mortal realm, and I've instructed the demon master to seek out this true demon. As for you, ascend as soon as possible." With that, the shadow dissipates in front of the three. The demon lord responds with an understood, but with a reluctant glance, her heart filled with unresolved feelings. At this moment, all she can think about is him. "Man, we are destined to be separated by the realms of immortals and mortals." In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed since Demon Emperor Jinaiha was eliminated. Hanju reached the second level of the Mahayana realm, and he brought the 6 paths of reincarnation technique to the 9th level of great completion. This time he did not comprehend a new divine ability, but his cultivation speed saw a significant increase. From now on, he could absorb the essence of the sun and moon above, and draw in the nether's spiritual energy from the netherworld below. Previously, when Hanju comprehended the 8th level of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, he learned the divine ability gate of reincarnation. With this gate, he could step into the netherworld and absorb souls into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Before, due to insufficient cultivation, he dared not rashly enter, but now that the 6 paths of reincarnation technique had reached great completion, he decided to go to the netherworld to take a look. At first, he felt engulfed by dark fog, unable to see anything. Gradually, Hanju found himself in a bizarre sea of flowers, which was the legendary Sea of Netherworld flowers. On the shore of the flower sea were countless floating bridges, and the black water flowing beneath his feet made him even more nervous. He spread his spiritual sense, finding nothing around him, but there indeed was water under his feet. This water was very strange. His spiritual sense directly dissipated upon contact. Could this water that dissolves spiritual sense be the legendary Stygian water? Unable to sense the spatial range with spiritual sense, and with the floating bridges complex and unpredictable, Hanju lost his direction for a moment. Just then, several souls flew past Hanju, and a light appeared at the end of one of the floating bridges. Hanju decided to follow these souls to see where they were going. After walking for a while, Hanju saw a bridge enveloped in thick fog. There was a stall on the bridge with someone handing bowls of soup to the souls. The souls lined up orderly before her, took the bowls from her hands, drank them all at once, then stepped onto the bridge and disappeared into the mist above the bridge. This startled Hanju, who immediately looked up at the sign at the head of the bridge of helplessness, soup of oblivion. I don't want to be reincarnated just yet. Better hurry on my way. Just as Hanju turned to leave, he was frozen in place by a terrifying pressure. Thinking of turning back before the life and death reincarnation, an ancient voice sounded behind Hanju. Mengpa might be a great power of the netherworld, certainly not to be underestimated. Hanju, facing the pressure, turned to look behind him, only to see a terrifying figure, 8 feet tall, reaching towards him. Hanju immediately performed a self-explosion of the Mahayana realm to prevent the netherworld's great powers from following the gate of reincarnation to the human world. The explosion shockwave lit up the entire bridge of helplessness, blew away the netherworld flowers, and overturned the floating bridges. Unexpectedly, Mengpa pointed a finger, and the shockwave abruptly stopped. With another word break, the self-explosion shockwave suddenly dissipated. Mengpa chuckled. No wonder you chose to self-destruct so decisively, using the Great Return puppet technique. Ha, what a pity, what a pity. This lost divine technique, which had disappeared for a million years, was the only existence in the puppetry system that could contend with the Great Luo back in the day. Interesting, what's the background of this young man? With a boom, Hanju opened his eyes within the innate cave dwelling and immediately closed the gate of reincarnation. His back was covered in cold sweat. The pressure he had just felt was too strong. It's worth noting that the heavenly puppet was of the Mahayana realm cultivation level, yet it was completely suppressed by the pressure. This netherworld cannot be entered lightly, Hanju thought fearfully. If the opponent were to lock onto my true self through the heavenly puppet, couldn't they kill me across realms? Despite the cave dwelling being encased in ice, Hanju felt an abnormal heat rising. Enlightenment sword ran in frantically. Master, master, it's terrible. The 2 suns are about to fall. Hanju frowned. Could it be that the 2 golden crows are determined to descend to the mortal realm? At this moment, some places in the mortal world had become scorched earth, with cultivators from all sects joining the firefighting efforts. Even the spiritual herbs on ascetic immortal mountain could not withstand the high temperatures and began to wither. Sun Chang'an, Yang Tiandong, and others planned to offer the fat chicken as a sacrifice to heaven, as this calamity was indeed caused by it. Hanju was well aware that if the 2 golden crows entered the mortal realm, it would instantly turn into hell. Trouble seemed to follow one after the other, making it difficult for him to cultivate in peace. With the sky barrier as an obstruction, they couldn't enter the mortal realm. However, as the golden crows kept striking, cracks began to appear in the sky barrier. It was unclear whether these cracks were caused by the golden crow's impacts or if they were already present. Soon after, with a loud noise in the sky, the 2 golden crows truly broke through the sky barrier and entered the mortal realm. The chicken was terrified, trembling with fat. Golden crows fed on phoenixes, and the pressure of their bloodline caused the chicken's mental defenses to completely collapse. The mortal realm was in chaos, with many people planning to dehydrate themselves for self-preservation. At this moment, Hanju hesitated, wondering whether to strike at the 2 golden crows and just kill them off. Just then, the system popped up a notification. Innate destiny individual detected. Would you like to view their origin? Hanju immediately chose to view. Divine golden crow, 7th layer of the Mahayana realm, in a juvenile state, abandoned by the golden crow divine race due to poor talent. These little golden crows came to the mortal realm, attracted by the aura of the Fusang tree, seeking to grow stronger. Due to the demonic race interfering with heaven's Tao fortunes, the 2 little golden crows found an opportunity and tried to forcibly enter the mortal realm. Abandoned by the golden crow divine race, Hanju caught on to the crucial information. Since they were abandoned, killing them wouldn't offend the golden crow divine race, right? That's not necessarily true. For a divine race like that, face is extremely important. If they were to find out that their kin were killed by a mortal, how could they not be enraged? Killing them is not an option, nor is driving them away. Hanju could only charge towards the 2 suns. Since they're here, I might as well try that move. Having said that, Hanju unleashed the 9 dragons demon subduing seal, piercing through both suns with a single palm. The 2 young golden crows let out pitiful cries. The chicken on the ground, ready to meet its demise, suddenly noticed the temperature dropping sharply. Looking up, it saw the true fire of the suns dissipate quickly, and the sky barrier rapidly returned to its original state, as if it had never been breached. Heaven's Tao responded quite swiftly, and the mortal realm managed to avoid this catastrophe. Just as Hanju was about to leave, a figure rushed towards him. What happened to those 2 suns? Ji Xianchen asked curiously. Seeing Hanju, he wasn't surprised, and Hanju calmly replied, I persuaded them to leave. Ji Xianchen scrutinized Hanju and asked intently, so, it was you who took action just now? Hanju nodded. Then, you're also the one who eliminated the demon emperor? I could clearly feel the sword energy just now. Although Ji Xianchen was displeased internally, as he couldn't stand someone being stronger than him, if it was Hanju, he could accept it. He didn't want anyone other than Hanju to be stronger than him. Hanju immediately moved closer and covered his mouth. This matter must not be spread. Once it gets out, my life will never return to peace. Let the title of the strongest under the heavens be yours. Ji Xianchen was puzzled. This is a great opportunity to become famous. If you don't cultivate for fame, then what for? Han Ju simply replied, I seek immortality. Hearing Han Ju's answer, Ji Xianchen fell silent. Watching Han Ju turn and leave, he didn't stop him, but his gaze towards Han Ju's back was complex. Such a high level of thinking, it's as high as 3 or 4 floors. Suddenly, Han Ju received a system notification. Ji Xianchen's favorability towards you has increased, currently at 3 stars. Han Ju shook his head with a chuckle at the prompt. Can even this increase favorability? When he returned to the base of the Fusang tree, Morong Qi was the first to ask, Ancestor, how did it go? Did you eliminate the golden crows? The presence of only one sun in the sky was enough to explain the outcome. Others looked at Han Ju with admiration. Han Ju said solemnly, the Golden Crow clan is an ancient divine race. How could they be easily killed? Morong Qi asked with confusion. Then where did they go? Han Ju chuckled and shook his sleeves, from which 2 beams of golden light fell. The bloodline suppression once again instilled a bone-deep fear in the chicken. It's the golden crows, those 2 golden crows that eat phoenixes. This time, the chicken was truly terrified and hid behind the Fusang tree, daring not to show its face again. Han Ju said coldly, Fat chicken, you better get used to it. From now on, this Fusang tree will be guarded by you and these 2 golden crows together. Everyone hurriedly gathered around to observe the 2 golden crows. As expected of divine beasts, they indeed look unique. Phoenixes with 2 legs are common, but it's not easy to find chicks with 3 legs. With the true fire of the suns dispersed, the 2 little ones huddled together, shivering and looking pitiful. The disciples wondered why Han Ju decided to keep these 2 troublemakers instead of eliminating them to prevent future problems. Han Ju explained to them, the reason the Fusang tree attracts divine beasts is because the chicken alone is not enough to secure it. Now with the 2 golden crows here, the Fusang tree will finally be safe. In the future, if any of you wants to use them as mounts or something, you'll definitely be the brightest star on the street. After saying that, Han Ju started to intimidate the little golden crows with a stern face. I'm giving you a chance. If you recognize me as your master, not only will I let you live, but you can also become stronger. The 2 little golden crows looked at each other, seemingly unconvinced, and asked, do you think you can keep us? Han Ju immediately released his pressure. Your descent caused havoc in the mortal realm. Where do you think you can go now? More importantly, you've disturbed my cultivation, making me endure high temperatures for many years. Morong Qi also chimed in to support. The spiritual herbs on ascetic immortal mountain were scorched by you. If you seek death, being made into a small wild chicken stew with spiritual herbs might be a good option. Or perhaps even a full golden crow meal set, which could become a best-selling product of the Jade Pure Holy sect. Being young, the 2 little ones were easily intimidated by the group and quickly knelt down to submit. Sun Chanen expressed his concern. If other sects find out about the golden crows being with us, could they come to the Jade Pure Holy sect seeking compensation? Han Ju instructed everyone to keep the matter of the golden crows a secret and then imprinted the 6 paths ultimate seal on the little golden crows. Your sins are grievous, and you have become mortal enemies with the beings of the mortal world. From now on, without my permission, you are not allowed to leave ascetic immortal mountain. I'm marking you as one of our own, and while you are here, you must respect your teachers and not harm your fellow disciples. Hearing Han Ju's warning, Chick felt its backbone stiffen. Master, Fairy Shishuan said these 2 little ones are divine beasts, but they don't look so strong. Han Ju gave Chick a cold stare. Their cultivation is indeed average, merely at the Mahayana realm. Chick was terrified. Mahayana realm? Han Ju ordered the 2 golden crows to guard the Fusang tree with Chick, telling them to ask the fat chicken if they had any questions. Don't judge it by its looks. It's actually a phoenix, the juicy kind of phoenix that you golden crows love to eat. The chicken was scared witless again, now having to live and eat with its natural enemy. Master, do you really not love Chick anymore? Sun Chanen began introducing the layout of the Fusang tree to the small golden crows. The one with the basketball court on the first floor is the fat chicken's pigsty. You 2 will live in the new room above it. Get along well. Neighborhood relations are very important. Yang Tiandong said to Chick, golden crows are of the highest bloodline among our demon clan. You should get on well with that little female golden crow. If you can marry into the golden crow clan in the future, you'd really be transforming into a phoenix. Being lectured by everyone, Chick felt defiant inside. Just 2 Mahayana realm little golden crows. I, Chicken Lord, will step on them under my claws sooner or later. The little golden crows instantly cast friendly glances at him. Feeling the suppression of their bloodlines, Chick, without needing the deities to lift a finger, instinctively started digging its own grave. Soon, there was a new tomb on ascetic immortal mountain. A year later, a visitor came to ascetic immortal mountain. It was Xian Qingjun who was planning to ascend. With her wide knowledge, Xian Qingjun recognized the small golden crows at a glance. She exclaimed, living on the Fusang divine tree are divine golden crows. My little boyfriend's place is indeed extraordinary. Hearing someone praising the little golden crows, Chick burst out from its tomb in a rage. Who keeps going on about golden crows? Golden crows. Wait till Chicken Lord's bloodline awakens, and I'll give you a surprise. Xian Qingjun smiled slightly. Didn't expect you little phoenix to have quite the spirit. Chick recognized Xian Qingjun at a glance, knowing naturally who the real mistress of this mountain was. Xian Qingjun took out a demon pill. I'm about to ascend. This Mahayana realm demon beast's inner pill is for you. You also have to work hard, little phoenix. Chick instantly understood Hanju's feelings. What man could refuse a wealthy and generous rich lady casually giving away a Mahayana realm demon pill, both salty and sweet? What man wouldn't like that? At that moment, Hanju also came out. What wine brought you here, fat chicken? Aren't you going to say thank you quickly? Hanju came out with a smile, followed by a bewildered enlightenment sword. Chick was about to thank Lady Xian Qingjun, but with a clever turn of thought and sweetly said, "Thank you, master's wife." Hearing this, Xian Qingjun burst into laughter, but then enlightenment sword blurted out, "Another lady, master?" Xian Qingjun's face darkened instantly. "Tell me, what do you mean by another?" Hanju felt a sudden tension. She's just a child, don't listen to her nonsense. Xian Qingjun looked at Hanju with a smiling face. "You've even subdued golden crows. You must be at Mahayana by now, right?" Hanju nodded, sensing that her words had deeper meanings. "No wonder you can keep beauties in golden houses. With various divine items by your side, your cultivation speed is indeed fast." Hearing this, Hanju suddenly felt he had missed something. Could this woman be eyeing my Fusam tree? Or is it that the spiritual energy leakage here is too severe? If this place continues to develop, it will surely be seen as a strategic location by powerful beings. At that moment, as if responding to Hanju's thoughts, the system immediately popped up a notification. You can choose a location, and the system will help create a barrier. Cultivators outside the barrier cannot detect changes inside. Hanju had forgotten that his system had this feature and immediately asked the system to activate the barrier. Because his cultivation had increased so rapidly, the barrier underwent 2 evolutions, and now could perfectly cover the entire ascetic immortal mountain. Xian Qingjun nodded. "You're not as dull as I thought. The effect of this barrier is indeed good. You'll need to be careful in the future not to expose yourself easily. Some powerful beings have already started to take notice here. It's hard to say who they are at the moment." After saying this, Xian Qingjun walked towards Hanju's cave dwelling, indicating for Hanju to come in as she had something to say. Hanju instructed Chick and Enlightenment Sword to guard the entrance and not let anyone disturb them. Enlightenment Sword was confused, while Chick, with a smirk, told her to mind her own business. What else could the master and master's wife be doing in the cave dwelling? Once inside the cave, Xian Qingjun looked around at the treasures filling Hanju's dwelling and was quite moved. "I once thought Ji Xianchen was the top prodigy under the heavens, but it turns out to be you. I indeed misjudged back then, but it also shows my good fortune to have met you when you were not yet strong. Now that you're at such a level, my little cultivation partner, would you think of shaking me off?" Hanju smiled. "Of course not. After all, you have helped me a lot. If you need me in the future, I will definitely assist with all my might." Though they were cultivation partners, they were very polite to each other. Xian Qingjun turned her back and raised her right hand. "I won't beat around the bush with you. I have an opportunity for you. Do you want it?" Hanju was startled. "I'm already at Mahayana. Worldly opportunities are of no use to me. Could it be that you're talking about?" As they were talking, Xian Qingjun underwent a stunning transformation. "Yes, exactly what you were thinking. I can take you to ascend." As Xian Qingjun's ordinary appearance vanished, replaced by a seductively beautiful visage with captivating eyes and delicate features, Hanju was momentarily mesmerized. Indeed, it would be impossible for the Grand Demon Lord to look so ordinary. "What do you think? Would you like to ascend with me looking like this?" Hanju shook his head. "I don't want to ascend just yet." The Demon Lord was puzzled. "Why don't you want to ascend? You should know that our chances of survival would greatly increase if we were together." Hanju said helplessly, "I have people on the higher planes, not benefactors, but enemies. If I ascend with you, I might implicate you. It's better for me to stay in the mortal realm and cultivate." Xian Qingjun thought Hanju was afraid of the owner of the Green Python Great Sage. However, Hanju told her about the Vermilion Bird, another divine beast waiting to beat him up. Xian Qingjun frowned upon hearing this. Giving Hanju a deep look, she suddenly felt that the man before her was enveloped in mystery, as if he was the world's most enigmatic puzzle. "Since that's the case, let me help you one more time before ascending. Would you like to cultivate with me for half a year?" Xian Qingjun leaned in close to Hanju, asking with a smile. Hanju instinctively wanted to refuse, but then he thought about the fact that she had indeed invested a lot, having provided him with so many resources before, and besides, her appearance wasn't bad. Hanju agreed. "All right, just go easy." Hearing that the master and the master's wife were to engage in half a year of interaction, Chick immediately pushed Enlightenment Sword away. "The master's wife is going to eat the master. Little kids shouldn't watch. Hurry up and leave." Chick then imagined the follow-up story for Hanju. In its view, after deep interaction, the master and master's wife would have produced a love child. After a 6-month pregnancy, a beautiful daughter named Han Ling would be born. The young miss, being doted on from a young age and possessing various unique skills of ascetic immortal mountain, would descend the mountain alone to pacify the demons of the world. Every new year, the family would enjoy a harmonious time making dumplings together. Lost in its own storyline, Chick was brought back to reality by Yang Tiandong, reminding it that the master had not yet settled the score with it for the Golden Crow disaster. Feeling proud, Chick had already asked Sun Chang'an to prepare a hearty barbecue feast for Hanju, believing it would surely revive his spirits. Just then, Enlightenment Sword noticed the master's wife and the master emerging. Chick thought Hanju would be exhausted, but instead, Hanju and Xian Qingjun appeared more vibrant, their cultivation seeming to have increased significantly. Chick's beliefs instantly collapsed. What about the promised young master? Where's Han Ling? Hanju grabbed it by the feathers around its neck. Keep talking, kiddo. Let's see what else you've concocted for me. We were just discussing the Tao for half a year, and you've spun such a wild tale? Xian Qingjun smiled gently. Don't be too hard on the little phoenix. Try to get along with your disciples. After saying this, Xian Qingjun transformed into a cloud of demonic energy and ascended, telling Hanju they would meet again in the heavens. Hanju felt a pang of regret as he watched her leave. After being wary of this woman for hundreds of years, it must be the workings of heaven's Tao. My Taoist heart cannot be swayed by a woman. Wish you a journey as splendid as the tapestry of fate. Sun Chang'an, who had been diligently grilling, handed over a mutton whip and mutton testicle combo to Hanju. Ancestor, you need to replenish. Why was it so short this time? Are you not up to it? In a blink of an eye, another 7 years passed, and the 9 Cauldrons sage finally led the Jade Pure Holy Sex Demon subduing squad back home. They had been delayed for many years after accidentally entering an ancient secret realm on their way. Hanju opened his interpersonal relationships to check his messages. Hanju frowned. Fang Liang had encountered another stroke of luck, continuing his streak of good fortune. If this keeps up, he might return as an immortal. And Ji Xianzhen, why leave the mortal realm so early when he could have enjoyed being the #1 under the heavens? Why ascend so soon to serve others? Hanju noticed that Mafuchu had acquired demonic destiny and wondered what that meant. Could it be that the demons still harbored their ambitions? Brother, you must act wisely and not cross the line. Just then, a familiar voice appeared behind Hanju. Husband, I've missed you so much. Hanju frowned. Great, didn't fall into the demon lord's hands, but still couldn't escape this. Han Elder, were you the one who killed the demon emperor? 9 Cauldrons sage asked excitedly, barely containing his emotion. Hanju told him not to spread the word, to avoid unnecessary trouble. The Jade Pure Holy Sect was not yet invincible. Xing Hongxian looked at him with admiration. As expected of my husband, you are now undoubtedly the top cultivator in the world. Hanju quickly demurred. You flatter me too much. There are still many powerful beings hidden in this world. We must not underestimate the people of the world. No matter, my husband is the strongest. Fairy Shishuan also showed a reflective expression, recalling the past. She never would have thought that this disciple, who once caused her so much headache, would become the foremost cultivator in the world in just a few hundred years. Hanju's status also made her realize something important. Talent truly matters. With exceptional talent, one doesn't need to venture out into the world. The speed of cultivation growth can still be unparalleled. Without the right talent, even if one encounters numerous opportunities, catching up to the prodigies of the world remains a daunting task. Fairy Shishuan said, recently, a real demon has appeared in the world, and his name should be very familiar to you. Hanju responded indifferently. Is it Mafuchu? Do you think we should issue a kill order? If he really tarnishes the name of the Jade Pure Holy Sect, people might start to think the Jade Pure Holy Sect is a demon path sect. Hanju asked, has Mafuchu started killing? Not yet, but rumors say he's a real demon. Then let's leave it be for now. I do have a good impression of Mafuchu, but it's just that, a good impression. If he crosses the line, I certainly won't spare him. Just then, Hanju suddenly received a system notification. Di Hongya has developed a good impression of you, currently at 3 stars. Hanju was puzzled. Who is Di Hongya? Everyone was truly astonished when they saw the 2 little golden crows, not expecting that the sons capable of destroying the world were actually these 2 little ones. 9 Cauldrons sage gave Hanju a big thumbs up. Who would have thought that the unsolved mystery of the disappearance of the golden crows would be thanks to you? If it weren't for my position, I'd really like to swear brotherhood with you. Han bid brother. After some pleasantries, Hanju bent down to whisper to the little golden crows. How are you 2 golden crow brothers settling in? I just received instructions from your mother, and from now on, if you need anything, just let me know. It turns out Hanju had just received a system notification. Di Hongya, cultivation level unknown, from the golden crow divine race, once gave birth to 7 golden crows for her husband. The youngest 2 golden crows were expelled from the golden crow divine race due to poor talents. Di Hongya, concerned for her offspring outside, learned that you had taken in the 2 little golden crows and developed a good impression of you. If you were to kill the 2 little golden crows, you would earn Di Hongya's enmity, and she would not rest until dead. Current favorability is at 3 stars. It turns out this person was the mother of the golden crows, and Hanju secretly felt relieved, glad he hadn't killed the 2 little golden crows, or else he would have been doomed. This was the first time the system had encountered a terrifying existence whose cultivation level it couldn't identify. Since she had developed a good impression, it meant she didn't mind me being their master. If there's a way to help the little golden crows improve their cultivation, ascending to the higher realms in the future might mean having a powerful backer. Hanju didn't want Nine Cauldrons to continue the pleasantries here and suggested, now that the world is at peace, why shouldn't our sect disciples take this time to go out and gain some experience? Nine Cauldrons agreed, saying he had the same intention and would now start lifting the sect's restrictions to let disciples go out and seek their fortunes. Saying this, he quickly left. With Nine Cauldrons gone, Hanju planned to continue his cultivation seriously. Even though he was already invincible in the world, he had no intention of slacking off. However, unlike before, this time he wanted those close to him to stay. Hanju wanted Fairy Sichuan to bring Chang Yuer over to cultivate with him for a while. The essence of my breakthrough to Mahayana is still present, which could help guide you to the next level. This invitation was truly unexpected, and Fairy Sichuan was momentarily stunned before agreeing. Xing Hongxian didn't expect Hanju to invite Fairy Sichuan first instead of her. Her cultivation progress had fallen far behind them. Comparing herself, she indeed felt more and more distant from this man. Just then, an unexpected offer came along. Hanju also invited Xing Hongxian to cultivate together, but she shook her head. Husband, maybe I should pass. Having Fairy Sichuan and Chang Yuer with you is enough. After all, Fairy Sichuan became a sect elder early on, naturally gifted. Chang Yuer is also exceptional. Both seem more suitable to cultivate with you than me. I think I'll go out and see if there's a better opportunity for me. At this moment, Hanju was puzzled. Xing Hongxian would have excitedly agreed in the past. Fairy Sichuan then clarified, Miss Xing, you misunderstood. Hanju and I are not cultivation partners. Xing Hongxian said it was okay. I don't mind if my husband has other cultivation partners. It's just that, I'm just afraid of falling behind in cultivation. My talent is much inferior to Fairy Sichuan's. Advancing to the Tribulation Crossing realm seems almost impossible for me. Hearing Xing Hongxuan's honest words, Hanju and Fairy Sichuan were momentarily silent. Indeed, without a major opportunity, transformation would be difficult. Xing Hongxian smiled slightly, so rather than waste time on an inevitable outcome, I might as well go out and try my luck. Then I can ascend with my husband. I know you have many unique methods, and even if I can't advance to the Tribulation Crossing realm, you could help me be reborn with unparalleled talent. But I don't want you to see me age, nor do I want to serve you in another body through reincarnation. So I must try, for myself and for us, to fight for a long-term future. Another person clapped in agreement. It was Chang Yuer. I've witnessed my junior brother's growth, and was happy for every breakthrough he made. But with each one, I felt more powerless. My talent isn't top-notch either, and I can't keep up with junior brother even if I spent my whole life trying. So I understand your frustration. Although ascetic Immortal Mountain's cultivation environment is unique, it's more suited for high-level cultivators. With our talents, we're just wasting resources here. I don't want to hold my junior brother back. So, I also want to go out and find a chance to change myself. Miss Xing, do you mind if I join you? Let's see who can have the last laugh. Chang Yuer smiled at Xing Hongxian, who returned the gesture. Of course, I don't mind having a familiar face with me. With that, the two women warmly embraced each other, like longtime best friends. Hanju shook his head helplessly. Since you've made up your minds, then follow your hearts. But before you go, I'll need to upgrade your heavenly puppets. Spend some time with me for a while. Not long after, someone else came to the Jade Pure Holy Sect. Wherever this person went, even the most resilient soul-chasing flowers in the wild withered away. Upon seeing the Jade Pure Holy Sect's boundary marker, the person realized that the Jade Pure Sect had changed its name. Finally home. This feels so surreal. After so many years, it felt like a long dream. Another voice beside him said, I wonder if everyone is well. But at least, we're back. Master, it's me, Su Qi, your direct disciple. I've finally returned. Ever since that unfortunate step into the Jade Pure Sect, a series of misfortunes befell the sect. The biennial Flying Sword Rally was ruined when an unexpected change in terrain caused all participants to fall into the sea. No one knew these changes were brought by the King of Misfortune. For many years, even as the Green Python Great Sage led the demons to sweep across the world, bringing disaster to all living beings, even as the Demon Emperor descended upon the world, erasing all in his path, even as the Vermilion Bird descended, setting the heavens ablaze, none of it made Hanju lose his composure like now, because the system detected the strongest nearby, Su Qi. At the 7th level of the Spirit Transformation realm, Hanju murmured in surprise, Su Qi is back? The system didn't give any warning. It's been 300 to 400 years since we last met. It makes sense for him to return home now. I didn't expect even the monster-taming demon sect couldn't hold him back. There's not much left that I fear. It seems unrealistic to find such excuses to send him out again. Su Qi, finally about to meet the master he had been longing for, was about to return to ascetic Immortal Mountain. This is the home that has given new meaning to my life. No one knows it better than I do. Doggy asked Su Qi, you once said you've been practicing ascetic cultivation on the mountain with your master since you were young and never went out. Are you sure you're familiar with the Jade Pure Sect? Su Qi replied, that's not important. Let's go to the inner city for a tour before visiting master, to experience the worldly pleasures and eat some delicious chicken I've never had before. Unbeknownst to them, Hanju had already approached them. Seeing Hanju, Su Qi exclaimed, Master, Master. I've completed the mission you gave me. Thank you for your covert protection over these years. Hanju thought awkwardly. What covert protection? That's your bad luck. I'm not carrying this pot. Hanju said. You dare to cause trouble after the fall of the demon dynasty. You're quite bold. It's not that easy to enter my territory. Su Chi was confused. Master, what are you talking about? I didn't cause any trouble. Hanju sneered, and a 9 Dragons demon subduing seal hit Su Chi, knocking him unconscious. Doggy was shocked and immediately picked up Su Chi, saying to Hanju, Master, have you lost your mind? He's your disciple. Hanju asked Doggy to keep away from Su Chi, then said, You've noticed the potential within Su Chi, and you were trying to lead him down the path of a demon cultivator, thinking I wouldn't find out. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful demonic aura emerged from Su Chi's body. Doggy was shocked and said, This is demonic energy? How is it inside Su Chi? I've never seen this before. A demon master floated out from Su Chi's body, laughing sinisterly. You are quite capable to have noticed my presence. Hanju asked, Fellow Taoist, why are you hiding inside my disciple's body? The demon master said, To notice my presence, you must be at least at the Mahayana realm. No wonder this kid keeps talking about you. Hanju received a system notification. Demon Master, Mahayana realm level 7, soul fragment state, the strongest demon cultivator in the demon path for 10,000 years. Honored as the demon master, bears hatred towards you because you are Su Chi's master. Will seek to kill you given the chance. Current hatred level 4 stars. Hanju made a sudden move, using the 6-path soul absorption to try and control the demon master's soul fragment. The demon master angrily said, What are you trying to do? If you dare to attack my soul fragment, be careful, or you'll pay with your disciple's life. This kid's body has been taken over by my soul fragment, and if you dare to destroy me, his spiritual sense foundation will also be destroyed. So what? Hanju said indifferently. The demon master continued to threaten, My true body roams the world, and I never delay my revenge. If you dare to attack this soul fragment, clean your neck and wait for my true body to personally come and settle the score. Hanju remained calm. Killing those of the demon path is the duty of us on the righteous path. However, we have no grudges or grievances. If you let go of my disciple, I will allow this soul fragment to leave. How about that? The demon master disdainfully said. Naturally. After speaking, he left Su Chi's body. Su Chi woke up, and resentment towards the demon master surged within him. Demon master, when did this happen? Were you spying on me? Hanju, satisfied with how things turned out, said to the demon master, You may leave. The demon master left grudgingly, saying farewell as he went. Hanju saw the system notification that the demon master's hatred towards him had increased to 5 stars. Su Chi, concerned, said, Master, he wanted to take me as his disciple, but I refused. Be careful in case he seeks revenge on you. Hanju reassured him, Don't worry, I was just playing the long game, baiting him. When his soul fragment returns to his main body, he'll get the same treatment as Jinaya. Hanju thought to himself. The surface use of the 9 Dragons demon subduing seal forced the demon master out, but it was a feint, leaving a trick up my sleeve. Even as a Mahayana, he couldn't detect the slightest clue. Hanju took Su Chi and Doggy back to ascetic Immortal Mountain. At the mountain gate, many disciples who had heard the news came to see, and Sun Chanen and Enlightenment Sword saw the legendary second senior brother Su Chi. Sun Chanen exclaimed, So this is the legendary second senior brother? Quite handsome. Hanju quickly took Su Chi into the cave dwelling for closed-door cultivation. At this time, Chick said to Doggy, It's been years since we last saw each other. How have you been doing outside? How about a little spar to see how far you've come? Doggy thought to itself, asking despite knowing, You obviously know your cultivation is above mine. A real spar would definitely end in me getting thrashed. It's infuriating. After all these years of hard work outside, I'm still not as good as those who stayed home. Doggy began assessing others, looking for someone it could possibly bully. It thought of Yang Tiandong. Wasn't Yang Tiandong just at the nascent soul stage? He's reached spirit transformation so quickly, the master must have taught him a lot. Though his realm is lower than mine, sparring with him would likely end in my defeat, especially since the master has overcome stronger foes before. Then it looked at Sun Chanen. This Baldi's cultivation seems similar to Yang Tiandong's, but his spiritual power seems almost infinite. It looks like he specializes in defense. I can't win a war of attrition against him. Then it saw the only female disciple, Enlightenment Sword. This lady's spiritual power is also unending, but her cultivation is only at the nascent soul realm. I could probably bully her a bit. However, knowing the master, with such spiritual energy capacity, she must be favored by him. I better hold back. Finally, Doggy set its sights on a little chick in the yard, thinking, I know it's shameless, but I need a victory now to prove the dignity of the primordial chaos great sage. This is about dignity. Golden Crow couldn't believe Doggy would choose it, actually, because it had concealed its aura and appeared no different from Chick on the surface, which is why it was chosen. Me? Are you sure? Doggy pointed at the little Golden Crow and said, Yes, you. Didn't expect it. Huh? The primordial chaos great sage. Don't even spare kids with scarce spiritual energy. Annoying, isn't it? I'm shameless. Yes, I suppose Yang Tiandong and the others will plead for mercy, but of course, I'll give them a way out, effectively asserting a strong position. From now on, I'll have a say in this mountain. To Doggy's surprise, Chick and the others smirked and said, "Go on, don't hold back. The master has been wanting to teach him a lesson for a while now. You just do as you please." Hearing this, Doggy felt a surge of anger. "Little thing, don't be too arrogant. Today, I'll teach you what it means to respect your elders." Watching Doggy's doomed attempt, everyone showed the characteristic ascetic, immortal mountain expression. As Doggy was about to make a move, it felt an intense heat approaching, followed by a blinding flash of sunlight. Before Doggy could react, it was struck down by a scorching beam from the little golden crow. Hanju, observing through his spiritual sense from the cave dwelling, nodded in satisfaction. This dog, being away from home for so long, indeed deserves a good lesson. Su-Chi, having shared hardships with Doggy for so long, couldn't bear to see him get beaten and mentioned the incident about Doggy being imprisoned by the Demon Emperor. "Master, the heavenly dog didn't want to not come back. It was imprisoned by the Demon Emperor. Please forgive him." Hanju reassured him. If it had come back with Yang Tiandong earlier, none of this would have happened. "Well, let's leave it at that." At this moment, Chick asked in confusion, "Master, why did you place so many seals on Su-Chi?" Hanju explained to Chick, "Su-Chi's power has been somewhat out of control due to the Demon Master's interference, so I patched it up. For the time being, Su-Chi will stay in my cave dwelling to cultivate until he gains control over the unruly power. It's better you guys don't invite him out for fishing or anything." Yang Tiandong and the others were envious of Su-Chi getting personal guidance from the master. "Junior brother, I didn't expect you to receive personal guidance from the master. It looks like the master is planning to focus on cultivating you." Su-Chi responded, "Senior brother, don't worry, I will cultivate diligently and not let down master's earnest efforts." Hanju told Su-Chi, "From now on, you will stay in the cave dwelling and cultivate with me." Su-Chi responded emotionally, "That's the warmest thing I've ever heard." Even Enlightenment Sword, who had always been in the cave dwelling, was sent out by Hanju. "Oh right, Enlightenment Sword, you should stay outside for now." Enlightenment Sword was confused. "Ah, master, why?" Hearing that Su-Chi could receive personal instruction, Doggy felt even more sorrowful. "I feel like I can't love anymore. The master doesn't even personally guide me." Chick, however, didn't think much of it. "Silly dog, the master practices ascetic cultivation in the cave from half a year to several decades. Can you handle that?" Doggy was surprised. "Ah, cultivate for so long? I can't stand that." Chick took something out. "Then isn't that settled? Here, take this, and join us for the team building later." Doggy didn't understand the rules of the ascetic cultivation to immortality fishing squad. "Team building? What's that for?" Yang Tiandong answered, "Of course, it's for fishing. I painstakingly researched 18 techniques for fishing all night. We won't come back empty-handed today." Hanju smiled bitterly. After encountering Su-Chi, "It's not up to you whether you come back empty-handed." At this moment, Hanju received a system notification. Hanju read it and felt that the cultivation world was much more peaceful than before. "Xin Qingjun has ascended. Meeting her again will be uncertain. Demon Path Divine Ability." Mafuchu is walking further down the path of a true demon. Speaking of the demon path, I wonder if the Demon Master's soul fragment has returned to its body. At the other end of the universe, in a desolate desert swept by wind and sand, besides the mark of the Demon Master, Hanju sensed another mark. Why is there another Six Paths ultimate seal here? It turns out to be Maju and them. In front of the Demon Master stood three people, Mafuchu, Maju, and a woman in a long robe. "True demon, stop struggling. Your MO family's bloodline mission is to assist our demon race in overturning the mortal realm. Once the human race is annihilated, as contributors, you all can ascend to the higher realms and become immortals." Mafuchu clenched his teeth. "I have no interest in your ascension. Don't think you can make our MO family the demons that bring disaster to the human race." The Demon Master scoffed. "Oh, haven't you killed enough people?" Mafuchu retorted. "Those killings were not my intention. Many times, I was forced." The Demon Master mocked further. "Ha, what about your brother Zhou Fan? Do you remember how you killed him?" Mafuchu's expression darkened instantly. "You," Maju also fearlessly said. "Demon Master, just give up. Although our MO family has demon blood, we are still essentially human. If we really help the demon race replace the human race, then we're nothing but traitors seeking glory from our ancestors." Seeing the three from the MO family unmoved, the Demon Master became a bit angry. "Little girl, you're seeking death." Feeling the approach of death's oppressive force, Maju thought of Hanju again, and is only at the Tribulation Crossing realm, and the puppet Hanju sent. Using it to fight the Demon Master is undoubtedly like throwing an egg against a rock. It seems we are about to part ways. At this moment, the woman in the long robe, the MO family head Moyiling, interjected, "Lord Demon Master, even the Demon Emperor never achieved such a feat, let alone our MO family alone." Moyiling continued, "May I ask, has the demon race sent any powerful reinforcements?" The Demon Master arrogantly replied, "Why need reinforcements? I myself will assist the MO family." Unable to hold back, Moyiling asked, "Are you saying you are stronger than the deceased Demon Emperor?" The Demon Master disdainfully said, "Demon Emperor? How can he compare to me? The reason I didn't act earlier was merely to use him to test the strength of the righteous path, allowing him to reveal all his cards. As for me, in order not to be rejected by Heaven's Tao, I've deliberately suppressed my cultivation level, but I'm actually close to the 9th level of the Mahayana realm." Hearing this, Hanju snorted coldly. The demon race really harbors evil intentions, daring to plot against our human race with just a Mahayana realm, simply seeking death. This is a good opportunity to teach Moyaling a lesson to prevent further troubles later. With that, Hanju raised his right hand, his middle finger pointing towards the horizon. Heaven and earth, mysterious yellow boundary breaking sword finger. Aren't you the type who doesn't seek revenge overnight? If I want to, I can do the same. In an instant, a terrifying pressure surged, startling the demon master into an instinctive attempt to look back, only to feel a sword light shining on the back of his head. The demon master had no time to react, catching a glimpse of a sword energy shot towards him, followed by the sound of a godlike chant from a crack in the space above his head. With a booming sound, the sword energy swept across, engulfing the demon master's form. The demon master was completely annihilated, both in body and spirit.